Chapter 2. The Scheming Half-Sister System. You mean to prove your abilities by directly transporting me to this so-called task world? The system chuckled nervously. Host, do you doubt my capabilities? I'm gonna show you the truth. Xin Miao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Despite her current youthful appearance, there was a hint of apprehension in the system's tone. The world you inhabit is exceedingly dull. Day after day, it is merely a cycle of cultivation. Occasional seclusions lasting centuries. Come, let's embark on these fascinating tasks together. Gazing at the desolate mountains and forests surrounding her, Xin Miao remained skeptical of the system's claims. With delicate hands, resembling those of a fragile young girl, she noted how even the sharpest blades of grass could easily inflict harm upon her. Ignoring the incessant chatter in her mind, Xin Miao pondered the system's so-called mission of gathering love tokens. The system had relayed information about this world, granting her insight into her current identity. Her father had recently ascended to the rank of a fourth-grade official, relocating the family from the south to the capital. However, en route, they were ambushed by bandits who audaciously dared to rob a government official, scattering the Xin family's caravan. Xin Miao and her legitimate sister, Pampered, managed to escape into the wilderness, evading the bandits' pursuit. Just as they caught their breath, the two young ladies stumbled upon an injured and unconscious boy. Adorned in fine clothing, with ruby lips and pearly teeth, he appeared to be 2 or 3 years older than Xin Miao, lying in a pool of blood that stained his garments crimson. The original Xin Miao, upon witnessing such a horrifying sight, let out a shriek and hurriedly fled. Although Pampered was equally frightened, her profound compassion compelled her to stay behind and attempt to assist the boy. Host, you must return. You must rescue the male lead. It cannot be that the female lead alone claims this favor. Sensing Xin Miao's reluctance to return to the realm of cultivation, the system grew increasingly animated, urging her to fulfill her task. However, just as the words escaped its digital lips, it quickly interjected, No, you cannot go. I just realized that the main plotline must not be altered significantly. Host, not only must you refrain from saving the male lead, but you must also seize the jade pendant from the female lead once she returns with it, posing as the savior. The system, overwhelmed by this stipulation, murmured to itself in disbelief. Has it gone mad? How is this a strategy? This is far too challenging. If the female lead uncovers your deception later, host, you will be utterly doomed. It is impossible to garner the male lead's affection. Oh dear, why is there such a requirement? The fledgling system nearly succumbed to despair. Xin Miao, indifferent to the system's fluctuating emotions, sat on the ground, massaging her sore calves. She had run too swiftly during their escape, and now her legs ached as if they might cramp. Xin Miao admired her younger sister, who was born just a month later, yet still had the energy to move. After that harrowing flight, Xin Miao felt a fire in her chest and a metallic taste in her throat, with a slight urge to vomit. System. The original plot indicated that the Xin family would find me first, then locate Pampered, who was stained with blood. So, will they arrive? My dear, Miaoer, come here, come to your mother. Upon spotting Xin Miao, concubine one rushed over, enveloping her in a warm embrace, inspecting her for injuries. Are you hurt? Miaoer, where does it hurt? Tell mother. Seeing her daughter covered in grass and dirt, concubine one's heart ached. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she momentarily forgot the patriarch. Lord Xin, standing nearby, witnessing his daughter's disheveled state, also tugged at Lord Xion's heart. Yet he did not forget that he had another daughter lost in the woods. Miao, where's your sister? Did you not escape together? Where could she be? Concubine one, recalling her role as a compassionate figure, regained her composure and feigned anxiety. Indeed, Miaoer, have you seen the second young lady? She is so small. How could she have gotten separated from you? Father, mother, my sister. Xin Miao was about to explain when a servant holding a torch suddenly exclaimed with delight. The second young lady has emerged. My lord, we have found the second young lady. Turning her head, Xin Miao saw Pampered stumbling out of the forest, disheveled. With both daughters safe, Lord Xin was overwhelmed with joy. After a brief respite, the Xin family caravan resumed its journey. Inside the carriage, Xin Miao and Pampered, attended by maids, changed into clean garments. What is this? Xin Miao had not forgotten her mission to seize the jade pendant. Give it back. In a moment of carelessness, Xin Miao found the pendant snatched from her grasp, and her frustration grew. At this juncture, Xin Miao's mother had just passed away, and her maternal family had yet to fall from grace. She had not yet acquired the wisdom and restraint she would later possess. Seeing Xin Miao examining the pendant with keen interest only fueled her anger. Xin Miao, that is mine. How dare you address your elder sister by her name? Xin Miao, where have your manners gone? Xin Miao dodged, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. You dare to compete with me? You were the one who chose to provoke that lifeless body on the mountain. I have yet to inform father. He is not dead. Whether or not he is alive is inconsequential to us. Xin Miao expertly embodied the essence of a vindictive rival, her voice sweet yet laced with malice. While we travel, father has warned us time and again to be cautious with our words and actions. You could clearly see that person was trouble, yet you dared to approach him? That pendant was a gift from him, and you shamelessly accepted it. Xin Miao scoffed, what a disgrace. The system, emerging from its despondency, was taken aback to see the host so adeptly embodying her character. Wasn't she supposed to be a gentle and ethereal fairy in the cultivation realm? How could she portray such a domineering half-sister with such finesse? Xin Miao was oblivious to the system's inner turmoil. She admired the jade pendant's exquisite craftsmanship and, with a leisurely demeanor, tucked it into her fragrant pouch. Unless you wish for me to expose your deceit before father, you would do well to remain silent. Understood? Chapter 3. The scheming half-sister, Condid. After enduring a harrowing encounter with bandits, the remainder of the journey was uneventful, and the Xin family arrived in the capital without further incident. Xin Miao observed the local customs and had begun to grasp the socio-political landscape of this world. It was indeed reminiscent of the realm of cultivation, albeit with notable distinctions. Propping her chin on her hand, Xin Miao's gaze drifted lazily over the passers-by. While ordinary people in the cultivation realm might not possess the ability to cultivate the Tao, they revered it in their eyes. Even an emperor paled in comparison to an ordinary cultivator. However, here, the populace gazed upon the imperial palace with a mixture of fear and admiration. In this realm, worldly power was the most coveted treasure. Host, it would be best if you come to this realization on your own, the system opined, shaking its head. Presently, you are but a defenseless, ordinary woman. Do not behave as you would in the cultivation realm. Exercise some restraint. Do you understand? Xin Miao Juka Lai Di. Hearing her laughter, Xin Miao turned her attention, her eyes drifting from her half-sister's charming visage to the pouch at her waist. The jade pendant lay nestled within. Xin Miao bit her lip, suppressing the urge to demand its return. This was hers, yet had been seized by Xin Miao. Since their mother's passing, Xin Miao had become even more overbearing in their rivalry. Yet, she could only endure. Concubine, one was a distant niece of the matriarch, though not of direct lineage. Still, they shared the same surname, and the matriarch would subtly favor her. Now that their mother was gone and their maternal family resided far in Jiangnan, returning to the capital required their father's intervention. Given these circumstances, even if her maternal family wished to protect her, their capacity to do so was likely limited. Furthermore, once the mourning period concluded, their father might seek a new wife. Neither concubine, one, nor Xin Miao desired to see another woman take their mother's place. Moreover, as long as grandfather has a new wife, he will have more legitimate sons and daughters. Will there still be a place for her in the family then? Yet, she is merely a child, lacking the authority to comment on the marital affairs of her elders. What can she do? Xin Miao, why are you looking at me? Noticing the gaze directed her way, Xin Miao tilted her head. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking about how we will soon pay our respects to grandmother. Yes, indeed. Xin Miao's eyes sparkled. Grandmother must be longing for me. Xin Miao secretly rolled her eyes, observing Xin Miao's carefree demeanor, indifferent to everything. A wave of intense envy surged within her. Xin Miao is truly fortunate. Not only does she have Aunt Wen a plan for her, but even grandmother favors her. Unlike herself, whose mother has passed away and whose maternal family cannot provide any assistance, she must rely solely on her own wits. With this thought, Xin Miao felt a pang of self-pity. 9 years swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, the daughters of the Xin family reached the age of marriage. With 2 daughters of similar age in the household, Xin Changgong naturally paid close attention to the young talents of the court. Xiaoqian, when you socialize and study. Make sure to observe your classmates and their family values. After assessing his son's progress, Xian Changong recalled Aunt Wen's frequent reminders and added another piece of advice. He had only these two daughters, these two bloodlines, and the most important aspect for a young woman is her marriage. Thus, he must invest more thought into it. Father, what do you mean? Xian Shaoqian opened his mouth, his throat feeling somewhat parched. Daughters cannot be kept forever. They will eventually marry. Xian Changong did not notice the change in Xian Shaoqian's expression, merely sighing sadly. Keep an eye out and see if any of your friends are suitable candidates to be our Xian family's son-in-law. We do not expect an illustrious background, just good character and a respectable home. Xin Miao. But my sisters are still young. They're no longer children. Most families have already arranged marriages by this age. It's simply that our family has fewer children, and grandmother is reluctant to part with them, which is why they remain unwed until now. Shaoqian, remember to pay attention. You have always cared for Miao and the others, and I trust your judgment to find them a good husband. As Xian Shaoqian left the study, the smile on his face faded. Young master, young master? Qing Shan noticed his master's grim expression and asked with concern, has father scolded you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Qing Shan realized the inappropriateness of his remark. Although the young master is not the biological son of the master, the term nephew still implies a close bond. Since the young master was adopted, the master has always valued him, and the Xian family will eventually be entrusted to his care. Nothing of the sort. Xian Shaoqian closed his eyes briefly and replied calmly, Uncle did not scold me. He simply reminded me to look out for suitors for my two younger sisters. In private, Xian Shaoqian occasionally refers to Xian Changong as uncle. After all, he was aware of his biological parents, even though they have passed away, but Xian Shaoqian still remembers them. Logically, Xian Shaoqian's age should not align with the adoption standards, as it is generally difficult to nurture a child who is already cognizant. However, Xian Shaoqian was exceptionally intelligent from a young age, which is why Xian Changong chose to adopt this distant nephew. Fortunately, his judgment proved correct. Over the years, Xian Shaoqian has grown increasingly exceptional, having achieved scholarly success at a young age, with a bright future ahead. Xian Changong felt deeply gratified. Although he had no biological son, his adopted son was so outstanding, it alleviated a lingering regret in his heart. So that was the reason. Qing Shan breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled, saying, the young master must pay close attention. If the future son-in-law treats the young ladies poorly, this elder brother will not stand for it. Qing Shan, who had served Xian Shaoqian since childhood, shared a good rapport with him and playfully teased. Since he followed the young master to the Xian residence, he witnessed how respectful the young master was toward the master and how well he treated the two young ladies, especially the eldest. Although to outsiders, the young master seems equally kind to both young ladies, Qing Shan could see clearly that his bond with the eldest sister was somewhat closer. Whenever he returned home with gifts, though everyone received a share, the eldest sister's gift was always more thoughtful and exquisite. Qing Shan did not ponder much on this distinction. After all, people naturally have their preferences and affinities. The second young lady is quiet and reclusive, speaking little with the young master, unlike the eldest, who is lively and engaging, always smiling at others. Though rumors circulate that the eldest sister is domineering and bullies the second, Qing Shan pays little heed. With only these two biological children in the household, no matter how much the grandmother favors one over the other, how much favoritism can there truly be? Both young ladies were raised in luxury. It is not for a servant like him to draw comparisons. Naturally, he aligns his preferences with the young master's inclinations. Chapter 4. The unworthy stepsister Xian Shaoqian, burdened with thoughts, traversed the garden and encountered a well-dressed young lady preparing to go out. Brother, you're back. Why did no one inform me? Xian Miao's face lit up with surprise as she adjusted her hairpin, gracefully approaching him. Xian Shaoqian, I was just about to find you. Seeing the young lady's radiant smile, Xian Shaoqian could not help but soften his demeanor. Are you going out? Yes, I am. Xian Miao toyed with the jade pendant at her waist, stepping forward to link her arm with Xian Shaoqian's, smiling brightly. However, since you've returned, I shall postpone my outing. It is only right to welcome you home properly. Such flattering words. Observing the young lady's charming smile, Xian Shaoqian playfully tapped her forehead from a distance, shaking his head with a smile. Were you just waiting for me to bring you something? Not at all. The young lady blinked innocently I truly miss you, brother. Watching her adorable visage, Xian Shaoqian's fingers twitched slightly, yearning to ruffle her hair, but for reasons unknown, he ultimately refrained. Your sentiment is appreciated. Xian Shaoqian composed himself, resuming the demeanor of an elder brother. There is no need for you to welcome me. We will all gather for dinner shortly. If you wish to go out, then do so, but take someone with you and return early. As they settled into the carriage, Xian Miao languidly stifled a delicate yawn. Host, when you turned away, Xian Shaoqian was watching your figure intently. He genuinely cares for you, but regrettably, you're not among those targeted for affection points. Previously, grandmother had intended to matchmake you with her nephew. Truthfully, if one were to consider blood relations, Xian Shaoqian is even more distantly related than that cousin. However, since you share the same surname, it is permissible to marry a cousin, but not a distant cousin. Moreover, he has now been adopted as Xian Changgong's son, making him your true brother. Host, do not brush me off like this. The system felt frustrated, as it had been continuously outputting information while the host merely responded with brief acknowledgments. After enduring for a while, it finally lost its temper. Do not be so impatient. Seeing the flustered system, Xian Miao chuckled softly. Little system, you claim not to be human, yet you analyze humanity so keenly? Can you transform? Ultimately, all sentient beings are destined to take on human forms. System, I have mentioned numerous times, I am not a spirit, nor am I a creature of your cultivation realm. I am a technological product. The system silently grumbled, no longer wishing to debate the topic with the host, and shifted back to the matter at hand. Host, today is the day the male lead returns to the capital. The system flipped through the plot quickly. He has endured countless dangers during his years of training on the frontier. His heart is colder and harder than ice. Only the little girl who saved him in his youth can pry open a sliver of his heart. That would be me. System. Host, have you forgotten that you are the supporting character? You have usurped the protagonist's favor. When your deception is uncovered, your fate will be dire. My fate may be grim, but what benefit do you gain from it? Engaging in this banter, I almost forgot about the bond with the host. They are tied together with a common goal. With this thought, the system felt a twinge of despondency. According to regulations, you must follow the supporting character's storyline. The jade pendant is in hand. Next, you should usurp the favor and then flaunt and bully the protagonist. After such a set of self-destructive actions, can we still collect any affection points? Then we shall see how it unfolds. A faint smile graced Xin Miao's lips as she lifted the window curtain to gaze outside. The throng was bustling, the capital's guards maintaining order. Everyone was aware that the army had returned victorious today, from high-ranking officials to common folk, all eager to join the spectacle. My, there are so many people. Thankfully, we reserve a table at Guangyuan Tower in advance. Otherwise, we would truly struggle to find a place to dine, exclaimed Pan Yu, her excitement palpable as she glanced outside. Song Qiu adjusted Xin Miao's skirt while casually remarking, Indeed, General Feng is a steadfast anchor for the northern frontier. Pan Yu turned around, picking up a fan to gently fan Xin Miao. General Feng is an old veteran, seasoned in battle and ambitious. However, she mused, why are there so many young ladies out today? Leaning closer to Xin Miao, Pan Yu playfully asked, Can you guess why? Song Qiu interjected, Oh, you cheeky Pan Yu, teasing the young lady like that. Xin Miao reclined against the soft cushion, resting her chin on her hand as sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her porcelain skin. Akin to exquisite jade, smooth and delicate, she chuckled at the exchange between her two maidservants, displaying none of her usual haughty demeanor in public. Pan Yu gazed in awe, exclaiming, Oh my, our young lady is simply stunning. Every time we attempt to tease her, before we know it, we end up wanting to divulge everything. Indeed, our young lady is beautiful. Song Qiu nodded in agreement. Since childhood, she has been a beauty, inheriting the looks of her mother, concubine one, and her father is quite handsome as well. It stands to reason their child would be exceptional. Yet, over the years, I've observed that she has only grown more enchanting. While ordinary people might not notice, those of us who serve her closely often find ourselves mesmerized during her grooming. Song Qiu pondered whether it was true that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, causing them to perceive her as increasingly lovely. She thought it was merely her own bias, unaware that it stemmed from the nurturing essence of a practitioner, exuding spiritual energy that also nourished her physical form. Look at Our Lady's hands. Aunt Song bathes in milk daily, yet it pales in comparison to how Our Lady washes with fresh water each day. Enough. Fan Yu. Sensing that the conversation was straying far from its original topic, Xin Miao leisurely interrupted. Weren't you saying something about General Feng? Please, enlighten me. Where did you hear this news? Oh, General Feng? Yes, my lady. What I wanted to say is that many young ladies are out today to catch a glimpse of the heir of the Xianping Marquis. Pan Yu, with her spirited nature, animatedly recounted. The heir was not only the successor to the Marquis, but also the Emperor's nephew. Although the Grand Princess had passed, the Xianping Marquis' favor remained strong. The heir had spent years training under General Feng in the northern frontier. With this recent victory, not only was he of noble birth, but he also had impressive military achievements, making him quite the coveted catch. Why, you little gossip, always prying into such matters without a hint of shame, Song Qiu chided. Chapter 5. The Usurpation of Favor by the Illegitimate Sister. For what shame is there? Pan Yu retorted, glancing at Xin Miao. I do this for your sake. The status of the Xianping Marquis' household is elevated, with no mother-in-law to contend with, and the Marquis often retreats for spiritual cultivation. What a splendid match it would be. If only. Pan Yu's unspoken words hung in the air, leaving no one in doubt about their meaning. Song Qiu felt a sense of helplessness. She too wished for the young lady to secure a good marriage, but as Pan Yu herself admitted, the Xianping Marquis' status was high. High status is both a blessing and a curse. At least for their family, the master had only held a fourth-rank title for many years. How could he possibly have connections within the Marquisate? The heir of the Marquis was someone even a princess could marry. Had there been an eligible princess, the current emperor would have long since made the connection to turn his nephew into his son-in-law. The Marquisate was not simple like the Xian families. Regardless of whether the young lady could marry in, if she did, it would be a daunting plunge into a world of deep waters. From that point on, she would have no choice but to navigate on her own, with the Xian family lacking the means to provide support. Contemplating this made Song Qiu anxious for her young lady's future happiness. Do not concern yourselves with my marital affairs. As Guangyuan Tower came into view, Xin Miao disembarked from the carriage. Matters of marriage must be decided by my parents and a matchmaker. They will surely find me a worthy suitor. Song Qiu, please bring my fan. Xin Miao wrapped herself in a cloak and entered the establishment. Song Qiu lagged slightly behind, seeing Pan Yu eager to follow, and quickly pulled her aside with a hasty admonition. Pan Yu, do refrain from prying into such matters in the future. If others learn of it, they will say our young lady is desperate for marriage and lacks decorum. I understand. Though she nodded in agreement, Pan Yu held a slight grudge within. What young lady does not inquire into such matters? While it is true that a woman should maintain composure, if one does not investigate potential suitors beforehand, one might end up in a regrettable marriage without recourse. Song Qiu's caution stemmed from a desire for the young lady to wed someone of modest standing. But such impoverished households often harbor more scandals, potentially leading to the young lady's misery. My lady, this way please. Xin Miao ascended to the second floor, unaware of the ideological clash brewing between her two maidservants. Even if she were aware, she would not be surprised. In the original narrative, these two served as a contrasting pair. Pan Yu was intent on pushing the original character toward a higher match, while Song Qiu urged caution and restraint, warning that if discovered, the original character would be mired in irredeemable misfortune. Naturally, the original character, eager to climb the social ladder, heeded Pan Yu's words and distanced herself from Song Qiu. Ultimately, when the original character faced disgrace, it was the trusted Pan Yu who turned against her, while Song Qiu remained steadfastly by her side. Upon witnessing this, the protagonist Xian pair lamented Song Qiu's loyalty, feeling pity for her unwavering dedication to a foolish and treacherous mistress. This storyline was designed to illustrate the original character's poor judgment in discerning people. Unlike the wise and astute protagonist who could navigate loyalty and treachery with finesse. Pan Yu, Song Qiu, what are you discussing? Hurry and catch up. As Xin Miao reached the second floor, she glanced back. Yes, my lady, we are coming. The two paused their conversation and quickly followed suit. Pan Yu positioned herself at Xin Miao's left side, carefully lifting her skirt. Xin Miao cast a languid glance her way without uttering a word. Regardless of the original narrative, Pan Yu is indeed loyal in this moment. Here they come, here they come. Just as the meal reached its height, a chorus of cheers erupted from outside. Pan Yu flung open the window, peering down at the street, her excitement palpable. My lady, they are here. The city gates have opened. The army is arriving. The common folk, initially clamoring to witness the spectacle, fell silent as the disciplined army approached, their imposing presence instilling a sense of awe. Leading the charge was General Feng, his hair flecked with silver, yet still exuding vigor. However, the most striking figure was the young man riding behind him. Even in the presence of General Feng, this dashing figure with an air of confidence commanded the crowd's attention. He rode a magnificent steed, his expression inscrutable, brows slightly furrowed, seemingly impatient with a warm welcome. By all accounts, given his age, it would be more fitting to refer to him as a youth. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, combined with his tall and imposing stature, emanate an aura that is truly extraordinary, incomparable to the ordinary youths of the capital. Miss, that is indeed the heir of the Xianping Marquis, the very man who has made all the young ladies of the capital forsake their modesty to come and behold him is none other than Xianping Marquis' heir, Huijing. Numerous maidens, adorned with fragrant sachets and floral branches, are too intimidated by Huijing's presence to dare throw anything at him. Suddenly, perhaps due to a slip of the hand from one of the girls, a sachet tumbles from the second floor. This incident acts as a signal. With the first brave soul taking the plunge, the others find their courage. In the blink of an eye, countless sachets and handkerchiefs are hurled towards Huijing, overwhelming him with a barrage of scented tokens. Ha ha! Seeing this spectacle, General Feng leads the laughter. Feng, and you truly attract the favor of these young ladies. Upon returning to the capital, your family ought to arrange a betrothal for you, lest all the families compete for such a fine son-in-law. If only I had a daughter, I would seize the opportunity myself. Ha ha ha! The general's jest fills the air. Huijing brushes away the objects clinging to his armor. Despite receiving such commendation from General Feng, he displays no sign of pride, maintaining a stern demeanor, entirely unmoved. General Feng internally nods and shakes his head. A fine young man indeed, but alas, the Hui family's son is too cold in temperament. Were I to be his father, I fear I would struggle to endure such a son. Miss, the Xianping Marquis' heir is truly handsome. One maid remarks, he possesses a noble lineage, striking appearance, and remarkable abilities, making him a fitting match for our young lady. After expressing her admiration, she glances at the ongoing spectacle of sachets being thrown at Huijing. Pouting slightly, these girls are utterly unrestrained. What does throwing handkerchiefs matter? The Xianping Marquis' heir would never look their way. Xin Miao lightly taps the maid's forehead, smiling as she responds, you mustn't speak such things. He looks down upon others, including your young lady. How can they be compared? The maid retorts, you possess beauty and a commendable character. While your family may not match the grandeur of the Xianping Marquis' estate, you are still the daughter of a fourth-rank official, perfectly suitable for the heir. I am not that remarkable, Xin Miao replies with a gentle shake of her head, choosing not to dispute the matter any further. In the original narrative, the maid was merely a fence-sitter, yet she now stands as a loyal supporter. Originally, Xin Miao intended to dismiss this former traitor, but now, she finds herself pleased by the turn of events. Chapter 6. The unwarranted favor of a half-sister. The system observes. Huijing appears quite astute. Why did he not investigate the identity of his savior in the original story? The original character merely presented a jade pendant, and he was easily deceived. Do not speculate on the power of the narrative. Since Huijing's arrival, the system has become increasingly agitated, urging Xin Miao to throw her handkerchief. Host, hurry. You must throw something. He is about to walk away. Xin Miao remains still. I am his savior. There is no need for such actions. System, you are a false savior. Do you not find Huijing's predicament, being buried in handkerchiefs and sachets, amusing? Observing his cold, handsome face, fraught with impatience and helplessness, makes Xin Miao chuckle heartily. The system, witnessing Huijing retreating further away, feels a sense of despair. However, just as he is about to turn the corner, Xin Miao accidentally drops her round fan from the window. Instantly, a pair of sharp eyes dart towards the second floor, scanning the crowd. Unlike the lightweight handkerchiefs and sachets, this fan is a substantial object. Huijing, noticing from the corner of his eye, instinctively looks over to prevent any underhanded schemes. He is indeed a vigilant protagonist. Xin Miao smiles softly, feigning a hint of regret as she instructs the maid to close the window. Miss Huijing just looked over. Was it directed at you? The maid asks, excitement evident in her expression. It was my fan that fell, Xin Miao clarifies, with so many sachets and handkerchiefs thrown at him. Yet he only noticed your fan. Surely that indicates a connection between you two. Xin Miao chuckles lightly. Let's consider it a connection between the main character and the malicious female counterpart. How could it not be deemed a connection? Young master, seeing Huijing halt his horse. His aide softly urges him, noting that General Feng and the others have moved ahead. We should catch up. Huijing responds, casting one last glance at the tightly shut window before riding away. The aide follows his gaze, seeing nothing. Who caught the young master's attention? Perhaps some noble young lady? As this thought crosses his mind, he cannot help but chuckle. While others may have a chance, the young master is known to be as cold as ice, having never acknowledged the affections of the maidens who admired him during his time in the northern border. He is at an age brimming with vigor, yet his demeanor remains composed and unyielding. It is hard to envision him ever softening. It must have been a young lady he noticed. I distinctly saw him glance this way. Upon returning home, Huijing becomes a frequent topic of conversation in Xin Miao's courtyard, primarily due to the maid's incessant remarks, as she eagerly anticipates Huijing becoming their future son-in-law. This ongoing chatter eventually reaches the ears of concubine 1. Xin Miao, what are your thoughts on the shimping marquise air? Leaning against concubine 1's shoulder, Xin Miao was enjoying the soft embrace when the unexpected mention of Huijing startled her. Mother, why do you ask this? She sits up, her expression innocent and bewildered. What a performance. Since that day, the system has discerned that the host is quite the pretender, harboring deep thoughts. She had clearly planned to drop the fan to attract the male lead's attention. Yet she feigns nonchalance, acting as if it were a mere coincidence. System. Foolish girl. Why not speak the truth in front of your mother? Concubine 1 playfully pinches her daughter's nose, smiling as she continues. I heard you went out the other day. The maid mentioned that the shimping marquise air glanced at you when he passed by. Of course it was the maid who said that. Xin Miao's cheeks flushed slightly vexed. Does she truly believe he took notice of me? Why not? Concubine 1 expresses unwavering confidence in her daughter. Xin Miao, covering her face in feigned shyness, mumbles, Mother, please do not say such things. Witnessing concubine 1's attitude, Xin Miao raises an eyebrow. No wonder in the original narrative, a lie so easily debunked could lead to the protagonist's unwarranted claim of gratitude, with the maid and her mother supporting her aspirations to marry into the Marquis's estate. Constantly encouraging her, it is no surprise she becomes influenced. My daughter, tell me, what do you think of the shimping Marquis's heir? Naturally, he possesses all virtues. Xin Miao whispers, her voice barely audible, as if shyly admitting, his family background is impeccable, his looks are striking. He is perfect in every way. Observing her daughter's demeanor, concubine 1 cannot help but smile. Such a fine young man would make an excellent son-in-law. Mother, as her daughter blushes with embarrassment, concubine 1 wisely changes the subject. My dear, do you know that Shao Qian and the shimping Marquis's heir are acquainted? With a target now in sight, concubine 1 begins to contemplate practical matters. Acquainted? How could they possibly know each other? Xin Miao lifts her head, puzzled. One is a scholar, the other a warrior, and the heir has just returned from the northern border. Your mother heard it from the old lady. Concubine 1 explains slowly. It turns out that among Shao Qian's classmates, there is a Hua family descendant. Following Huijing's victorious return, families in the capital naturally sought to foster connections between the younger generation and him. During a recent banquet, Shao Qian attended as well. However, such a superficial acquaintance. Mother, Huijing likely does not even know my brother's name. Does it matter? Concubine 1 gently squeezes her daughter's hand. Do not underestimate these convoluted connections. That is how relationships are formed. Once upon a time, I was merely a distant, impoverished relative to the old lady. Yet, through that connection, I married Xing Changgong, and for many years, I have lived comfortably under the old lady's protection. Although she was merely a concubine, in the absence of a legitimate wife, when Yin Yang, being the most esteemed among the concubines, held a status akin to that of a lady of the house. Reflecting upon her circumstances, when Yin Yang could not help but lament her fate. During their journey to the capital, the Xian family had been beset by robbers, resulting in the master sustaining injuries. The physician diagnosed that these injuries would affect his progeny, making it unlikely for him to father children in the future. This news struck like a bolt from the blue. The matriarch wept bitterly, and the concubines fell silent, feeling hopeless about their futures. Undoubtedly, the most tormented was Xin Chonggong himself. In his despair, he resolved not to take another wife, choosing instead to cultivate the persona of a mourning husband. Initially, Wen Yinyang had felt frustrated and sorrowful, but upon reflection, she realized that despite having only one child, Miao Miao, her years had been spent in comfort and ease, without the pressure of a legitimate wife. The concubines were spared the competition for favor and offspring. Let me ponder this, mother. Very well, think it over carefully. When Yinyang gently stroked her daughter's hair and said, in a few days, when the weather clears, Miao Miao, you shall accompany me for a spring outing. Although the heir of the Xianping Marquis is commendable, we must not restrict ourselves to him alone. We ought to keep an eye on other eligible young men in the capital. Chapter 7. The Scheming Half-Sister Miss. Do mind your step. There are many pebbles here. The weather was splendid today, and the outskirts of the city were bustling with carriages, as young gentlemen and ladies flocked here not only for spring outings but also for matchmaking. In the absence of a matriarch, it was customary for Wen Yinyang to bring her 2 daughters to such informal gatherings. Naturally, in formal occasions, the matriarch would take charge personally. Where's the second young lady? Xin Miao Miao glanced around but did not spot her sister. However, it was not surprising. The main character often encountered extraordinary adventures and could not always be found by the supporting cast. The second young lady. Song Xiao turned back but did not see Xin Pei'er or her maidservants. The second young lady disliked such gatherings and likely preferred solitude. Each time we are in such situations, the second young lady retreats to a corner. Although she is my sister, it is unreasonable for me to always take care of her, said Pan Yue, supporting Xin Miao Miao's hand with a smile. Xin Shaoqian was yet to take a wife, and the 2 daughters of the Xin family served as its facade. Pan Yue was lamenting that Xin Pei'er shirk her social responsibilities, choosing instead to hide away. Xin Miao Miao Juke. My sister does not enjoy such occasions. Naturally, I must bear a bit more. Alas, miss, you are far too kind-hearted. The system. The host truly excels at performance, portraying the sweet facade of the supporting character while concealing treachery within, exuding an air of innocence. Who? Upon hearing a sharp sound, Huijing immediately sat up, his keen gaze piercing through the flowering thicket. Since his return to the capital, his marriage had become a matter of great importance for the Xianping Marquis' household. Observing his disinterest in female company, the household felt a mix of joy and concern. While it was commendable that he did not indulge like a debauched youth, his demeanor was too austere, lacking the vibrancy of youth. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Pressured by his elders to venture out for a spring outing, Huijing felt reluctant. Yet he could not refuse their sincere intentions, so he complied. However, upon arrival, he retreated to the back hills to bask in the sun. Realizing he had been discovered, Xin Pei'er slowly emerged from the foliage, an apologetic expression on her face. I did not mean to disturb you. I thought no one was here. If you are aware of the disturbance, why do you not leave promptly? Huijing replied coldly, his expression devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, Xin Pei'er recognized that he was not one to be trifled with. She lowered her gaze, avoiding his captivating features, and softly said, I shall take my leave at once. Though this unfamiliar man appeared modestly dressed, eschewing ostentation, the cut of his attire bespoke refinement, not to mention the commanding presence he emanated. Xin Pei'er discerned that he must hail from a distinguished lineage. As she stepped away, just before exiting the secluded area, she could not resist glancing back. Regardless of how she attempted to convince herself rationally, no woman could remain unaffected in the presence of such a man. Yet in that fleeting moment, she witnessed an arrow flying towards them. Be careful, Xin Pei'er cried out in alarm. Huijing had already sensed the impending danger and deftly evaded the projectile. However, a deluge of arrows soon followed. Drawing his sword, he deflected the arrows aimed at him, simultaneously clearing one directed at Xin Pei'er. Run, Huijing commanded without looking back. Coming to her senses, Xin Pei'er recognized that remaining would only hinder him, and she hurriedly fled. Miss, where have you gone? We heard there is a dead body ahead. It is too frightening. We must return to the manor. Finally spotting Xin Pei'er, the maidservants heaved a sigh of relief. They pulled her away, and Xin Pei'er found no opportunity to seek assistance for Hui Jing in the back hills. Just as they approached the carriage, a piercing scream pierced the air. Masked figures in dark clothing appeared, indiscriminately attacking anyone in sight. The scene erupted into chaos. Xin Miao and her maidservants were swept apart, frantically fleeing toward the riverbank. Meanwhile, Xin Miao and her companions, Song Xiao and Pan Yue, also found themselves engulfed by the crowd, leaving her alone. Host, the main character, is ahead to the right. Follow her quickly. In this turmoil on the outskirts of the capital, Hui Jing will unexpectedly sustain injuries and lose consciousness by the riverbank. The main character will tend to him, and according to the original plot, this act of kindness will be attributed to you. The system, perusing the storyline, felt increasingly disheartened. This is far too convoluted. Once your deception is exposed, it will be difficult for the male lead to harbor any affection for you. How could you possibly gain his love? Choosing to disregard the narrative, the system decided to shut itself off. Let it be. By the riverside, watching Xin Miao care for the injured Hui Jing, Xin Miao mused. Xin Miao truly did not resemble a sheltered young lady. She fearlessly approached gruesome scenes and rushed forward without hesitation. Truly, this is the essence of genuine affection. Finding a clean, flat rock, Xin Miao sat down to wait. Host, shortly, Xin Miao will seek herbs, and then it will be your moment to enter the scene. The system, having promised to self-isolate, re-emerged reluctantly. How could a young lady from a respectable household possess knowledge of herbs? System, that is of no consequence. Indeed, not long after, Xin Miao rose to leave. Hurry, host, do not rush me. Xin Miao strolled leisurely toward Hui Jing. Observing him, he was covered in blood, his handsome face pale. Even in slumber, his brow was furrowed, whether from pain or irritation was uncertain. My lord. Hui Jing heard a gentle voice calling him, rousing from the depths of darkness. He struggled to open his eyes. My lord, how do you fare? You have sustained grave injuries. A delicate fingertip grazed Hui Jing's cheek, brushing aside his disheveled hair. Despite the agony of his wounds, he acutely felt the subtle touch, like a soft breeze tracing the surface of a lake. It is you, he coughed. Before him was a visage of exquisite beauty, her wide eyes filled with concern and urgency. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and blood stained her clothing. Yet she feigned calmness despite the underlying panic. Noticing that his wounds had been hastily tended to, Hui Jing exhaled slowly. Did you save me? The young woman paused, biting her lip before softly responding, I did not do much. Although her method of staunching the bleeding was rudimentary at this moment, any effort to minimize his blood loss was tantamount to saving his life. Hui Jing closed his eyes momentarily to alleviate his dizziness. When he reopened them, he gestured for the young woman to retrieve the object tucked at his waist. Is this it? Blow into it. Xin Miao held the delicate horn, tentatively blowing into it, producing a sound akin to a bird song. The melody seamlessly blended with the sounds of nature, and she gazed at Hui Jing in astonishment. Someone will come soon. Upon uttering these words, Hui Jing was about to close his eyes for a moment of respite when a warm light suddenly flashed in his peripheral vision. What could this be? Hui Jing abruptly opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the woman's waist. Is it this? Xin Miao picked up the jade pendant she was wearing, feigning ignorance. It's just a jade pendant. Hui Jing was well aware it was a jade pendant. Yet its familiarity was striking, as its design and texture resembled one he had once gifted away. Upon noticing the inscription on the pendant, which read Feng, Hui Jing regained his composure. He gazed deeply at the woman, realizing that she had saved him not once, but twice. Chapter 8. The unwarranted gratitude of the half-sister Hui Jing was not mistaken. Before long, someone indeed arrived. Your Grace, the young master is injured. Quick, come. His subordinates rushed in, and Hui Jing was finally relieved from his position on the ground. They swiftly tended to his wounds and bandaged him. After taking a pill, he could manage to stand with some effort. Xin Miao watched from the side, raising an eyebrow at Hui Jing's capable men, who were trained both in combat and medicine. While waiting for the others, Hui Jing had already gleaned Xin Miao's identity through casual conversation. 9 years ago, passing through the territory of Sangzhou, bandits had ambushed a severely injured youth. Each detail aligned perfectly. At that moment, as he observed the woman standing awkwardly beside him, Hui Jing felt an inexplicable emotion stir within him. What kind of fate was this? Rarely had he encountered misfortune twice, only to find her present both times. Even on the day the victorious army returned to the capital, amidst the throngs of people, he had looked up and only seen her among the multitude. The street was tumultuous, yet she stood out like a precious gem, capturing his gaze with her gentle smile. If Xin Miao were to know of Hu Jing's thoughts, she would undoubtedly agree. Their connection was undeniable. The first time he was rescued by the heroine, she was there. The second time, despite all calls failing to awaken him, her voice alone had roused him. Though these coincidences were orchestrated to advance the plot and bolster the malicious intentions of the antagonistic female character, could they not be seen as a form of destiny? First, take her home, Hu Jing instructed his subordinates. Yes, they responded, approaching Xin Miao respectfully. Miss Xin, the Xin residence is looking for you. We shall escort you home. Knowing that this esteemed young lady had saved the young master, Hu Jing's subordinates were filled with gratitude. Thank you for your trouble, Xin Miao replied softly. After taking a few steps, she suddenly halted and turned back to Hu Jing, who still stood in place. Your Grace. As the evening breeze tousled her hair, the fading light illuminated her delicate profile, her dark eyes gleaming with clarity. She gently inquired, will I be able to see the young master again? Hu Jing's subordinates safely delivered Xin Miao to her home. Upon her return, the doorman was overjoyed and immediately sent a servant to report her safety. Miss Xin, the young master will visit to express his gratitude. Xin Miao waved her hand dismissively. It's not a significant matter. I truly did not do much. You saved the young master's life. How could that not be significant? This subordinate, more akin to a steward than a guard, chuckled at her modesty. Your kindness towards the young master is remembered by the Marquis of Schwamping's household. Please do not decline. Moreover, if you wish to see the young master again, you will naturally encounter him when he comes to express his thanks. Upon hearing this, Xin Miao fell silent, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Observing her reaction, Uncle Zhong understood, a deeper smile forming on his face. Although the day had been fraught with peril for the young master, it was not without its silver linings, particularly the presence of this young lady from the Xin family. When Uncle Zhong arrived by the river, he immediately noted the scene of the two engaged in conversation. When had the young master ever been so patient with a woman? Whether through heroism or beauty, such tales were always commendable. Uncle Zhong mused that the Marquis of Schwamping's household would soon have a young mistress. Miao, the doorman sent someone inside to report, and shortly after, Antwin rushed out in a flurry. Uncle Zhong, witnessing this scene, bowed respectfully to the elderly matriarch and briefly conveyed the situation before taking his leave. Upon seeing the bloodstains on Xin Miao's clothing, Antwin embraced her, weeping. It's all my fault. Had I known, I would have stayed by your side, ensuring you did not walk alone. Enough. Watching Uncle Zhong depart, the matriarch approached, interrupting Antwin's lamentations. Isn't it a relief that nothing serious occurred? If you continue to cry, you might weep away Miao's fortune. Today, such a major incident occurred in the capital, resulting in numerous casualties. The fact that my granddaughter returned safely after going missing is already a stroke of luck. The matriarch felt a profound sense of relief, yet her demeanor remained composed. Unlike Antwin's overt display of emotion, let us all return inside, close the door, and prevent outsiders from witnessing the spectacle. In the Marquis of Schwamping's residence, the physician was tending to Hu Jing's wounds. The rudimentary treatment by the riverside was insufficient. Upon returning home, a thorough examination was necessary to avoid any lingering complications. Your Grace, Uncle Zhong entered, observing Hu Jing seated by the low couch, and reported, the group that attempted to assassinate you is connected to the northern tribes. They are unwilling to accept their recent defeat and dare to resort to such drastic measures. As for the masked individuals who suddenly appeared, their primary targets were the dignitaries of the capital. The Minister of Justice is conducting a thorough investigation. We are also probing whether they are in league with the northern tribes or merely coincidental. Hu Jing opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Then let us investigate. What is often deemed coincidence is typically the result of meticulous planning. How could there be so many? The word destiny rolled around on his tongue. Hu Jing paused, an image of bright eyes unexpectedly surfacing in his mind. Your Grace? Your Grace? Uncle Zhong looked up in confusion. Hu Jing snapped back to reality, maintaining a stoic expression as he continued issuing commands. Yes, we shall remember. Uncle Zhong nodded gravely. Your Grace, Do you have any further instructions? Uncle Zhong inquired, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, Hu Jing looked at him, as though he did indeed have something to request. Your Grace? After a moment, Hu Jing's voice slowly emerged. Did you escort her home? Uncle Zhong, being a seasoned individual, immediately recognized whom he referred to. The young master was indeed showing a different regard for the young lady from the Xian family. Witnessing this budding affection, Uncle Zhong felt a surge of joy. Yes, she was escorted home. He then vividly recounted the scene of Xin Miao's return, particularly emphasizing her shyness and delight upon hearing that Hu Jing would visit the Xian residence. Your Grace, since Miss Xian saved you, her kindness to our household deserves substantial acknowledgement. Not necessary. Noticing Uncle Zhong's astonished expression, Hu Jing replied nonchalantly. While the gratitude can be amplified, there is no need to overly emphasize the life-saving aspect. Why is that? Uncle Zhong pondered briefly before grasping the underlying reasoning. The young master wished to avoid attracting too much attention to Miss Xian. After all, in the wake of today's events, the capital would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. Given the young master's many enemies, Miss Xian bearing the title of savior could potentially bring her trouble. Understanding this, Uncle Zhong regarded his master with a glimmer of teasing in his gaze. The young master's considerations were so meticulous, showing great thoughtfulness towards Miss Xian. Perceiving Uncle Zhong's look, Hu Jing raised his hand, signaling him to leave. I am merely repaying a kindness. It is strange that these people overthink. Chapter 9. The unwarranted gratitude of the half-sister at the Xian residence. Xin Miao had finished washing up and changed into clean clothes, cradled affectionately by Aunt Wen. Today had been exceedingly perilous. When Aunt Wen, protected by servants, returned home and learned her daughter was still missing, she nearly fainted. Fortunately, her daughter was blessed, returning safely, albeit a bit shaken. After Aunt Wen's affectionate embrace, the matriarch called Xin Miao over, cradling her in her arms and calling her my dear. Xin Miao was the first child of the Xian family and the matriarch's first grandchild, thus holding a unique place in her heart. Although Xin Pei'er was also her granddaughter. After Xin Miao's birth, the matriarch had already welcomed one granddaughter, making her long for a grandson even more. At that time, the elderly matriarch urged Xin Pei'er's mother incessantly, eager for her daughter-in-law to bear a legitimate grandson. However, before a grandchild could be conceived, Xin Pei'er's mother succumbed to illness. To Xin Miao, it seemed that her mother had effectively drunk herself to death, consuming various folk remedies in her desperate quest for a child, ultimately damaging her health. A mere bout of wind and cold claimed her life prematurely. As for her father, Xin Miao glanced around and looked up at the elderly lady. Your father has gone to the official court. With such a significant event unfolding in the capital today, all officials are preoccupied. Senior officials are being reprimanded by the emperor, while lower-ranking officials face their superior's wrath, and once the scolding concludes, they must hasten to fulfill their duties. And what of my sister? Xin Miao was well aware that Xin Pei'er had returned, but the elderly lady was oblivious to her knowledge. You speak of Pei'er. She has returned long ago. The elderly lady tenderly stroked her granddaughter's hair, noting that the girl seemed to be in a daze, insisting on returning to save someone. In such chaos, with so many lives lost, who could we possibly save? Who deserved saving? She was luckier than you. She was found by someone from our household and brought back. Yet, now, this girl was sulking, claiming that no one in the household listened to her, that they did not regard her as their mistress. At this point, the elderly lady shook her head, her expression darkening. While she claimed the girl was merely dazed, it was truly a cover-up for her granddaughter's behavior. A young lady insisting on rescuing someone, particularly a young man, was quite curious. Could it be a romantic interest? Upon realizing this, the elderly lady quickly silenced Xin Pei'er, hastening her back to her room. Rescue someone? If that person is dead, it would save Xian family's daughter from disgrace. Aunt, please do not worry. The second young lady has only momentarily lost her way. Once she regains her senses, she will understand your intentions. Aunt One, having accompanied the elderly lady for decades, was familiar with her expressions. Noticing her distress, she immediately offered soothing words. You are indeed considerate. The elderly lady's expression softened as she glanced at Aunt One, gently patting her granddaughter in her embrace. It was no wonder she favored Aunt One among her concubines and cherished Xin Miao more than others. Aunt One was not only her niece, but also possessed a pleasing manner of speech. Living in the confines of the grand residence all day, it was natural that she favored those who resonated with her. "My dear, do eat something. Take it away." "I will not eat." Even when he usually favored Chuanxi urged her, Xian showed no gratitude. "My lady, if you do not eat, what will become of your health? If I become ill, so be it. No one cares for me anyway. How can anyone not care for you? If they knew you were not eating, the master and madam would be extremely worried." "Worried? Where's their concern?" Xian retorted with a cold laugh. "Not a single person has come to see me." Seeing Xian descend into despair, Chuanxi hurried to clarify. "My lady, the master is not neglecting you. He is simply not at home. As for the madam, she was overjoyed when you returned today." "Oh, and where is she now?" Chuanxi was rendered speechless. At this point, Chuanxi understood they had ventured into familiar territory. It was not the master and madam she was truly upset with. Her real grievance lay with her elder sister. "Speak up, Chuanxi, why are you silent?" Xian cheeks flushed with anger. "Is she not in my half-sister's courtyard? What is there to hide?" "My lady." Chuanxi attempted to persuade her further, but Xian stood up, heedlessly pushing her out. "Go away, all of you. My lady, please listen to me." With a sharp clap, Xian slammed the door shut. After expelling everyone, she turned and collapsed onto the table, weeping. Why was her life so miserable, so filled with suffering? In this household, everyone favored Xin Miao. Not only did she receive the affection of Aunt One, but also that of her father and grandmother. Xian buried her head on the table, overwhelmed by sorrow and despair. For years, she had possessed nothing unique to herself, always yielding and accommodating. Today, in her desire to save a life, she was forcibly brought back by the household servants. Was she not still the mistress of the house? Was she still the second young lady? These servants completely disregarded her. And her grandmother? All she knew was to favor her niece, to favor the child born of Aunt One, Xin Miao. Meanwhile, as her granddaughter, she was callously shut away, her dignity trampled upon before the lower servants. The thought of it sent Xian into a deeper sorrow. In this family, she felt no warmth whatsoever. She longed to leave, but where could a woman go once she left home? It seemed the only escape was through marriage. A cold, stern visage flashed through her mind, and Xian found herself lost in thought, a peculiar mix of emotions rising within her, both bitter and sweet. Amidst the chaos of the day, he remained unflinching, even able to extend a hand to protect her. He bore an aura of indomitable strength, an embodiment of a true man. Simultaneously, he exuded a distinguished grace, with sharp brows and bright eyes, all wrapped in an air of aloofness. Xian recognized that his background was certainly extraordinary. If she were more rational, she would not continue to dwell on him. Yet, she found herself powerless to control her heart. Any woman, faced with such a situation and a man willing to shield her, would likely find it difficult not to develop feelings. Momentarily setting aside her troubles, Xian was preoccupied with thoughts of this man, with whom she had only exchanged a fleeting glance. Who was he? What was his name? Had he been rescued after sustaining such grave injuries? Following the turmoil in the outskirts, security in the capital became significantly heightened. Xin Miao had expected that Huijing would recuperate before expressing his gratitude. Yet to her surprise, on the third day, he discreetly visited the Xian family. The heir? Upon hearing of Huijing's visit, everyone in the Xian household was astounded. The elderly lady glanced at Xin Miao, whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment, a wave of speculation washing over her. That day, Uncle Zhong had not elaborated, merely stating he would visit after some time. As she recalled her granddaughter's blood-stained garments, the elderly lady had already formed a conclusion. However, with Huijing's arrival today, her granddaughter's demeanor as a young lady was so striking. It sparked another unreliable conjecture in her mind. Unaware of the reason for the heir's visit, Xian Changong approached, utterly bewildered. For several days, he had nearly lived at the official court and had no knowledge of the series of events that had transpired within the household. He only knew that both his daughters had returned home safely, oblivious to the fact that his elder daughter had been escorted back by someone from the Marquis of Xianping's residence. There is no need for excessive courtesy, my lord. Once they entered the inner hall and dismissed the servants, Huijing carefully recounted the events of that day, expressing his gratitude for Xin Miao's compassionate assistance, without which he might not have escaped peril. Is that so? Xian Changgong was taken aback. The elderly lady also turned her gaze toward her granddaughter, finding Hu Jing's words resonating with her earlier assumptions. Aunt Wen gripped her daughter's hand tightly, filled with concern. This girl was indeed reckless. It was evident that someone was attempting to assassinate the heir of the Marquis of Xianping, yet she had bravely rushed to his aid. What if the assassins had turned back to strike? Aunt Wen felt a pang of fear. In truth, I did not do much. The heir's subordinates arrived promptly. Xin Miao gently patted Aunt Wen's hand, attempting to soothe her. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she lifted her gaze, inadvertently meeting Hu Jing's steady stare. His deep, dark eyes, filled with profound melancholy, were fixed upon her. While everyone else was taken aback, he had been quietly observing her for an unknown duration. Their eyes locked, and she felt a sudden warmth, quickly averting her gaze. A fleeting blush graced her delicate cheeks, reminiscent of a flower glistening with dew, tender and vibrant. She harbored feelings for him. Perceiving this signal, Hu Jing's fingers twitched, and a peculiar emotion stirred within him. He had come merely to express gratitude. It seemed to deepen her misunderstanding. Reflecting on Uncle Zhong's incessant musings about marriage and settling down, Hu Jing withdrew his gaze, feeling an unusual sense of discomfort. It was entirely Uncle Zhong's fault for constantly bringing it up, which led him to ponder such frivolous matters. After expressing his gratitude with a gift, Hu Jing swiftly prepared to take his leave. Before departing, he admonished the Xian family not to flaunt the matter of his life-saving favor. Their mutual understanding sufficed. The young master is quite considerate, Xian Changgong remarked, acknowledging the sentiment. Xian Changgong, smiling, intended to see Hu Jing off, but was halted by his mother. Miaoer, why don't you accompany the young master? The elderly matriarch gazed at her granddaughter, her eyes betraying an understanding of the situation. Has the young master's injury healed? Much improved, he replied. What else does she wish to inquire? Hu Jing felt an inexplicable restlessness. From a moment the matriarch suggested that Miaoer escort him. He discerned her intentions. Although outsiders perceived him as indifferent to the fairer sex, this did not imply a lack of understanding regarding matters of love. On the contrary, he was quite astute in navigating social intricacies. From Uncle Zhong to the matriarch, the good-natured teasing was evident to him. Yet, the most apparent truth lay in the woman before him. She harbored feelings for him. On the day the army returned, she expressed her admiration akin to other women, and in a flustered moment, mistakenly tossed a handkerchief instead of a fan. On the day of the outing to the outskirts of the capital, this delicate maiden, who had never witnessed blood, bravely tended to his wounds despite her fear. What would you like to say? Seeing her hesitance to speak, Hu Jing could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to face her. As they stood before each other, she was startled, her cheeks flushing crimson. Young master, yes? Do you have someone you hold dear? Hu Jing paused, his expression faltering. No. Then, young master. Realizing the direction of her words, Hu Jing's breath quickened. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying her delicate fragrance, but unfortunately, her soft voice was drowned out by the wind. A hint of frustration crossed her face. Having summoned her courage, she found herself at a loss for words. Young master, I shall see you off. Let's go. She turned to lead the way, and from her silhouette, Hu Jing could sense her embarrassment. Has the young master returned? On this visit to the Xian family, Uncle Zhong was not present. However, upon seeing Hu Jing's return, he quickly approached, subtly inquiring for details. Did you encounter Miss Xian? Did you speak with her? Did she receive the gift? Uncle Zhong, Hu Jing replied with a stoic expression, casting a glance back. Uncle Zhong immediately fell silent. While he enjoyed jesting, he recognized Hu Jing as a superior and dared not overstep. Observing Hu Jing's calm demeanor, Uncle Zhong sighed inwardly. It seemed there was no romantic interest from the young master toward Miss Xian. Hu Jing entered his study, unsheathing his sword to meticulously clean it. A maid entered, carefully placing a teacup before him without making a sound. The young master was not one to tolerate disturbances, especially in his study. After setting the tea, the maid prepared to leave, but inadvertently caught a glimpse and, startled, knocked over a brush. A cold glare met her. Are you not going to leave? Yes, yes. Young master. The maid hurriedly gathered her tray and exited, exhaling a sigh of relief once outside. The young master seemed to be in good spirits today. In recalling what she had witnessed earlier, she felt a mix of surprise and curiosity about his thoughts. Absently polishing the sword's hilt, Hu Jing's lips curved into a subtle smile as a thought crossed his mind. Host, you are in trouble. As the plot unfolded, the system lamented daily. Look, look, today Hu Jing came, and he displayed no interest in you whatsoever. Do you understand? In the original plot, Hu Jing, upon learning of his lifesaver's identity, promptly proposed. Yet here, he displays no reaction at all. Xin Miao lay languidly on a couch, responding with a leisurely tone. Am I not following the plot? How could it diverge from the original? Of course it will differ. Do you comprehend the butterfly effect? Different actions by the same person can lead to vastly different outcomes, let alone the fact that the protagonist has changed. While the system mandates adherence to the original plot framework, certain critical junctures must remain unchanged, allowing for various nuances and detail. You have indeed completed the vital juncture of claiming the life-saving favor, yet in terms of pursuing the male lead, you have made no progress. The system's despair deepened. At this rate, it is worse than the original plot. At least in that scenario, Hu Jing proposed early on. And then, what follows? He became engaged to the female antagonist. Subsequently, when the female antagonist was exposed for claiming the life-saving favor, the engagement shifted from her to the female lead. Chapter 11. The half-sister's appropriation of gratitude. What is Hu Jing's intention? Does he seek a wife? Or does he wish to marry his lifesaver? Xin Miao mused as she peeled a grape. It seems he cares little for who his wife is. He simply desires to wed his lifesaver, thus fulfilling his debt of gratitude while simultaneously evading marriage pressure. The system faltered momentarily. Regardless of the original plot, just look at your current situation. Where's your progress? How is there no progress? Where's the progress? Xin Miao chuckled softly, savoring the peeled grape. Of course. Within Hu Jing's heart. Today, as the breeze swept in, Hu Jing focused intently on her lips, discerning her unspoken words despite the silence. He was fully aware of her feelings, having heard her unvoiced confession, yet he chose to feign ignorance. Let him pretend. After all, I'm not in a hurry. Miss, Song Chio entered. Your grandmother has requested your presence. Is that so? Then let us go. Xin Miao rose. Grandmother? The maid lifted the curtain as Xin Miao entered. Mother is here as well? Upon seeing her mother, Xin Miao's face brightened, and she approached eagerly. What brings you both here, waiting for me? Come here, child. The matriarch beckoned, pulling Xin Miao to sit beside her. What is the matter? Why do you and mother appear so expectant? Child, today the young master of the Xianping Marquis visited our home. Are you not quite pleased? Mother. Xin Miao's face flushed crimson, and she cast a shy glance at her mother. Do not blame your mother. She did not inform me. I merely observed. Seeing her granddaughter's bashful demeanor, the matriarch understood perfectly. The moment the young master stepped through the door, your gaze was fixed upon him. Even if my eyesight were failing, I could still see that clearly. The female cousin chimed in with a smile. Indeed. You have no idea, a few days ago, I mentioned the young master to this girl, and who would have thought they would share such a fateful connection? Miao has indeed become the young master's lifesaver. The female cousin felt a genuine delight. What does this signify? It means that fortune will favor those who patiently await their moment. Miao is destined to become the wife of a marquis. Initially, these two individuals had no ties, yet after the events in the outskirts, fate has intertwined their paths. The thought of her daughter possibly marrying into the marquis's household, enjoying all the wealth and honor, ignited a fervor within her. Do not get ahead of yourself. The situation is still in its infancy. The matriarch, wise from a lifetime of experience, cautioned. While there exists an opportunity, the Xianping Marquis's household has yet to make any moves. Grandmother, mother, please do not speak further. Xin Miao withdrew her hand, a hint of melancholy crossing her face as she recalled something. You all can perceive my feelings. I refuse to believe that the young master cannot discern them as well. Yet today, as I bid him farewell, he exhibited no sign of acknowledgement. Perhaps he harbors no affection for me, merely refraining from a direct rejection due to social niceties. When Inyang gasped in disbelief, how could this be? Why wouldn't it? Xin Miao zipped. When I previously spoke of him to mother, I held on to a flicker of hope. However, upon truly meeting the young master, my confidence has waned. He is perpetually expressionless, and his demeanor towards me is rather indifferent. I cannot ascertain whether he has any interest in me. Our conversation here is merely an exercise in self-delusion. I am unworthy of him. Seeing her daughter in such sorrow, when Inyang reflected on the events of the day, The young master, indeed, only adhered to the proper courtesies, showing no particular regard for Miao. With a heavy heart, she rushed to console her daughter. My dear, do not be disheartened. The shipping marquis's household is merely one among many. Even without the marquis's son, there are countless admirable young men in the capital. I shall seek out suitable matches for you. Mother. Xin Miao buried her face in Wen Yingyang's embrace, her voice muffled. Is there truly no one better than him? How could there not be? Xin Miao sat up, forcing a smile that bore a tinge of bitterness, which pained Wen Yingyang greatly. Do not comfort me, mother. I see things clearly. She continued. The marquis's family is of high standing, and their gratitude is merely a formality. Should we seek anything further, it would be tantamount to leveraging their kindness for personal gain. Wen Yingyang interjected, Mia. With reddened eyes, Xin Miao picked up a handkerchief to dab at her tear-stained face, managing a faint smile. I am no longer a child. If I do not marry, my sister's prospects will also be jeopardized. Grandmother and mother should seek a suitable match for me. Oh dear! Hearing her daughter's words, Wen Yingyang felt a pang in her heart. My Miao, you are but an unwed girl. Do not worry yourself with such matters. You have both me and your grandmother. Wen Yingyang pulled her daughter into a gentle embrace, tenderly patting her back. You are such a wonderful girl. Whoever you marry will be fortunate. I will find you someone. I promise. The two women held each other close, and in a matter of moments, the previously favored Hu Jing was dismissed from consideration as a future son-in-law. Madame Xin observed silently, her thoughts unspoken. While her granddaughter believed the young master was indifferent, the matriarch's sentiments diverged. Having witnessed the capriciousness of youthful affections, she understood that true disinterest was insurmountable, even for the most skilled matchmaker. Yet the Xianping marquis's son, it was a paragon of privilege, both proud and aloof by nature. Today, from her vantage point, she sensed a notable interest from him towards Miao, extending beyond mere courtesy. Very well, this warrants a lament, Madame Xin remarked, tapping the table softly. Miao is correct. She is of an age where a match must be secured soon. Turning to her granddaughter, she spoke gently. Do not rush, my dear. In a few days, accompany grandmother on an outing, and I shall introduce you to a worthy suitor. Understood? Mama, Xin Miao not that sopti. I will heed grandmother's words. Good child. Madame Xin felt a surge of relief. Her granddaughter was capable of discerning her own path, which reassured her greatly. Despite her own thoughts, Madame Xin chose not to voice them. It was perhaps for the best that her granddaughter's heart remained untroubled. After all, they were still a family of daughters, and it was prudent to keep options open. Coincidentally, an elder sister was due to arrive in the capital soon, with a grandson of a similar age to Miao. The matriarch contemplated a chance meeting for the two young people. Finding a spouse requires meticulous selection. Chapter 12. The unwarranted claim of favor from a half-sister. Early today, Xin Miao set out with her grandmother. Their family was soon to return to the capital. Although her father had been an inspector, this return might see him relegated a rank. Yet, as the saying goes, it is better to hold a 7th-rank position in the capital than to be exiled to a 3rd-rank post. Madame Xin Zima, your mother and I do not wish for you to marry beyond the capital. This arrangement suits us perfectly. And this Master Su Liu was the youngest son of the family. The matriarch gently patted her granddaughter's hand. There is no greater wisdom than first-hand experience. You shall meet him today. If you do not wish to pursue it, grandmother will not force you. Upon disembarking the carriage, they were guided into the inner courtyard by a maid. You finally made it. I thought this old body of mine would cease to function and leave me waiting for you indefinitely, exclaimed Su's matriarch with a laugh. Madame Xin retorted, even if I cannot walk, I'm still better off than you. You are still a few months older than I. Their banter continued, and the two old friends shared a laugh before Su's matriarch approached, taking Xin Miao's hand. Is this your eldest daughter? A truly graceful beauty. You nearly dazzled me. Miao had met Su's matriarch before. Oh, what a good child. Su's matriarch scrutinized the young lady before her, engaging her in conversation. Pleased with her poise and politeness, she concluded, good girl, your sisters are in the back courtyard. Go find them and play. This was a ploy to facilitate a meeting between Xin Miao and Su Liu. Grandmother? Xin Miao glanced back at Madame Xin, who nodded with a smile, encouraging her to proceed to the back. After spending a day as a guest at the Su household, Xin Miao and her grandmother prepared to return home in the late afternoon. What do you think of Su Liu? Madame Xin inquired during their carriage ride home. Su Liu, he is rather pleasant, Xin Miao replied with a smile. Upon her arrival at the back courtyard earlier that day, just as she exchanged a few words with the Su sisters, she unexpectedly encountered Su Liu, who was impatiently heading out, exclaiming, "Whoever wishes to marry me should come forward. Do not arrange anything for me." As he turned, he walked briskly without paying attention, colliding directly with Xin Miao. Naturally, he was aware of the matchmaking intent between their families. Upon realizing the identity of the girl who had stumbled into his embrace, Su Liu quickly recognized her. Xin Miao stepped back, her expression cool. It was well known that his earlier remarks were directed at her, and her annoyance was entirely justified. The atmosphere turned awkward, as several Su sisters stood anxiously, unsure how to diffuse the tension. Su Liu blushed and asked, "Are you the younger sister from the Xian family?" Did he truly say that? Indeed. Ha ha! Madame Xin burst into laughter, her earlier displeasure dissipating. You were quick to dismiss the young ladies, yet here you are, caught off guard by your own words. The matriarch felt a surge of satisfaction as her grandson's attitude shifted, captivated by her granddaughter. However, as her laughter subsided, she regained her composure. It appears that the young man is rather frivolous. His interest seems solely based on your appearance, which explains his sudden change in demeanor. Is that so? Oh, what did Su Liu say? He claimed to have encountered many beautiful girls, yet none have made him feel as I do. Madame Xin pressed, "As you do?" Made him wish to marry me immediately. Such flattery. Madame Xin scoffed, recognizing the typical behavior of the youngest son, adept at sweet talk to curry favor with elders and charm young ladies. Xin Miao offered a wry smile, remaining silent, despite Su Liu's penchant for flowery words. The affection she had garnered could not be fabricated. System, this is quite the challenge. After such a long time in this world, I have finally received a measure of affection. Previously, with Xin Shaoqian, there had been an abundance of affectionate sentiments, yet they remained unattainable, leaving the system feeling bereft. In this world, Xin Shaoqian's identity is deemed insurmountable. According to the system's regulations, the target for collection must align with the current world's ethical standards. Su Liu is indeed a good person. He has contributed so much, the system lamented. If we can collect his affection, our world would not be without gain. Xin Miao pondered whether Su Liu's affection value differed from that of Hua Jing. There is indeed a distinction. The system clarified. Hua Jing's affection is the most valuable. Just a fraction of his affection is equivalent to 10 points from others. Moreover, I can collect Su Liu's affection at any time. But Hua Jing's affection cannot be collected or even detected until it reaches a certain threshold. Upon returning to the Xian residence, Aunt when approached with inquiries. Xin Miao recounted her earlier conversation with the matriarch. Upon hearing this again, the matriarch's anger seemed to dissipate, replaced by other thoughts. "My dear Mia, what do you think of Su Liu?" she inquired. As for grandmother's opinion, while he may lack composure, from your description, he appears to be straightforward and sincere. Xin Miao nodded, listening intently to her grandmother's analysis. Interacting with someone like him is effortless, and I am acquainted with his mother. She is a virtuous woman. If you were to unite with Su Liu, our family would surely support you. The matriarch's words resonated. Observing her obedient granddaughter, she smiled before sighing. However, I am only worried about one thing. As is your mother, our primary concern is whether he will treat you well, and for how long that kindness will last. Overhearing this, the system, noting the continuous accumulation of Su Liu's affection, sighed again. If only Su Liu were the male lead. He genuinely favors a girl like our host. From their first encounter, his affection has been unbroken. At that moment, the system presumed it to be mere coincidence, believing its host had inadvertently captivated Su Liu. It was only after many experiences with Xin Miao that it realized it had unwittingly latched onto a golden opportunity. "Uncle Zhong, what is it you wish to convey?" Uncle Zhong had been sighing for several days. Hua Jing, perceiving an element of theatrics in his demeanor, had largely ignored him. However, upon observing the sincerity in Uncle Zhong's sighs today, curiosity compelled Hua Jing to ask directly. Uncle Zhong sighed deeply. "Young master, when will you take a wife?" "Surely, the eldest princess wishes to see you settle down and have children." Hua Jing replied, "There is no rush." Once again, it was a familiar topic, and Hua Jing lost interest, returning to his reports. Uncle Zhong, unfazed, continued with his lamentations. I previously thought you might unite with the Xian family's daughter, but now she is on the verge of engagement. What a predicament. Are you destined to remain a solitary figure for life? Disappointment weighed heavily on Uncle Zhong's heart. The prospect of a suitable young mistress had vanished. Engaged? Hu Jing paused. Indeed. Uncle Zhong recounted the information he had gathered. It is the youngest son of Su Ancha. Miss Xian has already met with him several times, and both families seem quite pleased. It appears an engagement is imminent. The dimly lit room concealed Hu Jing's expression as he straightened up, his handsome face obscured by shadows. How can they possibly unite? What? Uncle Zhong's ramblings were abruptly interrupted, leaving him bewildered by Hu Jing's words. Hu Jing remained silent, his dark eyes filled with a torrent of emotions as shadows enveloped him. Wasn't he enamored with her? How could she marry another? Grandmother, has my sister's nightmare subsided? In the morning, while greeting the matriarch, Xin Miao, urged by the system, inquired about the female lead. It has been quite some time. Perhaps it is time to release my sister. You do care for her, the matriarch sighed. Recently, Xian Pei'er has been speaking ill of her half-sister and the family elders, which has truly disheartened me. However, I do not intend to mention this in front of you, as they are sisters, and I would not wish for you to harbor discord between them. The matriarch reflected. These past few days should have been enough for her to regain her composure. Miao, please convey my message. From today onward, Pei'er is free to roam. Me? Xian Miao raised an eyebrow internally. Xian Pei'er might not be keen on seeing her. Yes, you shall go. The matriarch sighed again. The sisters have always had a distant relationship, and now, with this animosity, how can they reconcile? If you go personally to lift Pei'er's confinement, they may converse more openly. Pei'er, come out. Grandmother has permitted you to move freely. You need not remain confined any longer. After instructing the servants guarding the courtyard, Xian Miao was about to push the door open when it swung open, revealing Xian Pei'er stepping out. Pei'er, Xian Miao called, approaching with a smile. Do not blame grandmother. She was concerned that your nightmare might harm you, which is why she confined you for a few days. What you say is irrelevant. I am but a junior. How could I blame my elder? Xian Pei'er, having been confined for days, bore deeper grievances against the matriarch and the Xian family. Yet she had learned to mask her emotions. The frustrations she harbored were only whispered to herself, never to be displayed in front of the household, particularly not before her half-sister. That is good. Xian Miao chose to overlook Xian Pei'er's hostility and replied with a calm smile. Grandmother and father are worried about you. Grandmother specifically asked me to come and release you, as she must have missed you these past few days. She specifically sent you to free me? Xian Pei'er felt a surge of indignation. Why summon Xian Miao? Is it to mock me, to highlight my disgrace? The matriarch remained unaware of her granddaughter's deep-seated resentment. Her actions only exacerbated the sister's estrangement. Facing her seemingly amiable half-sister, Xian Pei'er struggled to contain her tumultuous emotions. Xian Miao had bullied her since childhood, openly taking her possessions. And as they grew older, her tactics became more insidious, employing subtle means to undermine her. If Xian Pei'er held grievances against the Xian family, 8 parts of that resentment were directed at Xian Miao. From jewelry and clothing to their father's affection and status within the household, Xian Miao consistently overshadowed her. In her youth, Xian Pei'er had only known to confront her directly, which had drawn the ire of their father and grandmother. After spending some time with her maternal grandparents, receiving guidance from her uncles and aunts, Xian Pei'er gradually tempered her impulsive nature and learned to be cautious in her actions. Her maternal grandmother was right. Sincerity was scarce within the Xian residence. The matriarch's fondness for her daughter did not extend to her granddaughter. As for their father, his affections had cooled, and he doted on Aunt One, further extending his favoritism to Xian Miao. Were she given a choice, Xian Pei'er would prefer to remain in her maternal grandparents' home. There, she was cherished by her grandmother, and her uncles and aunts treated her as their own daughter, providing her with genuine comfort and joy. Xian Miao remained oblivious to Xian Pei'er's inner turmoil. Yet, had she known, she would surely have laughed aloud. The female lead was still too young. If she had truly remained with her maternal family, the daughters of the Zhao family would not have showered her with the same affection as they did now. Over the years, the Zhao family would regularly invite Xian Pei'er to stay for a while. Though the matriarch was reluctant, they capitalized on the pretense of caring for their motherless granddaughter, leaving the Xian family with no grounds for refusal. Each visit to the Zhao family was marked by their feigned sympathy for Xian Pei'er, lamenting her hardships within the Xian household and showering her with affection and consolation. With each annual visit, the rift in Xian Pei'er's heart towards the Xian family deepened, while her connection to her maternal family grew stronger. Why did the Zhao family engage in such schemes? Naturally, there were motives. With only 2 daughters in the Xian family and no male heirs in sight, the Zhao family began to entertain greedy thoughts. Their actions of sowing discord only intensified Xian Pei'er's grievances towards the Xian family. In the original storyline, a pivotal moment unfolds after Xian Pei'er marries, as she confronts her father and grandmother, making them rue their past favoritism. Their cherished Xin Miao faces disgrace for misappropriating favors, while the overlooked Xian Pei'er enjoys a splendid marriage, denying them any advantage. Naturally, the Zhao family, who plotted against the protagonist, meets a fittingly grim fate. In the narrative's conclusion, the protagonist stumbles upon the Zhao family's true nature. In her moment of clarity, she devises a plan that severely weakens the Zhao family, avenging the deceit she endured. Subsequently, she reconciles with her previously scorned father and grandmother, bringing familial warmth to years of emotional absence. Xin Miao raises an eyebrow. Am I the only one unreconciled? You have reconciled as well, host. The system flips through the pages of the storyline. Your scandal of misappropriating favors has tarnished your reputation in the capital, forcing you to marry far away as a county official's consort. Years later, when the county official returns to the capital for duty, you accompany him back to your long unvisited family home. At the Xian residence, you encounter the aged concubine Wen. Witness your courtyard transformed into a garden, and see Xian Pei'er, now the wife of the Marquis of Xianping. Upon seeing your pampered half-sister, a wave of inferiority washes over you, and you hastily depart, unwilling to expose your disheveled life before her. On your journey away from the capital, you glance back at the receding city gates, and tears finally escape, filled with anguish. But it is far too late. Xin Miao? Very well, very reconciled. The venomous half-sister finally realizes she can never surpass her legitimate sister, living in eternal regret. Sister, I hear you are to be betrothed? Although Xian Pei'er has been confined within the courtyard these past days, she remains aware of the happenings outside. For instance, she knows the heir of the Marquis of Xianping has visited the residence. Moreover, she has heard whispers that her half-sister seems to be engaged to the young son of the Su family. But that is not yet the case. Xin Miao smile, meeting Xian Pei'er's inquisitive gaze. They've only exchanged a few glances. Sister should refrain from spreading rumors, lest both families lose face. Chapter 14. The half-sister who misappropriated favors. Since the incident on the outskirts of the capital, the once bustling city has experienced a period of tranquility. With the resolution of the matter, the ominous clouds overhead dissipate, and the capital returns to its former vibrancy. The Princess of Zheng hosts a flower-viewing banquet, and the 2 daughters of the Xian family receive invitations. Xin Miao and Xian Pei'er travel together in a carriage to the banquet. Midway through the festivities, a sudden commotion arises ahead. Goodness, it is the heir. Xin Miao, engaged in conversation, turns to see the depths of Huo Jing's gaze. Jinger is here too. What a rare guest. Upon learning of Huo Jing's arrival, the Princess of Zheng personally approaches to greet him. You always seem to overlook my invitations. Why the change of heart today? The princess is a skilled socialite, hosting this flower-viewing event annually, inviting the young men and women of the capital to her estate. It is understood among the families that the event serves as a matchmaking affair. The princess has consistently sent invitations to Huo Jing, yet he has never attended. Your Highness. Huo Jing bows respectfully to her, noticing the surrounding ladies casting subtle glances at him. Adjusting their appearances, the princess chuckles. You haven't answered me yet. What brings you here? Is there someone you wish to meet? At this remark, young women nearby turn their attention to Huo Jing. The princess makes a valid point. The heir never frequents such events. So could it be that he has found someone special? Whispers of potential betrothal from the Marquis of Xianping circulate among the intrigued ladies. Aunt, do not jest with me, Huo Jing replies, maintaining his composed demeanor. The princess shakes her head, resigned. This young man displays no interest. Yet his icy demeanor has captured the affections of many. I was only joking, but your family may indeed be anxious. Since you are here, you must not remain aloof. Take a moment to enjoy the beauty of spring and the lovely scenery. Meanwhile, as Hu Jing and the princess converse, Xian stands frozen, breath quickening. Before she finally comprehends, the heir? He is indeed the heir of the Marquis of Xianping. The brooding man she had saved and long pondered over is the illustrious heir. Although she had suspected his noble status, she had not anticipated he would be Hu Jing. Even without having met him, she had heard of his reputation. Known for his high birth and youthful accomplishments, a dream of many young ladies. Now, seeing him in person, Xian realizes the truth of the rumors. Indeed, if he were not so remarkable, how could he be renowned throughout the capital? A mix of bitterness and sweetness stirs within her. Such a man is adored by countless women, yet he saved her, and she saved him. Surely he remembers her. As she watches Hu Jing head towards the back courtyard, Xian cannot resist following him. Perhaps due to the protagonist's aura, Hu Jing manages to evade others, but cannot shake off Xian trailing behind. Gazing at the man standing by the lake, her eyes brighten. Just as she is about to call out, she freezes, for she had not seen the other woman hidden behind the rockery. Only when Hu Jing approaches her does Xian realize that her half-sister Xin Miao stands there as well. Do they know each other? Xian feels a tumult of emotions and confusion. How could they possibly know one another? Struggling to steady her heartbeat, she prepares to observe closely when Xin Miao seems to say something, her emotions flaring as she stumbles backward, stepping on a stone. Seeing her about to fall, Hu Jing swiftly reaches out to catch her. "Let go of me," Xin Miao chokes out, pushing against Hu Jing's sturdy chest. "What do you take me for? You clearly know everything yet pretend not to hear. If you decided not to respond to me, then why come to provoke me now?" Feeling the softness of her form in his arms, Hu Jing's fingers twitch, a sudden urge to hold on to her rising within him. However, despite the seclusion, there's a chance others may come by. For the sake of her reputation, he steadies Xin Miao and gradually releases her. I meant no disrespect. Hu Jing himself is unaware of the impulse that surged within him. Hearing news of her potential marriage to another ignites a strange fire within him. She claims to love him, yet intends to marry someone else? Is her affection merely a fleeting sentiment? They had exchanged sweet words, only to be scattered by the wind. Hu Jing muses that perhaps such superficial feelings have sparked his ire, prompting him to seek her out directly. "I did not intend to belittle you." Xin Miao's face flushes with indignation. "What then does the heir think? Why do you inquire about such matters?" She retorts, "Even if I were truly to be betrothed to Su Liu, it is none of your concern, is it?" Upon hearing Su Liu's name, Hu Jing's previously softened expression hardens once more. "You truly wish to marry him? Is Su Liu not a good match?" Xin Miao wipes away her tears, her demeanor cold and resolute. "We are well matched. He is deeply infatuated with me, and should I consent, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed to wed me. Is that all you desire? Just to marry? What do you mean just to marry? It is the natural order of things." She retorts, her frustration boiling over. "A woman of my age is expected to marry. There is no need for the heir to belittle me with his words." Angered, she turns away, unwilling to meet Hu Jing's gaze any longer. Thus, she remained unaware that after uttering those words, Hu Jing's expression gradually softened. It turned out to be merely because of this gazing at the delicate contour of the woman's profile, noticing the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. The atmosphere hung in silence for a moment before Hu Jing suddenly declared, "You can marry me." "What?" The woman could scarcely believe her ears, her astonishment prompting her to turn away. Hu Jing, having sorted out his thoughts, fixed his dark eyes upon her. "Xin Miao, I can marry you. If you desire to wed soon, I am willing." He had reached the appropriate age, and the elders had been pressing him incessantly, much to his annoyance. Hu Jing thought, since it had come to this, he might as well marry her. She had saved his life, if he were to wed her, offering her protection for the remainder of her days and ensuring her a stable life. It would also serve as his way of repaying the favor. With this thought, he felt at ease, and the inexplicable restlessness that had previously plagued him dissipated. After all, there exists a saying that one should repay a life-saving grace with one's body. She saved him, thus he would shelter her for the latter half of her life. Chapter 15. The scheming half-sister Xian had no recollection of how she departed from that place. She observed Hu Jing and her half-sister exchanging tender sentiments. Their affections laid bare, as he leaned in to speak with such focus, his gaze solely on Xin Miao. When had they become acquainted? Did the heir truly harbor feelings for Xin Miao? Su Liu was indeed pitiable. He remained oblivious to the fact that his fiancée he was secretly entangled with another. Inside the carriage, a once tranquil atmosphere enveloped the two sisters, each refraining from interference. Suddenly, Xin Miao broke the silence, her tone laced with sarcasm, her gaze piercing through to Xin Miao. "What did you see?" Xin Miao lowered the carriage curtain and turned to face Xin Miao. "Are you feeling guilty?" Xin Miao was bewildered by her sudden outburst, yet the turmoil in her heart, filled with pain and confusion, compelled her to unleash her scorn. While exchanging glances with Su Liu, she also sought to ascend the social ladder. How calculating her sister was! She would never allow herself to suffer loss. "I will not allow myself to be at a disadvantage." A faint smile graced Xin Miao's lips. Upon witnessing her composed demeanor, Xin Miao felt an urge to scoff. Indeed, she was the most skilled at feigning innocence before others, concealing all her schemes. Hadn't Hu Jing been deceived by her? He believed her to be a gentle and naive maiden, while in reality, this half-sister merely coveted the status and wealth of a Champagne marquise. The thought ignited a fire within Xin Miao, leaving her tormented and restless. She could not help but wonder if Xin Miao's true nature were to be revealed before Hu Jing. Would he still harbor affection for her? Surely, he must detest a woman who approached him with ulterior motives. "What is wrong with you, sister?" Xin Miao leaned back against the soft cushion, her gaze lightly scrutinizing Xin Miao, laced with amusement. "Are you suddenly championing someone? For Su Liu or Hua Shizi?" Under Xin Miao's seemingly all-seeing gaze, Xin Miao's heart tightened. "I am not advocating for anyone. Xin Miao's gulp. I simply cannot abide your avaricious demeanor." "Avaricious?" Xin Miao chuckled softly. "I merely wish to marry into a good family and find a worthy husband. Is that truly greed? Are you naive or foolish, sister? A woman must be discerning in her choice of a spouse. Would you settle for just anyone?" "Of course not," Xin Miao retorted. "But I would not dangle myself between two suitors." "Are you not betrothed to Su Liu soon?" She continued. "He is so devoted to you, yet remains unaware that you aspire to marry higher, viewing him merely as a fallback." At this, Xin Miao felt compelled to criticize Su Liu for his blindness. How could he be so enchanted by a woman like Xin Miao, who lavished gifts upon the Xin family and sought every opportunity to visit? Was he truly bewitched by her looks? Yes, indeed, as she gazed upon the woman before her. Xin Miao could not deny that her half-sister possessed striking beauty. Her features painted like a masterpiece, lips naturally tinted red, the very essence of what superficial men might desire. "How unsurprising," Xin Miao murmured disdainfully. Su Liu, such a frivolous rake, would be easily swayed by beauty. But what of the heir? A flicker of confusion passed through Xin Miao's eyes. She could not believe he was of the same ilk. To have a beauty by his side would be a trivial pursuit for someone of his stature. How could he be so easily captivated by mere appearances? "I am not engaged to Su Liu." Xin Miao snapped back to reality, realizing Xin Miao was responding to her earlier comment. "Even if I were, what of it?" The woman smiled gently, her beauty captivating. "I do not impede his pursuit of a wife. He should not hinder my chance to marry. We shall each seek our own paths, without burdening one another. If you are truly concerned, allow me to assure you, he is more than willing. Su Liu eagerly awaits me. Should I marry him, he would be overjoyed." Xin Miao's unpretentious demeanor left Xin Miao momentarily astounded, her half-sister's audacity igniting a furious ache in her chest. "Do you not possess a sense of shame? Sister, your remarks grow increasingly entertaining. It is merely a matter of marriage and choosing a husband. Why burden me with so many labels?" The carriage came to a halt. They had arrived at the Xin residence. Xin Miao composedly lifted the curtain, leaving behind a single remark. "You championing them. Do they even recognize you?" "Host, your ability to incite anger is remarkable. The female lead's resentment towards you is nearing its peak. I am but a supporting character who constantly opposes the female lead. Naturally, I must uphold my professional standards." "Ah, you've even mastered the term professional standards. You are adapting swiftly. Perhaps we should explore the modern world in our next realm, allowing you to witness the so-called advancements of technology." A glimmer of mischief danced in Xin Miao's eyes as she chuckled lightly. Why not? Let her see the pride of the system's so-called technology. The day after the flower viewing banquet, Hu Jing fulfilled his promise and sent someone to the Xin residence to propose. The visitor was none other than the host of the previous day's flower viewing, Princess Zheng. You, my dear, such an important matter. And you returned yesterday, without a word to me or your grandmother. The news took me by surprise. Antoine scolded her daughter, though her expression was one of sheer delight. Indeed, it has come to pass. I thought my daughter had no chance with the heir of the Xianping Marquis. Yet here she is, having successfully captured the attention of a sought-after suitor in the capital. Mother, I had no idea he would act so swiftly. When he spoke to me yesterday, I thought he was merely jesting. The heir is a man of action, naturally decisive. Not only decisive, but he also made arrangements that would please the heart. Inviting the princess to act as matchmaker shows how much he values our daughter. When you meet Princess Zheng, if you find yourself at a loss for words, simply remain silent and allow your grandmother to speak. Aunt 1, observing her daughter's bewilderment, lovingly caressed her cheek. Just then, someone from the main hall summoned them, asking for the eldest daughter to come forth. This is the esteemed eldest daughter of the household, I presume. Miss Miao. I have met Princess Zheng. Ah, such a lovely child. Princess Zheng smiled as she took Xin Miao's hand, removing a jade bracelet from her wrist and placing it on Xin Miao's. Today, you may still call me princess, but soon you shall address me as aunt. Please, princess, do not tease. This child is rather shy. Princess Zheng nodded with a smile. Upon seeing Miao, I felt an immediate kinship. No wonder that scoundrel Jinger was so eager to secure her. Before the flower viewing banquet had concluded, Princess Zheng had already received Hu Jing's request. Upon hearing it, she felt both surprised and enlightened. She mused that Hu Jing rarely visited her, and his sudden appearance must surely be to see someone special. Princess Zheng teased Hu Jing for quite some time, never expecting him to be so anxious. Once he had set his sights on a young lady, he promptly sought to propose, as if fearing any unforeseen circumstances might arise. Chapter 16. The scheming half-sister, the Xianping Marquis, had long been eager for Hu Jing to take a wife. Upon hearing this news, they were naturally overjoyed. The heir of the Xianping Marquis unexpectedly took the initiative to propose marriage. What are we waiting for? We must act swiftly and efficiently. The Xianping Marquis' residence is truly unparticular about the lineage of the future daughter-in-law. However, upon hearing the family of the suitor, the princess consort of Zheng could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. A mere fourth-grade official, amidst a sea of first-grade dignitaries and nobility in the capital, is indeed quite inconspicuous, especially for the illustrious Xianping Marquis' household. This is an exceptionally humble match. Nevertheless, with the late Grand Princess and the Marquis himself not managing the household, it appears that Hu Jing's marriage is solely at his discretion. The princess consort of Zheng, merely an aunt and intermediary, despite her inner reservations, would refrain from voicing them. Miao, return now. Grandmother wishes to converse with the princess consort. The elderly matriarch, smiling, urged her granddaughter to leave first. Truth be told, the old lady was somewhat bewildered. Having weathered many storms, she maintained her composure. What prompted the heir of the Xianping Marquis to come forward with a marriage proposal so suddenly? Just days ago, there was no news. The old lady thought she had misread the situation. It seemed the heir had no genuine interest in her granddaughter, only gratitude. Yet today, this twist of events, how fortuitous! The old lady felt a surge of delight. Su Liu was indeed a suitable match, deeply infatuated with her granddaughter, unwavering in his devotion. However, the recent antics of the Su family had greatly vexed the old lady. They perceived Su Liu's affection for Xin Miao as a cause for concern, fearing that marrying her would lead him to become infatuated with frivolities, neglecting his studies. Upon realizing the Su family's intentions, the old lady was nearly provoked to confront them directly. Did they truly desire a cold and distant relationship between the young couple? Very well. Let their son marry anyone he pleases, resulting in a disjointed union and an unsettled household. Who would covet a place in the Su family? The mere thought ignited a fire within the old lady. Thankfully, there was no engagement yet. Otherwise, if Su Liu faltered and failed to achieve scholarly success, the Su family might unjustly blame Miao for being an inadequate wife. Old madam, though I am merely an aunt, since Jing entrusted me with this, I must ensure his lifelong happiness. Today, I met Miao. She is truly a wonderful girl. Had the Grand Princess been alive, she surely would have been pleased. You are too kind, Princess Consort, the old matriarch replied. In mere moments, they had arranged the marriage, an unusually swift pace for engagements in the capital. Soon, news of the engagement spread throughout the capital, particularly swiftly within the Xian family. Miss, Chuanxi called out anxiously to Xian Pei'er. Ever since the announcement of her elder sister's engagement to the heir of the Xianping Marquis, she had remained in a state of shock, seemingly soulless. They were truly engaged. Xian Pei'er felt as if her strength had drained away, her heart a tumult of bitterness and jealousy. Why was Xin Miao always so fortunate? Her father's and grandmother's favoritism was not enough. Now she had won his affection too. The memory of that man, of the day he shielded her from the rain of arrows, pierced her heart with pain. Huijing, Huijing, Huijing. Xian Pei'er chanted his name in her mind. Why must you marry her? Do you truly love Xian Miao? Are you aware of her true nature? In a few days, I shall depart from the capital, perhaps not to return for a month, Xian Miao stated coldly. Why tell me this? Huijing raised an eyebrow. We are already engaged. And what of it? Xian Miao remained expressionless. We are not a couple bound by mutual affection. You marry me merely out of gratitude, and I have no interest in your affairs. Huijing paused, halting his steps, gazing deeply at her. Was she upset? I thought you had feelings for me. I did once, but that is no longer the case. Now, I simply wish to marry into a good family and live a quiet life. Talk of emotions is mere empty rhetoric. Xian Miao bent down to gather fallen leaves, her profile cold and distant. The Xianping Marquis' residence is indeed a favorable match, especially for me, as I have truly elevated my status by accepting the heir. Therefore, I must not allow trivial emotions to disturb the heir, lest I find myself unwelcome in the Xianping residence. I would never treat you that way, Huijing replied. Xian Miao remained unmoved. Even the most fervent vows can fade with time, let alone a marriage born solely from gratitude. I must be cautious in my service to you, so as not to wear out your patience. The sarcasm in her words was palpable, and Huijing found it both intriguing and amusing. Engaging her in conversation, despite her sharp tongue and veiled jests, brought him a peculiar sense of enjoyment. Xin Miao, Xin Miao. She did not turn, continuing to gather leaves. Suddenly, she was yanked up, and Xian Miao gasped, finding herself in Huijing's embrace. You. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Do you truly think that being engaged grants you the liberty to behave so recklessly? What do you take me for? Release me. Her fair cheeks were painted with a rosy hue, her small mouth moving rapidly in protest. Huijing's gaze darkened, and he leaned down to kiss her suddenly. The young woman froze, her lips parting in disbelief as she stared at Huijing. He truly dared to act so boldly, observing her glistening eyes and flushed cheeks. Huijing let out a slow breath, speaking in a low voice. If you continue to display such a demeanor, do not blame me for kissing you again. You. Xian Miao immediately covered her mouth, shocked and embarrassed. Seeing her flustered expression brought a smile to Huijing's eyes. Though he was not one to pursue romantic entanglements, his years spent in the northern frontier had exposed him to a more liberal atmosphere influenced by foreign customs, including public displays of affection. In such an environment, Huijing had inevitably learned much. Not to mention, he was of an age where impulsiveness could easily arise. His gaze wandered over Xian Miao's delicate neck, his expression serious. Yet his thoughts strayed elsewhere. The warmth of his hand at her waist made her shiver, and as she met his gaze, her heart raced, leading her to quickly extricate herself from his embrace. Let go of me. Your hand is too hot. Huijing released her, and a silence settled between them, thick with unspoken tension. Clearing his throat after a long pause, he returned to the matter at hand. Actually, I am leaving for Jiangnan to investigate the events of my past. This was the very incident when she had saved him. Chapter 17. The unwarranted gratitude of a half-sister recalling their shared past. Huijing's expression softened. Do you remember? You saved me twice. Years ago, when he returned from Jiangnan to the capital, he was ambushed. The attack caught them off guard. His guards fought valiantly, but only a few remained, either slain or separated from him. Wounded and lying in the woods, Huijing thought his life was nearing its end. Yet, a young girl passing by rescued him, using her own garments to staunch his bleeding. 9 years had passed, and memories faded. Huijing could scarcely recall the appearance of his savior. However, he had given her a jade pendant as a token, promising that if she ever found herself in need, she could present it to him for assistance. You saved me twice? Xian Miao thought the moment she had awaited was finally arriving. This was when the malicious female antagonist would discover that her perceived benefactor was undeserving of such gratitude, for her true savior was her legitimate sister. I refrained from revealing this to you earlier to avoid unnecessary complications. However, as I'm soon to investigate in Jiangnan, I need not conceal it from you any longer. Xin Miao bit her lip, her eyes shimmering. What exactly is this matter? Your words have left me quite bewildered. Do you truly not remember? Jing, oblivious to the peculiarity, retrieved the jade pendant from the woman's waist and placed it before her, finding it rather amusing. You still wear this jade pendant, yet your memory is so fleeting that you have forgotten the person who gifted it to you? At that time, I instructed you to keep this pendant, so you could seek me out in times of trouble. Little did I expect that before you encountered any trouble, I would once again find myself rescued by you. As he reminisced about the past, Jing's face reflected a sense of nostalgia. That bloodied figure lying in the woods was you? Indeed, it was I. Meeting the woman's bewildered gaze, Jing couldn't resist caressing her cheek, his stern expression softening slightly. At last, you recall, before knowing who my savior was. The memories in Jing's mind were vague and dim. He held little sentiment for the unknown benefactor, merely nurturing the thought of repaying the favor should they ever cross paths. If the savior faced hardship, he would provide financial assistance. If they found themselves imprisoned, he would offer rescue. If they lived without tribulation, he would grant them wealth and honor. As the heir of the marquisate, he would never neglect those who had saved him. However, upon aligning the hazy visage from his memories with the face of the woman before him, all of Jing's feelings transformed. Those dim recollections sprang to vivid life. A gentle warmth surged within him, and he suddenly yearned to clarify the blurred memories, to behold the tender visage of the girl she once was. Your audacity is quite remarkable. Twice assaulted, bloodied, and battered, you still dare to approach a stranger in such dire straits. Jing grasped the woman's hand, gently squeezing her palm. Encountering a bloodied stranger in the wilderness, you had the courage to render aid. And what of the last time in the outskirts of the capital, when a group of masked men emerged, brandishing weapons? What emboldened you to remain there to rescue me? As the question escaped his lips, Jing recalled their first meeting on the day the army returned to the capital. That day, the woman sat on the second floor, unreservedly tossing him a fan, only to hastily close the window when he turned to look, as if she had suddenly felt shy. Without awaiting her response, Jing had already discerned the answer. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Did you recognize me that day? Truly audacious. They had only met once, yet she dared to risk herself for the flicker of admiration in her heart. Jing thought to call her foolish, but the thought that she had risked herself for him softened his heart, leaving him at a loss for words. Do not act this way again. Meeting the woman's doe-like, misty eyes, Jing sighed and drew her close. In the future, if you find yourself in such a situation, keep your distance. Do not take risks. Do you understand? As he gazed at the woman nestled against him, Jing gently pressed a kiss to her forehead, suddenly recalling something. Your bandaging technique is woefully inadequate. Fortunately, it was I. Had it been someone else, your clumsy methods would have surely led to fatality. Xin Miao, how did I bandage you? Hearing the woman's soft inquiry, Jing assumed she was disputing his assessment. To ensure that she would remain safe from danger and refrain from futile heroics, Jing spoke earnestly. You tied it too loosely, and the pressure points are incorrect. The physician in the manor immediately unwrapped it upon inspection. Aware that her rudimentary skills were lacking, you must refrain from attempting to save others in the future. Do you understand? Jing looked down at her. Saving someone does not guarantee gratitude. Failing could lead to blame. Saving someone does not guarantee gratitude, yet you have come to repay your debt. Upon hearing this, Jing couldn't help but marvel at the bond they shared. She was a sheltered young woman. Without the assassination attempt and her acts of heroism, he might never have met her. She would have followed the conventional path of marriage, possibly to Su Liu. As this thought crossed his mind, Jing's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure igniting within him. However, his expression soon relaxed. There are no ifs, no hypotheticals. The one betrothed to her now is indeed him. I have come to repay the favor, and I have staked my future in doing so. It is often said that a life saved warrants a promise of devotion, typically referring to a man saving a woman. Yet in their case, it holds true in reverse. With his mood lightened, Jing unexpectedly made a jest. Unbeknownst to him, this remark tightened the woman's heart. Xin Miao looked up at him, her expression revealing an indescribable fragility. "What troubles you?" Hui Jing's voice softened as he gently caressed her cheek. Xin Miao shook her head, burrowing back into his embrace. "My lord, when will you return from Jiangnan?" Hui Jing thought to remark that she had seemed indifferent to his return just moments ago, yet now she brought it up. Nonetheless, gazing at her soft visage against his chest, he tenderly patted her back. "In about a month." Hui Jing's tone was low, laced with concern. "What troubles you?" Xin Miao lifted her head, her sparkling eyes gazing into Hui Jing's, her voice soft and pleading. "My lord, could you return sooner?" "I wish to marry you soon." Hui Jing's expression froze. The dependence and unease in her eyes puzzled him, yet her words ignited a warmth within his heart. She wished for him to return swiftly, to marry him sooner. Any man hearing such words would find it impossible to remain unmoved. "Very well." Hui Jing's dark eyes held her gaze, his voice low and deep, tinged with tenderness. "I promise you, I shall return soon." He would return soon to wed her. Chapter 18. The Unwarranted Favor of the Half-Sister. Our eldest daughter is truly fortunate. Indeed, is she not fortunate? In just a short while, she will wed the heir of the Marquis of Xianping, and thereafter, she shall be the Marquise, able to address the Emperor as her uncle. With a Marquise in our household, we servants shall gain face when we venture out. Precisely, and once our eldest daughter is married, she will take charge, without a mother-in-law to criticize her. The Marquis of Xianping is rarely at home, spending most of his time in seclusion at a temple. This means our eldest daughter will truly be the lady of the Marquisate. You idle souls see only that, for our delicate eldest daughter. Is this marriage not the greatest joy, to wed the heir of the Marquis of Xianping? Of course, that goes without saying. Which young woman in the capital does not aspire to marry a lord? Were it not for the emperor lacking suitable princesses, he might have long ago arranged marriages for his nephew and daughter. Alas, as we discussed, this marriage is indeed splendid, a match of talent and beauty, and even the master is beaming with joy. However, now that our eldest daughter's marriage is settled, what the second daughter? The second daughter, undoubtedly, she cannot compare to the eldest in terms of her marriage prospects. You speak as if there are few in the entire capital who could marry as well as our eldest daughter. Several maids, tipsy from their drinks, gossiped about matters within the estate. Their inhibitions lowered, they spoke freely. These maids were truly audacious, daring to discuss their mistress behind her back. Chunchi noticed Xin Peier's displeased expression and immediately moved to interrupt. "Return." Xin Peier called Chunchi back, her expression frosty, reprimanding the maids for their lack of discretion. "Remember their faces. Later, report their names to the steward for proper punishment." "Yes." Xin Peier cast a final glance before turning to leave. Do you know why the heir chose to marry our eldest daughter?" A maid suddenly lowered her voice, adopting a conspiratorial tone. Xin Peier paused, intrigued by the question. "My lady?" Chunchi whispered a reminder. Xin Peier pressed her lips together, signaling for Chunchi to be quiet. It is said that the heir and our eldest daughter share a fateful connection. Though it began as a fortunate matter, the master and mistress fear it may attract trouble, thus instructing us not to speak of it. The maid continued her tale, captivating her audience as if she were a storyteller. They occasionally gasped in wonder, and at times sighed, marveling at the ineffable nature of fate. Chunchi, too, was captivated by their conversation. Not long ago, the young lady had been confined, and as her devoted maid, Chunchi could not venture elsewhere. Little did she expect that during that period, such events would unfold. After reflecting on the bond between the young lady and the heir, Chunchi snapped back to reality and looked up, momentarily stunned. The young lady's face bore an expression of intertwined anger and joy, as though she had grasped a lifeline. Chunchi felt a pang of anxiety. "Miss." Xin Peier remained silent, enveloped in intense emotion, longing to rush to Hui Jing, yet simultaneously yearning to proclaim the truth to all. It was she. She was the one who saved the heir. If the heir were to marry his savior, then he ought to wed Xin Peier. A flush crept across her cheeks, and her heart suddenly soared from its depths, tumultuous emotions surging within her. The one truly fated was not Xin Miao, but she herself, alongside the heir. The heir had mistaken his benefactor, and Xin Miao had the audacity to falsely claim the honor. Xin Peier glanced towards the west side of the estate, her expression shifting from rage to scorn. What fortune? A usurped fortune, perhaps? Were it not for the theft of her life-saving grace. Could Xin Miao ever dream of marrying the heir? This union would never come to fruition. If Xin Miao dared to impersonate her, then she would expose her in front of everyone. She would ensure the heir knew the truth. Indeed, a traitor within, observing the familiar figure kneeling on the ground. Uncle Jean was filled with fury, speaking coldly. Has the Xianping Marquis estate ever treated you poorly, that you would conspire with outsiders against the heir? Hui Jing cast a cold glance at the man on the ground, gesturing for Uncle Jean to take him away for punishment. Moments later, Uncle Jean returned, seething, yet his expression bore a hint of melancholy. Who would have thought he had been lurking within the estate for so long, attempting to assassinate the heir on 2 occasions? Greed had led him to overreach. After discussing the matter, Hui Jing did not linger, indicating for Uncle Jean to prepare their belongings for a return to the capital. So soon? Uncle Jean was astonished. My lord, we have only just accomplished our task. Is there a need for such haste? Would it not be better to rest for a day before returning? We can rest in the capital, Hui Jing replied tersely, turning to leave the room. Uncle Jean watched him depart, bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. Previously, the heir was unhurried in returning to the capital, as there were no ties holding him there. But now, with the betrothed Miss Xin in the capital, it seemed the heir was yearning for her. Ha ha! Uncle Jean chuckled softly. Who said the heir was oblivious? He simply had yet to encounter the right person. In recent days, every time she encountered Xin Pei, the latter's gaze towards Xin Miao was laden with significance. It was a look imbued with both anger and joy, a palpable impatience that Xin Miao recognized immediately. It appeared that she had discovered the truth. Yes, she has discovered it, and soon the male lead will as well. Our mission is doomed. The system lamented, utterly despondent. Although once this narrative node was traversed, subsequent developments would no longer be constrained. What was the use? The necessary turmoil had already unfolded, and it was merely a matter of the malicious female antagonist being publicly humiliated, met with the applause of the crowd. As the time for Hui Jing's return to the capital drew near, the system completely gave up, languishing in the void, exuding negative energy. Miss Song Qiu approached with a radiant smile, her face alight with joy. The heir has returned. Upon arriving in the capital, without pausing to rest at the Xianping Marquis estate, he headed straight for their residence. I can't believe how much esteem the heir holds for Xin Miao, having her constantly on his mind, said Wen Yu softly as she assisted Xin Miao inside. Xin Miao lifted the curtain and stepped into the room. The heir, all eyes turned towards her. Wen Yu blinked, her previously jubilant demeanor vanishing, replaced by a perplexed tension. What was happening? Why were they all looking at the young lady like that? The atmosphere in the room had grown palpably awkward. Xin Miao's gaze slowly traversed the room, passing over the smug Xin Pei, the pale-faced concubine Wen, the subtly angry Xin Changgong, the frowning matriarch, and finally landing on Hui Jing. He stood there, his gaze lowered, his expression inscrutable, yet an unmistakable aura emanated from him. What was going on? Xin Miao feigned ignorance, displaying a light smile as she entered the room. Chapter 19. The Usurper of Gratitude. How dare you ask what's wrong, sister? Are you truly unaware of your own actions? Before Xin Miao's arrival, Xin Pei had laid everything bare. Initially, the others were incredulous, but as Xin Pei recounted numerous details, their disbelief began to wane, though she lacked concrete evidence. Each detail she provided sufficed to prove that it was she, not Xin Miao, who had saved Hui Jing that day. After Xin Pei finished speaking, a stunned silence fell over the room. Naturally, Xin Pei was indifferent to the reactions of the Xin family. Her concern lay solely with Hui Jing. Fearing he might not believe her, she was about to retell the events of that day when Hui Jing unexpectedly interjected. Did you save someone 9 years ago? At those words, Xin Pei's mind raced as never before, and she immediately realized something. Could it be that I saved the heir? Hui Jing did not respond. Yet Xin Pei had already come to a conclusion, her breath quickening as she recounted the events of 9 years prior. That day, we were ambushed by bandits. In our moment of peril, my sister and I fled to the mountains, where we encountered a gravely injured young man. My sister screamed and ran away, but despite my fear, I couldn't abandon him, so I stayed to help. After he regained consciousness, he gifted me a jade pendant, telling me I could seek him out in the future. However, that pendant was later seized by Xin Miao. Tears welled in Xin Payer's eyes as she earnestly gazed at Hu Jing. "My lord, she took my pendant. I saved you that day, didn't I? It must have been you." Payer, seeing his daughter so agitated, Xin Changong called out, signaling her to calm down. However, this only fueled Xin Payer's fire. "Father, what are you doing? Are you asking me to remain silent while Xin Miao impersonates me, using my gratitude to climb the social ladder with the air?" Xin Payer glared at Xin Changong, suppressing her tears. "Father, your bias has been evident in the past, but do you now wish to shield my sister?" Xin Changong was taken aback, feeling unjustly accused. Did he harbor such intentions? Was it a good thing for sisters to quarrel before outsiders? Observing his younger daughter, it was clear that their contention extended beyond mere gratitude. It involved the heir of the Xianping marquis. When had she begun to harbor feelings for Hu Jing? It seemed she was now eager for his affirmation. Watching his daughters vying for the affection of the same man, Xin Changong felt a profound sense of shame and disapproval, wishing for Xin Payer to temper her eagerness, lest it become too apparent to everyone. Xin Changong, flustered by Xin Payer's outburst, struggled to catch his breath while Concubine stepped forward to support him, soothing his chest. Witnessing this scene, Xin Payer scoffed, directing her ire towards Concubine One. "You've begun your act again, haven't you?" Concubine One stammered, "I, indeed, like mother, like daughter. Yet no matter how you spin it, the fact remains that Xin Miao has impersonated me, and that cannot be changed, even if you plead for her before father. Do you truly believe this matter can be altered?" As an idea struck her, Xin Payer sneered again. "Or perhaps this was your scheme all along, conspiring with her to usurp my gratitude?" "Second, miss, I have not. You are wrongfully accusing me." Concubine Wen's face was a mask of fear, though her fear was intermingled with a measure of pretense aimed at others. Enough. Witnessing the farce before her, the matriarch felt a surge of anger and exhaustion. "Is it your desire to argue with your elders?" The elderly matron felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and sorrow. Being a woman of wisdom and experience, how could she not perceive her granddaughter's petty intentions? It was clear that her granddaughter sought to exploit her own justified position to vent her pent-up grievances. But what was her foundation for such audacity? What emboldened her to speak so freely before her elders? Reflecting on this, the matron's sense of disillusionment deepened. She believed she had become the savior of the heir to the Marquis of Xianping, and thus he would marry her granddaughter. After marriage, she would no longer be under the influence of the Xin household, which emboldened her to lash out at her elders. This line of thought only intensified the matron's disappointment. Her granddaughter regarded her own family as adversaries and viewed her prospective in-laws as a lifeline. Such a perspective towards her kin left the matron cold. Simultaneously, she lamented her granddaughter's lack of discernment. By voicing her grievances in front of Hu Jing, she sought his intervention. How could she dare to place her hopes on a man she scarcely knew? If she wished for Hu Jing to empathize with her plight, she should first consider whether he was willing to support her. Furthermore, she ought to ascertain whether he was a reliable ally. Moreover, even if she desired to leverage his influence, why did she need to present herself in such a manner? By berating her elders, did she truly think it would enhance her own reputation? Witnessing her granddaughter nearly throw herself at Hu Jing, the matron felt a deep sense of shame. "Payer," the matron said, taking a deep breath to compose herself. "If you wish to clarify matters, wait for your sister to arrive. She will be here shortly, and you both can discuss it face to face to avoid any accusations of favoritism." A hint of trepidation flickered in Xin Payer's eyes as she considered her formidable grandmother, prompting her to refrain from further protest. "Then I shall wait for her," she replied. And now the moment had arrived. As her half-sister finally appeared, Xin Payer was eager to expose Xin Miao's true nature. The system covered its eyes, scarcely daring to witness the unfolding drama. "Xin Miao, you who once fled at the sight of blood, how dare you claim to have saved the heir?" Watching her half-sister's complexion pale, Xin Payer felt a cold triumph within her. She knew Wu Jing was not so easily swayed by Xin Miao's pretentiousness. It was evident that there was a deeper connection between Hu Jing and herself. Xin Miao's impersonation of her had granted her unwarranted favor from Hu Jing. Not only did she steal my jade pendant 9 years ago to impersonate me, but she also attempted to take credit for saving the heir during the recent chaos. As Xin Miao spoke with fervor, she glanced at Xin Miao's expression and then at Hu Jing, eager to discern his thoughts. To her dismay, Hu Jing remained aloof, his handsome face as cold as ever, fixated on the patterned tiles before him. It seemed that ever since he had asked, "Did you save someone 9 years ago?" he had not uttered another word. Perhaps he wished to avoid looking at Xin Miao. She mused, for who could have anticipated that Xin Miao would deceive him so thoroughly, rendering his gratitude meaningless? As Xin Miao contemplated this, she turned her gaze to her half-sister. Xin Miao's face was ghostly pale, her eyes brimming with precarious tears, as if they might spill like pearls with the slightest blink. Witnessing her daughter in such distress, Concubine felt a surge of compassion, yearning to embrace her, yet aware that it was not the appropriate moment. She glanced at Xian Changgong, hoping to plead for leniency. However, upon seeing the barely concealed anger on his face, she hesitated to speak. She had almost forgotten that he was a man who valued his reputation above all. Given that this incident had unfolded before the heir of the Marquis of Xianping, he might unjustly lay blame on Miao, potentially subjecting her to familial punishment. Concubine then cast a pleading look at the elderly matron. The matron met her gaze but did not waver, merely urging her to remain calm while refraining from intervening. This incident had caused great embarrassment, and the matron felt disappointed in both of her granddaughters. The younger one was already a source of sorrow. As for the elder, who had once been her favorite, she felt inclined to chastise her for her superficiality. If this matter were to leak outside, what reputation would they have left? Even if they managed to keep it under wraps, should the engagement be called off, outsiders would undoubtedly be curious about the reasons behind it. Even if they managed to present a convincing excuse, a broken engagement was inherently an ill-omened affair, one that would not reflect well. The matron sighed inwardly at the thought of the ensuing troubles, yet she had not considered the possibility that Hu Jing might not call off the engagement. After all, it was evident to any discerning observer that the younger granddaughter spoke the truth, while the elder had usurped her sister's merit. The matron believed that if the heir of the Marquis of Xianping could keep quiet and cooperate with the Xian family to suppress the scandal, they should be grateful. Regardless of which granddaughter had saved him, the Xian family held a life debt to the heir of the Marquis. However, the public spectacle of this incident had stripped them of any dignity, making it impossible for them to uphold the stature of a lifesaver. Not to mention, their family held little standing before the illustrious Marquis of Xianping. Were it not for the life debt connecting the two families, they would scarcely be able to converse with the heir. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, the matron began to understand her granddaughter's motivations. After all, both sought to marry the heir of the Marquis of Xianping. Which young lady in the capital would not yearn for such a union? The Marquis's family was esteemed, and the heir himself was exceptional, which undoubtedly gave rise to numerous tales and scandals among young women. Grandmother, father, Xin Miao finally spoke, her usually melodious voice now hoarse, evoking a sense of discomfort in the listeners. This time, it was I who acted foolishly. I apologized to my sister, to grandmother, and to father and mother for not adhering to your teachings. Xin Miao sobbed softly. Xian Changgong, still seething with anger, felt his demeanor soften slightly upon hearing her words, though his ire remained. He turned away, letting out a sigh. Witnessing this, Xian Miao's anger flared. It was always the same. As long as Xin Miao uttered a few words of remorse, father would forgive her. The elderly matron, observing her granddaughter's pitiful expression, felt little sympathy. This girl was adept at feigning innocence, and while it might have sufficed in the past, did she truly believe she could gloss over today's incident? The matron sighed inwardly, realizing she should have been more strict with her. Indeed, it was my sister who saved the heir. I deceived you, Xin Miao glanced at Hu Jing, hesitating for a moment before the remaining words lodged in her throat. With a choked sob, she turned and fled the room. Miao, concubine, immediately attempted to follow her. Xian Changgong intercepted her. What do you intend to pursue her for? She has brought such disgrace upon the entire Xian family. How can you still shed tears? What sort of mother are you? And how have you raised her? Xian Changgong reprimanded concubine 1, his anger genuine and palpable, yet also intended for Hu Jing's sake. After such an incident, their daughter had effectively made a fool of Hu Jing. He needed to provide Hu Jing with an explanation. However, Xian Changgong was genuinely enraged. His face flushed as he berated concubine one until she was reduced to tears. Witnessing this scene, Xin Miao felt a sense of satisfaction. After hearing Xin Miao acknowledge her deception, Xin Miao felt a sense of fulfillment, as if she had finally exhaled a long-held breath. Regaining her composure, she turned to Hui Jing, her expression a mix of shyness and anticipation. "Your Grace," she approached him, softly calling out. At that moment, concubine one was pleading with Xin Changong. "My lord, you may punish me as you wish, but please allow me to see Miao. If she is in despair, what might happen?" "Your Grace," Xin Miao exclaimed as Hui Jing suddenly rose to his feet. Under her bewildered gaze, he nodded slightly to the elderly matron before turning and striding out. "Your Grace." Xin Miao was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it, before hastily pursuing him. In the hall, the remaining three individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Xin Changong was no longer in the mood to reprimand Aunt One. He turned his attention to the elderly matriarch. "Mother, what is happening? Has the heir left in anger, upset with our family?" Yet, his courteous demeanor before departing suggests otherwise. The old lady, having just regained her composure, tightened her grip on the handkerchief and exhaled slowly. "He has gone to pursue Miao." Xin Changong was taken aback. "What is this? How can he? Wasn't Yuan Yang concerned that Miao might act rashly and come harm?" The elderly lady glanced at her bewildered son and then at Aunt One, who was gradually regaining her spirits, giving a knowing nod at her son's dense demeanor. "We need not worry about Miao. The heir has already gone after her." The matriarch herself was astonished. She had not anticipated that Hui Jing would pursue her. Observing the heir's demeanor, it seemed even with the truth laid bare, he remained reluctant to part from his granddaughter. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope in this situation. As for the little granddaughter who had followed him, her ability to reach him so swiftly indicated she had grasped Hui Jing's intentions even earlier than they had. If that were the case, her pursuit could only lead to heartache. Nevertheless, it was essential for this matter to reach a conclusion. It is over. Everything has come to an end. We are finally free from the script, and this task is complete. The system began to exude a sense of despondency. "Host, why are you still weeping? There is no one else here. The only redeeming quality you displayed earlier was that you did not stubbornly cling to denial as in the original narrative. Yet, it amounted to little. Had you persisted in your lies, Xin Miao would have insisted on punishing you out of anger. Consequently, the conflict between Xin Miao and the Xin family has not escalated, making your own situation even more precarious." Chapter 21. The unmerited favor of a half-sister, Xin Miao, stood at the edge of the pond in the backyard of the Xin residence. Her cheeks stained with tears and her expression forlorn. She paid no heed to the nagging system, slowly approaching the water's edge. Although the pond was small, it was quite deep, and years ago, a servant had nearly drowned there. Despite this incident, the pond remained untouched. For Xin Changong believed that a house with water possessed vitality. With the children grown, the likelihood of accidental drownings was minimal. And as for the servants who frequented the area, they ought to take care. Crouching down, Xin Miao gently disturbed the surface of the water. The pond was crystal clear, reflecting her graceful visage. After a moment, her legs began to tingle, and just as she was about to shift her position, she was suddenly yanked upward, spinning in a whirl before finding herself in a man's embrace. "What are you doing?" The man's voice was filled with anger. Xin Miao looked up to see Hui Jing's handsome face, his brows furrowed in concern. "Heir?" The young woman stared blankly at him, her pale cheeks still glistening with moisture, her lively eyes appearing even more luminous. Hui Jing hesitated, suppressing his ire and anxiety as he gently wiped the tears from her face. "What are you doing by the water's edge? Is this your resolve, to deceive me and then seek to end it all?" Upon hearing his words, she finally snapped out of her daze. "I did not intend to die. Then why are you standing here?" "I merely wished for a moment of tranquility." "A moment of tranquility?" Hui Jing scoffed, clearly unconvinced. "You could find peace in your room or the garden, yet you choose to linger by the water?" Xin Miao turned her head away, biting her lip in silence. Hui Jing, seeing her demeanor, felt a surge of anger rise within him. If he had not arrived in time, would she truly have jumped in? "You deceived me, deceived everyone, and now you seek to escape it all through death." Xin Miao remained silent, her head bowed, her lips turning pale from biting them. "Look at me. Do not lower your head." Hui Jing grasped her chin, lifting her gaze. Just as he was about to speak further, he noticed her eyes brimming with tears. The sight of her tears, coupled with his own mounting frustration, made it impossible for her to hold back any longer. It is all my fault. I know it is all my fault. Her fair cheeks flushed, her nose reddened, her voice trembling as she spoke louder. After all, the one saving me is not you. Heir, please quickly break off the engagement with me and marry my sister instead. She seems to hold feelings for you. Would you not be a perfect match? Initially, Huijing's anger had subsided at the sight of her tears, but her words reignited his fury. You are still angry with me? Instead of explaining yourself, you speak in anger as if everyone else has wronged you. How could I be angry with the heir? Xin Miao sobbed, turning her face away. The heir wishes to marry his savior, and now that you know I'm not her, what is left to discuss? It is all my fault. I momentarily lost my senses, thinking I could be the heir's benefactor, causing both you and my sister to nearly miss your fateful union. She broke free from his embrace, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her face. Her voice was hoarse and increasingly soft, meant to elicit sympathy, yet the content was infuriating. At least I'm only betrothed to you. Even if the engagement is dissolved, it does not hinder you from marrying another. Is this how you truly feel? Huijing's voice trembled with suppressed anger. You wish for us to sever our engagement swiftly, so we can each pursue our own romantic paths? Xin Miao murmured. As for whom I might marry, I am uncertain, but it is clear who you shall wed. Who shall I marry? Of course, it must be my sister. She is your savior, and surely she deserves to be the wife of the heir of Xianping Ho. At that moment, Huijing's anger reached its zenith, and he laughed bitterly. What do you take me for? Do you think you can dictate whom I marry? What right do you have? Xin Miao lowered her head, wiping her tears. It is not I who grants the right. It is my sister who deserves it. Her complexion was ashen. Isn't it true that you have long wished to marry your savior? Our acquaintance stems from this gratitude. Your desire to wed me is also rooted in this sentiment. Everything between us has been shaped by your wish to repay a debt of gratitude. If that were to be proven false, I would have no right to cling to you any longer. Your desire to repay should belong to my sister. Everything is unrelated to me. Her voice grew soft and gentle. Just moments prior, she had displayed an infuriating stubbornness, but when she ceased speaking in anger, her tone turned earnest. And Huijing found himself unwilling to witness her in such a state. As the fire of his anger slowly dissipated, he saw her fragile and lost expression, and it felt as though his heart had been tightly gripped. When did I ever say I would marry my savior? Huijing snatched the handkerchief from her grasp, gently wiping away her tears. Though his expression remained stern, his actions were tender. You did not speak it, yet your gestures and actions convey that sentiment. Xin Miao spoke softly. Huijing's expression faltered. He recalled explaining himself to the princess of Zheng and using similar words with his caring uncle, the emperor. As for the busybodies in the capital, while they had no right to question him, they generally believed that the daughter of the Xian family had struck good fortune, saving a life and being rewarded with a favorable marriage. Without her act of bravery, what right would she have had to join the ranks of Xianping Ho's household? That was their collective sentiment, and indeed, everyone within the Xian residence shared this belief. Thus, in the main hall earlier, Xian Changgong had unreservedly reprimanded Aunt when before Huijing, for in their eyes, she could no longer be considered a potential mother-in-law. Instead, she and Xian Miao had offended Huijing, prompting Xian Changgong to scold her as a means of conveying his stance to Huijing. I did not mean it that way. You did. Xian Miao raised her eyes to meet Huijing's gaze. You believe that marrying me is an act of gratitude. You think you are marrying me merely to repay a debt of kindness. Huijing was rendered speechless. Indeed, in the beginning, his thoughts were rooted in the notion of gratitude. Yet up until this very moment, his sentiments had undergone a profound transformation. I acknowledge the former statement, but I cannot concede to the latter. He was proud and self-assured, believing that marrying her and safeguarding her life was his way of repaying her. In terms of both lineage and capability, Huijing was a paragon of excellence. He was no fool and could not be oblivious to his esteemed status in the marriage market of the capital. However, Huijing paused, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. I simply wish to marry you. Meeting the woman's gaze, he finally uttered this confession. From the very start, I have desired to marry you. When he proposed to seek her hand in marriage, Huijing had arrogantly and self-deceptively categorized his actions as a gesture of gratitude. How could it not be considered as such? The Xianping Marquisate is a noble house, and my future is promising. if Xin Miao were to marry into it. She would lead a life of stability and perhaps even wealth. Yet, at this moment, gazing upon the woman before him, Hui Jing recalled his initial chaotic emotions. He was reluctant to acknowledge it, but he had to admit that he did not want to see her wed to another. The reasons behind this sentiment need not be elaborated. That fleeting glimpse of her, when the army returned to the capital, seemed to have left an indelible mark on his heart. His persistent inquiries about her affections for him, despite her intention to marry another, stemmed from that moment when he had already resolved in his heart that she was the one for him. Even though he usually remained composed, when faced with emotions for the first time, Hui Jing resembled those infatuated youths. He harbored deep feelings for her, but was reluctant to express them, waiting for her to show a hint of shyness first. It was precisely this hesitance that led to their tumultuous exchanges. But I'm not a savior. Xin Miao gazed at Hui Jing, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. It is all right. She remained in the capital, where both the outside world and those within the Xin household proclaimed that he married her out of gratitude. How could she not feel anxious? At this thought, Hui Jing felt a pang in his heart. He had been remiss in his considerations. Initially, he had failed to articulate his intentions clearly, leading to her misunderstanding. Now, as he recalled their last encounter before leaving the capital, Hui Jing understood completely. It must have been that day when she realized she was not his benefactor. It was no wonder her demeanor had changed, wishing for him to return to the capital sooner so they could marry. She wished to wed him. As for her later attempts to conceal the truth about the so-called life-saving act, it was merely because she desired to marry him. Contemplating this, Hui Jing felt a surge of tenderness. He had been too harsh on her to suddenly learn the truth and already be betrothed to him. What courage must she have summoned to reveal such a truth? After all, in her heart, if she had not saved him, he would not have chosen to marry her. The previously dormant system suddenly sprang to life, brimming with excitement and disbelief. Love value. Hui Jing's affection value has been received. The protagonist's love value must surpass a certain threshold to be collected, and now that it could be received, this task had succeeded by at least 80%. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. The system, having almost given up, was now revitalized, extending its awareness to observe the unfolding events. Oh, I did not expect Hui Jing to chase after her. He even holds the host in his arms, looking utterly affectionate. Ignoring the system's jubilant outburst in her mind, Xin Miao bit her lip, her expression tinged with trepidation. But I deceived you. I am not the one who saved you. It is all right. What do you mean, it is all right? Hui Jing, in that moment, had shed his earlier fury. His demeanor had softened considerably. Gently caressing the woman's damp cheek, he lowered his voice, as if afraid of startling her. It matters not whether you saved me. What I desire is simply you. The woman blinked, fighting back tears, her voice barely a whisper. Is what the young master says truly sincere? Under the gaze of her eyes, Hui Jing's heart ached. What does sincerity even mean? He had always wished to marry her. Of course, it is genuine. Drawing her into his embrace, Hui Jing felt her stiffened form gradually relax. As if shedding a heavy burden, she nestled against him, weeping softly. The delicate sounds of her sobs evoked a sense of affection within him. Feeling the warmth of her tears against his chest, Hui Jing tightened his grip. Xin Miao, regardless of who you are or whether you saved my life, I will marry you. Hui Jing made this promise, a veiled yet solemn declaration of his feelings. The notions of salvation and gratitude were inconsequential. What he truly wanted was her. Hui Jing believed that Xin Miao had fallen for him at first sight, but in truth, it was he who had been unable to forget her from their very first encounter. He always told himself that it was a mere repayment of a life debt. Yet even without that debt, he would still desire her. A gasp of disbelief escaped his lips. Hui Jing had hastened away, leaving Xin Miao to navigate several twists and turns before finally locating him. At this moment, Xin Miao appeared disheveled, her forehead glistening with perspiration. Yet, she paid no mind to her appearance, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. Although an ominous premonition had gnawed at her as she followed Hui Jing. Witnessing this moment was still unbearable. The young master was embracing Xin Miao, the very woman who had schemed to attach herself to him. Had he not heard that Xin Miao was not his savior? She was the one who had saved him. Young master, Xin Miao rushed forward, attempting to pull Hui Jing away, but he frowned and evaded her grasp. Miss Xin, please conduct yourself with dignity. Jing released Xin Miao, stepping protectively in front of her when he noticed her complexion drain upon seeing Xin Pei'er. Although he understood that Xin Pei'er was the true benefactor and that she had suffered, Jing had clarified his thoughts and was prepared to cut through the confusion. He could perceive that Miss Xin harbored feelings for him, yet his heart was already taken by her sister, leaving him unprepared to offer any hope to the younger sister. Conduct myself with dignity? Xin Pei'er felt a piercing pain in her heart. I merely wished to grasp your sleeve, yet she lies in your embrace. How could she be so shameless, and why must she cast aspersions on me? Miss Xin, refrain from making baseless accusations. She is, after all, your sister. Jing interjected, his displeasure evident. Everyone possesses their own self-interests. Even though he knew the woman behind him had made countless mistakes, Jing could not help but lean toward her. Moreover, in his eyes, this act of claiming gratitude was a trivial matter, a misstep born out of her overwhelming feelings. Though she had erred, it was all because of him. She wished to marry him, hence her deception. He had not provided her with adequate security, prompting such desperate measures. How could he blame her? Miss Xin has rendered me a great service. Reflecting on Xin Pei'er's life-saving act, especially 9 years prior when she had pulled him back from the brink, Jing softened his tone. Your sister was momentarily confused and did not clarify things in a timely manner. Indeed, it was her fault. The system gasped in astonishment. Jing was truly hypocritical. The words he spoke transformed the situation. What was clearly a deliberate act of claiming gratitude was softened into a mere moment of confusion. While ostensibly defending the host's actions, he subtly diminished her culpability. To achieve such control over the Xianping Marquis at a young age and carve a path through the northern frontiers, Jing's heart was indeed shrewd. Young master, do you not realize I am the one who saved you? Why do you side with her? With Xin Miao? Xin Pei'er's voice trembled with unshed tears, her emotions surging. She impersonated me, deceiving you. Had she not pretended to be me, how could you have become engaged? As her words fell, Jing felt the trembling of the hand that clutched his sleeve. Miss Xin, even without you, I would have come to know your sister. Jing, with a calm demeanor, held the woman's hand firmly, the pressure conveying his determination. Long before I mistakenly believed your sister had rescued me, I had already encountered her. Jing paused, articulating his feelings clearly. On the day the army returned to the capital, I first laid eyes on your sister. Despite the throngs of people both above and below, she stood out distinctly in my memory. If we were to discuss fate, that was indeed our first encounter. What? Xin Pei'er was taken aback. They had known each other long before that day. But 9 years ago, my lord, do you remember 9 years ago? Xin Pei'er shot an indignant glance at Xin Miao, then turned to Jing, her eyes brimming with sorrow. 9 years ago, I witnessed you in peril alongside her. I saved you, yet she left without hesitation. My lord, did she ever mention this to you? Are you truly willing to protect such a woman? At this moment, Xin Pei'er could think of nothing else. Watching Jing disregard her half-sister's deceit, his heart and gaze solely on Xin Miao, she yearned to expose her true nature, to dissuade Jing from his affection for her. Why is fate so unjust? She had known the Lord first, saved him 9 years ago, and now it was still she who saved him. Why then did fate allow the Lord's heart to harbor another woman, one who deceived and belittled her, her own half-sister? Having saved him, Xin Miao had abandoned him. Could the Lord not see the disparity in their characters? Her small hand stiffened, as if to withdraw. But Jing tightened his grip. He had indeed never heard her speak of this matter. Yet what of it? 9 years ago, they were strangers. She had just escaped from the clutches of murderous bandits. Encountering a bloodied stranger, did he expect her to be obligated to save him? Second miss. The situation 9 years ago was dire. Your sister was but a child. I understand her actions, Jing said, bowing slightly to Xin Pei'er. As for your act of saving me, I am deeply grateful. Today, I promise you, should you find yourself in distress in the future, I shall offer my utmost assistance. I do not want your gratitude, Xin Pei'er retorted. Were another to receive the promise of the heir of the Xianping Marquis, they would surely rejoice, knowing their future was secure. Yet, Xin Pei'er felt neither joy nor desire for his gratitude. She longed for his heart, his affection, his gaze upon her. My lord, do you not see my feelings? I do not desire your gratitude or repayment. Xin Pei'er, with tears in her eyes, bravely confessed her emotions. That day in the outskirts of the capital, when the arrows rained down, you stood before me. In that moment, I... Second, Mississippi. Hua Jing furrowed his brow quickly, interrupting her heartfelt confession. Let's not speak of such things. Had it been anyone else professing their feelings, Hua Jing would have turned away with a cold demeanor. However, the person before him had saved his life and would soon be his sister-in-law. Although his expression softened considerably, he still felt it necessary to maintain decorum. I have already conveyed that my heart belongs solely to your sister. You saved me, and I shall repay you, but I will not do so with my marriage. Do you understand? His gaze was sharp, and though his demeanor remained courteous, a hint of impatience lingered between his brows. Whether it was due to his words or the unintentional expression he revealed, Xin found herself at a loss for words, remaining silent for a long while. Host, he. Since acquiring Hua Jing's affection points, the system had become exuberant, guarding the affection points like a miser. Who would have thought Hua Jing was not angered, having been deceived by the host under the pretense of gratitude and engagement? He was not upset, even upon realizing the host was not the savior. Girl, what did you say to the Lord that day? Upon returning, not only did she not call off the engagement, but the wedding was still set to proceed as planned. This astonished everyone, including old Madame Xin. Was the heir of the Xianping Marquis truly of such good temperament? Though he appeared composed, he had once been known as a troublemaker in the military. The scions of noble families were rarely humble. Hua Jing's rough edges had merely been smoothed by the battlefield, yet the rebellious spirit within him remained concealed. To have him pacified with a few words, overlooking the previous deception, was indeed remarkable. I said nothing. Meeting the old lady's gaze, Xin Miao merely smiled. Observing her granddaughter's cheerful demeanor, the old lady's eyes deepened with concern. This girl knew how to charm, yet she wondered how she would behave in front of the Lord. Initially, the old lady had intended to impose strictures upon her, but the current developments aligned with her wishes. In her triumphant state, it would likely become even more difficult to rein in her nature. Have you learned your lesson from this incident? Do not provoke or bully your sister again. Xin Miao raised an eyebrow, mumbling softly, I did not bully her. How can you say that? The old lady sighed inwardly at her granddaughter's lack of remorse. Previously, she had at least feigned some semblance of guilt, yet now that the marriage was firmly established, she was positively floating. Miaoer, the old lady spoke earnestly. Once you marry into the Xianping Marquis' residence, you will be living with the Lord. The last time you claimed credit for payer's kindness, you ought to have been punished. But considering your imminent marriage, I refrain from imposing any consequences. You may have charmed your way through with a few tears before us, and made payer feel disheartened. But do you think I did not see through this? Grandmother, Xin Miao knelt beside the old lady, looking up with pleading eyes. Please show Miaoer some affection. She merely wishes to marry into a good family. Do I not care for you? The old lady sighed, gently stroking her granddaughter's hair. What I say now is to ensure you do not stray from your path for your own good. You may have evaded the truth with the Lord, but what will happen after the marriage? You profess deep feelings for him, yet it appears to me that what you truly desire is to marry into a prestigious family, into the illustrious Marquis' residence. Chapter 24. The half-sister who claims credit for kindness. Xin Miao lowered her head and softly replied, Is there anything wrong with what the granddaughter desires? You are not wrong. But do you not consider that if Hua Jing were to discover your intentions with his pride, would he not take offense? Observing her granddaughter's silent reflection, the old lady felt a mix of pity and frustration. She schemed and plotted, feigning affection to placate Hua Jing. Yet how could someone as perceptive as he not see through it? If he knew, then he knew. Xin Miao lay her head on the old lady's lap, murmuring softly, There will be a solution when the time comes. We shall deal with matters as they arise. Seeing her obstinate granddaughter, the old lady sighed deeply. I hope you remain aware of your situation. Xin Miao remained silent. Upon leaving the old lady's quarters, the confusion and hesitation that had once clouded Xin Miao's face vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. The old lady was indeed astute. She continued to play the role of a false white lotus, concealing her true intentions. And the old lady had seen through it. Yet, who could blame her for being the wicked female antagonist? Bound to a system, she was compelled to both fulfill the role of the female antagonist while pursuing the ending of the heroine. Reflecting on the old lady's earlier comments, Xin Miao gazed into the distance, unexpectedly recalling that day. After hearing Hua Jing's words, Xin Pei'er was deeply affected, hastily wiping her tears as she departed. As for Huijing, he turned and embraced her, speaking at length, a stark contrast to his usual taciturn nature. This is how the male lead behaves. It is difficult to capture his attention, yet once you truly enter his heart, you will witness a different side of him. While Xin Miao thought of Huijing, he too was contemplating her. Your Highness, please take this key to the storeroom. Hold on to it for now, and when the young mistress arrives, you may hand it over to her. Uncle Zhong responded with a smile. Ah, finally, you have come to understand. Always thinking of the young mistress. Watching Uncle Zhong's retreating figure, Huijing calmly withdrew his gaze. The key could indeed be kept by the chief steward for the time being. After all, she had never managed a household before and could gradually learn after her arrival. However, considering that the lady might attach importance to such symbols of status, Huijing decided to present these tokens of identity to her all at once. He could discern her feelings. She was not as innocent and harmless as she appeared. She was calculating and cunning. Otherwise, how could the truth of the benefactor's rescue be so ambiguous? Huijing was merely biased, yet he was not foolish. Naturally, he favored the one he cherished over the one who saved him. Still, he understood clearly that this person in his heart was no naive girl. She had provoked him into proposing with Su Liu's influence. After Xan Pei'er revealed the truth, she softened him with her tears. All his anger was extinguished by her weeping. Was she truly intending to drown herself? No, she was merely waiting for him, making him worry about her, leaving him no choice but to suppress his anger. Even though he had been blinded by emotion at that moment and failed to perceive the oddities, Huijing, having returned to calmness after a long time, could always sense something amiss. She was relentless in her pursuits, even willing to employ unscrupulous means. Yet, as he rubbed the jade hairpin he had polished himself, Huijing let out a resigned sigh. After all, who could he blame for being her objective? Huijing, known as the iron-faced judge in the military, cold and unfeeling, with a keen eye for details, had now fallen for such tricks. Truly, he willingly allowed this woman to achieve her desires. Huijing sought the emperor's decree for marriage. Once the imperial edict arrived, it wasn't long before the formal wedding took place. After bidding farewell to their parents and elders, Xin Miao was taken away by Huijing. The procession, adorned with a vibrant red bridal attire, was a scene of great festivity. Huijing, astride a magnificent steed, displayed a rare smile. The groom was indeed handsome, wasn't he? The heir of the Xinping Marquisate. Oh, he was the desire of countless young ladies in the capital. And the bride? Certainly beautiful, for I have never seen an unattractive young lady from a noble family. The onlookers along the roadside buzzed with excitement. The cheerful chatter reached Huijing's ears, deepening his smile and filling him with exuberance. As he thought of the woman in the carriage behind him, an indescribable satisfaction welled up within him. Today, Xin Miao finally met the Xinping Marquis. Since the passing of the Grand Princess, the Marquis had taken to seclusion in a temple, devoting himself to ascetic practices and neglecting worldly affairs. However, today was his son's wedding, and he naturally had to attend. After a series of elaborate ceremonies, the couple finally found some time alone together. The bride, clad in her wedding gown, her hair elegantly styled, her fair cheeks flushed, complemented by her crimson lips, was a sight to behold. My lord, gazing at the delicate and radiant bride before him, Huijing felt a slight unease. What's wrong? Nothing much. I just wanted to call you. Xin Miao opened her arms and embraced his strong waist, burying her face in his chest. Today, I have become the Lord's wife, yet my heart feels more anxious than before. Will you come to despise me in the future? Holding the woman in his arms, Huijing was initially bewildered, but upon hearing her words, his heart softened helplessly. I will not. Really? The woman raised her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, bright and clear. Huijing caressed the nape of her neck, resting his forehead against hers, noticing her lashes were damp, as if she had been crying. He couldn't help but lean down to kiss her tearful eyes. Why are you crying? Hearing Huijing's gentle inquiry, her eyes became even more misty. I am sad and afraid. Today, I bid farewell to my mother. Watching her hold back tears while preparing me for my marriage, my joy suddenly faded, replaced by an overwhelming sorrow. From now on, I am a wife. No longer the young girl who could snuggle on her mother's lap. From this day forth, my fate will be intertwined with yours, my lord. I fear your treatment of me may turn cold, and I dread that today's kindness may be fleeting, replaced by a new love tomorrow. The corners of her eyes reddened as she spoke softly. On this joyous day, her sudden candor left Hu Jing momentarily stunned. Mia. It was the first time he addressed her so, opening his mouth to say something, only to be gently silenced by her raised hand. There is no need for promises. My lord, I just wish to share my thoughts with you. Getting married is a gamble. Today, I place all my bets on you, hoping you will love me, cherish me, and care for me. I will, although the lady did not demand a promise. Hu Jing found himself unable to restrain his words upon seeing her expression. Her heartfelt declaration ignited a torrent of emotions within him, melting the icy barriers around his heart. I will Miao. His large hand tenderly caressed her cheek, and a loving kiss fell upon her ruby lips. He was thoroughly captivated by this woman. Listening to her words, Hu Jing felt a warmth blooming within him, aching for her, uncertain of how to love her properly. It's rising, it's rising, it's rising. The system exclaimed joyfully in his mind, but Xin Miao found it annoying and unilaterally silenced it. Savoring the sweetness of her lips, Hu Jing's breath quickened, his hand on her lower back growing increasingly warm. My lord, Xin Miao pulled back slightly, breathing softly as she gazed at him. Today, you promised me to always treat me well. Should you tire of me in the future, neglect me, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Her harsh words lacked conviction. Hu Jing couldn't help but smile, feeling a surge of affection. The tender emotions in the room transformed into an intense desire. Capturing her vibrant lips, his hand found its way to her waist, and he embraced her, tumbling onto the bed, his voice husky. If I betray you, then you may take my life. Chapter 25. The scheming stepsister. On the third day of returning home, the Xin family awaited them eagerly at the entrance. Watching Hu Jing carefully assist Xin Miao down from the carriage, Aunt One and the matriarch beamed with joy. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Hu Jing greeted Xin Changong and his wife with utmost respect. Aunt One was pleasantly surprised, though she was merely a concubine. She had not expected Hu Jing to treat her with such regard, rather than looking down on her. Aunt One understood that this was all for her daughter's sake, and knowing this made her even happier. The more the heir valued his daughter, the better her life would be in the Xianping Marquisate. Xin Changong cheerfully invited Hu Jing inside, suggesting the two men have a good talk. Hu Jing glanced at Xin Miao, who was happily conversing with the matriarch and Aunt One, before agreeing. Xin Shaoqian followed them into the main hall. As they entered, he couldn't help but look back at the woman now dressed as a bride. Young master? Chang urged softly, as the master and son-in-law had already entered. Xin Shaoqian withdrew his gaze, letting out a sigh. Let us go. On the day she married, he had carried her out, hearing her soft sobs, and it had pained him deeply. However, while she mourned the loss of family, he was burdened by feelings he could not reveal. Seeing her now, the heir treated her well, and he felt a sense of relief. He was her brother for a time, and would always be her brother. Even if she had not married, there could never be a romantic bond between them. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, Xin Shaoqian stepped into the main hall. If he were to blame anyone, it would be for understanding matters too early when he was adopted, failing to cultivate the bond of siblings before developing romantic feelings. Yet, this feeling would remain a secret, locked away in his heart for a lifetime. That lad has caused quite the ruckus at home. I say he deserves it. Aunt One remarked gleefully regarding the Su family's situation. They disdain my Miao, claiming they fear she might hinder Su Liu's studies. It's all nonsense. Mother, why do you say that? Xin Miao inquired curiously. Miao, you may not know yet, but the excuse they provided was fabricated. The truth is, the Su family wants Su Liu to marry someone else. They wish to pursue other matches, seeking women from prestigious families. If that's the case, why must they tarnish your reputation, using you as a scapegoat to mask their own shame? Truly shameless. It turns out there are such reasons behind this. Xin Miao was enlightened. Indeed, the Su family deserves it. They wish for Su Liu to marry, yet Su Liu had no desire to wed, causing a great uproar, even declaring intentions to become a monk. Enough. As Andy Wen spoke passionately, old Madame Xin interrupted, reminding Miao, you have returned home for 3 days. Why delve into the matters of others? After all, Miao had once looked upon Su Liu, and now she was married, with her husband still in the residence. It would not bode well if such talk reached your husband's ears. He might feel uncomfortable. Although the mutual regard between men and women is indeed a serious matter, at the time Miao and Hu Jing had not yet made their commitment, and their interactions with the Su family's younger son were entirely proper. However, now that she was wed, it would be best to speak less of the past, lest the young couple be unsettled by bygone events. Upon mentioning her daughter's current marriage, Auntie Wen promptly fell silent, acknowledging the truth in her aunt's words. Observing her granddaughter's radiant complexion, the old lady suspected that Miao must be living well in the residence of the Marquis of Xianping, yet she could not resist asking one more question. Miao, how does the heir treat you? Xian Miao pursed her lips and smiled. Do not worry, grandmother. The heir is very good to me. In what way is he good? The old lady intended to inquire further, but her sharp eyes caught sight of the deliberately concealed red marks on her granddaughter's fair neck, rendering her momentarily speechless. Unable to voice her curiosity, young people truly possess an exuberance. How could this old woman pry into her descendants' intimate affairs? Never mind, never mind. Grandmother, what of my sister? I have not seen her upon my return. You mean Payer? The old lady took a sip of her tea. She has gone to her maternal grandparents' home. Again? Xian Miao raised an eyebrow inwardly. It was only a few months into the year. In previous years, it was not yet time for Xian Payer to stay at the Zhao family's residence. Let her go, the old lady sighed inwardly. If she were to prevent her, the Zhao family would come to fetch her, and Payer herself would be displeased, harboring resentment toward the family. Ever since the last incident, Xian Payer had been in low spirits. Although the Marquis of Xianping had sent many precious gifts as thanks, Xian Payer did not desire them. The sight of cold gold and silver jewels only reminded her more of Hua Jing's passionate tenderness toward her half-sister. She had taken several large trunks with her. Remembering this, the old lady felt a tangle of emotions. She feared that her family would seize her possessions, prompting her to take all those gifts from the Marquis of Xianping to the Zhao family. The Xian family had only 2 daughters and an adopted son, while the Zhao family boasted dozens of members who would covet her dowry. The old lady wished to caution her granddaughter, but saw her demeanor reflected a deep mistrust of the Xian family, truly considering the Zhao family a safe haven. Best not to mention it. As long as she is not foolish, she should understand the importance of safeguarding her dowry. That is her foundation. On the way back to the Marquis of Xuanping's residence, Hua Jing was rather taciturn. Xian Miao observed but chose to ignore it, feigning ignorance. Upon returning home, Hua Jing left with a remark about attending to official business, heading straight to the study. He often wore this cold expression, and the household servants did not notice anything amiss. Xian Miao acted as if she were oblivious. It was not until nightfall, when she called out for water several times, that Xian Miao, utterly exhausted, felt as if she could not lift her hand. What is going on today? Is there anger directed at me? Xian Miao extricated herself from Hua Jing's embrace, laboriously turning away from him in silence. Feeling a chill, Hua Jing instinctively sought to pull her back into his arms. Upon hearing her words, he paused momentarily. Su Liu is indeed infatuated with you. He currently refuses to marry, standing firm against his family. This news had evidently reached Hua Jing's ears. Of course, it could also be that he was already concerned about this man who had once been engaged to her, thus paying extra attention. What does the heir mean by that? Xian Miao, half closing her eyes, appeared weary, yet her tone carried a hint of indignation. So it is true. He is jealous, not wanting to show it during the day, but taking it out on me at night. He likes me. Is it my fault? The heir had known all along that Su Liu had once looked upon her. Before their marriage, he had not spoken of it, and now he was displeased, taking out his frustrations on her. The woman let out a soft huff, her voice tinged with grievance. I am not angry with you. Hua Jing leaned closer, wrapping his arms around her from behind, the warmth of her soft form pressing against his chest as he gazed down at her face. Why does your mouth pucker like that? Do not cry, do not cry. It is my fault. I am not crying. Chapter 26. The scheming half-sister, and, with Hua Jing's coaxing, Xian Miao turned and buried herself in his embrace, playfully pounding her small fists against his solid chest. Do you blame me? If you are upset with Su Liu for remembering me, do you know that I am also displeased? Every time I think of Xian Payer's affection for you, it pains me deeply. Su Liu at least has no connection to you, yet Payer is my sister. I do not dare to say a word, as I owe her. Xian Miao lifted her head, her delicate brows knitting together, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. You do not owe her. Hearing Xian Miao say this, Hua Jing cast aside his slight jealousy and held her close to soothe her. If anyone owes, It is I who owe her a debt of gratitude for saving her life. You do not owe her anything. How can I not owe? The woman was not swayed by his few words of consolation. To accept a favor unearned is to owe her, is it not? Fine, I owe her that one thing. All right. Hu Jing mused that this girl had him thoroughly ensnared. He knew she was intentionally steering the conversation toward Xian Pei'er to divert attention from Su Leo. Yet seeing her expression, he willingly spoke the words she longed to hear. Let us not mention them anymore. We won't discuss Su Leo, nor your sister. They are outsiders. Regardless of past entanglements, they are not worth quarreling over between us as husband and wife. Xin Miao sniffled, her tears drying up. As long as the air knows. That sly girl. Hu Jing chuckled inwardly. It had only been a few days since their marriage, and already she had shed her pretense of innocence. What are you doing? Air? Sensing the man's hand straying, Xin Miao quickly pressed down. It is late. We have other matters to attend to tomorrow. What matters? Hu Jing lowered his head, kissing her smooth neck, overlaying new marks upon the old. Since we are not discussing outsiders, let's talk about matters between us. His voice was husky. The faint protests were drowned beneath the rising waves of passion. Before Xin Miao had fully opened her eyes, she was greeted by a cacophony. Miao Miao, are you all right? Are you too tired? How did you faint? As her body gradually regained sensation, Xin Miao opened her eyes to a sea of white. The air thick with a sharp scent. She recalled that this scent was called disinfectant. Sitting beside her bed was a round-faced girl. Upon seeing Xin Miao awaken, Zhao Tiantian hurriedly poured her a glass of water. Sweet? After taking a sip, Xin Miao's voice was still hoarse. Yes, it is sweet. The doctor said you fainted due to low blood sugar and are receiving it for. I just asked the lady in the next bed for some sugar. I thought sweet water would be better for you than plain water. Xin Miao, thank her softly. Thank you, Tiantian. Zhao Tiantian smiled. No need for thanks. We're like family. Observing the pale, yet smiling woman in bed, Zhao Tiantian felt a pang of sympathy. To save a bit of money, she had skipped breakfast and fainted at work. Being a single mother was no easy task. She could not fathom how a scoundrel could abandon such a beautiful girl who had borne his child. Yet sympathy aside, Zhao Tiantian had her own life and could not afford to linger in the hospital for a colleague. Miao Miao, you fainted at the company. We called an ambulance to bring you here. The supervisor covered the expenses. Zhao Tiantian continued, and Xin Miao naturally interjected with a gentle smile. I understand. I will return the money to the supervisor tomorrow. Noticing Zhao Tiantian had picked up her bag, looking as though she could not stay any longer, Xin Miao added. If you are busy, you may return to the company first, Tiantian. I am fine now and do not require company. Zhao Tiantian and Xin Miao are merely ordinary colleagues, their frequent conversations stemming from their proximity. It is quite considerate of her to accompany the ambulance to the hospital and remain until Xin Miao awakens. Do you truly not need my company? Hearing Xin Miao's polite dismissal, Zhao Tiantian felt a twinge of reluctance. Having fainted and been brought to the hospital, she had yet to see Xin Miao's family. Alone with her child and lacking the care of friends or family, it was difficult not to feel a sense of compassion. It's all right, Tiantian, go ahead with your tasks. The woman's voice, though slightly hoarse, was gentle. I simply need you to request a leave of absence from my supervisor, for I fear I cannot make it to the company today. Zhao Tiantian replied. It's quite all right, we all understand. After exchanging a few more words, Zhao Tiantian took her leave. Host, how do you find it? Does the modern world exceed your imagination? Observing Xin Miao lost in thought while gazing at the ceiling lights, the system felt a swell of pride. What you see is merely the surface. As you delve deeper into the information, you shall discover a far broader world. Of course, this world pales in comparison to the one I originated from. It merely shares some technological similarities. The system reveled in its triumph, having finally regained some ground. Considering the host's capacity for acceptance, it had refrained from making too significant a leap in the previous world, only transitioning to an ancient realm. Initially, the system had intended to showcase its advantages to Xin Miao, but she had effortlessly accomplished a task without its assistance. Reflecting on how in the previous world, Hu Jing's unwavering devotion to the host culminated in his desire to promise her a future life together, it was evident that Xin Miao had the situation firmly in hand. The system was caught in a bittersweet predicament. Completing the main storyline tasks brought joy, yet the dynamic between the system and the host seemed a constant struggle for dominance. With such a formidable host, the system's authority appeared diminished. as if it would be overshadowed. Contemplating various strategies, the system resolved to designate the next world as a modern society, in a realm unfamiliar to the host. Surely she could not navigate it with such ease, right? At that point, it could assert its role and establish a hierarchy between them. Oof. As Xin Miao closed her eyes to absorb the narrative, she raised an eyebrow. Am I not the protagonist of this world? What further role do I have? Within the storyline conveyed to her, the original protagonist, while working part-time at a hotel, had an unexpected encounter with a male lead, resulting in a night of passion. Due to her health complications, she was unable to terminate the pregnancy and, yearning for familial connection, chose to leave her home and raise her child alone. When her son turned 1, she crossed paths with the male lead's grandfather during her part-time job. Upon seeing a little boy resembling his grandson, the grandfather immediately set investigators on the case. As expected, the results confirmed he was indeed his beloved great-grandson. Thus, the mother and child were brought back to the elder's home, leading to a series of heart-wrenching and tumultuous events, ultimately culminating in the union of the male and female leads. You're not the female lead. Who suggested you were? You are the original female lead who has been usurped. The system was momentarily dumbfounded before realizing it had only transmitted half of the narrative, withholding the latter portion. Originally, the plot was meant for the male and female leads to be together, enjoying a harmonious family life. However, dear host, you now find yourself in a world where the female supporting character takes center stage. She is the true protagonist. Chapter 27. The usurped pregnant female lead. In the original narrative, you return to the Liu family with Liu Jin's grandfather. Although Liu's mother adored her grandson, she harbored a strong aversion to the woman who bore him, having already favored another prospective daughter-in-law. Ji Liu, the daughter of a family connected to the Liu family, while not as influential as the Liu clan, was still deemed a suitable match. Ji Liu had been enamored with Liu Jinza since childhood and had gone to great lengths to win over Liu's mother, who naturally wished for Ji Liu to become her daughter-in-law. Though Ji Liu is a rather dim-witted supporting character, with Liu's mother backing her, she has created numerous obstacles for you and the male lead. Xin Miao inquired, what is the situation now? If the supporting character is staging a comeback, Ji Liu must have undergone significant changes. Currently, Ji Liu has been transmigrated into the story. This transmigrator not only knows the original plot, but is also considerably more astute than Ji Liu. She understands that for a man with strong opinions, merely appeasing his mother is insufficient. One must present oneself and strategically win him over. Thus, Ji Liu leveraged Liu's mother's influence to secure a position at Liu's company, positioning herself near Liu Jinza to subtly court him. At this point, the system felt a sense of urgency. She has been pursuing him for 4 years. Host, you must act swiftly. If you delay any longer, you will be completely overshadowed by this transmigrated supporting character, and our mission will come to an end. Indeed, the supporting character's transmigration had persisted for 4 years, and Xin Miao's son was already 3 years old. Everything had diverged from the original plot. Under Ji Liu's interference, the original protagonist could no longer secure employment in City A and was forced to relocate to another city. Lacking the conveniences of working in City A, the original protagonist had not encountered Liu Jin's grandfather 3 years prior. With her son, Xin Heng, she had moved to this coastal city, laboring tirelessly to support herself and her child. Raising a child is an expensive endeavor, particularly during the formative years. The original protagonist had no family support and, having dropped out of school, struggled immensely. 4 years ago, at university classmates' gathering, the original protagonist had been pressured into drinking, leading to a drunken misadventure in Liu Jin's room. After the night of folly, she awoke in a panic, too afraid to even glance at the man with whom she had tangled. Lacking guidance from female elders, she hurriedly donned her clothes and fled, too embarrassed to inquire about the man's identity or to seek contraception. Returning home in a state of distress, she felt an urge to confide in her stepmother, who had always been critical of her. However, she wisely refrained, knowing the woman was not to be trusted. Seeing Xin Miao grow into a graceful young woman, her stepmother, motivated by a desire for a hefty bride price, sought to marry her off to a middle-aged widower. Naturally, Xin Miao refused. She turned to her father for help, but he favored the pair of twins born after her. Not only did he tacitly agree to the marriage, but he also joined forces with her stepmother to pressure Xin Miao into compliance. Disheartened, she wept lamenting her father's lack of compassion. For he occupied the house left by her late mother while seeking to exploit his daughter. In her despair, she chose to cry out in hopes her father might still possess some sense of decency. However, the outcome only deepened her hopelessness. Her father, enraged, allied with her stepmother to confine Xin Miao, compelling her to marry. With the aid of a kind neighbor, the original protagonist managed to escape her home. Initially, she intended to return to school, but before she could make it back, her father and stepmother arrived at the institution first. They spread rumors about Xin Miao, claiming she had eloped with a man from outside. As concerned parents, they urged the school to keep an eye on her and notify them if any news surfaced. Learning of this, Xin Miao felt utterly besieged and desperate. She dared not return to the school or even remain in the city. In a rush, she packed her belongings and headed to City A, the city where Lu Xin's grandfather was recuperating. There, she discovered her pregnancy. The attending physician informed her that her health was unsuitable for an abortion. Forcing the procedure could jeopardize her ability to conceive in the future. This revelation plunged Xin Miao into confusion and panic. At merely 20 years of age, still a student, how could she become a mother and shoulder the responsibility of another life? Yet, the thought of terminating the child brought her grief, as since her mother's passing, Xin Miao had scarcely felt the warmth of familial love. She could not bear to part with this child, who shared her bloodline. In the midst of her turmoil, before Xin Miao could decide, her life was once again disrupted. For reasons unknown, her father and stepmother had arrived in City A and located a residence. Xin Miao. It must be Ji Lu's doing, right? The original protagonist seemingly chose a city at random to escape the Xin family completely, leaving scarcely a trace behind. In such circumstances, only a godlike book traveler would know Xin Miao's whereabouts. Indeed, Ji Lu had traversed time during that period and was filled with regret, wishing she had arrived a little earlier to prevent any interaction between Yu and Lu Xinze, thereby thwarting the entire plot of elopement. However, all was not lost. While preventing the pregnancy was no longer feasible, Ji Lu could still ensure that the child would never see the light of day. She was aware that Xin Miao was currently being coerced in a marriage, and once taken back, Xin's parents would likely pressure her to terminate the pregnancy. Even if they were informed that their daughter's health would be compromised and future pregnancies might be difficult, it mattered little to them. They were not responsible for Xin Miao's future. All they cared about was the dowry she could bring. To avoid being taken back for marriage, Xin Miao fled a city in a panic, arriving at this seaside town. The foredrip is done. You may be discharged now. A nurse approached Xin Miao, removing the needle and urging her to leave quickly due to the high demand for beds. A case of low blood sugar was certainly manageable at home. Thank you. Xin Miao mumut sopti. Upon hearing the melodious voice, the nurse instinctively looked up, momentarily awestruck. She had noticed before, but this patient was exceptionally beautiful, bright eyes and pearly teeth with lustrous black hair. Though her complexion was pale from the low blood sugar, her skin was so translucent that it evoked a protective instinct in others. Be careful, you young ladies are getting so thin. Yet you still insist on dieting. The nurse's tone softened as she cautioned Xin Miao to eat well once she went home, discouraging her from continuing to starve for the sake of weight loss. I understand. Thank you, Xin Miao replied, not bothering to clarify the misunderstanding. After all, the nurse meant well. Who could have guessed that the original protagonist was so impoverished that she had resorted to skipping meals to save money? Following the nurse's instructions, Xin Miao settled her hospital bill. Upon checking her bank balance, she fell silent. Only a little over 3,000 left, and she still needed to repay the supervisor who had covered her expenses. Would this meager sum suffice for her and a voracious, gold-consuming beast to survive for a few days? At the kindergarten gate, a stunning young teacher squatted down to converse with Xin Hang, her eyes flashing with surprise. She was a new hire and had not yet met the parents, this being her first day accompanying the children after school. The moment she entered the classroom that morning, she was smitten by the adorable Xin Hang. Upon seeing his mother, she was even more convinced. It was evident that such a charming child must have a beautiful mother. Xin Miao lifted Xin Hang into her arms, holding his small hand as they waved goodbye to the teacher. Goodbye, Teacher Su. Goodbye, goodbye. Teacher Su was taken aback. Although the little angel was undeniably cute, his demeanor was rather aloof, having spoken little throughout the morning. Such well-behaved children, while commendable, could leave a teacher feeling disheartened when their efforts to elicit a smile were met with silence. Was she destined to fail at being a kindergarten teacher? Yet now, seeing Xin Hang obediently nestled in his mother's embrace, she felt a renewed sense of hope. Is mommy sick? On their way home, Xin Hang's small, muffled voice suddenly broke the silence. Xin Miao straightened him in her arms, meeting his round, glistening eyes that seemed to be searching for something amiss. Why do you ask that? Xin Miao replied with a puzzled smile. Mommy is not sick. There's no need to worry. Inhaling the faint scent of disinfectant from his mother, Xin Hang pursed his lips. The kindergarten occasionally taught children about life skills and role-playing. Despite being a reserved child, Xin Hang took these activities seriously. Pointing to the bandage on Xin Miao's hand that she hadn't yet removed, he gazed up at her. Mommy is lying. Xin Miao raised an eyebrow at her son's astute observation. This child was remarkably observant. After all, he was the son of the protagonists. While the original plot did not bestow upon Xin Hang the abilities of a 7-year-old hacking prodigy, he was certainly more intelligent and perceptive than most children. Noticing his mother's prolonged silence, Xin Hang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Recently, the kindergarten had shown animated films that delicately explained the concept of death to the children, helping them understand this natural phenomenon. Initially, Xin Hang had dismissed it as childish, but now, the thought of his mother getting sick or even dying filled him with distress. Mommy, please don't get sick, don't die. He launched himself into her embrace. Mommy is fine. Mommy is fine. Don't be afraid, little Hang. Xin Miao reassured him, gently patting his back. Orant, I admitted. I had to go to the hospital today because I didn't eat properly and got sick. Xin Hang raised his head, his eyes red as he earnestly inquired, is Mommy still feeling unwell? Not anymore. The doctor said as long as I eat well from now on, I'll be all right. As she spoke, Xin Miao affectionately ruffled his hair. So, little Hang must also eat well and not be picky, you understand? Otherwise, you might end up in a hospital like Mommy, needing medicine and injections, which are quite painful. Xin Hang sniffled and nodded, I will be good. Xin Miao leaned down to kiss his cheek, causing the typically aloof child to shyly hide in her embrace. President Liu? Noticing the man lost in thought, gazing out the window, Secretary Li softly reminded him. Following his gaze, she saw nothing but the changing traffic lights. They had flown several hours to inspect the branch office. Though President Liu was usually energetic and a workaholic, he must be tired now and reluctant to deal with matters. With this in mind, Secretary Li put away her tablet, maintaining silence. Beep. The phone vibrated. Secretary Li picked it up, and her expression turned troubled. What's wrong? Liu Jinza had returned his gaze, noticing Secretary Li's demeanor. President Liu, it's a message from Miss G. She is inquiring which hotel you are staying at in Haicheng. The Liu Corporation owns several hotels in Haicheng, and Ji Liu speculated that Liu Jinza would be staying at one of them, though she was unsure which one. The mention of Ji Liu made Secretary Li feel a headache coming on. Miss G had joined the Liu Corporation 4 years ago, stirring up considerable discussion. She had been personally brought into the company by President Liu, and rumors swirled that she was his fiancée. During her initial period at the company, gossip filled the small groups, and over the years, most employees had come to accept that Miss G was to be the future lady of the Liu Corporation, with many attempting to curry favor with her, and some younger girls even shipping them as a couple. However, as the one closest to President Liu, Secretary Li knew well that there was nothing between them. The notion of her becoming the lady of Liu Corporation was pure nonsense. Although Miss G harbored feelings for President Liu, he did not reciprocate in any special way. The rumors were mere fabrications, many of which were likely spread by Miss G herself. Yet, considering the reason for President Liu's inspection in Haicheng, Secretary Li realized that such tactics might not be without merit. President Liu's mother had been pressing him to marry, perhaps feeling anxious as her peers were already becoming grandparents, urging him to hasten his wedding with Miss G. Even without marriage, at the very least, an engagement was expected. It seemed that whenever marriage was mentioned in relation to President Liu, Miss G was the first name that came to mind. Miss G's subtle brainwashing not only deterred other women from approaching General Liu, but also established her as the acknowledged fiancée of General Liu. Is this not a form of success? Secretary Li pondered. Perhaps one day, General Liu would succumb to his mother's pressure for marriage and readily agree. At that time, if Miss G truly became the mistress of the Liu family, he would have no choice but to show her respect. This was where Secretary Li found himself in a predicament. Considering the potential future, he dared not offend Ji Lu. Yet, currently, General Lu remained distant from Miss Ji. Whenever it came to private inquiries about her, should he respond or remain silent? Upon hearing Ji Lu's name, Lu Jinzi furrowed his brow, quickly regaining his composure. Over the years, Ji Lu had lingered at Lu Enterprises. Lu Jinzi was not oblivious to her intentions. He had openly rejected her before, yet Ji Lu did not relent, even proclaiming that she would make Lu Jinzi see her charm and fall in love with her. This news circulated within a small circle, cultivating a group of CP enthusiasts within the company. They spoke of the striking and forthright young lady, claiming she was indifferent to women, while the domineering CEO was aloof, leading to fervent discussions. Naturally, no one dared to bring such topics before Lu Jinzi. Chapter 29. The surprising counterattack of the pregnant female protagonist 3 Secretary Li. Miss Ji, I cannot disclose General Lu's whereabouts. I hope you understand. Upon reading the message on her phone, Ji Lu let out a cold laugh. A fair-weather friend. In the original storyline, he never hesitated to share information with Xin Miao. Ji Lu was angry for a moment, but decided not to stoop to the level of these minor players. She picked up her phone again to call Lu's mother, intending to ask her about Lu Jinzi's schedule. When she first arrived in this world, she had kept her distance from Lu's mother to avoid giving Lu Jinzi the impression of being coerced into marriage. However, she later realized that the original plot, where the protagonist sought to win over her mother-in-law to gain favor, had its merits. Lu Jinzi was emotionally detached and overlooked her attempts at goodwill. It was only under his mother's urging that he occasionally acknowledged her. The call connected, but it was the service staff at the club who answered, stating that Lu's mother had just finished a spa treatment and was currently asleep. No need to wake her. Please let her continue resting. I will call back later, Ji Lu replied gently, showcasing her understanding nature. Yet, after hanging up, she tossed her phone aside, fuming as she lay on the bed. Why sleep at this hour? This world was profoundly unfair to the female antagonist. Had it been Xin Miao, the female protagonist, she would have undoubtedly stumbled upon Lu Jinzi by now. Speaking of the protagonist's halo, Ji Lu couldn't help but reminisce about 4 years ago when she first arrived in this world. Back then, she had disclosed Xin Miao's address to the Xin family, yet they had somehow allowed Xin Miao to escape when they reached a city. Furthermore, over the following years, she had lost all trace of Xin Miao. Was this not the essence of the protagonist's halo? This world seemed determined to ensure that Xin Miao bore Lu Jinzi's child, forging a connection between them. Otherwise, with Xin Miao's incomplete college education and the Xin family's circumstances, how could she have had the chance to meet Lu Jinzi, let alone marry him? It was solely because she bore Lu Jinzi's child that she gained leverage and captured his heart. Ji Lu lay on the bed, seething for a while. Gradually, she regained her composure. Indeed, Xin Miao possessed a degree of the protagonist's halo, yet this was not immutable. According to the original timeline, she should have already married Lu Jinzi by now. But where was she? Currently, she was still untraceable, likely toiling away in obscurity. Given her high school education, securing a good job was nearly impossible. She had entirely altered the course of the narrative. The most crucial aspect now was Lu Jinzi. Regardless of how one might attempt to prevent the protagonist's interference, as long as Lu Jinzi genuinely fell in love with her, what would it matter if Xin Miao returned? At that point, she would merely be the mistress, and her child would be an illegitimate son. Moreover, a child raised without proper education would not be favored by the Lu family as depicted in the original storyline. After all, the education bestowed upon heirs of wealthy families differs vastly from that of ordinary individuals, and Xin Miao, with her naive disposition, would likely ruin the child. With these thoughts, Ji Lu's confidence reignited. She picked up her phone, opened the chat with Lu Jinzi. The latest message was a playful emoji she had sent him, and the one prior was her inquiry about which hotel he was staying at. Lu Jinzi had not replied. What a difficult man. Looking at Lu Jinzi's name, a bittersweet sensation welled up within Ji Lu as she murmured to herself. Upon her arrival in this world, when she realized she had entered a story, Ji Lu was overwhelmed with excitement. Once an ordinary person, she now found herself transformed into a wealthy heiress. Although Ji Lu was merely a supporting character, she was beautiful and affluent, not embroiled in the romance of the protagonists. How delightful it would be to bask in her own splendor. She scoffed at the notion of competing with a female protagonist for a man. Yet, fate seldom unfolds as one envisions. Ji Lu never anticipated that the superficial descriptions in the book would fail to convey the depth of Lu Xunza's character. Upon meeting him, she discovered the complexity of this world and the multifaceted nature of Lu Xunza himself. He was tall and handsome, strikingly so. Ji Lu had witnessed his spirited demeanor, his mature and composed side, and his calm confidence in the business world. Ji Lu had been an ordinary office worker in her previous life. She had never encountered a man like him. After just a few meetings, she found herself captivated. In reality, the so-called wealthy and handsome men were either lacking in fortune or in looks. Where could one find a man as extraordinarily handsome and exceedingly wealthy as Lu Xunza, who wielded immense power? Furthermore, he was devoted and treated the female protagonist with exceptional kindness. Ji Lu then realized that a man like Lu Xunza was a rare anomaly in the realm of novels. After finally encountering someone like him, could she simply give up without a fight? Ji Lu wrestled with her thoughts. After all, Lu Xunza was destined for his female protagonist. If she were to insert herself into this narrative, would she not be treading the same path as the original storyline? Ultimately, Ji Lu did not dwell on her internal conflict for long. She quickly persuaded herself. Although Lu Xunza had his destined partner, they had yet to meet. It was merely a fleeting romance. And because of a child, the original narrative had forced Lu Xunza and Xin Miao together, leading him to fall for her. Did that not seem absurd? Lu Xunza was merely influenced by the narrative's design. If he were to make a genuine choice with clarity of mind, he would not find himself drawn to a naive character like Xin Miao. They were simply incompatible. Wealthy families often sought advantageous marriages. After their union, they would likely find themselves in a relationship devoid of communication. Rather than discovering their incompatibility post-marriage, it was better that they never came together in the first place. This would liberate Lu Xunza and spare Xin Miao the disdain and contempt associated with high society. The more Ji Lu considered this, the more she found it reasonable, fully convincing herself. Moreover, putting aside other matters, since she had developed feelings for Lu Xunza, giving up was not in her nature. Life is about courageously pursuing love, is it not? She would strive to become a better version of herself, winning his affection. As for the influence of the original plot, Ji Lu was resolute. She would undoubtedly avoid the pitfalls of the past. It must be said that without Xin Miao's arrival, Ji Lu's aspirations could indeed come to fruition. Under her intervention, the original protagonist had been wandering aimlessly, seeking to escape her father and stepmother while trying to earn a living for her child, all while working low-paying jobs due to her lack of education. By the time Xin Hang turned 8, she had remarried, creating a blended family with a father who had a daughter. She led a mundane and tedious life. Her teenage stepdaughter resented her presence as a stepmother, and her husband wished to have another child, but she was reluctant for Xin Hang's sake. The atmosphere at home grew tense. The burdens and sorrows of an ordinary life were experiences the original protagonist had endured. When Xin Hang turned 15, a chance encounter finally led to his existence being discovered by Lu Xunza. However, by that time, Lu Xunza had already married Ji Lu and had 2 children. Although Ji Lu occasionally felt regret over the lack of love in her marriage with Lu Xunza, merely fulfilling their responsibilities as spouses. Upon witnessing the struggles of the original protagonist, Ji Lu felt a momentary panic, followed by a resigned sigh. The naive and sweet protagonist, indeed, is a naive and sweet protagonist. Without the male lead, she is merely a middle-aged woman, living a life of privilege. Ji Lu observes the original owner, whose beauty has been dulled by the trials of life, and gracefully expresses her understanding to Lu Xunza, embodying the poise of a wealthy wife. In the presence of Lu Xunza, who seems to inhabit a different realm, the original owner feels both anxious and inferior. How could she possibly be associated with such a man? Is Xin Hang truly his son? This is the world where the female antagonist rises. Had Xin Miao not arrived, Ji Lu would have been the heroine of this narrative of ascendance. Chapter 30. The heroine leading the charge. Miao Miao. Are you all right? Zhao Tiantian wheeled her chair over, concern evident in her voice. I'm fine, Tiantian. Thank you for your concern. That's good to hear. If you, observing the slender woman, Zhao Tiantian hesitated to mention borrowing money. She understood Xin Miao's financial struggles, barely scraping by to support herself and her son. She had no spare funds and had to deliver takeout after work. If she were to lend her money, Would Xin Miao be able to repay her? What's wrong, Tian Tian? Seeing Zhao Tian Tian trailing off, Xin Miao removed her headset and looked at her questioningly. Nothing. I just wanted to remind you to eat well. You can find a way to manage Xiao Hang's tuition over time. After saying this, Zhao Tian Tian, feeling awkward under Xin Miao's gentle smile, quickly returned to her own desk. As the supervisor approached, Xin Miao ceased her conversation and resumed her work. The original owner, with only a high school education, had barely secured a position as a typist and customer service representative in this company. Although the tasks seemed simple, the workload was far from light. This was the best job she had managed to find in years. Previously, she had worked in a restaurant kitchen as a cashier and delivered takeout, all of which were unstable and poorly paid. Aside from her current delivery job, she had to leave the others for various reasons. In the years when Xin Hang was too young for kindergarten and needed his mother the most, the original owner had even resorted to selling blood when money became scarce. These 4 years have been fraught with the hardships of motherhood and the struggles of life. Everyone, stay alert and work diligently. No slacking off. The supervisor clapped his hands, announcing that there might be an inspection soon. Their supervisor was easygoing, and upon hearing his words, inquiries arose among the staff. Who is it, Brother Fong? Are we really having someone inspect us? It's our big boss. The big boss? You mean the boss from headquarters? You must be joking, Brother Fong. How would the big boss personally conduct an inspection? Seeing the astonishment in everyone's faces, Supervisor Fong was pleased with the effect of his words and reassured them with a smile. Don't be too nervous. Our top boss has a packed schedule. He might only inspect the RD department and likely won't come here. Brother Fong, are you referring to President Liu? With a predominance of women in the customer service department, it was impossible not to discuss President Liu since their employment began. He was the epitome of a wealthy and attractive man, the head of the Liu Corporation, and although he rarely made public appearances, the few photos from financial magazine interviews had created quite a stir online. Eventually, the photos vanished and the fervor subsided, leading the employees to speculate that the PR department of Liu Corporation intentionally suppressed the hype. Brother Fong, please tell us, is President Liu really coming to inspect us? The female employees buzzed with excitement. Zhao Tian joined the fray, while Xin Miao remained seated, undistracted, annoyed by the incessant chatter from his subordinates. Supervisor Fong pointed out Xin Miao as an example. Can you all exhibit a bit more decorum? Upon hearing about President Liu, you act like starstruck fans. Look at Xiao Xin. She understands that work is paramount. Upon hearing this, Xin Miao blinked slowly. How did this supervisor attain his position? His words certainly invited resentment. As expected, someone who had previously disapproved of Xin Miao spoke up. Miao Miao is already a mother. She's certainly different from us. Different? In what way? Zhao Tian sensed the undercurrent of sarcasm in the comment and wished to defend Xin Miao, but after pondering, she found no appropriate retort. Any response would seem overly dramatic. The insinuation was unmistakable, and the noise quieted as everyone turned their attention to Xin Miao. What is the matter? Xin Miao removed her headset, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny, and smiled as she surveyed the room. Her radiant smile, illuminated by the room's lighting, made her appear almost ethereal. Indeed, Xin Miao was exceptionally beautiful. The collective admiration for her beauty stirred unbidden within everyone present. Despite being colleagues, few had engaged her in conversation. Her striking appearance cast a soft glow around her, evoking a sense of tranquility. When she first joined the company, her gentle and affable nature made her approachable, yet an invisible barrier kept others at bay. Upon learning of her status as a single mother with a high school education struggling through life, the initial respect transformed into a sense of pity. Though she was lovely, her circumstances were more precarious than theirs, subtly shifting their perception. Simultaneously, the number of men eager to pursue her dwindled. While they might covet her beauty, the reality was that they were ordinary men grappling with their own financial burdens, let alone supporting a woman with a child. If only Xin Miao didn't have that money-draining child, they would have surely made an effort. Many male colleagues lamented, as her gaze swept over the room. Those who had mocked her earlier shrank back, and the atmosphere grew slightly tense. Ahem, enough of this. Let us all focus on our work. Supervisor Fong left them with that remark as he turned to exit. The colleagues returned to their tasks, and the tension gradually eased. Miao Miao. As Zhao Tian passed by Xin Miao, She feigned a work-related discussion and relayed what had just transpired. She's simply envious of you. She's always bad-mouthing you behind your back, and now she's even being snide to your face. It's utterly ridiculous. Zhao Tiantian scoffed, her expression filled with disdain. Thank you, Tiantian. No problem. I just worry about her affecting you. I won't be influenced by her. Xin Miao smiled, her tone gentle. I don't mind her. That's good to hear. Zhao Tiantian felt a sense of admiration. Despite Xin Miao's difficult life, her positive attitude was truly remarkable. Until the end of the workday, there was no sign of the higher-up Supervisor Fong had mentioned. Lu Jinze, indeed, only inspected the more critical departments. Although they had anticipated this, the female colleagues still expressed their disappointment. I just wanted to catch a glimpse of President Liu. That's impossible now. He's already left unless he returns tomorrow. Come back. Isn't President Liu busy? Stop dreaming. Even if you saw him, could you even approach him to speak? Xin Miao did not join the discussions and instead focused on packing her belongings to leave. Today, due to the upper management's inspection, she was fortunate not to have to work overtime. She quickly gathered her things and departed, while several colleagues whispered behind her. She must be going to deliver takeout. Definitely. She finished so early today. How impressive. After a long day, I just want to lie down. She still has the energy to deliver food. She has a child to support, especially with kindergarten fees being quite substantial. It's strange. Where's the child's father? Did they divorce? I heard. The speaker lowered her voice. She had the child out of wedlock. Oh, how do you know? One day, when I was at HR, I saw her employee file. She has no record of marriage. No wonder. I thought her life was so hard. It seems her family doesn't help at all. Probably upset with her for having a child out of wedlock, forcing her out. What's wrong with having a child out of wedlock? A younger female colleague, new to the company, interjected with a huff. People strive to live their lives. What concern is it of yours or mine? One should refrain from speaking ill of others behind their backs. When a spirited young girl boldly confronted someone, those gathered around felt their composure slip away. How can you speak like that? Remarked one small girl, astonished at the audacity of another. Unbeknownst to Xin Miao, after her departure, a dispute erupted within the company over her. Riding her electric bike, Xin Miao first intended to pick up Xin Hang from the after-school care program. Typically, after bringing Xin Hang home, she would spend half an hour with him before putting him to bed. Although this bedtime was exceedingly early, she had no choice. She needed to deliver takeout at night. If Xin Hang were awake, she couldn't bear to leave him alone at home. Even though leaving a sleeping Xin Hang alone at home was not ideal, desperate circumstances often necessitate difficult choices. Chapter 31. The reversal of the pregnant protagonist sometimes. After just 1 or 2 hours of sleep, Xin Hang would awaken. Yet he was remarkably well-behaved. He understood that his mother was earning a living and never cried out for her upon waking. The little boy would sit up in bed, waving at the camera, his bright eyes fixed on the lens for an extended period, knowing his mother was there. Xin Hang was indeed an angelic child. Xin Miao never regretted giving birth to him. She only lamented that she could not provide him with better conditions. Thus, she worked even harder to support the family, persisting despite her exhaustion. Host, isn't modern society incredibly convenient? If you don't wish to cook, simply order takeout, and fresh meals can be enjoyed without leaving your home. A week had passed, and the system continued to boast about the conveniences of the technological realm. However, it was oblivious to the fact that Xin Miao had long ago deciphered this so-called modern society. Her consciousness had been honed through cultivation. Although her current mortal form could not wield magic, the soul of a cultivator remained potent, capable of nourishing the flesh in return. This was why Xin Miao's appearance had not changed, and outsiders often felt she appeared even more ethereal and enchanting. Even ancient emperors cannot compare to the ordinary people of the modern world. The quality of life is vastly inferior. Do you know why? This is the result of technological demotion. Be careful, host. Amidst the system's exclamations, Xin Miao collided with the side of a passing Maybach. Oh dear, I warned you to be cautious, host. Have you not yet learned to ride an electric bike? How could you not even apply the brakes? Surely, you are not so startled that you have lost your wits? Now look, the bike is totaled. The system rambled on until it caught sight of the person emerging from the vehicle, suddenly rendered mute as if grasped by the throat. Male. The male lead. Lu Jinze had not intended to exit the car. Despite the minor traffic incident, with both vehicles moving slowly and no injuries reported. He believed it best to leave the matter to the driver or Secretary Li. However, when his gaze fell upon the woman seated motionless on the ground, he paused, his feet seemingly moving of their own accord to approach her. "What is the matter?" Lu Jinzi inquired, observing the driver attempting to persuade Xin Miao gently. "Mr. Lu, why have you come down?" Secretary Li approached Lu Jinzi, briefing him on the situation. "This young lady's electric bike was damaged, and she has a minor scrape on her hand. We were prepared to offer her compensation for a private settlement, but she has remained unresponsive on the ground." Though Secretary Li spoke courteously, it was evident he was hinting that they had encountered a potential scammer. "Perhaps you should return to the vehicle, Mr. Lu. This matter can be resolved shortly." Lu Jinzi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the woman on the ground. She had her head bowed, clutching a black-screen phone, her dark hair partially obscuring her profile, rendering her expression indistinguishable. She appeared vastly different from the woman he had seen that sunny afternoon, when she had laughed and played with her child, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Miss, aren't you cold sitting on the ground? Please, rise and take the money to buy some ointment for your scrape. You certainly don't want any scars." As the day was drawing to a close, he added, "Let us all head home early to avoid worrying our families, shall we?" The driver, a middle-aged man with a daughter of his own, felt his heart soften upon seeing a girl who looked only slightly older than his own child. Although he suspected Xin Miao might be attempting to deceive them, he could not bring himself to speak harshly. Perhaps it was a particular sentiment that stirred within the girl, for she slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were slightly reddened, tears threatening to spill forth at any moment. With a blink, they cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. I'm so sorry. She wiped her tears, managing a faint smile. "My phone broke, and I can't see the home surveillance. I was so worried about my child that I momentarily lost my composure. I didn't mean to deceive you." As she hastily wiped her tears, they only seemed to multiply, soon blurring her vision. "I'm so sorry, I apologize," she continued to murmur. Witnessing this scene, Secretary Li, who had initially intended to urge her to hurry, found it difficult to proceed. Sometimes, a breakdown can occur in an instant. It was unclear what troubles had befallen this girl, but sorrow was etched all over her. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be a delivery worker, toiling at night for the sake of survival. Though Secretary Li was a highly compensated professional, in that moment, he felt a profound empathy for her plight. As Xin Miao rose from the ground and inspected her damaged bike, the tears she had managed to suppress began to flow once more. Secretary Li, moved by her situation, resolved to increase the compensation amount. As Lu Jinzi's senior secretary, he still possessed a degree of autonomy in such matters. Xin Miao wiped her tears and, with red-rimmed eyes, turned toward Lu Jinzi, her voice trembling as she asked, "Could you please take me to the subway station? I wish to return home quickly." Inside the quiet Maybach, the sound of a piano serenely filled the air. Secretary Li, seated in the front passenger seat, occasionally glanced back. To be honest, he still had not fully processed the situation. After the girl made her request, he felt a surge of sympathy, yet he was prepared to decline. They could assist her in hailing a taxi or find some other means of transport. They certainly could not take her directly. After all, Mr. Lu had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. It was not overtly apparent, but it undeniably existed. However, before he could voice his refusal, Lu Jinzi had already agreed. Not only that, but he had offered to take her home directly. What had prompted such unexpected kindness from him today? Did he feel pity for the girl? "Thank you," Xin Miao whispered. Lu Jinzi replied coldly with a brief acknowledgement. No further words were exchanged, and Secretary Li felt the atmosphere in the car grow stifling. Clearing his throat, he attempted polite conversation. "Miss Xin, do you have a son or a daughter at home?" "A boy," she replied. "A boy, how old is he?" 3 years old, in kindergarten." "Oh, do you usually care for him alone?" "Yes." "And your husband?" Before Secretary Li could finish, he noticed Lu Jinzi's brow furrow in the rearview mirror, indicating his impatience with their trivial conversation. Secretary Li quickly fell silent. "I have no husband." Though Secretary Li had not completed his inquiry, Xin Miao answered politely. "I see," he replied. What did she mean by having no husband? Had she divorced? Or was he deceased? Or was it something else? Secretary Li was curious, but dared not probe further in front of his superior. The car fell silent once more. Just as Secretary Li thought they would remain quiet for the duration, Lu Jinzi suddenly instructed the driver to halt. Stop here, Mr. Liu. Secretary Li inquired. Lu Zhenze turned to Xin Miao, speaking softly. Didn't you injure your hand? Let us stop at the pharmacy to buy some medicine. Chapter 32. The reversal of the pregnant protagonist after purchasing the medicine. The pharmacy staff assisted in cleaning the wound, applying ointment, and affixing a bandage. Miss Xin, would you like to go to the hospital for a checkup? While there are no visible injuries, you could have internal damage. Secretary Li understood his boss's intent. They had overlooked the need to ensure the girl received appropriate medical attention to prevent her from later claiming lingering injuries. Thank you, Secretary Li, but I just want to return home quickly. My baby is alone there, and I feel uneasy without being able to see the surveillance. It's all right, Secretary Li expressed understanding. The compassion of parents is indeed profound. Even if the girl pursues them in the future, they need not worry. The public relations department of the Liu family is not idle. Miss Xian, you appear quite young, yet your child is already 3 years old. You must have married early? As they exited the pharmacy, noticing the absence of the boss, Secretary Li finally voiced his curiosity. Despite his serious demeanor in public, he was quite the gossip, relishing tales of familial matters. I have never been married. Xin Miao paused for a moment, her voice barely above a whisper. Secretary Li was somewhat taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Ah, I see. You are truly remarkable. Raising a child alone is no small feat. A hint of awkwardness crept in. Observing the girl's expression, he realized he might have touched a sensitive nerve. The two exchanged no further words and proceeded to their respective vehicles. Just before taking the passenger seat, a flicker of doubt crossed Secretary Li's mind. Why was he seated here? Shouldn't Miss Xian occupy this place? In a state of confusion, it turned out that Miss Xian and Mr. Liu were seated in the back. Thank you, Mr. Liu. As the car began to move, Xin Miao hesitated for a moment before softly expressing her gratitude to the man. Though he seldom spoke, he exuded a formidable presence, as if an invisible shadow encroached upon her, threatening to engulf her entirely. Lu Zhenze's gaze flickered over the girl's hand, noting it had been adequately treated, and he withdrew his gaze indifferently. They soon arrived at the neighborhood where Xin Miao resided. The typical scene of an urban village unfolded before Secretary Li, who surveyed the surroundings and gained insight into Miss Xian's living conditions. Xin Miao certainly yearned for a better home, but financial constraints posed a significant obstacle. This was already the most cost-effective housing she could find. The area was relatively safe, and her roommates were 2 girls. Aside from their occasional boyfriends visiting, Xin Miao was quite content with the arrangement. After bidding farewell to Secretary Li and leaving her contact information, she added, "The funds will be credited shortly. Miss Xian, please remember to check." Thank you, thank you. Xin Miao expressed her gratitude profusely. Despite the unfortunate incident that transpired that evening, the compensation was more than sufficient to cover her losses. After saying farewell to Secretary Li and the driver, she hesitated for a moment before glancing at Lu Zhenze. Goodbye. Mr. Liu. She expected him to ignore her or respond coldly, but to her surprise, he turned his head, his deep black eyes meeting hers. They locked gazes for a moment. Xin Miao was momentarily startled, then regained her composure. Her bright eyes shimmered with emotion, and thick eyelashes fluttered as she quickly averted her gaze. Without waiting for the man to speak, she turned and walked away. Miao Miao, why are you home so early tonight? At the entrance of her rented apartment, Xin Miao encountered her roommate, adorned with exquisite makeup and still wearing a smile. She must have just returned from a date with her boyfriend. I encountered some issues on the way. My electric scooter broke down and my phone got damaged, so I had to cut my outing short. Oh no, how did that happen? Are you all right? I'm fine, just a scrape on my hand. Oh, that's good to hear. Remember to avoid water for the next few days. I know. Yuan. Thank you for your concern. They chatted and laughed as they entered the apartment. Upon reaching the living room, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Another roommate was passionately kissing her boyfriend, his hands slipping beneath her clothing. Hey, they're back. Let go of me. What are you afraid of? They won't stay here. They'll soon retreat to their rooms. You're being so tempting. I don't want to let you go. The girl shot her boyfriend a playful glare. All right, stop it. She pushed him away, smiling shyly at Xin Miao and her roommate. Xin Miao offered a polite smile and quickened her pace to leave the living room. Miao, wait for me. I want to see Little Hang. Yuan caught up with Xin Miao, following her into the bedroom after she unlocked the door. Aren't your 2 roommates a couple? What are you saying? They're definitely not. Once the door closed, All remnants of the living room were shut out. How awkward. I can't believe that guy isn't embarrassed. Yuan quietly complained of Xin Miao, trying not to wake the sleeping Xin Hang. However, Xin Hang was already awake. He seemed to possess a peculiar ability. No matter how quietly Xin Miao returned home, he would always wake up. Mommy. Xin Hang sat up, rubbing his eyes, his sweet voice utterly adorable. Oh dear. Little Hang is awake. Come give your sister a kiss, Mua. Yuan rushed to the bedside, eager to hug Xin Hang, but he immediately dodged, reaching out for Xin Miao instead. No, I want Mommy. You little rascal, so stingy. We live under the same roof. And you won't even let your sister give you a kiss? Xin Miao Chuko, Embukin Xin Hang. Once in her arms, he obediently nestled against her shoulder and drifted back to sleep. Yuan watched, feeling a pang of envy, and playfully patted Xin Hang's bottom. Meow meow. Remember to lock the door tonight, and try not to venture into the living room. What's going on? Isn't it little Rue's boyfriend? Yuan rolled her eyes, making a gesture of disdain. You rarely encounter him when you come home late from delivering food. You don't know how truly disgusting he is. Such things have happened in the living room before. He genuinely thinks we want to watch him being affectionate. Plus, at night, he wears nothing but tight-fitting shorts to the bathroom. Once, he even tried to flirt with me when I caught him. It was revolting. Little Rue indulges her boyfriend too much. I told her he flirts around, but she refuses to believe me. Yuan clearly harbored deep resentment, rambling on and on. So, meow, you need to keep an eye on that guy. You're so beautiful. Who wouldn't cast a lecherous gaze? Xin Miao chuckled, I understand. Yuan. After venting her frustrations, Yuan left feeling refreshed. Xin Miao placed Xin Hang back on the bed and seized a moment when the living room was unoccupied to wash up. The following morning, Xin Miao and Xin Hang rose early to freshen up, due to her phone being damaged the previous night. Xin Miao needed to purchase a new one before heading to work. It must be exhausting for you to raise a child alone. A voice interrupted as she assisted Xin Hang with his hygiene. The boyfriend of Little Rue leaned in. Not at all, Xin Miao replied nonchalantly, cradling Xin Hang after he finished washing up, choosing not to engage further. TCH, what are you pretending for? The boy's embarrassment turned to anger. Or were you just discussing? Little Rue emerged from her room, glancing at the departing Xin Miao before approaching her boyfriend. I was just asking her how she usually takes care of her child. Gathering some experience. Little Rue initially appeared displeased, but upon hearing this, her expression shifted to one of shyness. Who would want to have a child with you? You silly goose, if not with me, then with whom else? Xin Miao shook her head internally. It seemed she would not be staying here for long. Chapter 33. The reversal of the pregnant runaway protagonist upon purchasing the new phone and inserting her SIM card. Xin Miao indeed received a notification of last night's deposit. Mommy? Xin Hang leaned over to take a look, but she quickly pressed the screen off. Don't look at your phone on the bus. You might feel dizzy. I'm not looking. Mommy is. Right. We won't look. Mommy won't look now either. Xin Hang. Genli poking Xin Hang for fet check. Xin Miao smai sop the. Is Little Hang upset? Tickling him lightly, she asked, still upset? Xin Hang couldn't help but giggle. Mommy is being naughty. The pair, both strikingly beautiful, created a delightful scene on the bus, drawing smiles and even the occasional secret photograph from onlookers. Excuse me, if you're taking pictures of us, please refrain from posting them online. We prefer not to be famous. The girl, caught off guard, blushed and quickly deleted her photo. Okay, I'm sorry. It's all right, Xin Miao replied with a polite smile. Although it was only a matter of time before the Xin family or Ji Lu discovered the truth, that moment had not yet arrived. After sending Xin Hang off to kindergarten, Xin Miao once again took the subway to her workplace. Upon exiting the station, she found herself amidst a throng of people, with the streets clogged with traffic. It was during such times that the convenience of the subway truly shone through. No matter how luxurious your vehicle, you would be at a standstill in the face of congestion. Huh? Is that Miss Xin? The driver, enjoying a clear view, exclaimed upon spotting Xin Miao crossing the street among the crowd. Secretary Li, seated in the back, immediately turned to look, his eyes widening in surprise. The direction in which Miss Xin was heading implied that she was an employee of Lu Corporation. What a coincidence! If she indeed worked at Lu Corporation, how could she not know President Lu? She certainly did not give that impression last night. Secretary Li pondered for a moment before quickly coming to terms with it. He realized he had been misled by the younger female employees at the company. In a genuine work environment, who would concern themselves with the affairs of a distant superior. It was sufficient to be acquainted with one's direct supervisor. Even if Miss Xin didn't know President Liu, she would likely feel too embarrassed to mention it after the awkward incident from the previous evening. After all, having brushed against the luxurious vehicle of the CEO, albeit only slightly damaging the paint, she ought to be responsible for the repair costs. At this juncture, Secretary Li suddenly recalled something he had overlooked. Yes, given President Liu's character, he would likely adhere to a strict protocol, regardless of how pitifully one might weep, ensuring that no advantage was afforded to rivals. In any case, the incident last night had favored Miss Xin rather than President Liu. Though the financial implications were negligible for President Liu, it was still an unexpected outcome. With this realization, Secretary Li subtly shifted his gaze towards his boss. The light in the car fluctuated, obscuring President Liu's expression, yet it was apparent that he, too, was observing Miss Xin, while Xin Miao was immersed in her work. Supervisor Feng entered, clapping his hands to garner the team's attention. "Everyone, please pause for a moment." "What is going on, Brother Feng?" he was asked. "Well," he cleared his throat and stated seriously, "the inspection from yesterday is not yet concluded, and President Liu may return today. There's a possibility that our department will be evaluated, so I urge everyone to work diligently and refrain from slacking off or playing on your phones. Otherwise, your pay at the end of the month will be docked." Although Supervisor Feng resorted to the ultimate threat of financial penalty, he could not quell the excitement bubbling within the office. Is it true? Could President Liu actually come to visit us? Oh my goodness, our prayers from yesterday were answered. President Liu is truly coming back. The female colleagues buzzed with excitement, and even the male colleagues could hardly conceal their exhilaration. This was the leader of Liu Corporation, a titan ranked among the top of Forbes. They would be in his presence today. Meow, 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 meow. Zhao Tian turned her chair to face her, her expression equally animated. "What are you daydreaming about?" Xin Miao snapped back to reality, smiled, and shook her head. "It's nothing." Xin Miao gam de meno. Zhao Tian's enthusiasm waned, and she sighed. "I still need to learn your composure. Even if President Liu arrives, he isn't handing out money to us." That's not what I was thinking. Xin Miao activated her phone, opening the chat interface with Secretary Li. There was only a single transfer notification, devoid of any other messages, which seemed uncharacteristic for someone as meticulous as Secretary Li. Xin Miao murmured softly. "I was merely contemplating why President Liu would come for an inspection." Catching sight of Xin Miao working in the corner, Secretary Li found himself momentarily distracted. Although he quickly averted his gaze, Xin Miao noticed and smiled at him, pressing her lips together. Secretary Li wished to return her smile, but felt the scrutiny of those around him, especially with him standing beside Liu Zhenze. Engaging with Xin Miao might invite unwarranted gossip. Thus, he merely nodded slightly before redirecting his attention to his boss. "President Liu, all our equipment is state-of-the-art, and our employees are exceptionally dedicated. We ensure that our clients leave satisfied without complaints." The one responsible for introducing President Liu to the team was the head of the branch, while Supervisor Feng, as a subordinate, had no opportunity to speak, merely accompanying with smiles and nods. However, his subordinates were too preoccupied to notice his discomfort, half-heartedly pretending to work while covertly watching their esteemed leader. President Liu had indeed come, and he was so close. Regrettably, as previously mentioned, they had no chance to converse with him. Xin Miao lowered her head, using the computer screen as cover to discreetly send a message. Xin Miao, Secretary Li, we meet again today. I apologize. I did not intend to pretend I didn't recognize you yesterday. Xin Miao, I am just an inconspicuous employee at Liu Corporation, and in that situation, mentioning my position felt like seeking connections. Xin Miao, I also harbored selfish fears. I was worried you might dismiss me upon discovering my employment at Liu Corporation. Ultimately, I misjudged your character. Xin Miao, saw thee. To prevent employees from slacking off on their phones, the company utilized an internal network, resulting in poor signal quality in the office. As Xin Miao finished typing, the loading icon gradually disappeared, indicating her message had been sent. Just as she was about to set her phone down, she was startled by a series of rapid vibrations. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, silence enveloped the room. The branch manager, mid-sentence, halted in frustration, wondering which inconsiderate employee had neglected to silence their phone. The man nearby retrieved his phone from his pocket. After glancing at the screen, Lu Zhenze lowered his device and raised his gaze towards Xin Miao. It seemed he had been aware of her presence all along, locking onto her with a single glance. The surprise on Xin Miao's face had not yet faded. Their eyes met, and in an instant, she felt as if engulfed by flames. The intensity of his gaze flushed her cheeks, prompting her to quickly look down. This exchange transpired in a mere heartbeat. Before those around them could follow Lu Zhenze's line of sight, he had already averted his gaze, signaling for the manager to proceed. With the inspection concluded, everyone exhaled in relief. The thrill of the moment still lingered as they gathered to fervently discuss the events that had just unfolded. It was my first time seeing so many leaders at our company. It was he felt that way. The big boss personally came for an inspection, and all our branch leaders were in attendance. President Liu is truly handsome. His presence is so commanding that I dared not gaze too long, fearing I would be caught. Did you all see Old Fang's expression? He was nodding and bowing so much. He must have been more nervous than us. Of course, he was anxious. This inspection was right over his team, and he feared we wouldn't perform well, which would lead to him receiving criticism. Xin Miao did not partake in the discussions. She was instead engrossed in the photos shared by her kindergarten teacher. Xin Hang was quite the little charmer. Although he refrained from positioning himself in front of the camera, the teacher had captured numerous pictures of him. Come to the parking lot. A message suddenly popped up on her phone from Secretary Li. Xin Miao glanced at it and donned her jacket. Miao Miao, are you heading out? Zhao Tian asked, noticing her movement. Yes, I just need some fresh air. Hurry back. Brother Fang might check in soon. Although they occasionally gathered to converse, it was typically during the supervisor's absence. During regular work hours, they had limited opportunities to leave their desks, and exceeding the allotted time away would lead to penalties, usually financial in nature. Despite the restrictions and constraints, this job was among the best Xin Miao could secure with her qualifications. Liu Corporation was a reputable, large-scale enterprise. While the management styles of the various branches differed, all employees received timely social insurance payments, and salaries were never delayed, providing a robust safety net. For someone with a low level of education, this job was indeed a commendable choice. Taking the elevator directly to the parking lot, Xin Miao found it relatively empty during work hours. Spotting the illuminated headlights, she quickly located Lu Zhenze's vehicle. Today, he has acquired a new Porsche, likely sending the previous Maybach for maintenance. As she opened the rear door, Xin Miao was momentarily taken aback. Lu Zhenze sat in the back, engrossed in reviewing documents on his tablet. There was no driver present, nor was Secretary Li anywhere to be found. Mr. Liu, Xin Miao called out. Hesitant, she did not enter the vehicle, but stood outside. Why did you summon me? Her voice, soft and tentative, broke the silence within the car. Get in, Lu Zhenze replied, his tone brooking no dissent. Are you planning to converse with me, standing out here? He turned off the screen, casting his handsome face in a half-light. Xin Miao could feel his gaze upon her. After a brief hesitation, she cautiously took a seat in the car. The door closed, enveloping them in a confined space, isolating them from the faint sounds outside, leaving only the palpable presence of the person beside her. Mr. Liu, was your car also damaged yesterday? Xin Miao ventured, broaching a topic that felt discordant with the current atmosphere. She ought to have inquired why he personally transferred money to her, rather than having Secretary Li handle it, or why he contacted her using his private number. Yet, she refrained from asking. There was no urgency in Lu Zhenze either. Yes, it was indeed damaged, he replied in a calm tone. There's a scratch on the side. How much will it cost to repair? Xin Miao asked quietly, although he was staring ahead. Lu Zhenze sensed her tension. He turned to look at her. Are you offering to cover the repair costs? Their eyes locked, but Xin Miao could not decipher Lu Zhenze's expression. His dark gaze made her instinctively lean back. If I were to follow traffic regulations, I would be responsible for the compensation, she murmured. Hearing her words, Lu Zhenze couldn't help but smirk. She was not foolish. She understood the rules. However, since they did not report the incident yesterday, it was unclear whether there were cameras in that area, and now it was impossible to determine who bore responsibility. If you insist on compensating, you should return the money I transferred to you, doubled, he stated. After a moment's pause, Xin Miao responded. Is the paint repair really that expensive? If they were both at fault, it would mean she was compensating for her own damages while also reimbursing Lu Zhenze. Indeed, luxury cars are not to be trifled with. Even a minor scratch is a financial burden for ordinary families, let alone for someone like Xin Miao, who came from a destitute background. Then, Mr. Liu, I will transfer the funds back to you, and I will find a way to cover the remaining costs. With a slight frown and a hint of anxiety on her face, she took out her phone. You need not compensate, Liu Zhenzi said, placing his hand over hers. Startled by the warmth of his touch, Xin Miao dropped her phone. Avoiding his gaze, she quickly bent down to retrieve it, speaking rapidly. I still need to compensate. Although you may not care about this sum, you have incurred a loss. Just moments ago, she had insisted on compensating according to traffic regulations. Yet now she was eager to pay him back. Liu Zhenzi understood that she wished to distance herself from him. Picking up her phone, she turned on the screen, ready to transfer the money back to him. What's wrong? Liu Zhenzi inquired, noticing her sudden pause, his brow furrowing slightly in confusion. Xin Miao raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Teacher Su said that Xiaohang was pushed down the slide and hit his head. Her voice trembled. He has just been taken to the hospital. The girl's tone carried a hint of impending tears. My phone was on silent. She called me numerous times, but I didn't receive any of them. Though her words were unclear, Liu Zhenzi could infer that Xiaohang was likely her son. Liu Zhenzi's brow furrowed deeply. Which hospital? Teacher Su. Xin Miao hurriedly approached Teacher Su. How is Xiaohang? He is fine. Don't worry. Xiaohang's mother. Teacher Su reassured her. Just as I mentioned over the phone, Xiaohang only has some scrapes, nothing serious. We treated his wounds at the kindergarten, but we sent him to the hospital just to be cautious. Understanding Xin Miao's anxious demeanor, Teacher Su took her hand, offering comfort. Gome, I will take you to see Xiaohang. Following Teacher Su, Xin Miao entered the hospital room. Xiaohang's injuries were more pronounced. When he fell, he instinctively braced himself with his hand, resulting in a scraped palm that bled profusely. The delicate skin of a child made the wound appear particularly severe. He also had a scrape on his head, but thankfully there was no bleeding. Mommy. Xiaohang was accompanied by 2 other teachers. Initially calm, he sat on the bed, but upon seeing Xin Miao, his dark, grape-like eyes instantly filled with tears. Mommy hug. Xiaohang. Xin Miao rushed forward to embrace him. Xiaohang nestled into her arms, sobbing softly. Mommy, my hand hurts. Though he tried to appear composed in front of others, he was merely a 3-year-old child, unable to suppress his grievances upon seeing his mother. The 3 teachers felt embarrassed witnessing his tears, knowing they were responsible for the incident. Teacher Su pulled out her phone. Whispering to a colleague, Zhou Rui's parents haven't arrived yet. I'll go urge them. Zhou Rui had pushed another child, causing the injury, and naturally, his parents would need to come. After all, when children cause trouble, their families are expected to step in. Compensation and apologies require both sets of parents to be present. As Teacher Su dialed the number, she encountered a tall man entering the room. Excuse me, sir, who are you looking for? Realizing she had stuttered, Teacher Su wished to slap herself. However, anyone would falter upon suddenly encountering such a handsome man. The man who entered was tall and impeccably dressed, exuding an innate elegance. Teacher Su's eyes widened as she caught sight of his watch. She might not recognize the high-end suit, but she knew the brand of the watch. Though she couldn't recall the name, it was synonymous with wealth. Is Xiaohang in here? Yes, he is inside. Thank you, the man said with a curt nod, stepping inside and immediately spotting Xin Miao comforting her son by the bedside. It doesn't hurt anymore, see? Now Xiaohang is just like Mommy, Xin Miao said, showing her hand to him. Only Mommy is hurt on her left hand, and Xiaohang is hurt on his right. Does that hurt Mommy? Xiaohang gingerly touched Xin Miao's injured hand, feeling a slight itch through the bandage. At first it did, but it doesn't hurt much anymore, she replied. Excuse me, sir, who are you? The 2 teachers in the room stood up in surprise at the sight of Liu Zhenzi. Hearing their voices, Xin Miao turned to look. It was Liu Zhenzi who had brought her to the hospital. He had dropped her off at the roadside due to parking difficulties and was now searching for a parking spot. How is he? Liu Zhenzi asked, glancing at the small figure nestled in Xin Miao's embrace. According to the elder Liu, Xiaohang bore an uncanny resemblance to Liu Zhenzi in his childhood. However, given Liu Zhenzi's demeanor, it was clear he had forgotten what he looked like as a child. Standing close to Xin Miao, he was merely inches away. Xin Miao felt somewhat uncomfortable and instinctively leaned back slightly. Xiaohang is fine. He only has superficial injuries and did not sustain any head trauma. I have already called the pediatric specialist from this hospital. He will check on him shortly, Liu Zhenzi replied. Startled, Xin Miao looked up at him. Meeting his gaze, she quickly lowered her eyes, her lashes fluttering. It's all right. They're just minor injuries. There is no need for any fuss. No need for any fuss. Lu Zhenze raised an eyebrow. During their journey here, who was it that had been shedding tears in worry? Observing the woman before him, he noted the faint pink at her eyes from crying and her lips, which were red from being bitten. Lu Zhenze cleared his throat, about to speak, when his gaze suddenly collided with a pair of bright, luminous eyes. Xian Hang was staring at him, motionless. Lu Zhenze. Xian Hang pursed his lips, gazing earnestly at Lu Zhenze. After a moment, he abruptly turned and buried himself into Xian Miao's embrace. What is wrong, little Hang? Xian Miao pulled Xian Hang from her arms, noticing his eyes were still red, unsure if it was from crying or something else. Mommy, who is he? Xian Hang clung to Xian Miao's neck, his small voice muffled. Yes, who is this gentleman? Not only was Xian Hang curious, but the two teachers in the room, including teacher Su, who had just returned from a phone call, were equally intrigued. They all wanted to know who this suddenly appearing man was. He was not only strikingly handsome, exuding a powerful aura, but he also seemed to possess considerable wealth and status, effortlessly able to summon an elusive pediatric expert. Unlike teacher Su, the other two teachers, having worked for a longer time, were aware that Xian Hang came from a single-parent family without a father. Therefore, their speculations leaned towards the idea of him being Xian Miao's boyfriend. Little Hang, be polite. Xian Miao extracted Xian Hang, feeling the scrutinizing gazes of both men. She hesitated for a moment before vaguely stating, Little Hang, this uncle is a friend of Mommy's. You can call him Uncle Lu. Friend? After casting a long look at the evasive Xian Miao, Lu Zhenze remained silent. Hello, Uncle Lu, Xian Hang greeted slowly. Lu Zhenze could tell the little fellow was somewhat reluctant. My apologies, Teacher Su, we arrived late due to severe traffic. Finally, the other set of parents involved in the kindergarten incident made their late entrance. Upon arriving at the ward, Zhou Rui's parents did not immediately check on Xian Hang, but first greeted the three teachers, expressing their apologies and offering to treat them to a meal another day. And Zhou Rui? That child was terribly frightened. We were afraid he would be scared again, so we didn't bring him along. Teacher Su frowned. Although they were just children, it was precisely at this age that they needed to learn that actions have consequences. Xian Hang's injury was not an accident. Zhou Rui had deliberately pushed him to seize the slide. The behavior of intentionally injuring another child was inexcusable. Yet Zhou Rui's parents had the audacity to claim their child was the one who got scared. The surveillance footage clearly showed Zhou Rui gleefully shouting after pushing Xian Hang. Teacher Su, being new to the job, was still somewhat impetuous. The other two teachers exchanged glances, quickly realizing that Zhou Rui's parents were rather cunning. They suspected that they were aware Xian Hang came from a single-parent family with only a young mother, hence their condescending attitude. Intent on glossing over the issue without a proper apology, merely seeking to placate the teachers. This must be Xian Hang's mother, right? And this gentleman. Seizing the opportunity while his wife chatted with the teachers, Zhou Rui's father turned to prepare a few words to placate Xian Hang's parents. However, as soon as he turned around, he was taken aback by Xian Miao's stunning appearance, followed by a widening of his eyes upon seeing Lu Zhenze. ISNT this. In truth, Zhou Rui's parents were not entirely truthful about being caught in traffic. When they approached the hospital, they struggled to find a parking space. After finally spotting one, they hesitated to take it upon seeing a Porsche also vying for the spot, causing Zhou's father to back down. It was not their child who was injured, so they felt no urgency. However, the last thing they wanted was to accidentally scratch the Porsche, which would create a significant problem for them. After circling the hospital multiple times, they eventually found a new parking lot at a distant building. Seeing the indifferent man, Zhou's father was momentarily shocked. Wasn't he this man, the owner of that Porsche? Why was he here? Could it be that he was the father of another child? Observing Lu Zhenze standing in front of Xian Miao, who was holding a child in her arms, it resembled a family of three. Zhou's father's expression shifted, internally lamenting their misfortune. Hadn't his wife mentioned that Xian Hang came from a single-parent family? Now, it seemed that not only was he not a single parent, but he also appeared formidable. Lu Zhenze had already discerned Zhou Rui's parents' ulterior motives. His expression remained cold and his gaze sharp, leaving Zhou's father speechless. The ensuing events unfolded smoothly. Zhou Rui's parents sincerely apologized, offered compensation, and agreed to bring Zhou Rui to personally apologize to Xian Hang on Monday. Following an examination by the pediatric expert, it was confirmed that Xian Hang was unharmed, bringing relief to all. As tomorrow was Friday, Xin Miao decided to take Xian Hang off from kindergarten until Monday. Little Hang, rest well and avoid water. The kindergarten teachers bid farewell to Xin Miao and her son. Goodbye, teachers, Xian Hang said, though his face was sullen, clearly displeased. The reason was evident: the man who had been holding him. Earlier, Xian Hang had naturally wanted his mother to hold him, but Lu Junzi insisted that Xin Miao's hand was injured and couldn't carry him. Thus, despite Xian Hang's futile protests, Lu Junzi effortlessly lifted him. When Xian Hang squirmed to be let down, Lu Junzi even patted his bottom, urging him not to cause trouble. Xian Hang was furious. Yet, considering his mother's injured hand and his own inability to walk far, he reluctantly accepted being carried by the insufferable uncle. "Mr. Lu, if you're busy, you really don't have to. I'll take you home," Lu Junzi stated, his tone calm but authoritative, leaving no room for refusal as he began to carry Xian Hang outside. "Mommy." Xian Hang clung to the man's shoulder, looking pitifully at Xin Miao, his small hand, now bandaged, reaching out towards her. "Oh, Mommy's coming." Upon hearing the footsteps trailing behind, a slight smile crept onto Lu Junzi's lips. Chapter 36. The overturned female protagonist with a baby. 10. It was still early, and the roommates had yet to return from work. Xin Miao opened the door, reaching out to retrieve Xian Hang, but Lu Junzi sidestepped her. "We've arrived, so why carry him any longer?" He gently placed the squirming Xian Hang on the ground. As soon as Xian Hang regained his balance, he dashed towards Xin Miao, wrapping his arms around her legs and casting a hostile glare back at Lu Junzi. Although Xian Hang was merely 3 years old, he was quite perceptive. He understood that he lacked a father, and he had heard whispers that his mother might find another father for him in the future. Looking at Lu Junzi, Xian Hang felt an unsettling tension. He was the first uncle to visit their home, and Xian Hang was apprehensive, vaguely sensing that Lu Junzi was unlike other uncles. Having already crossed the threshold, was the next step for him to become his stepfather? "Mommy, hold me. Mommy, hold me." Xian Hang tugged at her skirt, gazing up at her with longing. "Little Hang, we're home now. Aren't you going to watch cartoons?" Xin Miao bent down to pat his head, but Xian Hang shook his head. "I don't want to watch. I want to be with Mommy." Children are incredibly sensitive. He was unwilling to let his mother be alone with this man. Lu Junzi observed the clingy Xian Hang from above, immediately comprehending the child's thoughts. "Where are your rooms?" On the way here, Lu Junzi had already learned that Xian Miao was sharing a rental. He surveyed the rental space, spotting a pair of male pants hanging on the balcony, prompting him to frown. "Are there still men among your roommates?" "Xin Miao, having sut Xin Hang, fun lao Lu Junzi." "No, those should be Xiao Ru's boyfriendess. He stayed over last night." Hearing this, Lu Junzi's frown deepened rather than relaxed. "Mr. Lu, may I have the medicine? I'll take it to the bedroom." Xian Miao took the bag from Lu Junzi's hand and headed towards her room. Lu Junzi did not follow. Instead, he wandered around the house, his mood worsening with each glance, his brow furrowed. Xian Hang sat on the sofa, watching Lu Junzi's expression remain unchanged, yet the atmosphere around him grew colder, causing him to feel a bit frightened and hesitant to speak. When Lu Junzi turned around, he met Xian Hang's timid gaze. The child's eyes were bright and pure, his lips red and teeth white, a truly adorable sight. As Lu Junzi met his gaze, despite his usual aversion to children, his demeanor softened gradually. "How long have you been living here?" "Xin Hang bodin get, the mening silen." "You and your mother, when did you begin residing here?" Lu Junzi inquired again, speaking slowly, almost articulating each word distinctly to ensure Xian Hang understood. "I don't know." In truth, Xian Hang was aware of what Lu Junzi was asking, yet he was reluctant to respond. Moreover, he genuinely did not know. Since he could remember, he had always lived here, although Xian Miao had moved several times. Xian Hang was too young at that time to form any coherent memories. Observing Xian Hang's bewildered expression, Lu Junzi chided himself for asking a 3-year-old such questions. The child likely did not even comprehend the concept of time. Noticing that Lu Junzi had ceased his inquiries, Xian Hang looked down at his hands. Where he seemed intent on removing the bandage, Lu Junzi quickly approached him. Don't move. Sitting beside Xian Hang, Lu Junzi grasped his hand. Does it hurt? You're being mischievous again. I'm not being mischievous. Xian Hang pouted, twisting his small hand, attempting to free it from Lu Junzi's grip. So annoying. You're not even my dad. Why do you want to control me? Xian Hang, where is your father? Xian Hang was taken aback, just as he contemplated the question of his father. This Uncle Lu had the audacity to ask him. Lu Junzi scrutinized the delicate boy beside him. His eyes resembled Xin Miao's, while other features bore a closer resemblance to his father. Who was his father? What kind of man was the one who had once been with Xin Miao and fathered a child with her? The life that mother and son led was so simple, even meager. How could that man remain indifferent? I don't have a father, Xian Hang replied, pressing his small lips together. No father? What kind of answer is that? Lu Junzi frowned and pressed further. Has your mother never mentioned him to you? Mom said, Dad died before I was born. Died? Lu Junzi recalled the information he had read about Xin Miao in her employee file. She had dropped out of university, although she had been accepted into a decent institution. She withdrew to give birth to Xian Hang. Xian Hang's father was already deceased. What emotions must Xin Miao have harbored when she bore Xian Hang? She was unmarried and still studying, yet she forsook everything for the sake of this child. The pain of separation is most unforgettable. It seemed that Xian Miao and Xian Hang's father had shared a deep bond. Contemplating this, Lu Junzi felt a heaviness in his heart. Suppressing his discomfort, he looked at the small boy who was now playing with his fingers and gently patted his fluffy head. Xian Hang, have you ever met your grandparents? In Xian Miao's file, the family information was rather vague. Lu Junzi recalled that night when Xian Miao had cried over her broken phone. Worried about Xian Hang being home alone. Where were her family members? Why was she alone, raising her child without friends or relatives? Xin Hang, feeling the pat on his head, looked up at Lu Junzi. Mom said Grandma has passed away, and Grandpa has a new family. We can't disturb him. Xian Hang's voice was barely audible, as if he feared Xian Miao would overhear. Uncle Lu, please don't ask Mom about this. It will make her sad. With his bright eyes gazing at Lu Junzi, Xian Hang unusually addressed him as uncle. Lu Junzi paused, responding solemnly, all right. Seeing Lu Junzi's agreement, Xian Hang climbed down from the sofa and hurried into the room. Mom? What is it, Xiao Hang? My backpack is still at kindergarten. I didn't bring it home. It's all right, Xiao Hang. Teacher Sue said she would keep it safe for you, and when we go to kindergarten on Monday, she will give it back to you. Lu Junzi glanced toward the bedroom. Listening to the gentle, innocent chatter from within, his thoughts drifted. Although he had gleaned much from Xian Hang, he still felt an insatiable curiosity. Xian Miao had come to High City like a drifting weed, with only Xian Hang to rely on. In which city did she grow up? Where did she attend school? What was her childhood like? How did she meet Xian Hang's father, such that, even after his death, she was willing to bear their child? In Lu Junzi's eyes, Xian Miao's past remained shrouded in mystery. He yearned to pierce through this fog to glimpse the elusive figure of Xian Miao. Chapter 37. The reversed fate of the protagonist with a child. Miao Miao. What's wrong? Why are you lost in thought? Zhao Tian waved her hand in front of Xian Miao, expressing concern. How is Xiao Hang? Is his hand healing? Yesterday, Xian Miao had gone directly to the hospital, asking Zhao Tian for a leave of absence on the way. You've been having a rough time lately. First low blood sugar causing you to faint, then an accident on the way to deliver takeout. And now, Xiao Hang has been hurt at kindergarten, Zhao Tian suggested. Miao Miao, you should find time to visit a temple and pray to dispel this bad luck. Zhao Tian was quite superstitious and began recommending effective temples to Xian Miao. It's fine, Tian. I'm all right, and so is Xiao Hang. Xin Miao, I'm just worried about him. He didn't go to kindergarten today, so I'm a bit anxious. Xiao Hang didn't go to kindergarten? Zhao Tian looked at Xian Miao in confusion. Did you leave him home alone? No. Xian Miao shook her head, hesitating. A friend is helping me take care of him for the day. Xian Miao had originally intended to take a leave. Although she had already taken several days off this month, Supervisor Fong was beginning to express dissatisfaction. However, it was unavoidable. Raising a 3-year-old alone often led to unexpected situations. Although Xiao Hang seemed fine yesterday, he had a nightmare while sleeping at night. Just before Xian Miao planned to take leave, Lu Junzi had offered to watch over Xian Hang for a day. Initially, Xian Miao had refused, but Lu Junzi's reasoning was sound. stating that her frequent absences would impact her work performance. Did she not care about her end-of-month evaluation? When money was mentioned, Xin Miao couldn't afford to be careless. Thus, with Xiao Hang's eager gaze, he was carried off by Lu Junzi. "Mr. Liu, here are the bid documents for the Eastern plot." Secretary Li placed the file in front of Lu Junzi. Seeing him take it and begin to read, Secretary Li's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the living room. In the hotel suite's lounge, a little lad sat on the sofa, engrossed in watching cartoons. This was the son of Miss Xin Miao. Secretary Li had nearly dropped his jaw when he heard Lu Junzi introduce her so nonchalantly. When exactly had they become so familiar? Although Secretary Li had felt something was amiss when Lu Junzi requested Miss Xin's contact information that night, he could never have anticipated that Lu Junzi had a romantic interest in her. Miss Xin was a single mother with a child, her educational background modest and her life challenging. Such individuals existed at the bottom of every city. Yet Lu Junzi was the president of the Lu Corporation, a regular on the Forbes rich list. They belonged to entirely different worlds. However, this was not what astonished Secretary Li the most. What truly shocked him was that after years of working closely with Lu Junzi, he had become accustomed to watching Lu Junzi treat various women who approached him with indifference. Even with Miss G, who seemed the most likely to succeed in winning his favor, Lu Junzi had shown little special regard. Yet, in less than a week of knowing Miss Xin, he had even brought her child back to care for. Revise this and see if we can negotiate a better price. Lu Junzi did not look up as he finished reading the document and set it aside. Secretary Li offered no reply, remaining still. Lu Junzi frowned and lifted his gaze, only to find Secretary Li staring at Xin Hang. Noting the time on his watch, Lu Junzi stood up. "Mr. Liu?" Secretary Li hurriedly returned to reality, regretting his momentary distraction, only to see Lu Junzi stride into the living room, approaching Xin Hang. The tall figure cast a shadow over the screen, causing Xin Hang to look up in puzzlement. "You've been watching for over 2 hours. It's time to stop." Seeing that Xin Hang tilted his head, wanting to continue watching television, Lu Junzi seized the remote and turned off the screen. "Xin Hang." He was somewhat displeased. But now mother is not here, only this annoying uncle. Xin Hang remained silent, sulking with his arms crossed. "Are you hungry? Let us go eat." Lu Junzi glanced at the time. It was almost lunchtime. "I don't want to eat," Xin Hang replied in a muffled little voice. "You have to eat, or your mother will worry," Secretary Li interjected. Given Lu Junzi's firm stance, he could easily be cast as the wicked stepfather in a fairy tale. Look, the little one's eyes are all red. Ignoring Xin Hang's reluctance, Lu Junzi bent down to lift him up and carried him outside. Secretary Li suddenly realized he had been forgotten. Lu Junzi initially intended to take Xin Hang out for a meal, but as they passed by the hotel's buffet, Xin Hang's eyes lit up. This, Xin Hang not that easily. Though he had been somewhat displeased earlier, he soon lost himself in the joy of selecting his own food after taking a quick tour around the buffet. "Give me the fish." Lu Junzi extended his hand. Xin Hang hesitated, but ultimately pushed the plate across the table. Under Xin Hang's reluctant gaze, Lu Junzi carefully picked out the fish bones. "Eat," he urged as he returned the plate. Xin Hang's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that this annoying uncle was helping him with the fish bones. Receiving a curious look from the little boy, Lu Junzi remained unfazed, wiped his hands, and took out his phone, which had been buzzing incessantly. "Mom." Lu's mother initiated a video call. "Junzi, are you eating?" she asked, perplexed by the scene on the other end. She had called to inquire about the hotel where Lu Junzi was staying, but now, seeing the bustling background, she questioned, "Where are you eating? Why are there so many people?" "In the hotel restaurant, having a buffet." "Huh? Buffets can be quite unsanitary. Even though it's our hotel, I still have my reservations." "Why are you eating that? Are you very busy today?" "Not too busy, it's fine." Lu Junzi glanced at Xin Hang, who was engrossed in his meal, and turned his gaze away, deciding to let him enjoy himself today, considering the injury he suffered yesterday. "All right then," Lu's mother relented, remembering her initial purpose. She cleared her throat and cautiously asked, "Junzi, which hotel are you staying at in Haicheng?" Lu Junzi paused, not responding directly. "What's the matter, Mom?" "Well, you see, you didn't inform Lulu that you're going to Haicheng. She wants to see you but can't." "I'm working. What does she want to see me for?" "She's not part of this inspection team." "Look at how you say that." Lu's mother rolled her eyes at her son, chiding him. "Don't you know Lulu's feelings? She came to Lu's just for you." Now that you're not at the company, how can she focus on her work? If she doesn't want to stay at Lu's, she can leave. A 1T stop her. In truth, Lu Jinza hoped Ji Lu would leave. Her presence at Lu's had led to many rumors, and people were eager to curry favor with her, disrupting the work atmosphere. How can you say that? It's so heartless. How would Lulu feel if she heard you? Lu's mother sighed inwardly at her son's indifference. In her view, Ji Lu was deeply infatuated with her son, coming from a decent family and possessing a cheerful disposition. Lu's mother would have been quite pleased to have her as a daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, her son remained as cold as ice. Even after Ji Lu had been by his side for several years, his attitude had softened very little. You can't drink that. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Jinza spotted Xin Heng sneaking a sip of coffee and quickly snatched the cup from his hands. What? Lu's mother paused. Jinza, who are you talking to? Nothing. Mom, I have things to attend to. I'll hang up now. Without waiting for further inquiries from Lu's mother, he bid a brief farewell and ended the call. Lu's mother was left in a daze. Who was he talking to? What was going on? You can't drink that. The tone was quite affectionate. Could it be that Jinza had a girlfriend? Yet, the content of the conversation sounded more like he was admonishing a child. With countless speculations swirling in her mind, Lu's mother finally sighed. She was truly desperate to have a grandchild. How could Jinza possibly have a child? It must have been a misunderstanding involving a child who didn't know better. With that thought, she shook her head and began calling Ji Lu. Although she hadn't managed to ask which hotel Jinza was staying at, she had taken a screenshot of the background and could send it to Ji Lu to let her find out for herself. Mr. Lu, thank you for taking care of Xiao Hang today, Xin Miao said as she took her sleeping son from Lu Jinza. She kept her head down, deliberately avoiding his gaze. My roommates should be back by now, so I want to invite you in. Earlier, while on the road, a street photographer mistook them for a family of 3 and wanted to take their picture. Although they had clarified the misunderstanding, the awkward atmosphere lingered. Is your roommate's boyfriend still staying here? The woman's gaze was lowered, her thick eyelashes fluttering, and her porcelain white cheeks appeared exquisitely delicate under the light. No. Feeling the man's penetrating stare, her fair cheeks flushed lightly as she spoke softly. I heard from Xiao Ru that he's local and goes back to his parents' house on weekends. A moment of silence enveloped them. Xin Miao broke the quiet, hastily saying, Mr. Lu, I'll head in first. She didn't linger, opening the door and quickly stepping inside, as if afraid he would pursue her. Xiao Miao, you're back. Upon seeing Xin Miao, Yuan expressed relief and hurried towards her, constantly giving her meaningful glances. Xin Miao was puzzled. Following Yuan inside, she found Xiao Ru sitting on the sofa. Xin Miao, you're back. Xiao Ru greeted with a frosty demeanor, even sneering at her. Earlier, she had discovered Xin Miao's photo in her boyfriend's album. Though it was a candid shot, Xiao Ru was furious and had a big fight with her boyfriend. Returning to the apartment, she remained unsatisfied. Her boyfriend claimed he was momentarily confused, that Xin Miao had flirted with him first, which led to his momentary weakness. Hearing this reasoning, Yuan felt speechless. She indirectly indicated to Xiao Ru that there was no reason for Xin Miao to flirt with her boyfriend. After all, Xin Miao was busy earning a living to support her child. She hardly had time for such distractions. However, Xiao Ru believed her boyfriend, who told her that Xin Miao was seeking a man to help share the burden of raising her child due to her struggles. As Xiao Ru continued, Yuan could barely hold back her eye roll. Seriously, it's quite ironic. Even if Xin Miao did wish to find someone to help her raise a child, would she seek out a man who barely earns enough to support himself and still relies on his parents? To put it bluntly, if Xin Miao were willing to set aside her pride, countless wealthy individuals would be eager to support her. However, Yuan refrained from voicing these thoughts, knowing that Xiao Ru was already upset. If she criticized Xiao Ru's boyfriend, a quarrel would likely erupt before Xin Miao even returned home. Cough, Xiao Miao. Let me take Xiao Hang back to the room first. Seeing the little one asleep, Yuan couldn't bear the thought of him waking up due to the impending argument, so she decided to carry him back to his room. Xiao Ru, what's wrong? A glance at Xiao Ru made Xin Miao suspect something. The original occupant of this apartment had a tumultuous relationship with her boyfriend, often breaking up and reconciling over infidelity. After witnessing this pattern multiple times, one could deduce that there was a significant issue at hand. Yet, Xiao Ru remained obstinately in denial. Each time a boy crafted a flimsy excuse, she would forgive him after a few sweet words. Today, Xin Miao felt too weary to deal with her, but after some consideration, she chose to sit down and converse. Xin Miao, I used to think you were gentle, but it turns out you're just a green tea bitch, Xiao Ru coldly remarked. What are you talking about? Xin Miao furrowed her brows, confused and angered. Let us speak properly. We live under the same roof, so don't slander me without cause. Did I slander you? Why didn't you mention that when you were seducing my boyfriend? Oh, Xiao Ru, you must have evidence for such claims. If there's any misunderstanding, at that moment, Yuan stepped out just in time to overhear and came to Xin Miao's aid. Misunderstanding? You're helping her, aren't you? Xiao Ru shot a furious glare at Yuan, who was rendered speechless and chose not to respond. The landlord was someone Xiao Ru knew well, and their relationship was significant. She paid a lower rent than Yuan and Xin Miao. In these times, finding a good place to live was challenging, and if a dispute arose with Xiao Ru, it was likely the landlord would take her side and evict them. With this thought, Yuan glanced sympathetically at Xin Miao and refrained from speaking further. Xiao Ru, please calm down. I did not seduce your boyfriend. Seeing Xiao Ru stand up in agitation, Xin Miao also rose to her feet. She attempted to speak to Xiao Ru calmly, trying to convey that she neither liked nor could ever like her boyfriend, and the notion of seduction was preposterous. However, it was evident that Xiao Ru was not in a receptive state of mind. Perhaps she understood that her boyfriend was the issue, yet unwilling to confront him. She redirected her anger toward others. Get out. Move out of here. I will tell my cousin not to rent to you anymore. Xiao Ru exclaimed, hurling the cushion from her hands and striding towards Xin Miao's bedroom. She forcefully pushed open the door. With a loud bang, Xin Hang, who was sleeping on the bed, was startled awake. Xiao Ru, have you gone mad? Yuan was taken aback by Xiao Ru's actions. What was wrong with her? It was one thing to argue with Xin Miao, but to scare a child like this was beyond reason. Xin Miao, unable to argue with Xiao Ru at that moment, rushed into the room to comfort Xin Hang. It's okay, sweetheart, don't be afraid. Mom, what's happening? Xin Hang, now awake, looked at Xiao Ru's furious face and instinctively shrank back into Xin Miao's embrace. He recognized Xiao Ru as someone who had previously given him candy. Although he wasn't fond of sweets, he sensed her kind intentions. Why did she now look at him with such anger? How dare you ask what's happening? Do you have any idea what your mother is doing outside? A sharp slap echoed in the room. If you can't speak sensibly, then don't speak at all. Yuan was stunned by Xin Miao's sudden outburst. However, upon realizing that Xiao Ru was speaking recklessly in front of child, she felt that the slap was warranted. Xiao Ru had gone too far. She had never shown this side of herself before. Thankfully, Yuan had only mentioned that her boyfriend was flirtatious and had not implied he was flirting with her. But now, what is to be done? This slap had irreparably severed ties between Xin Miao and Xiao Ru. Was she going to move out? What about herself? As Yuan's mind raced with thoughts, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Having been slapped, Xiao Ru trembled with rage. Yet, looking into Xin Miao's eyes, she felt an inexplicable hesitation to retaliate. Upon hearing the doorbell, her anger subsided momentarily, and a smile appeared on her face. My cousin is here. She said she would bring me something on Friday. Xiao Ru walked to the entrance and flung the door open. Standing outside was a strikingly handsome man, dressed in a tailored suit. He exuded a powerful aura that extinguished half of Xiao Ru's fury. Excuse me, sir, who are you looking for? Yuan in the living room was equally stunned and stammered as she spoke. Where did this dashing gentleman come from, exuding such an impressive presence? The luxury brands he wore were evident even to Yuan's discerning eye. This top-tier man was entirely out of place in their modest dwelling. Lu Zhenze did not respond. His indifferent gaze swept over the two women before he stepped inside, heading directly towards the innermost bedroom. Upon seeing Xin Miao comforting Xin Hang, he let out a sigh of relief. Before he could leave, he heard the commotion from within. What is happening? The mother and son looked up simultaneously at Lu Zhenze. Uncle Lu. Xin Hang was surprised, yet inexplicably, he felt a sense of safety. Children are perceptive. They can sense who means them well. Although Uncle Lu often wore a stern expression that could be intimidating, Xin Hang knew he would never harm him. Under the gaze of two similarly colored eyes, Lu Zhenze's heart softened. He lowered his tone and asked once more, what is going on? Xin Miao, please tell me. Xin Miao looked at him, her lips trembling slightly as she slowly made her request. Lu Zhenze, could you help us find a place to live? Miao Miao. Contact me once you're settled. Lu Zhenze replied. Yuan Yuan watched as Xian Miao packed her belongings, feeling a pang of reluctance. After Xian Miao posed her question, Lu Zhenze had paused for a moment before immediately agreeing to her request, leaving both Yuan Yuan and Xiao Ru in a state of shock. They hadn't expected this remarkable man, who was clearly extraordinary, to be here for Xian Miao. Just looking at him, the way he carried himself, it was evident that he was not merely a wealthy individual. His gaze towards Xian Miao spoke volumes. It was clear to anyone observing that Lu Zhenze held feelings for Xian Miao that transcended mere friendship, a chemistry that was unmistakably romantic. As thoughts raced through Yuan Yuan's mind, words like wealthy family and dominant so flashed before her eyes, making her feel as though she were witnessing a dramatic narrative unfold. The protagonists were undeniably Xian Miao and this captivating man. With this realization, Yuan Yuan glanced back at Xiao Ru. Here was Xian Miao, surrounded by such a remarkable man. Did she truly need to seduce Xiao Ru's boyfriend? Though Yuan Yuan remained silent, perhaps her eyes conveyed this sentiment. Xiao Ru's face flushed with embarrassment as she stomped into her room, slamming the door behind her. Yuan Yuan thought that perhaps Xiao Ru was too humiliated to face anyone. Is there anything left? Lu Zhenze entered, effortlessly picking up the package on the floor. Despite Xian Miao having minimal belongings, Xian Hang's things were substantial. Lu Zhenze had already made 2 trips down with her items. Observing the now spacious room, he assured Xian Miao that there was no need to continue packing. They would return for the larger items the following day. No need, Xian Miao stated, tying the last bag without looking up. The remaining items belong to the rental, and these are all I have with Xian Hang. Is that all? Lu Zhenze asked, his heart heavy as he gazed at the small figure of Xian Miao crouched on the floor. She and Xian Hang's belongings were minimal, and most belonged to the child. He had noticed that she only had 2 bags of clothes, one of which was filled with winter wear occupying unnecessary space. All right, Xian Miao straightened up, a sheen of perspiration on her fair forehead. She wiped her brow with a tissue and let out a sigh. This is all there is. Miao Miao, are you ready? Lu Zhenze asked. Yuan Yuan felt somewhat uncomfortable. She had been playing with Xian Hang on the sofa. Upon hearing the question, Xian Hang rushed over to stand beside Xian Miao, casting a final glance at the room. Yuan Yuan, since moving in here, I've been grateful for your care. Sometimes, when I return late, I appreciate you watching over Xian Hang. Xian Miao embraced Yuan Yuan for a final farewell. Oh, it was nothing. Xian Hang is so well behaved. I hardly need to watch him. You even tidied up the kitchen and bathroom. Having such a considerate roommate is my good fortune. Xian Miao smiled, lifting Xian Hang to bid farewell to Yuan Yuan. Goodbye, Xin Hang. Don't forget your sister. Goodbye, Sister Yuan Yuan, Xian Hang replied in a sweet voice, making Yuan Yuan hug him tightly, unwilling to let him go. Yuan Yuan accompanied Xian Miao and Xian Hang to the door. Leaning against the doorframe, she watched their retreating figures, once again feeling as if she were in a television drama. Lu Zhenze, tall and imposing, effortlessly carried the child in one arm while the other held 2 bags. Xian Miao, with a tissue, wiped the dust from Xian Hang's little face. In that moment, the proximity between the man and woman was palpable. Achoo! Xian Hang sneezed. Is he catching a cold? She had risen too quickly from bed and caught a chill. The woman spoke softly, while the man comforted her in a deep voice. As they turned the corner, their voices gradually faded away. Sighing heavily, Yuan Yuan realized that only 2 of them remained in their rented apartment. If she couldn't find a suitable roommate quickly, they would have to share the burden of rent. Glancing at Xiaoru's closed door, another thought crossed Yuan Yuan's mind. Perhaps she should look for another place and seize the opportunity to move out. It was unbearable to live with Xiaoru in such a state. When they first met, she had thought Xiaoru was reasonable and easygoing. How had she changed so much? If one day Xiaoru suspected her of having an affair with her boyfriend, would she create a scene like today? Rather than face that possibility, it would be wiser to make plans and move out herself. Yuan Yuan closed the door and surveyed the empty living room, shaking her head in resignation. Xiaoru's behavior would only lead to losing more friends. Isn't this inappropriate? Not all. Lu Zhenze carried the drowsy Xian Hang up the stairs and placed him gently on the bed in the upstairs bedroom. The suite had 2 levels. He lived downstairs while they occupied the upper floor to avoid waste. Glancing back at the hesitant woman, Lu Zhenze pointed at Xian Hang. The child was too tired to endure any more commotion. Watching Xin Hang fall into a deep slumber, Xin Miao bit her lip and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu? The man's footsteps paused. Lu Jinze turned to her, his dark eyes swirling with emotions. She had addressed him by name earlier, but now that she felt settled, she reverted to a more formal distance. Rest well. Before she could express her confusion, Lu Jinze strode away. There was no hurry. He had all the time in the world. The next day, when Secretary Li saw Xin Miao and her son in Mr. Liu's suite, he struggled to contain his expression. Mr. Liu coughed. Mr. Liu, there's a banquet at Haiyuan tonight, and your presence is required. Secretary Li made an effort to avoid looking directly at them. Xin Miao was at the dining table, happily feeding her son. Their eyes met unexpectedly, creating an awkward moment. Xin Miao quickly regained her composure, smiled faintly, and returned her gaze to her son. Secretary Li was left astonished. What had transpired overnight that had accelerated the relationship between Mr. Liu and Miss Xin? He had even brought her and her child back. What were Mr. Liu's intentions? Did he truly intend to embrace them wholeheartedly? Even in ordinary families, marrying a single mother with a child often meets with resistance from relatives, let alone from Mr. Liu. If word of this reached Mrs. Liu, it would surely cause an uproar. As Secretary Li exited, he pondered the situation. However, he soon concluded that as long as Mr. Liu was determined, others' objections would be futile. Mrs. Liu had been trying to match Mr. Liu with Miss Ji, yet Mr. Liu had shown no real interest. It was evident that if Mr. Liu had no inclination, others' opinions held no weight. Conversely, when he desired something, no amount of opposition would suffice to deter him. Lu Jinze adjusted his tie and approached the dining table, gently ruffling Xin Hang's round head. Uncle Liu. Xin Hang looked up at him, his voice devoid of reluctance. Mr. Liu, are you leaving? Lu Jinze nodded. Before Xin Miao could speak, he asserted, you should stay here and not go looking for a new place. Xin Miao was momentarily taken aback, her expression conflicted. After all, they were in a hotel, one that Lu Jinze had booked. She had no valid reason to remain there indefinitely, especially since it was the weekend and she had time to search for a rental. Are you planning to take him out with you? Does he have the energy to accompany you everywhere? Perceiving her thoughts, Lu Jinze took Xin Hang's hand and placed it in front of her. Look at his hand. He was just injured and hospitalized. If you leave him alone in the room, there's no telling what might happen. Xin Hang withdrew his hand, looking displeased at Lu Jinze. I can manage by myself. Lu Jinze had discerned Xin Miao's vulnerability. Mentioning Xin Hang indeed troubled her. Taking him out was not an option, but leaving him alone in the hotel was even less so. Was she truly going to spend the entire day here playing with him, doing nothing? The room was comfortably warm. Xin Miao wore only a fitted white sweater, her long, delicate neck exposed, a strand of hair cascading over her ear, adding to her gentle allure. Yet, when she lifted her head, her fair face occasionally revealed innocence and fragility. It was only at this moment that one realized she was merely 24 years old. Though she was a mother to a 3-year-old boy, she was still a young girl. Her bright, glistening eyes gazed at Lu Jinze, unconsciously revealing a plea for assistance. She was uncertain of what to do and sought his guidance. Lu Jinze's fingers curled slightly, his expression momentarily pausing. Suddenly, he approached Xin Miao and pulled her up from her chair. Mr. Liu? Though the action was abrupt, she did not resist out of trust, allowing him to grasp her wrist and lead her to the mirror above the sink. Do you see? What? Lu Jinze looked at her charming face in the reflection, meeting her bewildered gaze. Xin Miao, you're still very young. She truly was still so young. Lu Jinze pondered why no one had advised her back then. She could have continued her studies and avoided the burden of motherhood at such a tender age. Perhaps she was worried about who would care for Xin Hang. After all, returning to school after a break would make it impossible to juggle academics and parenthood. Did she have no one else to assist her? If Xin Hang's grandmother had passed and his grandfather remarried, neglecting them, what about Xin Hang's paternal grandparents? Did his father have no relatives to care for them? Each time he considered these matters, Lu Jinze felt not only puzzled, but also a growing resentment towards the deceased man. He had died, yet left Xin Miao to suffer alone. Yes, perhaps he had been unaware of the child's existence, even until his death. But why had he entangled himself with Xin Miao? Why had he caused her to become pregnant? Even if he had lived, Xin Miao would still have faced the challenges of pregnancy during her studies. Returning from his convoluted thoughts, Lu Zhenze slowly began to speak. Every year, Lu Corporation hires new employees, the majority of whom are fresh graduates from various schools, ranging from prestigious universities to ordinary colleges. Xin Miao understood where he was headed, her expression faltering, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly. She lowered her head and attempted to step away. Xin Miao, Lu Zhenze grasped her wrist. What are you trying to escape from? With her gaze lowered, her voice somewhat hoarse, she replied, Mr. Lu, I need to leave. Xin Hang is still outside. She tried once more to move away, exerting some force to free her hand. He did not relent. Let go. Xin Miao turned back, her dark, pearl-like eyes misted with tears, her eyelids slightly red. Her lips were white from biting, a sign of her anger, yet her ire was light, causing her own discomfort without inflicting harm on others. Under the gaze of her eyes, which concealed grievances, Lu Zhenze instinctively released his grip. However, before Xin Miao's expression could ease, he swiftly wrapped her in his arms. You. Xin Miao. He tightened his hold, feeling the delicate frame within his embrace, his heart aching, breathing in the scent of her hair. He asked in a low voice, what have you truly endured? The towering figure of the man enveloped her entirely, his broad, solid chest radiating warmth. Why did you leave your hometown and come to Haicheng? Why do you refuse to return to school? What about your past, your family, and Xin Hang's father? What were they like? Share everything with me. Ji Lu had just landed and immediately called Mrs. Lu. Auntie, I have arrived in Haicheng. No, there's no need for him to pick me up. I wish to surprise him. Once I return from Haicheng, I shall bring you a gift. Since grasping the essence of winning over my mother-in-law, Ji Lu has always been exceedingly attentive to Mrs. Lu, never failing to cultivate her favor. She fully understands that as long as Mrs. Lu holds her in high regard, she can be of immense help during critical moments. It is worth noting that in the original storyline, the strongest supporter of Xin Miao in the Lu family was old Master Lu, while both Mr. and Mrs. Lu merely favored bringing the children home, regarding the children's mother as someone to be appeased with a bit of money. Over the years, old Master Lu's health has gradually declined. To speak more grimly, he may not live to see Xin Miao's return. Should Mrs. Lu assist Ji Lu, and Xin Miao loses old Master Lu's support, how could she ever become Mrs. Lu? Would it be through her naive charm or the original plot's bias in her favor? The developments of these past years have revealed to Ji Lu that the original storyline is not immutable, and Xin Miao's protagonist Halo is not as formidable as it seems. Ji Lu is currently unfazed, though she is somewhat troubled by Lu Zhenze's persistent indifference towards her. Mama, what's wrong? Xin Miao did not raise her head, engrossed in searching for information on retaking the college entrance examination. Ultimately, Lu Zhenze managed to persuade her, arguing that she is still young and should not waste her time. He pointed out that finding a stable, long-term job with only a high school diploma is nearly impossible. He questioned whether she wished to carry the stigma of an unfinished college education throughout her life, only to regret it in old age. He also mentioned that when Xin Hang begins school, most institutions will inquire about the parents' qualifications, while other children's parents boast impressive degrees and respectable jobs. Would she want Xin Hang to feel inferior or guilty about his mother's lack of academic credentials? Lu Zhenze knows precisely which words strike the deepest chord. As he hoped, Xin Miao agreed to consider his advice. Mama, Xin Hang called again. With a sigh, Xin Miao looked up at him. What is it, little Hang? With his innocent, bright eyes, Xin Hang gazed earnestly at Xin Miao for a moment before asking, Mama, what were you and Uncle doing this morning? Xin Miao was momentarily speechless. In a bathroom, Lu Zhenze had embraced her, whispering many tender words. Their bodies had never been this close before, nor had their hearts. It felt like the thawing surface of a spring lake, with only a thin layer of ice remaining, revealing the fish swimming beneath. The barrier between them shattered in an instant. Lu Zhenze slightly loosened his hold on Xin Miao, gazing into her eyes, his breath encircling her. Just as the atmosphere grew thick with unspoken feelings, a small figure suddenly appeared at the doorway. Mama. In that moment, as they exchanged glances filled with unspoken words, they could no longer voice their sentiments or act on their desires. What time is it? Xin Miao glanced at the clock on her computer. Little Hang, it's already 9 o'clock. Time for you to sleep. She picked up Xin Hang, who had been playing with puzzles, and ascended to the second floor. What are you doing, Mama? The little voice persisted with inquiries. Why was Uncle holding you? Were you going to kiss? At this age, Xin Hang understood that certain actions were reserved for those in close relationships. Little one, it's late. Time to sleep, Xin Miao gently urged. Having already bathed, she merely washed her hands with Xin Hang, dried them, removed his jacket, and tucked him into the soft comfort of his blankets. Mama, Xin Hang spoke again just before Xin Miao turned off the light. Will you be with Uncle Lu? Xin Miao paused, sitting at the edge of the bed, stroking Xin Hang's delicate face. Do you wish for Mama to be with Uncle Lu? The confusion in Xin Hang's bright eyes was palpable. He liked Uncle Lu, and if Uncle Lu were to become his father, he would accept it. Yet, he feared that if Uncle Lu truly became involved with Mama, would he take her away? Around 10 o'clock, there was a rustling sound at the entrance. Xin Miao descended the stairs to find Lu Jinze drinking water from the refrigerator. After finishing, he closed the door and turned to see a figure standing by the sofa. He had not turned on the main lights upon entering. Only the soft glow of the dining room illuminated the space. The woman stood in her nightgown, her eyes sparkling and bright. Still awake? Lu Jinze's voice was a bit hoarse from drinking. He gazed at the enchanting Xin Miao, momentarily lost in thought. No, she replied softly. She looked at Lu Jinze, her lips moving silently, but he could discern her words. I was waiting for you. Lu Jinze's throat constricted as he laid eyes on the woman before him. His heart raced violently. Lu Jinze, Xin Miao ga pet. In an instant, he stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. The heated kiss descended upon her lips. As their lips met, Xin Miao caught the faint scent of alcohol on him. Her body tensed momentarily before gradually relaxing. Lu Jinze felt her delicate hands tentatively climbing onto his shoulders. His mind spun, breath quickening, as warmth coursed through his veins. The following day, when Xin Hang awoke, he was surprised to find himself in the living room, having somehow migrated from the second floor. The little boy sat dazed in the center of the large bed. How strange, Mama was right beside him. Observing his mother sleeping soundly, Xin Hang climbed out of bed and reached out. Shoo! His movement was halted as a large hand lifted him from the bed and into an embrace. Don't wake Mama. Let her sleep. Lu Jinze Xin Hang, who was dressed in dinosaur pajamas, along with his slippers. The room's temperature was regulated, so there was no fear of Xin Hang catching a chill. Last night, as they neared bedtime, Xin Miao had been utterly exhausted, her fingers too weary to move, yet she insisted on checking on Xin Hang. Lu Jinze had urged her to rest while he fetched Xin Hang from upstairs. After all, Xin Hang was still a 3-year-old who needed his mother at night. Lu Jinze dressed Xin Hang, took him to wash up, and then prepared breakfast for him. Throughout this flurry of activity, Xin Hang watched Lu Jinze with rapt attention. What's wrong? Don't you want to eat? Xin Hang shook his head. Uncle Lu, are you with Mama? Lu Jinze paused in pouring milk, surprised at Xin Hang's sensitivity. Setting the cup before the little boy, he softened his tone. Do you wish for Mama to be with me? The question left Xin Hang in deep thought. He stared at the table, furrowing his brow, unable to respond for a while. Lu Jinze remained patient, gently stroking his head. Let us eat breakfast first. After finishing their meal, Xin Miao still had not awakened. Lu Jinze took Xin Hang upstairs to play, while he returned to his study to work. Uncle Lu, Xin Hang suddenly called out, gazing at the man's back. What is it? Lu Jinze stopped and turned. Xin Hang approached him, pursing his lips in earnest contemplation. As long as Mama is willing, I am too. Lu Jinze was taken aback, realizing that Xin Hang had been pondering this matter for quite some time. Regaining his composure, he knelt down, gently enveloping the boy in his arms. Thank you, little Hang. Uncle appreciates your willingness. Surprise! Lu Jinze exclaimed as he opened the door to find Ji Lu, her face beaming with joy as she emerged from the side. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. What brings you here? Recalling the video call from his mother, Lu Jinze quickly understood. Once again, it was Ji Lu, aided by her mother. Mr. Lu, Lu Jinze, do you truly wish to avoid my presence? Though I harbor disdain for the Na'vi heroine, this does not deter Ji Lu from employing her innocent charms. In the face of the indifferent and domineering Lu Jinze, Ji Lu has resolved to adopt a vibrant and endearing demeanor. Only by fearlessly confronting his aloofness and consistently radiating warmth can she hope to touch Lu Jinze's heart. Ji Lu, do not feign folly in my presence, he admonishes. Until now, Lu Jinze had refrained from being harsh with Ji Lu out of respect for his mother. However, Now that he has found a woman he cherishes, he no longer wishes to disregard this matter, and his demeanor towards Ji Lu becomes decidedly less courteous. I have no desire to see you. Return from whence you came. Ji Lu's playful expression falters. Jinza, what is the meaning of this? I traveled hours to meet you, and you treat me with such disdain? Her confusion deepens as Lu Jinza's attitude leaves her in shock. Is he merely irritable, or is there more to his coldness? It mirrors the first time she encountered him in this world. This morning, she had risen early, adorned herself beautifully, and donned a carefully chosen outfit, all in the hopes that Lu Jinza would see her at her most radiant the moment he opened the door. I did not summon you here. Your hours of travel were your own doing, he states coolly, glancing at his watch. It is now 9:10. If you leave for the airport now, you might still catch the 11 o'clock flight. Lu Jinza, your behavior truly angers me. Ji Lu's brows knit together in defiance. She cannot allow this to continue. It is precisely because she has always been overly accommodating to Lu Jinza that he now offers her no respect. She resolves to demonstrate that she, too, has her limits. It is a common trope in dramas that only when a man loses someone who has always treated him well does he learn to appreciate them. Yilus mirkusem invardlith, determined to let Lu Jinza experience the consequences of his indifference. Lu Jinza, why must you be so heartless? I have liked you for so long. Since our university days, 6 years of affection. How many 6-year spans does a life afford? I flew from City C with a heart full of joy to see you. Are you truly unmoved by this? As she speaks, Ji Lu feels a swell of injustice. Although she was not the first to love Lu Jinza, she has harbored feelings for him for 4 years since she entered this narrative. Each time she glimpses hope, his cold demeanor extinguishes it. And now his harsh words leave her feeling humiliated and desolate. Lu Jinza. Ji Lu gazes up at him, tears welling in her eyes. When will you truly see me? Yet, Lu Jinza remains unmoved by her heartfelt confession. While he listens to the sound of footsteps above, he responds, I have made my feelings clear from the start, Ji Lu. I do not like you, and you should have known this by now. Seeing Ji Lu's shocked and tearful expression, Lu Jinza feels compelled to clarify his position. Perhaps I erred in bringing you into the company. Perhaps then this matter would have concluded long ago. Is that truly how you feel? Ji Lu's heart sinks at his words. She has always been diligent at Lu's company, motivated by a desire to assist him. If someone else were in your position, I could simply pay them, and they would perform far better. His tone remains devoid of emotion, piercing Ji Lu's heart like a dagger. So, this is how you have always perceived me. Ji Lu feels an acute pain in her chest. Gripping her bag tightly as though it could lend her strength, she declares, Did you not tell me to leave? I shall take my leave now, fulfilling your wish. With tears in her eyes, she casts one last glance at Lu Jinza before turning to depart. Mommy, a little boy's innocent voice calls out. Mommy is a lazy bug. I've been up for ages, and she just got out of bed. Is that so? Xiaoheng, have you eaten yet? A gentle voice resonates, halting Ji Lu in her tracks. Lu Jinza turns at the sound, about to close the door when Ji Lu blocks his way. Who is it? Who is there? Panic flickers in Ji Lu's eyes as she questions Lu Jinza. You have a woman in your room? With determination, Ji Lu pushes the door open, revealing the living room. A woman crouches down, conversing with the boy, her profile illuminated by a gentle glow, exuding an undeniable charm. Upon hearing Ji Lu's voice, she looks up in surprise, rising awkwardly, her bare feet shifting on the carpet. Why are you not wearing shoes? Lu Jinza retrieves a pair of new slippers from the entrance and offers them to Xin Miao. As a mother, is this how you set an example for Xiaoheng? Xin Miao promptly slips into the slippers, standing beside Lu Jinza, using his presence to shield her modesty. Lu Jinza. She calls softly, leaving her sentence unfinished, yet he comprehends her unspoken words. Following her gaze, he notices Ji Lu standing in shock at the threshold. Lu Jinza wraps his arm around Xin Miao's waist, leaning down to whisper tenderly in her ear, she is the daughter of a family friend. I will explain later. Xin Miao nods, her eyes glistening with uncertainty as she quietly asks, should I return to my room? Not necessary. Observing her instinctively biting her luscious lip, Lu Jinza's gaze lingers on her delicate features. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices Xiaoheng gazing up at them. He leans down and places a gentle kiss on Xin Miao's fair cheek. Are you hungry? If so, you may go to the dining table for breakfast. Xin Miao nods eagerly. As she departs, Lu Jinza turns back to Ji Lu. Now you have seen Ji Lu. His previously tender demeanor has returned to its icy disposition. So, will you not take your leave? Ji Lu snaps back to reality from her shock and fear. How could be Xin Miao? Although she had never met Xin Miao face to face, she had researched her when she first entered this story 4 years ago and had seen her photograph. The narrative twists once more. Will the male lead ultimately unite with the female lead? You and her. You are together? Louis Brit Kvuitskans. Her face pale with panic. When did Lujanza meet Xin Miao? Is the plot reverting to its original course? Because of their shared child. Will Lujanza come to accept and love the heroine? Just as you see, I am with her, Lujanza states, revealing his relationship with Xin Miao. He had intended to keep this matter from the Lu family for the time being, but plans often falter. Now that Ji Lu is aware of Xin Miao's existence, it is likely she will inform Lu's mother. Ji Lu's complexion pales further. Torn between unbearable heartache and rising panic, she contemplates the potential ramifications. If the world reverts to the plotline, will the Ji family face ruin, and will she find herself destitute, forced to sell luxury items to survive? Relegated to the lowest echelons of society? Lujanza, she has a child. Do you understand? This is none of your concern. Lujanza interjects, misinterpreting Ji Lu's words as disdain for Xin Miao's status as a single mother. I have long been aware of her situation, and I can accept it. From their first encounter, he had seen her laughing and playing with Xiao Hang. He had always known she was a mother. In Lujanza's eyes, such matters are inconsequential. He only cares about Xin Miao's thoughts. As for her child, Lujanza will strive to love him as well. Moreover, Xin Hang is indeed a well-behaved and endearing child, and Lujanza currently has a good rapport with him. Upon hearing Lujanza's words, Ji Lu was taken aback, her face regaining some color. Unbeknownst to him, there was still so much he did not realize. What about Xin Miao? Yes, Xin Miao probably does not know either. Ji Lu gradually calmed down from her anxiety over the unchangeable plot. The story can be altered. Xin Miao and Lujanza were meant to be together long ago, but they're only just now getting to know each other, and Lujanza is unaware that Xin Hang is his child. What should she do? Ji Lu pinched her palm, forcing herself to compose. Firstly, the narrative can shift, so she would certainly not meet the original story's conclusion. Secondly, no one currently knows Xin Hang's identity. She could exploit this information gap to separate them. Give up? The thought flitted through her mind, but was immediately dismissed. How could she possibly surrender? Ji Lu could never bear to relinquish anything. In this world of the novel, Ji's parents are the original protagonists, not hers. Although she enjoys the wealth and status they provide, her relationship with them is not intimate. Only Lujanza is the man she has cherished for 4 years. At this moment, Ji Lu thought she suddenly understood the original protagonist's malicious thoughts. Indeed, why should she relinquish the man she has loved for so many years to someone else? To a woman who originally had no right to know him, yet became involved due to a fleeting encounter? Ji Lu felt indignant. What is wrong? Observing the woman lost in thought, Lujanza took the spoon from her hand and fed it to Xin Hang, who had been waiting with his mouth open for quite some time. Lujanza looked at Xin Miao, wondering what she was contemplating. Returning to reality upon seeing Xin Hang eagerly awaiting his turn, Xin Miao offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, Xiao Hang. Mommy got distracted. It's okay, Mommy. Xin Hang received the spoon from Lujanza. I can eat by myself. Xiao Hang is really good. After watching Xin Miao for a moment, Lujanza's gaze flickered. Since Ji Lu had left, she had been like this, occasionally lost in thought. She hardly acknowledged him when he spoke. Taking Xin Miao by the hand, Lujanza led her back to the bedroom. The door closed, and Xin Hang looked up briefly before returning to his meal. What is wrong? The curtains in the bedroom were only half drawn, casting a dim light. Observing the silent woman, Lujanza inquired softly, Are you unhappy? Xin Miao shook her head, lowering her eyes, her long, thick lashes casting shadows on her face. It's nothing. Maybe I just didn't sleep well. Lujanza was momentarily taken aback, a smile flickering in his eyes. Unconsciously, his gaze fell upon her pink lips, recalling the sweet taste, causing his breath to quicken as he leaned down. Xin Miao turned her head to avoid him, and his kiss landed on her cheek. Lujanza froze for a moment. His hand at her waist tightened suddenly, his breath becoming erratic as he turned and kissed Xin Miao's lips, prying her lips apart. No. Xin Miao was nearly pinned against the door as she pushed him away with force. "Don't kiss me." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at Lu Junzi. "If you and Miss Ji are together or involved, please do not provoke me." Earlier, Lu Junzi had explained to Xin Miao that Ji Lu was the daughter of a family friend of the Lu family, and Lu's mother favored her, intending to match him with Ji Lu. However, Lu Junzi had no feelings for Ji Lu whatsoever. But this explanation sounded all too much like a flimsy excuse from scoundrel. Ji Lu had traveled all the way from City C to High City, and her tone with Lu Junzi was so familiar. Who would believe they had been like strangers for 4 years? Seeing the grievance in Xin Miao's eyes, Lu Junzi let out a breath, a chuckle escaping his lips. So that was it. He had thought she was regretting. "I have nothing to do with Ji Lu." Lu Junzi stretched out his long arm, pulling Xin Miao into his embrace and affectionately kissing her forehead. "Don't kiss me." Xin Miao raised her hand to block his affectionate gesture. "All right, I'll one tea." Lu Junzi acquiesced, then took her hand, bringing it to his lips for a light kiss. Receiving Xin Miao's irritated glare, Lu Junzi chuckled helplessly, quickly lowering her hand. They had just shared an intimate moment the previous night, and now, holding Xin Miao like this was nearly unbearable. If she weren't in such a foul mood and a bit upset, he would have truly wanted to shower her with kisses and embraces. Her angry demeanor intrigued Lu Junzi. Since they had met, he had never seen her lose her temper. Suddenly witnessing her cheeks flush and her lips pressed into a tight line, he couldn't help but think of Xin Heng. They truly were mother and son, sharing the same irritable expression when upset. "Xin Miao, please don't misunderstand me." Lu Junzi tightened his hold on her, gently stroking her hair. "I'm telling you about Ji Lu because I want to share everything with you, all right?" When Lu's mother received Ji Lu's message, she was enjoying afternoon tea. Upon seeing the words on the screen, she choked on her drink, coughing several times. "Oh dear, what's the matter? How'd I choke?" Noticing curious glances directed her way, Lu's mother quickly turned off the screen to avoid being seen. Although these women were sharing tea with her, their relationships were only slightly better than superficial acquaintances. If they discovered that her son was dating a single mother with only a high school education, such explosive news would spread throughout their social circle in an instant. "It's nothing." Lu's mother managed to smile. "There's a family matter. I need to return home for a bit." Chapter 44. The reversed fate of the pregnant protagonist. Lu's mother was truly furious. After years of living in luxury, her prideful son had shattered her defenses in an instant. She had thought Ji Lu was joking, yet now she realized, "Junzi, are you really with a woman who has a child?" On the other end of the line, her son's calm voice came through. "Mom, please don't hold any prejudice against Xin Miao. Once I bring her home, you'll understand." Lu Junzi's inspection had long concluded. He had stayed in High City solely for Xin Miao. His recent work was all managed remotely. "You're going to bring her back." Lu's mother couldn't help but raise her voice. The household staff glanced her way, but Lu's mother was beyond caring about appearances. From Ji Lu's message, it was clear that her son was serious. Yes, when had he ever not been serious? If he weren't, he would have already been with Ji Lu. "Junzi, you've only been away for half a month, and you've known that woman for barely any time at all. Are you really going to bring her and her child back with you? Are you out of your mind?" Lu's mother truly wanted to voice this question. She knew her son well. Over the years, he had never shown particular interest in any woman, the closest being Ji Lu. Lu's mother understood that her son was emotionally cold. The advantage was that he had never been reckless like those playboys who began their escapades in their teens. The downside, however, was that as her friends embraced their grandchildren, she had yet to catch even a glimpse of hers. Overall, Lu's mother had not felt particularly anxious. She had always seen Ji Lu as a suitable daughter-in-law. Even though her son was currently indifferent towards Ji Lu, surely he would marry in a year or two. At that point, with a daughter-in-law she approved of, grandchildren would surely follow, right? But now, Lu's mother's calm demeanor was utterly shattered. Junzi had only been away for a few days and had become enamored with a woman like that. Recalling the details Ji Lu had sent her regarding that woman, Lu's mother was at a loss for words. A college dropout with only a high school education, no relatives nearby, and a child born out of wedlock with an unknown father. Each detail struck at Lu's mother's bottom line. She felt her son had truly lost his mind. Was he under some spell from that woman? To have her berate Ji Lu, who had flown all the way to High City, And now he wanted to bring her back to City C, as if he were ready to step into the role of a father. Jinza, get your head straight. The woman has only known you for a few days, yet she is willing to return with you. What could she possibly desire? I find it hard to believe you cannot see through her intentions. Lu's mother forced herself to remain calm and reasoned. She truly did not wish to witness her son, after merely a few days away, return with a family, compelling her to assume the role of an unexpected grandmother. What are you worried about? Lu Jinza's voice remained calm and unruffled, his tone casual. Regardless of her motives, do I not possess all that she seeks? Lu's mother wanted to assert that it was money she was after, yet for Lu Jinza, money was the easiest commodity to acquire. If wealth could ensure Xin Miao's perpetual presence by his side, he would gladly oblige. Mother, you need not worry or speculate about Xin Miao. My pursuit of her is entirely voluntary. No matter how others perceive it, I will bring her home. Lu Jinza's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Infuriated by her son's unwavering determination, Lu's mother was left speechless. Just as she was about to end the call, Lu Jinza continued, regarding Ji Lu, mother. Do not heed her provocations, nor attempt to matchmake between us, lest Xin Miao misunderstand. With a snap, Lu's mother could no longer contain herself, hanging up before he could finish. She had no desire to continue listening to her son defend that woman. Hearing the busy signal, Lu Jinza set down his phone, confirming that the call had indeed ended. He immediately turned around to find Xin Miao standing a short distance away. Approaching her, he took her hand and gently rubbed it in his palm. Your hands are still so cold. Is the temperature in the room a bit low? It's nothing. Xin Miao replied, looking up at Lu Jinza with a faint smile. I have always had insufficient blood flow. My hands and feet are perpetually cold. Noticing the shoes she wore, Lu Jinza leaned down to kiss her cool fingers. You cannot neglect your health. Once we return to City C, I will find a good doctor to help you recuperate. Anzai, Xin Miao note that. Observing her obedient demeanor, Lu Jinza embraced her, letting out a soft sigh. Is Xiao Hang asleep? Yes. Did you hear me on the phone just now? The delicate figure in his arms stiffened momentarily before gradually relaxing. I did. I was actually coming to discuss Xiao Hang schooling with you. Lu Jinza gently caressed Xin Miao's back, his voice low and deep as he inquired, so, is Miao feeling displeased? Not all. Lu Jinza lowered his gaze to the woman in his arms. Xin Miao looked up, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Hearing your words brings me joy. Lu Jinza was taken aback. He suddenly understood why characters in dramas often spoke in a melodramatic tone when expressing their affection. At that moment, he wanted to call Xin Miao foolish. Her naive belief in him stirred within Lu Jinza an unprecedented sense of protectiveness and affection. Tomorrow, let us accompany Xiao Hang to school. Xin Miao looked puzzled. Aren't we supposed to? Leaving in the afternoon is perfectly fine. Did you forget that Xiao Hang has yet to receive an apology from that child? Oh dear, I completely forgot. There have been so many matters lately. My memory is failing me. No worries, I remember. Lu Jinza leaned down to capture Xin Miao's lips in a kiss, his heart softening as he tightened his embrace, leaving her dizzy. This may seem trivial to us, but for Xiao Hang, it is significant. Tomorrow, we shall go together. Miao Miao, are you truly leaving? As she packed her desk, Zhao Tian felt a pang of reluctance and confusion. Have you found your next job? She recalled Xin Miao mentioning how difficult it was to find this stable position. Not yet. I plan to retake the college entrance examination, Tian. Xin Miao placed her ID badge on the desk, turning to meet Zhao Tian's astonished gaze with a smile. I regret not finishing my university education years ago, and I wish to rectify that. Have you packed everything? A colleague from HR approached to confirm the final procedures. As Xin Miao departed, the curious colleagues gathered around Zhao Tian. Tian, is it true that Xin Miao is really leaving to take the college entrance exam? How absurd. I forgot everything I learned in high school over the summer after graduation. I certainly wouldn't pass now. Indeed, how can she expect to succeed without a job? Stop. Don't pry into Miao Miao's affairs. I am not privy to them. Zhao Tian halted the gossip. All I know is that Miao Miao was accepted to City C University. Though she dropped out, her foundation is solid. With that, Zhao Tian walked away, leaving the group to murmur in astonishment. City C? Is that true? Why would she drop out of such a prestigious university? To give birth to that child, perhaps. But surely she didn't have to drop out for that. Xi and Miao remains an enigma. Zhao Tian sent Xi and Miao off. Miao Miao, are you really leaving Haiqing for City C? If so, we may not see each other again. It will be impossible to arrange outings on weekends. Relationships among colleagues often fade once the work ends. Zhao Tiantian's expression grew melancholic. Xi and Miao grasped her hand reassuringly. It's all right, Tian. We have each other's contact information. Even if we do not meet in person often, we can still stay connected online. You wanted to visit City C, didn't you? I grew up there. So when you come, I can show you around. Zhao Tian smiled. Indeed, City C is such a vast metropolis. Without a local guide like you, I would know how to navigate it effectively. At this point, Zhao Tian marveled, realizing she had not known Xi and Miao was from City C. She only knew that Xi and Miao attended City C University, but students hailed from various regions, making it difficult to identify their hometowns. Well, I will escort you to this point. Zhao Tian led Xi and Miao to the company entrance. Old Fong might check in soon, and if he doesn't TC you, he will surely explode. They exchanged knowing smiles. As Zhao Tian watched Xi and Miao depart, a sudden curiosity arose within her. Why did Xi and Miao leave City C for Haicheng? Surely, the city where she grew up and studied offered more opportunities and a broader horizon. Yet, she had chosen a venture far from home. It was quite mysterious. On the plane, Lu Jinze shared this perplexity. Ever since Xi and Miao mentioned that her hometown was City C, he felt a surge of excitement. They hailed from the same place, but had met in the distant Haicheng. What a remarkable twist of fate. Yet, why had Xi and Miao left City C and not returned for all these years? It's because of my father. Xi and Miao leaned against the man's shoulder. Perhaps he is no longer my father. I no longer wish to call him that. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinze was not surprised. He had previously learned from Xi and Hang about Xi and Miao's mother's passing and her father's remarriage. It was evident that Xi and Miao had been left to raise Xi and Hang alone in Haicheng, facing severe hardships without any support from her father. As Lu Jinze wrapped his arms around Xi and Miao's shoulders, he listened to her softly spoken words, as if drifting into memories. He wanted me to marry. I did not wish to. He and my stepmother locked me in a room, leaving me alone while they went out. I went a whole day without food, feeling faint. Lu Jinze's other hand clenched into a fist. He had never imagined that Xi and Miao had fled to Haicheng to escape an arranged marriage. What kind of father could do such a thing? Lu Jinze had heard of some societal news regarding stepmothers and stepfathers, yet he never imagined such an ordeal had transpired in Xi and Miao's life. At that time, how frightened she must have been, with the family members she should have trusted pushing her into a corner. A surge of anger, mingled with an undeniable heartache, welled up within him. Exhaling deeply, he suddenly enveloped Xi and Miao in his embrace. Mom? Xi and Hang, who was sleeping on the inner side, was stirred awake by their movement and rubbed his eyes sleepily. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his dark eyes widened in surprise. His mother was buried in Uncle Lu's arms, softly weeping, while Uncle Lu, just as his mother would do, tenderly comforted and kissed her. Upon returning to City C, Xi and Miao's family received news of her arrival. Did you see? Your daughter even brought a child with her, sneered the stepmother. Back then, she refused to marry, and it turns out she had someone on the side. Now that the child is born, she thinks we are easy to bully and wants us to help her raise it. Xian's father frowned in silence, sharing the same sentiment. It was indeed embarrassing. He had heard that the child was already over 3 years old, implying that Xi and Miao might have conceived while still in university. This realization made any subtle guilt in Xian's father dissipate. He concluded that Xi and Miao's absence from home was not due to their insistence on marriage, but rather because she had her own issues, feeling too guilty to return. When she comes back, we'll have a clear talk, Xian's father asserted. That needs to be clarified, the stepmother echoed. If we don't clarify things, what if she refuses to leave our home? Are we supposed to help her raise her child? The stepmother spoke with conviction, and Xian's father found no fault in her words. He had long forgotten that this house did not belong to him, but was left behind by Xian's mother, and rightfully belonged to Xi Miao. Moreover, her child was not a stranger, but his own blood-related grandson. It can only be said that people can be remarkably biased and heartless. After ensuring Xi Miao and her child were settled, Lu Jinze returned home. Upon entering, he found the atmosphere akin to an inquisition. Dad, Mom, are you still awake? Lu Jinze hung up his coat and calmly walked to the sofa. Where's Grandpa? Did he go to the nursing home again? His mother snorted coldly. How dare you ask about your grandfather? We haven't even informed him yet. Otherwise, he would surely be infuriated. While polishing his prize fishing rod, Lu's father looked up and concurred. Your mother is right. Jinza, you have always been more mature than your peers. We never had to worry. How could you act so absurdly this time? Hearing the phrase, not having to worry, Lu's mother shot her husband a glance, suppressing her words. While he may not have to worry, she had certainly invested a great deal of care in her son's upbringing. However, she had no time to bicker with her husband now. After all these years of marriage, she understood her husband was not particularly reliable. Otherwise, the old man would not have begun nurturing Jinza at such an early age. What's so absurd about it? Lu Jinza leaned back on the sofa, his demeanor still calm, which only heightened his mother's anxiety. What's not absurd? Everything is absurd. What kind of person is this Xin Miao? From her education to her past of being an unmarried mother, and has she even disclosed who the child's father is? She is simply full of flaws. If I had such a daughter-in-law, I would be the laughingstock wherever I went. Lu Jinza frowned. Mom, please watch your words. Don't speak so harshly. What can you possibly know about Xin Miao through Ji Lu? Besides, it is I who will marry Xin Miao, not you. If you cannot tolerate her, we can move out after the wedding to spare you the distress. Lu Jinza proposed a solution. You. For the first time, Lu's mother felt the taste of defiance from her son. Jinza had always been indifferent, rarely concerning himself with the affairs of others. But the upside was that he was indeed a worry-free child. He usually acquiesced to his mother's wishes on non-principled matters. However, now Lu's mother realized just how significant Xin Miao was in Jinza's life. Lu was indeed correct. Xin Miao was not an ordinary woman. For Jinza was now disregarding everything for her. Jinza, how can you speak like that? Look at yourself. You are utterly bewitched by that woman. Lu's father rebuked. Just wait until your grandfather returns from the nursing home. Let's see how he feels. Casting a glance at his father, Lu Jinza remained silent. He had been raised by his grandfather, and while he held a level of respect for his mother, who was his biological parent, he generally found it difficult to converse with his father, who was rather irresponsible. Chapter 46. The female protagonist with a child who is turned against. Is this the correct address? Upon discovering this upscale residential area on the map, Xion's parents were puzzled as to why it was located in the city center. When they arrived at the entrance of the community, their hesitation deepened. Old Xion, are you sure your daughter lives here? Observing the grand decor, towering security personnel, and the array of luxury vehicles entering and leaving the community, Xion's father's tone wavered. The person said it was definitely here. The stepmother snatched the phone from Xion's father, scrutinizing the map with a furrowed brow. Who exactly told you that Xin Miao lives here? It was the same years ago. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have known Xin Miao had gone to City A. He claimed to be Xin Miao's classmate. He remembered us visiting the school years ago, so he left us his contact information to notify us if there were any news about Xin Miao. Classmate? The stepmother scoffed. Yes, probably someone who has had a grudge against Xin Miao. The stepmother understood full well that they had not treated Xin Miao kindly. If that classmate truly cared for Xin Miao, why would he hide his identity? What are you saying? What do you mean by having a grudge? Are we as parents harming her by searching for her? Xion's father displayed his displeasure. Noticing Xion's father's discontent, the stepmother refrained from further comment. However, she privately deemed her husband hypocritical. You want to see Xin Miao, but offer her no support, merely seeking to rid yourself of her and the child she bore. Even if you are not harming her, are you doing her any good? She kept these thoughts to herself, realizing that Xin Miao was not her daughter. Her biological father did not care for her, so why should she, as a stepmother, show any affection? Ultimately, this situation was advantageous for her, and, thinking of her own precious children, the stepmother was reluctant to speak out. The Xin couple waited outside the residential area for an entire afternoon. There was no choice. Xin Miao was not home, and Xion's father had long lost her contact information. The security guards, prioritizing the safety of the residents, would not allow two unidentified individuals to enter. So where could Xin Miao be? Are you Xin Miao? Lu's mother took a sip of coffee, wrinkling her brow. She was unaccustomed to drinking coffee. She preferred tea. However, the location for their meeting with Xin Miao was merely an unimportant detail. Hello, Aunt. Xin Miao greeted politely, neither overly humble nor arrogant. The girl before her was stunning, with a delicate, fair face that appeared rosy even without makeup, her soft black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her clear, bright eyes exuding a serene aura. Lu's mother sighed internally. Judging solely by appearances, the girl was indeed quite pleasant. Yet, she was not merely seeking a daughter-in-law based on looks. Family background, education, and personal qualities were equally significant. How did you and Jinza come to know each other? Before arriving, Lu's mother had intended to test the waters with money, but upon her arrival, she found herself wanting to converse with this girl named Xin Miao. We met under unexpected circumstances. Xin Miao began, recounting the story. Lu's mother listened intently, her earlier reservations easing considerably. After hearing her tale, Lu's mother took another sip of coffee. Xin Miao, I heard you have never been married. Who is the father of your child? Lu's mother assumed this question would be easily answered. After all, it was simply a matter of young lovers losing control, resulting in an unexpected life. However, the girl before her fell silent. Can't you answer? Lu's mother furrowed her brow. Observing the girl's silence, her expression tightened further. Indeed, she had been so pleased earlier that she had forgotten, but now, upon mentioning the child, all favorable impressions faded, and Lu's mother regained her composure. After conversing with Lu's mother, the two were initially set to part ways, as the outcome was rather unpleasant, and Lu's mother was evidently not in high spirits. However, upon hearing Xin Miao mention going to pick up her child from kindergarten, Lu's mother, for reasons unknown, suggested they go together. Xin Miao, slightly puzzled, nodded in agreement. Lu's mother's decision to visit Xin Heng was born out of necessity. Watching her son insist on spending time with Xin Miao left her feeling powerless. Lu Jinza had long since come of age and established his independence. Once he made a decision, even Lu's grandfather would find it difficult to intervene, let alone Lu's mother. Wasn't it said that Xin Miao's son was well-behaved and charming? With a hint of critical curiosity, Lu's mother prepared to see for herself what allure Xin Miao and her child possessed that made her son so protective, breaking his previous reluctance to engage with children. Mom. Upon spotting Xin Miao, Xin Heng's eyes lit up as he rushed toward her, throwing himself into her embrace. Xin Heng had recently transferred to this kindergarten, which boasted top-notch facilities, far superior to the one in High City, though it required him to adapt to a new environment. Teacher Lin, how did Xiao Hang do today? Did he get along well with the other children? Xiao Hang was exceptionally well-behaved and very clever. You needn't worry, Xiao Hang's mother. While Xin Miao chatted with the kindergarten teacher, she momentarily forgot about Lu's mother who, however, was already in a state of shock. Gazing at Xin Heng's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Lu Jinza, Lu's mother felt dizzy. This. Lu's mother pressed her hand to her chest, struggling to regain her composure. This child looked far too much like Jinza when he was young, aside from the eyes. Every other feature seemed as if they had been crafted from the same mold. The first thought that crossed Lu's mind was a suspicion that her son had deceived her. Could this child possibly be his and Xin Miao's illegitimate offspring? But that notion vanished as swiftly as it appeared. How could that be? If this were Jinza's child, why had he not brought him home? Had he really abandoned Xin Miao and her son for 4 or 5 years, only to suddenly realize that Xin Miao was his true love and wished to marry her? Such a conjecture was absurd. Lu's mother quickly dismissed the thought. Mom, that grandma is looking at me. Xin Heng perceptively noted Lu's mother's gaze. Clinging to Xin Miao's neck, he whispered in her ear. Before Xin Miao could introduce him, Lu's mother took the initiative to step forward, grasping Xin Heng's small hand and smiling warmly at him. Good boy, what should you call me? Xin Heng glanced at Xin Miao, who merely smiled gently, and then turned back to Lu's mother, stating with earnestness, Hello, Grandma. Oh my, how clever. Hearing Xin Heng's sweet voice, Lu's mother felt her heart soften, and she gently lifted him from Xin Miao's embrace. What is your name, little treasure? Xin Heng stiffened in her arms, feeling a bit nervous. Yet, Lu's mother was adept at comforting children. With a few soft words, she quickly eased his tension. My name is Xin Heng, Heng as in space travel. Xin Heng blinked his bright, dark eyes, responding earnestly. Observing this adorable child, Lu's mother found herself utterly enamored, showering him with affection and playful teasing. It dawned on her. No wonder Jinza adored Xin Miao's son so much. It wasn't just affection for her, but also because the child resembled him. Not only Jinza, but even Lu's mother felt a surge of fondness for this little darling who bore such a striking resemblance to her own son. Lu's mother believed she had discerned her son's feelings, unaware that she was unjustly misjudging Lu Junzi. In truth, Lu Junzi had not even noticed the resemblance between Xian Hang and himself. He did not recall his own childhood appearance, and while there might be a vague genetic similarity, he had never contemplated it. Chapter 47. The female protagonist on the run with the ball faces a counterattack. Lu Junzi arranged for a driver to pick up and drop off Xin Miao daily. Observing the driver avoiding her gaze, Lu's mother inwardly scoffed. Junzi truly was considerate towards Xin Miao and her child, even providing a dedicated driver for them. However, glancing at Xian Hang, Lu's mother ultimately refrained from voicing any complaints. Xiao Hang, Grandma is leaving. Do you want to come home with me? Lu's mother pretended to leave while holding Xian Hang. His small brows furrowed, and he twisted his body to escape her grasp. No, I want to stay with Mom. Lu's mother was merely jesting. Watching Xian Hang's adorable demeanor, she felt a wave of affection. All right then, Grandma will leave. I'll come visit you next time. Knowing her son had settled Xin Miao and her child in a downtown residence, returning home daily as if they were a family of three, Lu's mother, despite her reluctance to part with Xian Hang, decided against visiting their love nest and instead bid farewell to Xian Miao and her son. On the way home, Xian Hang recalled the earlier encounter and, with wide eyes, looked up at Xian Miao. Mom, is that Grandma Lu's mother? Xian Miao was not surprised that Xian Hang could deduce this and shook her head while holding his small hand. Yes, does Xiao Hang like Grandma Lu? Xian Hang knitted his brows in thought, his expression reminiscent of Lu Junzi, particularly when he was deep in contemplation. No wonder Lu's mother was so fond of him. I don't know. Xian Hang shook his head, his little face displaying a conflicted expression. I thought Grandma Lu wouldn't like me, but she seems to really like Xiao Hang now, leaving you unsure of how to interact with her, right? Xin Miao genli batet sin hang shahet. Sensitive by nature, Xian Hang had previously sensed that Lu Junzi's family might not fully accept him and his mother, and he had been on guard. However, Lu's mother's warmth today caught him off guard. Xian Miao lifted Xian Hang and placed him on her lap. You can interact with her however you wish. It's not something for you to worry about. If you like Grandma Lu, then get along with her. If not, then it's fine not to. They had managed all these years without grandparents and were still happy. Xian Miao smiled down at Xian Hang, wanting nothing more than for him to be content. You can choose how you want it to be. MHM. Xian Hang nodded, embracing Xian Miao and planting a chubby kiss on her cheek, whispering, I like Mom the most. The Xian couple waited at the entrance of the residential area, feeling numb and exhausted. Had they followed their original intent, they would have left long ago. However, throughout the afternoon of waiting, they had not been idle. They searched online about this residential area and discovered that its residents were either wealthy or of high status. After an entire afternoon of observing luxurious cars coming and going, the Xian couple's eyes were nearly bloodshot. Xian Miao must have secured a relationship with a big boss. The stepmother declared emphatically that a girl with no education and a young age could not possibly support herself, let alone care for a child. Old Xian, our family is unfortunate. Xian Miao must have become a mistress for a rich man these past few years. No wonder she can live here. Wang Shumi felt both disdain and envy. She had thought Xian Miao was struggling and only considering returning home to rely on her parents. But it turned out she had returned in style, never intending to seek out her parents for filial duties. Reflecting on Xian Miao's beautiful face, Wang Shumi felt increasingly justified in her assumptions. Don't speak so harshly. Perhaps Xian Miao is making money as an internet celebrity. Then she is even less conscientious. If she's earning money, why doesn't she think of her family? Has she forgotten she has a father, mother, and siblings? Even if I'm not her biological mother, you are still her father, and Yin Yin and Ada are her real siblings. Wang Shumi spoke with righteous indignation, while Xian's father remained silent. It was indeed a valid point. With 2 children in high school now, the tuition and tutoring fees amounted to several tens of thousands a year. As the eldest sister, Xian Miao should contribute something to the family after all these years. The purpose for which the 2 individuals waited had long since transformed. Initially, they merely intended to assess the situation and distance themselves from Xian Miao, hoping she would no longer rely on her family to rectify the mess. However, now that they firmly believed their daughter had succeeded, they sought to exploit their blood ties to extract money from her. Mom, what are you looking at? Noticing Xian Miao gazing out the window, Xin Heng curiously followed her gaze. Miss Xin, do you know them? The driver, having spotted a pair of middle-aged individuals waiting at the entrance of the residential area, slightly reduced the speed of the vehicle. I don't know them. Let us go. Xin Miao replied coldly. Xin Heng, oblivious to the tension, quickly diverted his attention to his smartwatch. The driver, however, felt a stir of curiosity. Observing the icy expression on Xin Miao's face in the rearview mirror, he discreetly noted the couple's presence, intending to inform his boss later. Mr. Liu had instructed him to report any matters concerning Miss Xin promptly. Just earlier, he had sent a discreet text to his employer about Mrs. Liu's visit to see Miss Xin. I must be going mad, Mrs. Liu murmured to herself. When Liu Jinze returned to retrieve documents, he had advised his mother not to make things difficult for Xin Miao, suggesting they could discuss any grievances openly. Knowing Xin Miao's gentle yet resilient nature, and being aware that his own mother valued her pride and was reluctant to confront others, he anticipated that their conversation would remain civil. Nevertheless, Liu Jinze felt displeasure towards his mother's antics. I told you not to contact Ji Liu anymore. Our family matters have nothing to do with her. Did you come up with this idea on your own? Or did Ji Liu suggest it? Mrs. Liu felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, with more pressing matters at hand, she vaguely dismissed the topic, claiming fatigue and urging Liu Jinze to leave. After he departed, Mrs. Liu cautiously placed the few strands of hair she had discreetly taken from her son into a sealed bag. On the table lay another sealed bag containing several short hairs as well. Once she delivered these bags to the testing facility, Mrs. Liu sighed in relief. After sitting on the sofa, lost in thought for a while, she suddenly sat up and slapped her face. Have I truly lost my mind? Am I so desperate for a grandchild? Both Xin Miao and Jinze had clearly stated that they had only recently met. Moreover, Jinze had been living at home for the past few years, with a clear schedule. How could he possibly be hiding a child? There was no way Xin Miao's son could be his. Mrs. Liu exhaled deeply, reflecting on her moment of madness that led her to consider a paternity test. Picking up her phone, she intended to call the testing facility to cancel the request, realizing how absurd her thoughts had been. However, just as she was about to dial, she hung up instead. The samples had already been sent. Could she possibly ask for them back? Let be a test, let be a farce. After all, no one would know. As Liu Jinze entered the room, he found Xin Miao seated by the coffee table, attending a class while Xin Heng played with toy trains on the floor. The train tracks had been personally installed by Liu Jinze. You're back. Xin Miao glanced up at him, removed her headphones, and smiled before returning her attention to the lesson. Observing her focused demeanor, Liu Jinze felt his anxious heart gradually ease. Having learned from the driver that Xin Miao had encountered her family earlier that day, he had rushed back, worried she might be upset. However, seeing her current state, he realized she was unaffected by the couple. Later that night, as they prepared for bed, they discussed the day's events, including the meeting between Mrs. Liu and Xin Miao, as well as Xin Miao's encounter with her biological father and stepmother. Is it that you don't want to see them? Who don't I want to see? Leaning against Liu Jinze, Xin Miao playfully tugged at his hair. Is it my dad or your mother? Realizing she was joking, Liu Jinze rolled over and, amidst her surprised exclamation, kissed her soft lips, his voice low and laced with amusement. Does that mean you don't want to see my mom? Indeed. Under the man's astonished gaze, Xin Miao confessed. Liu Jinze, your mother doesn't quite like me. In the original plot where Ji Liu did not interfere, Mrs. Liu had created numerous obstacles between Xin Miao and Liu Jinze. Even with the precious grandson, Mrs. Liu consistently criticized and belittled Xin Miao. There was a reason for this animosity. After Xin Miao gave birth, she coincidentally encountered the elder Mr. Liu, who subsequently initiated a paternity test. Mrs. Liu dismissed such coincidences, believing Xin Miao had deliberately conceived to leverage her child's position. After all, returning to the Liu household just 2 to 3 months post-birth seemed premeditated. Had she returned sooner, the Liu family might have forced her to terminate the pregnancy. Had she returned later, she would have suffered with her child. With such suspicions, Mrs. Liu reluctantly accepted Xin Miao and her son, yet she only embraced the grandson, refusing to acknowledge the mother. Within the opulent Liu mansion, Mrs. Liu would daily find fault with Xin Miao, from her lifestyle to her educational background, critiquing every aspect. This incessant scrutiny led Xin Miao to develop postpartum depression, nearly resulting in a tragic fate. Of course, the protagonist could never meet such an end. It was merely a fleeting moment in a tale of love and suffering. Lucianza. Xin Miao gazed at him, biting her lip as she slowly expressed her innermost thoughts. Though your mother adores Xiaohang, I can sense her disdain for me. The age-old conflict between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law is often fraught with tension, and given our unique situation, I understand your mother has feelings, but I equally dislike being met with coldness when I extend warmth. Observing the tension hidden behind her earnest expression, Lucianza felt his astonishment dissipate. Miao miao, emewe. Lucianza sighed softly. He had always known about her insecurities and Mrs. Lu's dissatisfaction, which is why he had tried to minimize their encounters. It was clear that Mrs. Lu's perspective was unlikely to shift. Since their meetings only seemed to bring discomfort to Xin Miao, it was better for them to see each other less, especially since they wouldn't be returning to the old mansion. I'm glad you shared this with me. Lucianza tenderly caressed her cheek, observing her fluttering eyelashes before leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her eyelid. Miao miao, you can share your joys and sorrows with me. I wish to understand, and I want to help you resolve them. Does that cause you distress? Not at all. A smile blossomed at the corners of Xin Miao's lips. Miao miao. Regarding your father, why did they come here today? I have no idea what they intended or how they found this place. Xin Miao, her gaze turning slightly frosty. Perhaps they came for money. She forced a bitter smile, laced with sarcasm. If they were aware of your existence, they would undoubtedly approach for financial gain. After all, they were willing to sell me for money before. Now that you're in the picture, how could they resist the opportunity to latch on? I truly despise them. Miao miao, please help me. Xin Miao turned to Lucianza, her breath unsteady, her eyes shimmering with rare urgency. I don't want them to exploit my name to get closer. They've taken advantage of me and my mother in the past, and I want to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Lucianza, can you assist me? How could Lucianza refuse? He had just promised to help Xin Miao with all her grievances, and having learned of her past trials, he had longed to help her reclaim her dignity. Yet, due to Xin Miao's father's identity, he had refrained from taking action, concerned she might still harbor feelings for him. All right, cradling her delicate face in his hands, Lucianza kissed her deeply, his deep, powerful voice resonating amidst their entwined lips. I will help you. Miao miao, whatever you desire, I shall assist. The atmosphere in the room grew heated. Amidst the rising tide of emotions, Xin Miao cast aside the system as frantic warnings. What the character's integrity? She was merely enriching her persona. Even the original protagonist of a tumultuous love story could not endlessly endure suffering in silence. Harboring grudges is not in Xin Miao's nature. Upon hearing a gasp from beside her, Xin Miao exchanged a few brief words with Lucianza before ending the call. Turning around, she was surprised to find it was her former classmate from university. However, encountering her here was not particularly unusual, as Xin Miao had come to C University to inquire about a few matters. She intended to retake her university entrance exams, with C University as her target once more, although she might choose a different major. The regret of having enrolled and then withdrawn had lingered in her heart, and she yearned to fulfill this wish. Zengyu, it's been a long time. Xin Miao put down her phone, displaying a surprised yet polite smile. Although they had been classmates, Xin Miao had only spent a little over a year with her peers, and she hardly recognized many of them. Zengyu had been the class monitor, leaving a deeper impression on Xin Miao. Long time no see. Xin Miao, I didn't expect to run into you here. Zeng Yu's expression was a mix of shock and curiosity as she observed the girl before her, who retained her youthful beauty. The incident surrounding Xin Miao had once caused quite a stir in their department. A student dropping out and eloping with a man, confirmed by her parents, sparked much discussion among several classes. Despite Xin Miao's typically low profile and reluctance to form deep connections, her striking looks and academic prowess had garnered her considerable attention from male classmates. Who could have predicted that she would take such a drastic step? The disillusionment was palpable, even among those like Zeng Yu, who found it hard to comprehend Xin Miao's decision to abandon her studies. Xin Miao, what brings you to C University? Zeng Yu inquired, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Xin Miao smiled, responding with utmost candor. I'm here to consult about academic matters. I'm preparing to retake the entrance exams. Zeng Yu, I see you're pursuing graduate studies here at C University? Ah, yes, Zeng Yu replied, concealing her astonishment as she nodded. I was accepted into the graduate program in my alma mater, so I've remained at C University. Then you must be graduating next year? Xin Miao asked. Indeed, I'm currently juggling my thesis and searching for internships, Zeng Yu confirmed. Oh, that sounds quite hectic. After exchanging a few pleasantries, their conversation dwindled, and they soon bid each other farewell. However, once separated, Zeng Yu could hardly suppress her surprise and quickly message her university dormitory group. Zeng Yu shocked. Zeng Yu, I saw Xin Miao today, Zeng Yu. She is just as she was before. She said she is retaking her exams. After sending 3 messages, Zeng Yu suddenly realized she had mistakenly sent them to the wrong group, the one containing her former classmates. In haste, she attempted to retract her messages. Is it true? Xin Miao? Some longtime phone users had already seen it and bombarded the chat with question marks. Monitor, did you really encounter Xin Miao? What did Xin Miao do back then, Monitor? Did she really elope? She is retaking her exams. Monitor, was it at C University that you met her? Is she aiming to reapply to C University? The previously quiet class group was suddenly abuzz with activity. Watching the barrage of inquiries, Zeng Yu felt a pang of regret and retracted her messages. Zeng Yu, I'm not sure about those details. I just ran into Xin Miao by chance, so please refrain from asking further. After editing her message, Zeng Yu put down her phone, deciding to ignore the lively chat. She felt genuinely remorseful towards Xin Miao. Zeng Yu sighed, recalling how embarrassing the incident of her dropping out had been. And now that Xin Miao was finally attempting to start anew, she inadvertently publicized it, potentially making it common knowledge. Though it was merely a class group, the close-knit relationships within their department meant that word could easily spread throughout the entire faculty. Oh, I'm such a fool. Considering that most of their classmates had pursued graduate studies at their alma mater and many were still at C University, Zeng Yu felt a headache coming on. She worried both for herself and for Xin Miao. Given their enthusiasm, if Xin Miao truly re-entered C University, it would undoubtedly lead to much speculation and gossip. Chapter 49. The resurgent protagonist Xin Miao received an apology message from Zeng Yu, expressing her regret for inadvertently disclosing the news about Xin Miao retaking the entrance exams, which might attract unwanted attention. Xin Miao replied, It's all right. I understand you didn't mean it. Zeng Yu had always been quite warm-hearted as class monitor. After Xin Miao had left for City A, Zeng Yu had reached out to check on her, urging her not to act impulsively and to return to her studies. However, in her frantic state, Xin Miao had feared that Zeng Yu might disclose her whereabouts to her parents, and had not only failed to respond, but also deleted Zeng Yu's contact information. From that point on, they had lost touch. Upon receiving Xin Miao's response, Zeng Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Zeng Yu, thank you for your understanding. I truly appreciate it. After sending the message, she received a cheerful emoji in reply. Their conversation should have concluded there. However, recalling the group's chatter about organizing a reunion, where many had suggested inviting Xin Miao, Zeng Yu hesitated before ultimately sending an invitation. Regardless of whether Xin Miao would attend, she felt it necessary to inform her. Xin Miao, I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy preparing for the exams and may not have time to join. Zeng Yu, I understand, no worries. Xin Miao, thank you, Monitor. You all have been classmates for 4 years. I only spent a little over a year in the class, so I might not have much to contribute at the reunion. Zeng Yu, that is all right. I appreciate your predicament. Zeng Yu, best of luck with your preparations. I hope we can be classmates again soon. Zeng Yu, good luck. Xin Miao, heart emoji. Zeng Yu, hug emoji. Seeing no further messages pop up on her screen, Zeng Yu set her phone down with a sigh. Thankfully, Xin Miao would not be attending the reunion. Such gatherings often devolved into comparisons and gossip. If she truly wanted to meet friends, it would be better to arrange something with a select few. A larger group would inevitably include those who were doing well and those who were not, leading to an unavoidable atmosphere of superiority and inferiority. Moreover, those encouraging Zeng Yu to invite Xin Miao likely had ulterior motives, eager to revel in Xin Miao's misfortunes. After all, Xin Miao had once excelled in all pursuits, and now, having fallen to the point of needing to retake her exams, she would be at a disadvantage compared to others, inevitably stirring feelings of superiority in them. What a ridiculous situation. Madame Liu received a package. Upon unwrapping it and seeing the name of the testing agency, she was reminded of the impulsive decision she had made a few days prior. The results were already out? Madame Lu's expression shifted in surprise. Realizing she had been indulging in baseless thoughts without any real expectation, she had nearly forgotten about this matter. As she sat on the sofa, Madame Lu opened the envelope with scissors and extracted the document inside. Despite having lost hope, an inexplicable sense of tension gripped her as she opened the cover. What if Xing Hang was indeed the child of Xin Miao and another man? It could be mere coincidence that he resembled Jinza. Such stories were not uncommon in the news. Preparing herself mentally, Madame Lu glanced down. 99.9. The result confirmed a biological father-son relationship. Madam. Hearing the anxious voice of the housekeeper nearby, Madame Lu snapped back to reality, her face flushed and breathing rapid. Aunt Zhang was startled by her employer's reaction. Are you having a health issue? I'll fetch your medication. Just as Aunt Zhang stood to leave, Madame Lu grasped her arm. No, I'm fine. As Madame Lu's breathing steadied, her face still bore a hint of redness. Unable to contain the tumult within her, she rose and, beaming with excitement, examined the verification document multiple times. Still in disbelief, she retrieved her phone and searched for the email from the testing agency. Upon opening the attachment and scrolling to the end, the result remained 99.9. Aunt Zhang, please attend your duties. I need to make a phone call. Dismissively, Madame Lu shooed Aunt Zhang away and quickly dialed the testing agency's number. Madame Lu, how may I assist you today? I would like your assistance in confirming whether the identification materials you processed were indeed the ones I submitted last time. Are you certain that there was no mix-up and that I have not received someone else's results? Upon hearing Mrs. Lu's inquiries, the staff on the other end of the line expressed no dissent, patiently and gently addressing each of her concerns. It is not uncommon for identification agencies to encounter melodramatic occurrences. It is entirely natural for clients to experience emotional instability, especially considering that Mrs. Lu is a significant benefactor deserving of their utmost patience. With the agency's reassuring response, the weight on Mrs. Lu's heart finally lifted. All right, I understand now. After hanging up, Mrs. Lu stared blankly at the identification report for several seconds before breaking into a smile, no longer suppressing her excitement. Xian Hang is indeed Jinza's child. Xian Hang is her very own grandson. Meanwhile, Lu Jinza was convening a meeting at the company, listening to reports from various departments when suddenly his phone vibrated. The others, upon hearing the sound, glanced over, surprised to see their boss taking a call, as he was known for his strictness and typically refrained from answering calls during meetings. As the speaker slowed his pace, feeling somewhat flustered, Lu Jinza raised his hand to signal him to continue. Hello? His voice was deep yet gentle. What is it? Xin Miao rarely contacted him during work hours. It was a reflection of her character, as she was not particularly clingy, and recently, she had been preoccupied with her studies, often busier than Lu Jinza himself. Lu Jinza, I went to pick up Xiao Hang, but his teacher said he was taken by his grandmother. Xin Miao's voice carried urgency. You need to call and find out if Xiao Hang was taken to the Lu family by your mother. Lu Jinza's brows furrowed. What is going on? Is this yet another scheme devised by my mother? Miao, do not panic. I will call her right away. Please hurry, Lu Jinza. I fear Xiao Hang may have been taken by someone else. Xin Miao's words were delicately phrased. The kindergarten was known for its strict management and well-trained staff, who typically would not allow strangers to take children away. The fact that Mrs. Lu was able to pick up Xian Hang was primarily due to the incident at the kindergarten gate, where Xian Hang had called her grandma, leading the teachers to naturally assume she was his biological grandmother. Furthermore, Mrs. Lu had not only left her business card, but also made a call to the kindergarten director, providing sufficient guarantees for the staff to hand Xian Hang over to her. All right, Miao, do not worry. Wait for me at the kindergarten entrance. I will come and get you now. Lu Jinza felt a sense of strangeness. What was his mother planning by bringing Xian Hang back to the Lu residence? Without having witnessed his mother's fondness for Xian Hang firsthand, Lu Jinza was at a loss. Although he knew his mother would not harm the child, the fact that she had taken Xian Hang without informing Xian Miao was understandably alarming. He hung up the phone and dialed his mother's number. The meeting's report paused momentarily as everyone exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Chapter 50. The reversal of the pregnant female lead beep. The line was busy on the other end. No one answered, which deepened Lu Jinza's frown. Continue with the report. Secretary Li will observe and send me a summary later. Understood. President Liu, rising from his seat under the watchful eyes of his colleagues. Liu Xinze donned his suit jacket and departed. Once the conference room door closed, the atmosphere relaxed considerably, although the report still needed to be presented. The presence of the boss made a significant difference, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With divided attention, the staff continued to listen to the report while secretly scrolling through a flurry of messages on their phones. It was unclear who had leaked the gossip, but the company group chat was abuzz with excitement. What did I miss? Why is everyone talking about President Liu having a child? You missed a lot. I heard President Liu took a call during the meeting mentioning picking up a child from kindergarten, so everyone's speculating that he has a child. How is that possible? Isn't President Liu unmarried? I don't know, perhaps he's secretly married and has kids. Don't spread rumors. If President Liu were married, what about Miss G? She would have to know, right? Exactly. Stop speculating. President Liu could simply be picking up a relative's child. Indeed. I still ship President Liu with Miss G. Be careful spreading false information about him, or you might face consequences. Amidst the whirlwind of speculation, the news was quickly dismissed in the group chat, deemed mere gossip. After all, some had made valid points. If President Liu were married, what would become of Miss G, who was widely recognized as the future lady of the Liu family? Though she had not been seen at Liu's recently, it did not diminish her established status. After all, she was a young lady. Her occasional absence from the office was merely a quirk of her playful nature. Secretary Li, lurking in the group chat, quietly read through all the messages before calmly placing his phone down. He too wished to share the gossip, but given his public persona and unique position, some matters had to remain unspoken, leaving him feeling stifled. The imaginations of these individuals were rather limited. Did they only conjure notions of secret marriages and distant relatives? Holding a wealth of secrets he yearned to share, Secretary Li felt both an air of superiority for knowing the truth and a sense of frustration for being unable to voice it. This child was not a relative of the Liu family. He was the future stepson of President Liu, who was preparing to embrace fatherhood. Reflecting on President Liu's recent instructions to observe wedding ring brands, Secretary Li felt both astonished and somewhat unsurprised. Indeed, President Liu had brought Xin Miao and her child from Haicheng, clearly with marriage in mind, though they had only known each other for a month. Despite Xin Miao's modest background and rich life experiences, Liu Xinze was determined to marry her swiftly. Yes, indeed, this was love. Secretary Li had witnessed its enchanting power firsthand. If a cold, unyielding tree could bloom overnight and a glacier could melt in spring waters, what else could be defined as love? Liu Xinze remained unaware of the secretive nature of his seemingly serious secretary. He drove directly to Xin Hang's kindergarten, where he found a visibly anxious Xin Miao. Miao, get in the car. I will take you to the Liu family's old residence. At the Liu residence, Mrs. Liu had been entertaining the younger generation and was joyfully playing with Xin Hang. Grandma, when will mommy come to pick me up? Xin Hang set down his toy airplane and dashed over to Mrs. Liu. She embraced him, planting a kiss on his cheek. What's wrong, Xiao Hang? Don't you enjoy playing with Grandma? Xin Hang shook his head. It's not that I don't like Grandma. I just want to see Mommy. The little boy looked earnestly at Mrs. Liu, explaining his feelings. Oh dear, I know that Xiao Hang is a good boy. Mrs. Liu was utterly charmed by the little one. Although she had always liked Xin Hang, her affection deepened upon learning he was her biological grandson. Every aspect of him appeared endearing. While he resembled her son, in Mrs. Liu's eyes, Xin Hang was far cuter than Liu Xinze had been as a child. He was just like the angelic babies described online, growing up on cuteness. Be a good boy and play here for a moment. Your daddy and mommy will come to get you soon. Daddy? Xin Hang looked up in confusion. You mean Uncle Liu? Hearing the sound of a car parking outside, Mrs. Liu turned on a cartoon for Xin Hang before gracefully stepping outside. When Xin Miao and Liu Xinze hurried in, Mrs. Liu was already seated on the sofa. You're here. Observing the hurried entrance of the two, Mrs. Liu silently scoffed. They appeared anxious, as if fearing that something untoward might happen to Xin Hang while in her care. Sipping her tea, she awaited her son's inquiry. Mother, why did you suddenly go to the kindergarten to pick up Xiao Hang? Do you not realize how worried Miao and I were? Liu Xinze and Xin Miao scanned the room and spotted Xin Hang's backpack on the sofa, instinctively sighing in relief. Gazing at Mrs. Liu, who sat calmly and elegantly on the sofa, Liu Xinze furrowed his brow. Where is Xiao Hang, mother? On the second floor. While watching animated shows, Lu Zhenze was about to ascend the stairs with Xin Miao when Lu's mother interjected. Wait. Do I permit you two to go up? Rising from her seat, she approached the young couple. Her gaze swept over the furrowed brow of the silent Xin Miao and the tightly knit brows of her son. With a cold snort, Lu's mother slowly inquired, Who are you two guarding against? Ever since she had seen the paternity report, alongside her surprise, Lu's mother had been simmering with anger. Look at her well-raised son, knowing full well that she longed for grandchildren, wanting to witness his marriage and the birth of his children. What had he done instead? He chose to father a child outside and only brought the 3-year-old back after raising him away from her. This situation left Lu's mother feeling utterly frustrated, with a belly full of suppressed fury. Mom, what are you talking about? Lu Zhenze looked at his mother, utterly perplexed. What did she mean by guarding against anyone? Was she suggesting that they were preventing her from picking up Xin Hang? But hadn't she already rejected Xin Miao? If she couldn't accept Xin Miao, how could Lu Zhenze expect her to embrace Xin Hang? Stop pretending. Seeing her son feigning ignorance incensed Lu's mother further. She retorted, Are you intentionally teasing me? Knowing I want you to marry and have children, you just keep it all quiet and sneakily raise a child outside. Who are you guarding against? Am I to pose a threat to my own grandson? The thought that she had missed all 3 years of Xin Hang's life ignited her wrath. What grandson? Lu Zhenze's heart was overwhelmed with a peculiar mix of emotions. Since entering the room, his mother had been speaking in ways he could not comprehend. You are pretending, and now you continue to pretend. Lu's mother moved to the coffee table, pulled out the paternity report from a file, and threw it before Lu Zhenze and Xin Miao. You're unaware, aren't you? I went for a paternity test. Chapter 51. The female lead running away with a child upon seeing the scattered reports. Both Lu Zhenze and Xin Miao were struck dumb with shock. Picking up the papers from the floor, Lu Zhenze focused on the words that confirmed the biological father-son relationship. Whose report is this? A strange emotion surged within him. He sensed something, yet dared not believe it. Observing her son's genuine confusion, Lu's mother began to feel lost as well. This is the report for you and Xiao Hang. You are his biological father, did you not know? A dull sound echoed in Lu Zhenze's mind, reminiscent of a tolling bell. What did it mean? That he and Xiao Hang were biological father and son. His throat tightened, and he felt as if all his faculties had momentarily abandoned him as he gazed at the report, fixating solely on those few words. So it was you. You were that person. Beside him, a suppressed sob broke through. Xin Miao, her eyes downcast, wept softly onto the report. Miao Miao. Witnessing her tear-streaked face sent a pang of pain through Lu Zhenze's heart. He reached out to wipe her tears, and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Lu Zhenze realized something. Xiao Hang was over 3 years old, meaning Miao Miao must have conceived him 4 years ago. 4 years ago. His breath quickened as he recalled that fiery and absurd night. He had attended a banquet, fell victim to a drugging scheme, and instead of returning to his room to wait for his secretary to bring a doctor, he had encountered a drunken girl who stumbled into his arms, igniting a pent-up desire he could no longer suppress. Afterwards, Lu Zhenze had sought to find the girl through surveillance footage, but the hotel's cameras had been sabotaged, leaving him empty-handed. Eventually, he had gradually forgotten about the incident. Now, looking at the girl weeping before him, he gasped, finally understanding. Miao Miao was that girl, the one with whom he had shared a reckless night 4 years ago. He was the irresponsible man who had abandoned Miao Miao and their child. Xiao Hang was indeed his son, born to Miao Miao 3 years prior. A rare tumult of emotions engulfed Lu Zhenze. Countless questions and confusions flashed through his mind, culminating in a blend of regret, anguish, excitement, and joy. Miao Miao. His voice was hoarse as he gazed at the woman before him, tears streaming down her face. Why didn't you tell me the truth? Why did you say Xiao Hang's father had already died? Xin Miao shook her head, her tearful eyes searching Lu Zhenze's. How could I say it? I never intended to seek his father. Xiao Hang is my son, and I wanted to spare him from sorrow, from building too many expectations. I told him his father had passed away, so he would know he was a product of love, not just the result of a fleeting moment of confusion. Her voice broke, and as Lu Zhenze pulled her into his embrace, his heart twisted in pain. It is my fault. It is all my fault, Miao Miao. I'm so sorry. Sorry for you and Xiao Hang, for all the suffering you've endured. The realization that Xiao Hang was a child filled Lu Zhenze with a tumultuous mix of tenderness and profound sorrow. How could I only just find out? How could I have been so oblivious? He recalled their first encounter, when Miao Miao had collided with his car while delivering food. He loved this woman. Every memory of her struggles before their meeting filled him with compassion. Yet now, understanding that this pain stemmed from his actions, guilt and sorrow threatened to crush his heart. It is your fault. It is all you're doing. The girl, choked with emotion, could barely articulate her words. She lightly punched his chest, not with force, but it brought tears to his eyes. I love you, Miao Miao. I am sorry. The man repeatedly apologized, pouring out his feelings. He cupped her face, kissing away her tears, but she turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Yet a moment later, she couldn't resist diving back into his embrace. Lu Jinza, I truly hate you. Hate myself for being so foolish, and I hate that you made me bear Xiaohang. She lamented, tears flowing as she leaned against him. Lu Jinza tightened his hold, almost wanting to merge their beings into one. I understand, Miao Miao. You can blame me all you wish, but please don't leave me. Let me love you. Let me make amends. They embraced each other passionately, their turbulent emotions leaving no room for anyone else. Meanwhile, Lu's mother stood frozen in shock. After listening for so long, she felt increasingly bewildered. What was happening? Did they truly not know that Xiaohang was Jinza's child? How had they ended up together? And how had they conceived a child? Did they simply close their eyes to the act and forget it afterward? That night, Xiaohang had fallen asleep while waiting for his mother to come pick him up. Engrossed in animated shows, Lu Jinza carefully cradled him in his arms and gently placed him in bed. This was a temporary children's room that Lu's mother had prepared. Though hastily arranged, the furnishings were of the highest quality, and the room exuded a delightful warmth. Miao Miao, have you ever watched him sleep? The two stood by the bed, speaking in hushed tones, careful not to wake Xiaohang. As Lu Jinza gazed at the sleeping little one, he found it hard to tear his eyes away. Now that he knew Xiaohang was his child, a torrent of indescribable emotions surged within him. Excitement, anticipation, tension, and even a touch of fear. This was the essence of fatherhood. I watched him sleep countless times, leaning against Lu Jinza. Xi and Miao's gaze softened as she looked at their son. Since the moment he was born, I have watched him sleep over and over. When he was born, he was a tiny, frail bundle. The doctor assured me that the child was healthy and without any issues, yet I was perpetually gripped by the fear of losing him, often rising in the dead of night to check his breathing. Only when I felt the warmth beneath his nose could I find solace and lie back down to rest. However, sleep eluded me for long. I would inevitably awaken to check again. This cycle of anxiety was relentless, and I imagined that little Hang must have grown weary of my incessant worry. Xin Miao shook her head, wiping away tears with a smile. Yet that was merely the folly of a novice mother. The true source of my insomnia came when Xiaohang turned over a year old. During that time, he suffered from persistent fevers, and I spent every night in the hospital by his side, helpless as I watched him whimper in discomfort. During those nights, I too wept, though only when I was alone, too embarrassed to let anyone see my tears. Chapter 52. The unexpected turn of the pregnant female, lead as Xin Miao closed the door. She had yet to fully comprehend the arrangement of the room before Lu Jinza seized her arm and pinned her against the wall. A fervent kiss descended upon her lips, stealing her breath away. Their passion ignited like dry tinder, and Lu Jinza's long-suppressed emotions surged forth. He yearned for her, to feel her, to love her. As they tumbled onto the bed, Xin Miao wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him back, while Lu Jinza momentarily stiffened, his restrained reason collapsing entirely. Watching Xin Miao sleep, Lu Jinza rose and stepped out to the balcony for a cigarette. In the darkness, only the faint glow of the ember illuminated the night. Though the air was cool, his heart burned with intensity. His gaze drifted into the distance, memories of Xin Miao as tear-filled eyes surfacing in his mind, along with thoughts of the struggles she and Xiaohang had faced over the years. Fate seemed to mock him, allowing such a serendipitous connection with Xin Miao, while keeping him oblivious to the hardships endured by his woman and child. Had he not whimsically taken a business trip to Haicheng, he would never have met her, never have come to love her. Xin Miao and Xiaohang would have continued their lives in Haicheng, and he would have remained unaware of the existence of a woman who bore him a child, never knowing how he would have cherished her. A slight twist of fate could have rendered them strangers for a lifetime. Lu Jinza exhaled slowly, discarding the nearly burnt-out cigarette. Overthinking was futile. There were no hypotheticals, No unfortunate twists of fate. Reality had been kind to him, allowing him to rekindle his connection with Xin Miao after 4 long years. Now that she was by his side, this was the most splendid outcome. After freshening himself and shedding the scent of smoke, Lu Jinze returned to the bedroom. He drew the woman lying on her side into his embrace. Xin Miao's eyelids were slightly reddened, a remnant of the tears she had shed earlier. He gazed at her for a long time, a tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. An inexplicable urge to hold her tightly surged within him, and he restrained himself to place a gentle kiss upon her lips. Hearing her soft murmurs, tranquility enveloped them like still water. "Mommy, you're awake." Upon seeing Xin Miao, Xiaoheng climbed down from the dining table and rushed to her side, clinging to her leg. "Mommy is sleeping in again." He looked up at her, his little eyes filled with a hint of accusation, reaching out for her to pick him up. Since he was sent to kindergarten the day before, he had scarcely seen his mother, a notably long absence for the clingy little one. Fortunately, today was the weekend, sparing him from the ordeal of kindergarten. Otherwise, he would have insisted on finding her in Jin's room. Sitting at the dining table, Lu's mother smiled faintly. Her words were directed at Xin Miao. Compared to their previous interactions, her demeanor today was markedly more amiable. "Alas, Mommy is so lazy. Sleeping in later than Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng wakes up early and is healthy. Don't follow your mother's example." Xin Miao life at Xiaoheng, playfully pretending to nibble at his cheek. He giggled and squirmed, trying to evade her. Watching the joyful exchange between mother and son, Lu's mother felt a surge of happiness. After pondering for a long while yesterday, she had seized the opportunity to inquire about the relationship between Xin Miao and Lu Jinze while Xin Miao was bathing. Finally, she understood the backstory between them. Lu's mother couldn't help but lament the unreliability of youth. How could Xin Miao not know who her child's father was? While Jinze remained oblivious to having a son, had she not conducted a paternity test to unearth this truth? Would they have remained ignorant even after marriage? Jinze would have interacted with Xiaoheng as if he were merely a stepfather. The thought both amused and pained her. Her precious grandson had endured 3 years of hardship. No matter how hard Xin Miao tried, she could never provide Xiaoheng with the advantages that the Lu family could offer. She had heard that they had once lived in a basement, drifting aimlessly until Xiaoheng grew older and began to stabilize. She couldn't dwell on it. The more she thought, the more it pained her heart. What a situation this was. Lu's mother gulped down her tea. Just then, Lu Jinze emerged from the room, and his gaze immediately locked onto the mother and son. Seeing this scene, Lu's mother shook her head. What could she do but accept it? Initially, she had only known that Xin Miao was a single mother with a child and a high school education, and she had felt powerless to prevent Jinze from marrying her. Now, knowing that her son was the scoundrel who had caused Xin Miao to abandon her studies, she felt less confident in opposing her. Moreover, upon reflection, Xin Miao was not without merit. Though her family background was humble, her admission to C University indicated her intelligence. Over the years, she had tirelessly raised Xiaoheng, nurturing him into a sensible and lovable boy, showcasing her admirable character and resilience. Aside from her family background not being a perfect match for the Lu family, she was precisely the daughter-in-law Lu's mother had always desired. With this realization, Lu's mother's anger dissipated considerably. "Mommy, it tickles. Don't scratch me." Xiaoheng squirmed in Xin Miao's embrace. With all those ticklish spots, Xiaoheng was ready to retaliate against his mother, who would show no mercy. As they playfully scratched each other, Xiaoheng glanced up and met the gaze of Lu Jinze from a distance. "Uncle Lu?" His smile faltered slightly. Xiaoheng's feelings toward Lu Jinze had undergone a transformation, from initial dislike to fear, and now to trust. However, Lu Jinze's perpetual stern demeanor and commanding presence still made it difficult for Xiaoheng to relax around him, as he did with Xin Miao and Lu's mother. "Mommy, let us go have breakfast." Xiaoheng squirmed, eager to escape her hold. Turning around, Xin Miao indeed spotted Lu Jinze approaching. Acknowledging their attention, he strode over, arms wide open, enveloping both mother and son in a warm embrace. He pressed a kiss to Xin Miao's lips and, in a tender gesture, placed a gentle kiss on Xiaoheng's forehead, who stared in bewilderment. Uncle Lu, the embrace of the adult man, radiated warmth, and Xiaoheng looked up in confusion. Uncle Lu had held him many times, yet this embrace felt different, as if he cherished him, as though he were his treasure. "Not uncle, little hang its daddy." Lu Jinze gazed down at his son. Just yesterday, Lu's mother had shown him several photographs from his own childhood. Upon seeing those images, Lu Xunzi realized just how much Xiao Hang resembled him, and why Lu's mother was so confident about the paternity test. Observing the child's features, Lu Xunzi felt a tender warmth within. This was a child with Xin Miao, a boy who bore such a striking resemblance to both his parents. Why had no one noticed before? Daddy? Xiao Hang paused, turning to look at Xin Miao. Seeing her merely smile gently, he understood. After a moment of contemplation, he looked back at Lu Xunzi. I know. Uncle Lu will marry mommy and become my dad. Hearing the child's mature response, Xin Miao felt her eyes welling with tears as she buried her head in Lu Xunzi's embrace, sobbing quietly. Feeling the moisture in front of him, Lu Xunzi gently kissed the top of Xin Miao's head. Mom! Xin Hang stared in confusion at his suddenly tearful mother, his little mouth pouting. Unable to hold back his own tears, Lu Xunzi transferred Xin Hang from Xin Miao's embrace to his own arms. He gazed into the child's eyes and slowly spoke. Little Hang, I am your father, and you are the biological child of both your father and mother. Each word was articulated with care. When mentioning father and mother, Lu Xunzi pointed to himself and Xin Miao, respectively. Xin Hang's round eyes widened as he stared blankly at the man. Father? Uncle Lu is my father. Chapter 53. The female protagonist who was reversed with a child Xin Miao. I'm sorry, class monitor, but I really can't make it today. I have to attend a parent-child event at the kindergarten, and am still out. Upon seeing the message pop up on the screen, Zhengyu couldn't help but widen her eyes. Xin Miao already has a child. If the child is old enough for kindergarten, that means Xin Miao's child must be at least 2 or 3 years old. So, what happened back then was indeed real. Zhengyu felt a whirlwind of emotions. However, she quickly collected herself and messaged Xin Miao back. It's okay. The child is more important. You can't miss the parent-child activity. Xin Miao was quite candid and showed no signs of concealment. Why should she worry? It was also the classmates who insisted that Zhengyu invite Xin Miao once more. Otherwise, she would not have disturbed her. Class monitor, is Xin Miao coming? Zhengyu entered the private room, noting the eager gazes of her peers, and smiled. Xin Miao is busy. She has things to attend to. When I asked her last time, she already declined. Why insist on her attending? Zheng Yu's words carried a hint of sharpness as she subtly glanced at those who had been the most vocal. Seeing Zheng Yu's displeasure, the instigators averted their gazes, pretending not to notice. All right, let's enjoy this rare gathering of our class. Some classmates can't make it due to other commitments. Can't we still have fun? A young man stood up, raising his glass with a smile. Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk. After we eat, let's go karaoke. It's on me. Zhao Fong was known as a wealthy second-generation student in their department, generous and affable with many friends. His declaration was met with applause and cheers from the crowd. Brother Fong, you're so generous. Since you're treating, don't blame us for eating you out of house and home. Amidst the cheers, some in the know exchanged knowing glances. It seemed Zhao Fong still had feelings for Xin Miao. Many were aware of Zhao Fong's past affection for her. He had never confessed before she dropped out. Since then, no one in class had seen Xin Miao, and naturally, neither had Zhao Fong. Later, he entered into a tumultuous relationship with another female classmate, filled with ups and downs over the years. Reflecting on this, those in the know glanced towards Lin Jiao, who was laughing with other girls on a nearby sofa. Jiao, when are you and Zhao Fong getting married? Don't joke about that, Lin Jiao replied with an exasperated expression. Zhao Fong and I have already broken up. Breaking up doesn't mean you can't get back together. You two were quite the golden couple. What a pity if you stay apart. Lin Jiao remained silent. Zhao Fong's earlier attempt to defuse the situation was ostensibly for the class monitor, but truly to help Xin Miao. Others could see it, and so could Lin Jiao. She wondered why Zhao Fong acted this way. Was it for Xin Miao, or simply provoke her? Glancing at Zhao Fong in the distance, Lin Jiao bit her lip, feeling unsettled. Over the years, they had often broken up over trivial matters, only to reconcile again. What troubled Lin Jiao was that most of the time, she was the one initiating the reconciliation, while Zhao Fong's attitude seemed less earnest, almost indifferent. Lin Jiao understood that this was because she had pursued him first, and Zhao Fong had been moved by her. His feelings for her were not as profound as hers for him. After 4 years, the initial thrill of their relationship had faded. Lin Jiao no longer felt the same level of affection for Zhao Fong. Yet, regarding their breakup, she still felt a twinge of reluctance. She had invested so much in this relationship. If it ultimately bore no fruit, what would have been the purpose of her years of effort? Moreover, Zhao Fong came from a good family. Even if their feelings had waned, he remained the best candidate for marriage in Lin Jiao's eyes. Speaking of marriage and children, even without considering her years of investment, Lin Jiao was reluctant to let go of Zhao Fong. Jiao, what caused your breakup this time? I thought you were about to get engaged last time. Lin Jiao snapped back to reality, meeting her classmates' curious gazes, and smiled. We had a fight over something trivial. In the heat of the moment, I said we should break up. It was indeed a trivial matter. Yet, upon reflection, it was not as insignificant as it seemed. In fact, their latest breakup was related to Xin and Miao. Last time, when Xin Yu mentioned seeing Xin and Miao in the group chat, Zhao Fong was particularly active, posting several messages inquiring about her well-being. Upon noticing this, Lin Jiao recalled Zhao Fong's past feelings for Xin and Miao, and anger surged within her, leading to a fierce argument. Lin Jiao confronted Zhao Fong, questioning whether he still had feelings for Xin and Miao, suggesting that if he wanted to pursue her, he should break up with her first. After a heated exchange, Zhao Fong, feeling cornered, declared that he could not forget Xin and Miao, and if Lin Jiao wanted to break up, then so be it. This couple had accumulated numerous grievances over time, making their breakup an inevitable conclusion. Unfortunately, Xin and Miao was inadvertently entangled in their conflicts, becoming the excuse for their separation. Mom, where has Dad gone? Xin and Miao was unaware that she had become the direct cause of someone else's breakup. At that moment, she was at the children's amusement park in the mall, accompanying Xin and Hang in play. Watching Xin and Hang emerge from the castle, looking around for Lu Junzi, Xin and Miao feigned jealousy, saying, "Oh, how sad. Now little Hang only thinks of his dad and can't even see his mom." That's not true. Seeing Xin and Miao pretended to be sad, Xin and Hang believed her and hurried to her side to wipe her tears. "I love Mom the most." Pulling Xin and Miao's hand and noticing her face was all smiles with no tears, Xin and Hang realized he had been tricked. "Mom is bullying me." Xin and Miao picked up Xin and Hang, meeting his accusatory gaze, and smiled. "Mom isn't bullying little Hang. Mom loves little Hang." Ever since Xin and Hang learned that his father was not dead and that Uncle Lu was indeed his biological father, he was initially astonished, but once he understood everything, he became very attached to Lu Junzi. Lu Junzi also indulged Xin and Hang, and their relationship flourished rapidly. Xin and Miao stepped back, observing the father-son duo bonding while she prepared for her college entrance examination. Today, there was a parent-child activity at Xin and Hang's kindergarten, and the three of them had come together. It was evident that Xin and Hang was immensely happy. "Little Hang, Dad is making a phone call. Let's find a place to rest while we wait for him to return, all right?" "Okay." Xin and Hang nodded, looking at Xin and Miao with hopeful eyes. "Mom, I want ice cream." Xin and Hang pointed towards the distant ice cream flagship store. He had become much livelier now. Previously, he was very understanding. Even when he wanted something, he would refrain from asking if he knew his mother couldn't afford it. Xin and Miao glanced over, crouched down, and made a pact with Xin and Hang, smiling. "All right, but you can only have a little." "Okay." Xin and Miao wiped the dust off Xin and Hang's face, and, just as she was about to stand up, a shocked female voice rang out behind her, "Xin and Miao." As Xin and Miao stood and turned around, she was taken aback to find Xin Yu, with classmates behind her who had just finished their meal and were preparing to go sing karaoke. Chapter 54. The female protagonist who was reversed with a child, Xin and Miao. "I can't believe I ran into you here." Xin Yu took the initiative to greet Xin and Miao. Sensing her classmates' excited gazes, Xin Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. Xin and Miao had initially intended to avoid these people, yet here they were, fortuitously crossing paths. "Xin and Miao, it really is you. The last time the class monitor mentioned seeing you, I was skeptical, yet here you are, truly returned." "Indeed, Xin and Miao, our class is gathering today. Why have you not joined us? We are all classmates, after all, and should keep in touch. Did you not hear the monitor say that Xin and Miao is quite busy? If she has matters to attend to, she surely cannot make it. What could possibly be so urgent?" Everyone had indulged in drink, their conversations charged with an inexplicable vigor. Someone gestured towards Xin and Hang, asserting that Xin and Miao was likely preoccupied with her child and had no time for the reunion. We ought to empathize with her predicament. Xin Yu greeted her without awaiting a response, while others chimed in, all centered around Xin Miao. At that moment, upon hearing the mention of a child, a hush fell over the crowd as they exchanged knowing glances. They had long taken note of the charming little boy with rosy lips and pearly teeth by Xin Miao's side. Initially, they refrained from mentioning it, uncertain of the nature of their relationship. But now, apologies, everyone. I truly have prior commitments today. This is not an excuse. Xin Miao explained her situation with poise, stating that she needed to accompany her son to a parent-child event at his kindergarten and intended to take him out for some fun afterward. Hence her absence from the gathering. With a gentle smile and a soothing voice, she remained as enchanting as ever, yet the astonishment among the group was palpable. Just as they had surmised, Xin Miao had withdrawn from school due to pregnancy and childbirth. After 4 or 5 years, they finally uncovered the truth of that time. Each person harboring their own thoughts. Regardless of their current paths, all were graduates of prestigious institutions, their futures appearing relatively bright. Yet Xin Miao. They scrutinized the girl before them. Though her beauty remained intact, she was now a mother without an academic degree, and she would have to re-enter university. Whether it was regret or sympathy that stirred within them, many mused upon the whimsical nature of fate. Once classmates with Xin Miao, they now found themselves on disparate trajectories, the gap only likely to widen in the future. Who could they blame? Only Xin Miao herself for her lack of foresight and clarity. Although they remained unaware of who the father of Xin Miao's child was, it was evident that he had once whisked her away, compelling her parents to search for her at school. One could only ponder the character of such a man. How foolish Xin Miao had been, considering the numerous admirers she had back then. For instance, Zhao Feng, a well-known rich heir, had received a luxury car as a graduation gift from his parents. Had Xin Miao chosen to be with Zhao Feng, would there have been any involvement with Lin Jiao? Lin Jiao's friend nudged her, signaling her to observe Zhao Feng. He was staring blankly at Xin Miao, utterly transfixed. Witnessing his demeanor, Lin Jiao scoffed internally. They had broken up. Who he chose to gaze at was of no concern to her. Nonetheless, she couldn't resist glancing at Zhao Feng multiple times. Look at him, seeing what his former goddess has become. It was not that he was still infatuated with Xin Miao. He had broken up with Lin Jiao in hopes of pursuing her. Now, how the tables had turned. Xin Miao had a child. Given the boy's age, she must have conceived while still in university. Even if Zhao Feng had confessed to Xin Miao back then, they could not have been together unless he wished to become a father unexpectedly. With that thought, Lin Jiao withdrew her gaze, deciding not to concern herself with Zhao Feng's lingering looks at Xin Miao. She thought it best to let him stare. The longer he looked, the more disillusioned he would become about his memories of her. The realization that all these years, Zhao Feng had idolized Xin Miao, only to witness her transformation into a mere mother, brought Lin Jiao a sense of satisfaction. Having not seen Xin Miao for many years, she exchanged a few words with Zheng Yu before the conversation dwindled. Zheng Yu, considerate of Xin Miao's current situation, suggested they part ways. Xin Miao, we are heading out to sing. Would you join us? No, I cannot. My child needs to sleep before 9. Xin Miao Fedikan Dekolin. Though Zheng Yu intended to say goodbye, after her invitation, no one else felt compelled to persuade Xin Miao to stay. The sentiment remained. Their paths had diverged. Very well. Xin Miao, we shall reconnect another time. Daddy. While the adults engaged in pleasantries, Xin Heng had grown bored waiting. He frequently glanced toward the ice cream shop in the distance, swallowing his saliva repeatedly. Without his mother to accompany him, he knew he must not stray far. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the distance, and Xin Heng's eyes lit up. He released Xin Miao's hand and dashed toward the man. Daddy, pick me up. Lu Zhenze lifted his son into his arms. Xin Heng wrapped his little arms around his neck, chattering excitedly about how long he had been waiting and pleading for ice cream. The boy's exuberance drew a chuckle from the man. Ever since his father had come into the picture, Xin Heng could not help but call him every day, eager for everyone to know that he, too, had a dad. Xin Miao and the others paused their conversation. The boy's exuberant call for daddy captured everyone's attention. Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they wondered who his father was and what kind of man Xin Miao's husband could possibly be. You've been on the phone for quite some time. Xiao Heng has been searching for you everywhere. Xin Miao approached, her words causing Xin Heng to blush and bury his face in his father's embrace. The man smiled, gently patting his son's back while taking Xin Miao's bag from her. Is this your classmate? A moment ago, His gaze had been tender and warm, but now it swept over the astonished crowd, his expression calm, yet commanding, exuding an unintentional aura of authority. This is Xin Miao's husband? This incredibly handsome and imposing man is her partner? Zheng Yu's face flushed suddenly as she stammered, Lu, Mr. Lu? Zheng Yu had recently begun an internship at Lu's company. How could she not recognize the appearance of the future head of the Lu family? Not long after starting, she had already heard plenty of gossip about Mr. Lu from her colleagues. The big boss's gaze drifted towards her, and Zheng Yu hastily introduced her position. So you and Miao Miao are classmates. Miao Miao? Zheng Yu looked at Xin Miao, her mind racing. The gossip she had heard must have been erroneous. Mr. Lu was not single. He had been married long ago. His wife was not the rumored Miss G, but rather her own classmate, Xin Miao. Chapter 55. The turnaround of the pregnant protagonist. Could it be Xin Miao? Xin Miao. Xin Miao's son calls Mr. Lu daddy, which means she and Mr. Lu are. Zheng Yu's astonishment was beyond words. She had never anticipated witnessing the shattering of gossip firsthand, let alone that the subjects of such rumors were her own classmates. Zheng Yu, let us stay in touch. We must be on our way. Xin Miao smiled as she bid Zheng Yu farewell, her gaze politely sweeping over the group. As they caught her eye, they instinctively returned her smile. Goodbye, Xin Miao. Let us keep in touch. Xin Miao, goodbye. Your son is quite adorable. Once you reapply to C University, do remember to reach out to us, Xin Miao. Although they were still unaware of Xin Miao's husband's true identity. Upon hearing Zheng Yu refer to him as Mr. Lu, it became clear that he was no ordinary man. Their demeanor shifted to one of warmth as they exchanged farewells with Xin Miao. In retrospect, they realized that while Xin Miao's attire was simple and unbranded, she wore a limited edition luxury watch, and the children's backpack she had initially carried was also from a high-end brand. They had been so focused on her being a mother that they had overlooked these details. As they watched Xin Miao and her companions depart, the moment they were out of earshot, Zheng Yu was immediately surrounded. Monitor, what is Xin Miao's husband's status? Indeed. Monitor, why did you call him Mr. Lu? I must say, Xin Miao's husband is undeniably handsome. Wait, Mr. Lu? Monitor, I remember you are interning at Lu's group. Could it be that this Mr. Lu is? He is Lu Jinza. A male voice resonated, prompting everyone to turn around, only to discover it was Zhao Fong who had spoken. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Zhao Fong appeared unperturbed. Our family conducts business with the daily chemical brands under the Lu Corporation, and Xin Miao's husband is the CEO of Lu Corporation. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. As they searched for the name Zhao Fong had provided, they found scant images online, yet with diligent effort. They unearthed some information about Lu Jinza. Is this him? Someone exclaimed, having stumbled upon a news article featuring a group photo from a business forum. The man at the center of the photo was none other than Xin Miao's husband. Goodness, a wealthy family. Upon reading the accompanying description, they were taken aback to learn of the extensive reach of Lu Corporation's enterprises, with many well-known brands under its umbrella. Incredible. Class monitor, you work at Lu Corporation, right? That is truly impressive. You managed to secure an offer from them. Zheng Yu chuckled, shaking her head. I'm not impressive. I'm merely an intern and not yet a full employee. However, thoughts of Xin Miao caused her to drift off, a mix of amusement and disbelief washing over her. Although she had felt confident about transitioning from intern to permanent employee, with her connection to the CEO's wife, it seemed all but certain she would remain. As they delved deeper into their online research about Lu Corporation, a shared sense of astonishment and confusion arose. So, Xin Miao eloped with the big boss of Lu Corporation back in the day. Silence enveloped the group. This news grew increasingly peculiar. It must be a misunderstanding. Someone timidly suggested. You don't know? Xin Miao's mother passed away, and her father remarried. She has a poor relationship with her family. Back then, they didn't even send her living expenses. Xin Miao had to save up for her tuition herself. What? Is that true? Oh, I remember. I indeed saw Xin Miao working part-time at a fast food restaurant. I thought she was quite inspirational for choosing to work instead of going out on weekends. Could it be? Isn't Xin Miao local? Her family should be reasonably well off. She shouldn't have to save for tuition. So, her relationship with her family is indeed troubled. Neither parent provided her with funds. Finally, someone pieced it together, gasping, could it be that when Xin Miao's parents came to the school, it was all FAOD? She didn't actually elope and drop out? Certainly a fabrication, Someone declared, sounding somewhat retrospective. I always found it odd, which parents would publicly disparage their daughter, seemingly fearful that the news would spread. Heavens, is that so? Some female classmates couldn't help but feel sympathy for Xin Miao. It's truly unfortunate for her. Her family has treated her so poorly. Indeed, it is tragic. But we need not pity her. Xin Miao has married into wealth. Upon recalling their previous scornful thoughts towards Xin Miao, a hush fell over the group. Thankfully, those words remained unspoken, and everyone largely maintained a fade of decorum. Had they expressed their thoughts earlier, pointing fingers at Xin Miao, they would surely have made fools of themselves. They had criticized Xin Miao's choices, believing she was falling behind them. However, the truth was, it was not Xin Miao who lagged, but rather they who could never catch up to her. Her discernment was not flawed. It was, in fact, exceptional. With this revelation, some turned their gaze to Zhao Feng, who stood in a corner, leaning against the wall, his head bowed in contemplation. Zhao Feng hailed from a well-off family, with both parents engaged in business, making him a privileged second-generation elite in Sea City. However, compared to the Lu Corporation, their status was markedly inferior. Zhao Feng had once harbored feelings for Xin Miao, and after her departure from school, many of his friends had comforted him, suggesting that there were plenty of fish in the sea, and that Xin Miao's absence would be her regret. Yet, it now seemed clear that it was not Xin Miao who had lost out on Zhao Feng, but rather Zhao Feng who had missed the opportunity with Xin Miao. Regardless of whether he had confessed his feelings back then, he would have had no chance. After all, with such a gem before her, how could Xin Miao ever look back? Zhao Feng, how are you? Lin Jiao approached him hesitantly, eventually expressing her concern. The recent revelations had taken her by surprise. Xin Miao was not a destitute single mother. On the contrary, her husband was dashing, and their child adorable, embodying the life of a privileged lady. Once Lin Jiao regained her composure, she immediately glanced at Zhao Feng. Now, not only had Xin Miao avoided becoming a mere footnote, but in Zhao Feng's eyes, she had likely transformed into an ethereal being, a radiant moon in the sky. Lin Jiao felt a pang of discomfort. Yet, returning to reality, she recognized that Xin Miao and she belonged to entirely different worlds. Their past interactions were minimal, and future connections would be even less. Regardless of her discontent, Lin Jiao knew she must focus on her own life. For instance, when it came to plans involving marriage, she ought to pursue Zhao Feng. From both practical and emotional perspectives, Lin Jiao desired to rekindle her relationship with Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. As cheerful as ever. Why do you ask? Concerned for me? Who is concerned about you? Lin Jiao's face flushed momentarily as she shot a glare at Zhao Feng. Are you worried I might be affected emotionally by my first love? If you're not concerned, then why fret about my feelings for my first love? She playfully hit Zhao Feng's arm, insisting, I'm being serious. The others observed their exchange, exchanging knowing glances. It seemed the two were on the verge of reconciliation once more. The only uncertainty was how long this time would last. Chapter 56. The female protagonist who has been reversed. They wouldn't even cover your tuition? On the way home, Lu Zhenze listened as Xin Miao recounted her university experiences. Xin Miao described her university life as tedious, consisting solely of classes and part-time jobs to earn money. They said I was an adult now and should no longer ask my family for money. To avoid waking the sleeping Xin Heng, her voice was soft, like a gentle breeze caressing the water surface. Upon hearing her self-deprecating words, Lu Zhenze furrowed his brow. Xin Miao chuckled lightly. Do they truly understand the law? As the traffic light turned red, Lu Zhenze gradually brought the car to a halt. Hearing Xin Miao's self-mocking tone, he reached over, covering her hand with his and giving it a gentle squeeze. Xin Miao looked at Lu Zhenze, her lips curling into a smile. That is all in the past. I shall no longer allow their actions to affect me, nor will I concern myself with their opinions. Perhaps all of this is due to little Heng's presence. With him, I understand that a parent's love for their child is profound. My father's treatment of me stemmed from his lack of love. Since he does not love me, I shall no longer love him. Now, I only wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me and my mother. By the end of her statement, Xin Miao's tone had grown increasingly indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Yet to others, it sounded as though she was forcing a smile. The dim streetlights illuminated the interior of the car, casting a gentle glow upon her delicate profile. Lu Jinza gazed at Xin Miao, lifting her hand to his lips and placing a soft kiss upon it. It will happen. His voice was deep. Miao Miao, everything you desire will come to fruition. Since returning from Haicheng, Ji Lu had not ventured back to Lu Corporation. Initially, she had distanced herself due to a bruised ego after Lu Jinza's dismissal. Eventually, she received a termination notice from Lu Corporation, citing her frequent absences as the reason for her dismissal. Enraged, Ji Lu immediately contacted Lu Jinza, demanding to know why he had been so ruthless. Did he truly harbor no lingering affection, determined to crush her heart beneath his heel? Yet, on the phone, Lu Jinza remained as unyielding as ever, merely inquiring who had disclosed his private number to Ji Lu. It was, of course, Lu's mother. She had initially been quite supportive of Ji Lu as a potential daughter-in-law, assisting her in various ways. However, what disheartened Ji Lu was that when she later reached out to Lu's mother, she found the warmth in her demeanor had significantly cooled. Compounding her misfortunes, Ji Lu faced difficulties in other aspects of her life as well. She directed the Xin couple to create chaos for Xin Miao, but these two were utterly disappointing. Despite her providing them with the address, they failed to even catch a glimpse of Xin Miao. Just as she was preparing to offer them additional assistance, Xion's father suddenly sent her an email seeking help. What? Upon reading the contents of the email, Ji Lu angrily berated the Xion family as fools. Xion's father and Wang Shumi both worked at a secondary school. Xion's father taught Chinese literature, while Wang Shumi was an accountant in the school's finance department. They had exhibited some flirtation before Xion's mother passed away, which explained their rapid entanglement afterward. In the past, when manual accounting was prevalent, Wang Shumi had embezzled school funds multiple times, skillfully balancing the books without anyone uncovering her misdeeds over the years. Xion's father sent the email because Wang Shumi's actions had been exposed. The school suddenly initiated a thorough investigation of the accounts, and in her panic to rectify the finances and avoid imprisonment, Wang Shumi resorted to online loans. Although it was possible to secure a bank loan by mortgaging their house, the property title was in Xion's father's possession. Aware of her husband's selfish nature, she doubted he would willingly share the burden, prompting her to secretly seek loans online. Now, having reached a desperate juncture, Wang Shumi found herself incapable of repaying the loans. The collection agencies bombarded her daily with calls, even reaching out to relatives and friends. It was only at this point that Xion's father realized Wang Shumi had borrowed money. The couple quarreled incessantly at home, with Xion's father contemplating divorce, to which Wang Shumi staunchly objected. The funds she had embezzled were not solely for her personal use, but had benefited the entire family. They had enjoyed prosperity together. Now, Xion's father wished to sever ties? Impossible. Regardless of their quarrels, the collection agencies showed no mercy. They relentlessly called, berating the couple and threatening to visit their home for repayment. Even their children received collection calls, leaving them terrified and in tears upon returning to their parents. Witnessing their children's distress, the couple reluctantly halted their argument, seeking a way to resolve the issue. With no alternatives left, they initially considered mortgaging their house to repay the loans. However, suddenly, Xion's father remembered Xin Miao and Wang Shumi's claim that she had become wealthy by associating with a powerful benefactor. If Xin Miao had money, perhaps she could assist them in settling the debts. This thought ignited a sense of urgency in Xion's father and Wang Shumi, prompting them to seek out Xin Miao. Yet, having failed to locate her previously, how could they succeed now? Naturally, they thought of Ji Lu, recalling her numerous updates about Xin Miao. Foolish, useless imbeciles. Ji Lu furiously tossed her phone aside. Xin Miao currently resided in the Lu family's ancestral home. Even if they obtained the address, so what? They couldn't even enter the previous neighborhood, let alone the Lu residence. Ji Lu resolved to disregard the foolish couple. However, after lying on her bed for a while, she picked up her phone again. With the prospect of her connection with Lu Jinza fading, Ji Lu felt both heartbroken and resentful. How could she accept that her 4 years of effort had been in vain? She had exhausted herself trying to win Lu Jinza's affection, endeavored to please his mother, and even sought employment at the Lu Corporation to gain proximity. After everything she had done, had it merely delayed the inevitable union between Xin Miao and Lu Jinza? The more she pondered, the more indignant she became. She couldn't bear to witness their happiness, nor could she tolerate Xin Miao basking in her protagonist's glow alongside Lu Junzi. If anyone could potentially hinder their relationship, it appeared that only the Xin couple could play that role. After all, Xion's father was Xin Miao's parent, and, as the quintessential Na'vi protagonist, Xin Miao was characterized by her compassionate heart. If Xion's father and Wang Shumi were to plead before her, Xin Miao would likely soften and inadvertently invite a plethora of troubles upon herself, considering the avaricious nature of the Xian family. Even if Lu Junzi were willing to tolerate Xin Miao, Ji Lu had little faith that the Lu family, particularly Lu's mother, would not harbor objections. With this in mind, Ji Lu found the situation quite favorable. The Xian couple was heavily indebted. As long as they found Xin Miao, they would surely cling to her for assistance. Thus, the troubles they had created would be shifted onto Xin Miao. Wouldn't that be splendid? With this thought, Ji Lu felt invigorated. Reaching for her phone to send an email to the Xian couple, let them venture to the Lu family's ancestral home. Even if they couldn't gain entry, their desperate antics would ultimately reflect poorly on Xin Miao. Chapter 57. The reversal of the expectant protagonist. Who is it? Upon hearing a report from the other end of the line, stating that Ji Lu had provided the Xian couple with the address of the Lu family's ancestral home, instructing them to seek out Xin Miao, Lu Junzi's gaze grew cold. He had suspected that someone was aiding Wang Shumi and her husband. Since Xin Miao had returned with him to City C, only a few were privy to her whereabouts. How could the Xian couple know her and manage to locate her in the city? Clearly, someone was assisting them from the shadows. Initially, Lu Junzi's suspicions had been directed toward his business rivals, overlooking the glaring presence of Ji Lu. This was not due to his trust in Ji Lu's goodwill. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that Xin Miao had severed ties with her family so completely that uncovering her past would require considerable effort. Now that he discovered Ji Lu was secretly supporting the Xian family, Lu Junzi felt both astonished and suspicious. How had Ji Lu connected with the Xian couple? How had she managed to find Xin Miao's parents so swiftly? It was worth noting that prior to leaving Haicheng, Lu Junzi had ensured that Xin Miao's company records were purged. Aside from this job, most of Xin Miao's previous employment had been short-term, typically not requiring resumes. Thus, how had Ji Lu managed to uncover the Xian family's details? After their encounter in the hotel that morning, Ji Lu had not lingered in Haicheng, returning directly to City C. Subsequently, within a day or two, Lu Junzi and Xin Miao had also returned to City A. The time frame was minimal. How could Ji Lu have so thoroughly investigated Xin Miao's past? Not only had she identified Xin Miao's parents, but she had also discerned the couple's character. Otherwise, how could she have been so certain that the Xian couple's approach would cause Xin Miao distress? Lu Junzi's expression darkened, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Investigate whether Ji Lu and Xin Miao have crossed paths in the past 4 years. Yes, sir. Reflecting carefully, Lu Junzi recalled that Ji Lu's demeanor had been peculiar that day. She appeared quite startled upon seeing Xin Miao. Her subsequent reactions had also deviated from her usual conduct. Whenever another woman approached Lu Junzi, Ji Lu would assert her claim and promptly remove the intruder. Yet, faced with Xin Miao, Ji Lu had almost retreated back to City C, her actions betraying a sense of guilt. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling streets of City C below, Lu Junzi closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. The convoluted fate he shared with Xin Miao, if all of this was not mere coincidence, if someone had intervened. Lu Junzi opened his eyes, a chilling resolve gleaming in his dark gaze. Upon receiving Ji Lu's email, Xion's father and his wife were elated. This address was located in an affluent district. Although they had never heard of this neighborhood and could hardly find information online, the more obscure it was, the more it suggested that this unfilial daughter had aligned herself with someone of extraordinary wealth, likely from a prestigious family. Xion's father and Wang Shumi suppressed their excitement and conferred on what to say. Just as they were about to set off to find Xin Miao, a sudden, loud knocking echoed at the door. Who is it? Wang Shumi, already on edge from the incessant calls from collection agencies, feared it was another debt collector. Teacher Xion, I just realized I ran out of soy sauce while cooking. I came to borrow some. In their old-style apartment, it was common for neighbors to borrow things. So upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang Shumi let out a sigh of relief. She instructed Xion's father to answer the door while she went to the kitchen to fetch the soy sauce. Hurry up. That place is far from our home. If we don't leave soon, we'll arrive at noon. Why the rush? Wang Shumi emerged from the kitchen to find Xion's father seated motionless on the sofa, neglecting to answer the door, which stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within her. Yet, considering her need to obtain money from Xin Miao, and the fact that it required Xion's father to intervene, she suppressed her displeasure for the time being. Your daughter has become wealthy now. We can simply stay at her place today. You are her biological father. Surely she won't cast you out, Wang Shumi remarked as she opened the door. Zhang Laoshe, here is the sauce you requested. Suddenly, the soy sauce slipped from her grasp, crashing to the ground. What happened? Hearing the commotion, Xion's father approached from the living room. To his astonishment, a police officer stood outside the door. Wang Shumi turned pale, and Xion's father was thrown into a state of panic. The situation for the Xion family was dire. Both Wang Shumi and Xion's father were taken away for questioning. Meanwhile, Ji Lu anxiously awaited news from them. She had hoped to hear about Xion's father's uproar at the Lu family, but as night fell, no news came. If they had indeed caused a scene, such news would have spread through their circle by now. Why was there no word? Hello, Dad? Ji's father asked, where are you? The sudden call from Ji's father, coupled with his emotionless tone, filled Ji Lu with an ominous premonition. She feigned a cheerful demeanor, saying, Dad, I'm at home. Ever since she found herself in this story, Ji Lu struggled to adapt to her parents, hastily concocting an excuse to move out. Although they did not see each other often, Ji's father and mother were her reliable support, and she was quite considerate of them. What good deeds have you been up to outside? Ji Lu's heart sank. Dad, I haven't done anything. Why do you ask? On the other end, Ji's father scoffed, clearly suppressing his anger. Chasing after Lu Jinza every day, completely neglecting our family's affairs, and now you've offended him. You better come back quickly. With that, he hung up. Ji Lu's face turned pale. Hearing the busy signal, she frantically contemplated calling back. Yet, knowing her father was furious and would not be receptive to her explanations, she hastily got out of bed. No, she needed to return and see what had transpired. Why was it said that she had offended Lu Jinza? Had he discovered something? Upon entering, she saw Xin Miao attentively engaged in class, with Xian Hang sitting beside her, equally focused on the screen. Lu Jinza couldn't help but chuckle. Daddy's back. Xian Hang cheered, rushing to greet Lu Jinza at the door. Lu Jinza lifted his son into his arms and approached Xin Miao, placing a key before her. This is... Xin Miao's gaze was drawn to the key, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked up at Lu Jinza. It was delivered this afternoon. Miao Miao, it's your former home. Xin Miao picked up the key, staring blankly at its familiar yet strange design. Lu Jinza had somehow managed to reclaim this house. After a long moment of contemplation, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ever since my mother passed, it hasn't felt like home. Mom, don't cry. Xian Heng leaped from Lu Jinza's embrace and hugged Xin Miao tightly. All right, no tears. With Xiao Heng here, Mom won't cry. With such a thoughtful and caring child, Xin Miao's tears turned to smiles as she kissed her little darling. Lu Jinza watched them quietly, a smile gracing his features. This scene embodied everything he had ever wished for. As the eve of Xin Miao's wedding approached, Ji Lu was forcibly sent abroad by her family. Ji's father was perplexed by his daughter's remarkable abilities. How could she uncover every detail regarding the women in Lu Jinza's life, yet fail to apply such skills to the family business? His disappointment in her was palpable. To offer Lu Jinza an apology, and to alleviate his own frustrations, Ji's father decided to send Ji Lu away to fend for herself. Ji Lu was, of course, reluctant to leave. Once abroad, her living expenses dwindled, and her standard of living plummeted. Transitioning from simplicity to luxury is easy, but the reverse is a challenge. Ji Lu found herself unable to adapt. In this moment, she recalled the plot of the original story, remembering how the Ji family fell into decline due to their failure to keep pace with the times. Recalling these events, Ji Lu promptly called her father, using her eloquence to persuade him to pivot the family business. She urged him to closely monitor the Lu family and to seize the opportunities that arose, insisting that the Ji family must claim the resources that the Lu family desired. From Ji Lu's determined tone, Ji's father mistakenly believed she had uncovered vital insights into the Lu family's operations over the past 4 years. Driven by ambition, he surprisingly acquiesced to Ji Lu's suggestions. With love and resentment entwined, Ji Lu sought to retaliate against Lu Junzi. Yet, she had overlooked a crucial point. The Ji family's downfall was not solely due to outdated practices, but also her father's short-sightedness and poor decision-making. Moreover, the business world was far from straightforward. Lu Junzi, never one to show mercy to adversaries, sensed the Ji family's interest in the Lu family and devised a trap that led to significant losses for the Ji family, even more rapid than in the original storyline. Realizing that her actions had triggered these consequences, Ji Lu was filled with regret. Yet, those were matters for another time. After a refreshing shower, Xin Miao languidly lay on the bed, engrossed in her phone. A news alert about a middle school finance teacher embezzling funds caught her attention, prompting her to raise an eyebrow as she shifted positions to continue scrolling. Once Lu Junzi emerged from his shower, he found Xin Miao had already drifted off to sleep, her phone still clutched in her hand. He shook his head in resignation, gently extracting the device and laying her down on the bed. As he did so, he noticed a faint scar on her pale shoulder, an imperceptible mark from when she had been struck by goods while working at the supermarket. Touching the scar, Lu Junzi's expression darkened. He had not disclosed Ji Lu's situation to Xin Miao, nor did he intend to. She had endured enough hardship over the past 4 years. Knowing that someone had maliciously interfered, attempting to prevent her return to Sea City, would serve no purpose in alleviating her suffering. As he contemplated the various misfortunes that had befallen her due to external meddling, feelings of regret and anger lingered in his heart. Lu Junzi wished to shield Xin Miao from such emotions. Now that she had managed to let go of her past, he wanted nothing more than for her to remain in her joyful state. After tucking her in, Lu Junzi gazed at her silently. Sensing his gaze, Xin Miao stirred slightly, her eyes fluttering open. Lu Junzi, I'm here. Seeing her close her eyes again, drifting back into slumber, he leaned down to place a tender kiss on her lips. Miao Miao, I love you. Epilogue. A successful turnaround after the reversal of fortune. Xin Miao, let us get a divorce. The moment she opened her eyes, those words struck her like a bolt. Gazing at the woman with her head bowed on the sofa, the man scoffed. You care only for your son. He is already 15, yet you still fear he will be hurt. You don't want to have another child with me. So fine, let's get a divorce. Observing the woman's silence, Yang Cheng felt a surge of frustration. Of course, he did not genuinely wish to part ways. Xin Miao was not only beautiful, but also adept at managing the household. Had he not been a local of Haicheng, he would never have been able to marry her. Over the years, Yang Cheng had taken a back seat, while Xin Miao handled everything at home, even when their daughter had parent-teacher meetings or needed to enroll in tutoring classes. It was all Xin Miao's doing. A wife as wonderful as her was a rare find, and Yang Cheng was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. His declaration of divorce was merely a threat to Xin Miao. She was perfect in countless ways, yet one flaw gnawed at him. She was excessively devoted to their son, Xin Miao. For years, every time he broached the subject of having another child, Xin Miao had been unwilling. Now, with their daughter entering college and Xin Hang in high school, only returning home once a week, with the burdens of home now lifted, isn't it a good time to welcome another child? Xin Miao raised her head, quietly gazing at Yang Cheng, caught in the depths of her watery eyes. Yang Cheng found himself momentarily dazed. After all these years, Xin Miao remained as stunning as ever. Although her face bore the marks of toil, her fatigue could not overshadow her remarkable elegance. It was love at first sight that led Yang Cheng to resolve to marry this woman. Yet, he never anticipated her stubbornness. She was unwilling to have another child for the sake of Xin Hang. Although she had mentioned this before their wedding, Yang Cheng had dismissed it, believing that with time, a few gentle reminders would sway her resolve. But to his astonishment, Xin Miao remained steadfast. Very well, Yang Cheng blinked, questioning whether his ears deceived him as he heard Xin Miao agree to the divorce. Looking at the man before her, she reiterated, Yang Cheng, I agree to divorce you. Yang Cheng had never imagined that his mere threat of divorce would culminate in a true separation. Yang Hui, too, was taken aback. The stepmother she had loathed since childhood was genuinely leaving their family. Xin Miao, wait. At the moment he received the divorce certificate, Yang Cheng was filled with regret. Why had he insisted on being obstinate? He had not truly wished for the divorce. Yet his words could not be retracted, leading to an actual separation from Xin Miao. As he watched his father rush out, Yang Hui's gaze was conflicted. She had never liked Xin Miao, seeing how her father treated Xin Miao better than he had ever treated her mother, and how he urged Yang Hui to be more accommodating towards her younger brother. Xin Hang. Yang Hui harbored a deep disdain for Xin Miao and her son. However, when her father finally divorced Xin Miao, a flood of memories surged forth. Xin Miao taking her shopping during her teenage years, styling her hair for school, assisting her with homework, and creating hand-drawn reports for class. The recollections were far from heartwarming, marred by her antagonistic feelings, which often led to quarrels between them. Most of the time, it was Yang Hui who erupted in anger, while Xin Miao remained silent. After Yang Hui vented her frustrations, Xin Miao would simply continue with their previous activities. Chapter 59. Extra 1. Xin Miao's patience only fueled Yang Hui's irritation. She perceived her stepmother as pretentious, cunningly attempting to showcase a nurturing motherly fade before her father. Xin Miao, you're being impulsive. Do you truly wish to leave like this? If you divorce me, where will you and Xin Hang live? The two outside were engaged in conversation. Yang Hui witnessed her father fervently expressing something, while Xin Miao listened calmly, her face devoid of any longing. Was Xin Miao truly leaving? Yang Hui was aware of the reasons behind her divorce. Her father wished for another child with Xin Miao, but she was unwilling. Truth be told, Yang Hui envied Xin Hang for receiving his mother's undivided love, while she knew her father still yearned for a son. Why else would he not relent even now that she was in college? All right, if you are so stubborn and resolute, let us hope you don't regret it. After delivering his harsh words, Yang Cheng turned his back on Xin Miao. She looked at him, then cast a glance at Yang Hui before finally departing. At the entrance of the registration office, numerous newlyweds walked in blissfully, while estranged couples parted ways. Observing her father's despondent figure, Yang Miao turned away, and Yang Hui felt a sudden sting in her nose. It was then that she had to acknowledge that during her adolescence, it was Xin Miao who had provided her with the warmth of a mother. Mom, where are we going? Upon returning home for the weekend, Xin Hang was bewildered to learn of his mother's divorce from his stepfather. He wished to inquire about the reason for the separation, but Xin Miao simply smiled and attributed it to a clash of personalities. Little Hang, don't worry about this. Your mother knows what she is doing. Gently patting her son's shoulder, she added, aren't you preparing for the math competition in City C next week? Focus on that, and I'll accompany you. Are you coming too? Xin Hang was taken aback. Previously, when Yang Hui was accepted into a university in City C, the entire family had gone to see her off, except for Xin Miao, who claimed she was unaccustomed to the climate of City C. This had sparked some dissatisfaction between Yang Cheng and his daughter towards Xin Miao. Yes, I will go with you. It was during this trip to City C that Xin Hang's existence caught the attention of the Liu family. Subsequently, they sought out Xin Miao, bringing her along to City C. Upon entering the understated yet opulent Liu family mansion, Xin Miao felt as though she had stepped into an entirely different realm. The scrutinizing, disdainful gazes, the condescending glances that swept over her. It was a veritable nightmare. Over the years, Xin Miao had saved little money. She juggled household chores with work to earn a living. At times, when Xin Hang wished to enroll in various extracurricular classes or activities, Xin Miao hesitated to ask Yang Cheng for financial support, opting instead to cover the costs herself. She did not want her son to lag behind or feel inferior when facing his stepfather and stepsister. Thus, Yang Cheng's reluctance to divorce was quite understandable. He merely provided shelter for Xin Miao and her son in exchange for so many benefits. Who would willingly relinquish such advantages? On the day of Xin Hang's competition, Xin Miao purchased the same flight tickets as them. Noticing the glances from young girls directed at Xin Hang, she couldn't help but chuckle. It was no wonder they stole glances at him. Xin Hang was at an age where he was growing taller, with long legs, a bright demeanor, and increasingly defined handsome features, yet still retained the freshness and innocence of youth, easily captivating the hearts of those young girls. Xin Miao lauget sopti. Mom, what's amusing? Nothing much, Xin Miao replied with a smile. I was just reminded of the time in elementary school when a talent scout approached you with a business card, aiming to recruit you into the entertainment industry. He even discussed contract signing, only to realize you were merely 10 years old, and his expression darkened. At that time, Xin Hang had already been quite tall, leading many to mistakenly assume he was a teenager, unaware that he was still celebrating Children's Day. Remembering this embarrassing episode from his childhood, Xin Hang felt a flush creeping onto his cheeks. I was so young then. I genuinely thought I could sign a contract with him. Well, he could have signed, but would have been with me. He didn't give up easily and continued to persuade me to let you become a child star. The mother and son shared laughter, and the hours of their journey passed swiftly until they arrived in City C. At the conference, Lu Junzi's phone rang. Without even glancing, he hung up, signaling for the presenter to continue. Observing the man at the head of the table, who wore a furrowed brow, the presenter grew increasingly anxious, stumbling over his words. As anticipated, once he concluded, Lu Junzi mercilessly critiqued his report from beginning to end, pointing out every flaw, causing others in the room to tremble in response. What is it like to have a workaholic for a boss? The employees at the headquarters of Lu Group could attest to the answer: torment. They could hardly comprehend why someone so wealthy as Lu Junzi remained so fervently dedicated to his work. If it were them, once they had money, they would cease working and travel the world. Thus, this must be the reason behind Lu Group's burgeoning success. Since the passing of the elder Lu Junzi had assumed full control of the company, and under his leadership, it had transformed into a colossal enterprise over the past decade. The meeting was adjourned. Lu Junzi exited the conference room first, with Secretary Li closely following, handing him his phone. As he activated the screen, a message from Lu's mother immediately appeared. After a quick glance, Lu Junzi halted, momentarily lost in thought. "Mr. Lu?" Secretary Li gently prompted. "Postpone this afternoon's schedule." Regaining his focus, Lu Junzi immediately issued orders. "What?" "Yes, understood, Mr. Lu." Secretary Li was taken aback. He knew his superior's workaholic tendencies all too well. Lu Junzi treated making money as his lifelong pursuit. Secretary Li even suspected he had spent more time with Lu Junzi than the latter had with his own wife. There were several significant meetings scheduled for that afternoon, yet Lu Junzi chose to postpone them. What could have transpired? Hearing the sound of a car parking outside, Ji Lu rose and promptly walked out to greet him. "Junzi, you're back." Witnessing her daughter-in-law's graciousness, Mother Lu felt a wave of contentment wash over her. At her age, nothing was more undesirable than a tumultuous household. This was merely an accident, and Ji Lu's rationality proved her to be the daughter-in-law she had once favored. As Ji Lu beheld the man entering from outside, she was momentarily entranced. Though they had been married for a decade, every time she saw him, she still found herself lost in thought. The passage of time had etched marks on his handsome face, yet it only enhanced his allure, adding to the charm of a mature man. "What about Lu Xing and Lu Yu?" Ji Lu smiled. "They're at school and unaware of this matter." Despite his calm demeanor, Ji Lu could discern his concern for their children, which eased a significant weight from her heart. "Let us go. Junzi, that mother and son are inside." Chapter 60, Extra 2. As she observed the mother and son seated on the sofa, Mother Lu's gaze lingered on Xin Hang. This child was remarkably handsome, his features strikingly reminiscent of Junzi. His eyes were perhaps more akin to his mother's. His nose, however, was distinctly like Junzi's. The more she looked at the striking youth before her, the more she found herself captivated. Now aware that Xin Hang was her grandson, Mother Lu felt an overwhelming fondness for him. Hearing that he had come to Sea City for a mathematics competition only amplified her admiration. He was not only handsome, but intelligent as well. Junzi had always been fond of mathematics and had a keen sensitivity to numbers. This child mirrored him perfectly. Mother Lu sighed inwardly, lamenting the missed opportunities for nurturing his evident talents. If Xin Hang had been discovered by the Lu family sooner and had received better education, what remarkable potential he would have reached. Fortunately, it was not too late. At just 15, he was at the prime age for growth. Once he returned to the Lu household, endowed with abundant resources, he would undoubtedly flourish. As for the possibility of Xin Hang not returning to the Lu family, Mother Lu had never entertained such a notion. It was evident to anyone with discernment that the best choice for Xin Hang was to be with them. Surely his mother understood this as well. Mother Lu glanced at the silent woman beside Xin Hang, having learned that she was Xin Miao. Out of love for Xin Hang, she had once left school to work, enduring hardships for many years. Acknowledging her efforts in raising such an outstanding son, Mother Lu was more than willing to compensate her. After all, the circumstances that led to Xin Hang's birth involved both Junzi and Xin Miao, with Junzi bearing the greater fault. having been unwittingly entangled with her due to deceit. Footsteps approached, and Mother Lu realized Jinza had returned. She looked up at her son, a hint of reproach in her tone. "You're finally back. I called you numerous times, yet you didn't answer." Mother Lu shot a disapproving glare at her ungrateful son. She was his mother, not a mere acquaintance. It was infuriating that every time she called, it had to go through his secretary first. Reflecting on this, Mother Lu felt a surge of frustration. Her husband was unreliable, but fate had bestowed upon her a dependable son. Yet, this son was almost excessively reliable, prioritizing work over his own mother, which was enough to drive Mother Lu to distraction. "This is Xin Miao." Mother Lu introduced her grandson's mother succinctly, immediately gesturing towards Xin Hang. "This is Xiao Hang, the Hang from aerospace." Xiao Hang was 15 years old and currently studying in High City. He had come to C City for the national mathematics competition, just as Jinza had in his youth. Mother Lu spoke about Xin Hang with great enthusiasm, only pausing to add, "We have already completed the paternity test. Xiao Hang is indeed our child." Seeing Mother Lu's fondness for Xin Hang, Ji Lu had anticipated this, but still felt a twinge of discomfort. Was it not too soon to be so enamored upon their first meeting? Evidently, this child, born under unusual circumstances, was Xin Miao's greatest asset. Having grown up away from the Lu family, Xin Hang had never met Mother Lu, yet she still favored him, just as the original storyline had suggested. Ji Lu lamented internally, contemplating how the best resolution would have been had the Na'vi heroine been unable to have a child. Unfortunately, Xin Miao's heroine aura was too potent. She managed to remain undetected. Despite Ji Lu's attempt to provide information to the Xin family, they could not locate Xin Miao. Eventually, Ji Lu resigned herself to the situation, as long as Xin Miao stayed away from C City. Who could have imagined that Xin Miao had escaped to High City? So far removed from C City, she had settled there, even marrying someone else. Reflecting on these matters, Ji Lu found herself less concerned with the effects of the heroine's aura. The aura had not altered anything. Jinza was still with her, while Xin Miao had formed a new family. Recalling Xin Miao's earlier revelations, Ji Lu felt a smirk creeping on her lips. It seemed the supposed invincibility of the heroine's aura was not so formidable after all. Without Jinza, Xin Miao was just an ordinary woman, married to an ordinary man. All those years spent as someone else's stepmother had culminated in her being cast aside. Though Xin Miao had claimed her divorce was due to incompatibility, Ji Lu believed this merely served as a convenient excuse. A woman with only a high school education, no longer young, devoid of assets, and without a place to live, would she genuinely initiate a divorce? Ji Lu shook her head. The Na'vi heroine was impulsive, acting without consideration for consequences, ultimately leading to her own downfall. Mother Lu introduced Xin Hang to Jinza, showering him with praise. Xin Hang felt a sense of discomfort wash over him, awkward in the spotlight. However, as a child who had grown up without a father, discovering he had a biological father was overwhelming. Though he had matured beyond his years, he could not help but gaze at the man who was his father. Was this man truly his father? Xin Hang's fingers curled slightly on the sofa as he regarded Jinza with a serious expression. Amidst the flurry of anxious emotions surrounding him, Xin Miao remained the calmest. When the man entered, she merely lifted her gaze momentarily, her expression momentarily startled, before shifting her focus elsewhere. She looked at him only to discern the identity of her child's father. Her momentary daze stemmed from the man's extraordinary handsomeness. Ultimately, she diverted her gaze, for this man was of no consequence to her. Though she was Xin Hang's mother, and he was Xin Hang's father, they were fundamentally strangers with no connection, save for the unexpected arrival of Xiao Hang. Jinza slowly withdrew his gaze. "How'd you find out?" he asked, his voice breaking the silence. Xin Hang hesitated, then turned away, a hint of disappointment flickering across his features. It was Lin who discovered it. "Isn't she also participating in the competition? She noticed how much Xiao Hang resembles you, her uncle, and told her parents, which is how we found out." Mother Lu noticed the change in her grandson's demeanor and shot Jinza an admonishing look. Is that really important? This son was becoming increasingly exasperating. His indifference was hurtful to Xiao Hang. "Xiao Hang, do you know Lin? Yes, your cousin, participating in the competition as well, but in the biology category." Mother Lu took Xin Hang's hand, her demeanor warm and gentle. The thought of her grandson growing up without a father made her heart ache. Although Xin Miao had married, and Xin Hang had a stepfather, no one could compare to a biological father, especially when that stepfather had his own daughter, likely resulting in less affection for Xiao Hang. From the beginning until now, all discussions had revolved around Xin Hang, seemingly neglecting Xin Miao. However, this was perhaps unavoidable. The Lu family prioritized the child who had been lost to them, while Xin Miao was merely the mother who had given birth. Observing Mother Lu's tender affection for Xin Hang, Xin Miao pressed her lips together, her gaze softening as she looked at her son. Uncertain of her thoughts, her smile gradually faded, her gaze lowered, and her expression turned tranquil. Chapter 61. Extra 3. Upon entering the living room, the mother and son sat on the sofa, both lost in their own thoughts. At the sound of his footsteps, the child instantly looked up at him. Despite his efforts to appear calm, his handsome face revealed a hint of anxiety. The woman, a moment later, noticed his arrival, slowly raising her head to glance at him. For a brief instant, she stared at him in a daze, before lowering her gaze, concealing the confusion and helplessness within, plunging everything back into silence. The man opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented. As he sat up, he noticed the faint light seeping from the living room, and he fully regained his clarity. He had forgotten to turn off the lights last night. Exiting the bedroom, he switched off the light and retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator. The cold liquid slid down his throat, invigorating his senses. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the streets of City C lay unobstructed, devoid of the usual traffic chaos. Only a few cars sped by, and pedestrians were scarce. It was now 3 in the morning. He had dreamt that dream once again. Smoke swirled, quietly burning, with flickering embers illuminating the darkness. His face was somewhat obscured in the shadows as he flicked away the ash, his gaze drifting into the distance, lost in contemplation. On that day, Lu's mother wished to keep Xin Hang, but she refrained from mentioning that Xin Hang had a competition to attend, and he himself was reluctant to remain at the Lu household. The mother and son departed together. Watching their retreating figures, Lu's mother felt a pang of reluctance, constantly murmuring to Lu Jinza that once the competition concluded, they must bring Xin Hang back, no matter the cost. Xin Miao must understand what was best for Xin Hang. Ji Lu felt displeased, but after so many years of being a good daughter-in-law, she dared not express her discontent. The Ji family was no longer as prosperous as before. Even with the assistance of the Lu family, they were increasingly distanced from the Lu Corporation, which was flourishing immensely. This should have been the legacy of Lu Xian and Lu Yu, yet now Lu's mother insisted on bringing Xin Hang back. Wouldn't that mean he would take what rightfully belonged to Lu Xian and Lu Yu? Ji Lu's mind was in turmoil. That evening, after bringing Lu Xian and Lu Yu home, she immediately informed her children of the situation. Lu Xian and Lu Yu threw a tremendous tantrum, crying inconsolably, prompting Lu's mother to comfort them, assuring them that her beloved grandsons would always be the two of them. Witnessing such a scene, Ji Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, what irked her was that despite Lu Xian and Lu Yu's pleas, Lu's mother remained resolute about bringing Xin Hang back. On this point, she would not relent. Ji Lu was infuriated, but she dared not voice her objections to Lu's mother. Later that night, after Lu Xian and Lu Yu had gone to bed, Lu's mother called Ji Lu for a chat, subtly implying that this matter was for adults and should not involve the children. Lu's mother was clearly admonishing her. Ji Lu realized that Lu's mother had discerned her attempts to have Lu Xian and Lu Yu stand up for themselves, hence her insistence on discussing the matter with Ji Lu. What could Ji Lu do upon realizing this? She could only respond with a smile, feigning agreement regarding Xin Hang's return to the Lu family. Meanwhile, Xin Miao and Xin Hang strolled through C University. This mathematics competition was hosted by C University, providing Xin Miao an opportunity to revisit her alma mater. "It's all right, Mom. Don't worry," Xin Hang reassured her, with a smile gracing her lips. Xin Miao inhaled deeply, gazing up at the tree-lined path. "This road hasn't changed in all these years," she mused softly. "Mom?" "Yes?" Gazing at her mother-esque profile, Xin Hang felt a sudden pang of bitterness. "I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, your life would surely be better than it is now." Xin Miao seldom spoke of the past, only mentioning that she had embarked on her career after graduating high school. Had it not been for this visit to C University, Xin Heng might still be unaware that his mother had once been a student there. Mom was once a spirited girl. Had it not been for giving birth to you, how could it has nothing to do with you, Xiao Hang? As they approached the lakeside, Xin Miao adjusted her son's collar. Observing the growing resolve in his youthful features, she smiled. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Hang had grown up so much. There were many things she had kept hidden from him, but today, she would reveal everything. Now 15, Xin Hang was no longer an oblivious child. Seizing the opportunity presented by this reunion, Xin Miao began recounting the events of 16 years ago, speaking of the Xin family as well as her own past. Thus, even if you were not Xiao Hang, she would still have chosen to bring this child into the world. Emerging from her memories, she gazed at the young man before her, her eyes filled with affection. Moreover, the fact that he was Xiao Hang filled her with immense joy. Countless times, she had expressed gratitude to fate for bestowing upon her such a wonderful child, such a precious treasure. The boy's eyes glistened with unshed tears. How could Xin Heng not be grateful to the heavens for granting him such a remarkable mother? Through all the storms they had weathered together, Xin Miao had shielded him from the hardships, ensuring that he felt the full extent of her love, despite the absence of a father. The mother and son embraced tenderly by the lake. Gently patting the thin back of her son, Xin Miao called out, Xin Heng, hesitating as she wished to say something, but was interrupted by his hoarse voice. Mom, don't say anything. I want to go to the Liu family. Xiao Heng, don't say it, Mom. I'll be an adult in 3 years, and I know my own choices. Xin Heng stubbornly refused to let Xin Miao speak further. Soon, the Liu family would witness his resoluteness. On the day the competition concluded, Liu's mother arrived at Sea University to witness Xin Heng receiving his award. Seeing the radiant boy on stage, she beamed with joy, snapping photos incessantly. After the ceremony, Liu's mother wished to invite Xin Heng to the Liu household for a celebratory meal, to meet his father and grandfather, and to see Liu Xian and Liu Yu again, but Xin Heng was unwilling. Despite her numerous attempts to persuade him, he remained resolute, and Liu's mother had no choice but to relent. She called Liu Zhenze and Liu's father, inviting them to join Xin Heng for a celebratory feast. During the wait, Liu's mother also contacted Ji Liu, inquiring if she would like to join. Although Xin Heng was not an ordinary illegitimate child, as Zhenze and his mother had never known each other, it still felt inappropriate to meet without Ji Liu present. Therefore, Liu's mother reached out to her. Even if Ji Liu chose not to come, it was courteous to keep her informed. To Liu's surprise, Ji Liu immediately expressed her intention to come. Mom, I might as well bring Liu Xian and Liu Yu along. They would surely want to see their brother. Liu's mother frowned. Aren't they at school? Don't interrupt their classes, just come by yourself. Liu's mother could discern Ji Liu's ulterior motives, but she found it difficult to comprehend such intentions. Xin Miao was merely Xin Heng's mother, and there was no possibility of anything developing between her and Zhenze. Why would Ji Liu feel the need to assert her position in front of Xin Miao? Chapter 62. Extra 4 Secretary Li prided himself on being one of the individuals who understood the boss best. He not only assisted Liu Zong with work-related matters, but also managed some personal affairs. Despite his gossipy nature, he only indulged in others' affairs, maintaining a tight-lipped demeanor regarding his own. However, upon discovering the information Liu Zong had requested him to investigate, Secretary Li could not help but be taken aback. Such a dramatic situation had unfolded in Liu Zong's life. He vaguely recalled the events from 16 years ago, and after extensive investigation, they had been unable to locate the girl. Who could have anticipated that 16 years later, she would return with Liu Zong's child? Suddenly being confronted with a 15-year-old son must have stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Liu Zong. It was undoubtedly complicated. Holding the materials on Xin Miao and her son, Secretary Li presented the findings to the man. After so many years, many details had become elusive, and they had only managed to uncover superficial information, while more intricate details were still under investigation. As Liu Zhenze perused the documents, he lingered over the photographs of Xin Heng taken throughout the years. Secretary Li discreetly glanced over, noticing that Liu Zong's gaze lingered on one particular photo for an extended period. It depicted the mother and son at the zoo, standing before the panda enclosure, with Xin Miao crouched down, embracing Xin Heng. Xin Heng pouted his small face, seemingly sulking, while Xin Miao held her son's hand, forming a scissor shape with her fingers. Her face resembled a blooming white magnolia, radiating joy and happiness. What a splendid photograph, imbued with childhood memories and warmth. Secretary Li mused that seeing his son's childhood appearance must evoke a myriad of emotions in Mr. Liu. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. To avoid disturbing the man, Secretary Li quietly stepped outside to answer the call. The office was left with only Lu Jinza. The man's fingers lightly brushed over the photograph, his gaze lingering for a long time. It was uncertain whether he was gazing at the son he had just met or another unfamiliar, yet captivating smile. Mr. Liu, Secretary Li knocked again and entered. Madam is on the line. She invites you to dinner. Secretary Li swiftly outlined the situation before handing the phone to Lu Jinza. Jinza, today is Xiao Hang's awards ceremony. No matter how busy you are, you must come. Normally it would be fine, but Xiao Hang has just returned, and as his father, you cannot disappoint him. All right, you were cold the other day, which must have hurt Xiao Hang. What did you say? You want me to come? Madame Liu was overjoyed, given her son's workaholic nature and his previous aloofness. She had assumed he was displeased with Xian Hang's arrival and planned to mediate between father and son. To her surprise, Lu Jinza immediately agreed. That's settled then. Hurry over. Your father will arrive shortly as well. Today, 3 generations, grandfather, father, and grandson, would meet, and Madame Liu was eager to initiate her campaign to persuade Xian Hang to return to the Liu family. Xiao Hang, you can play chess too. Would you like to challenge Grandpa to a game tonight? Receiving Madame Liu's hint, Grandpa Liu extended an invitation to Xian Hang, even without Madame Liu's urging. He yearned for his grandson to come home. It was a rare opportunity. His hobbies were often scorned at home, and Madame Liu frequently criticized his passion for them. Due to certain matters, Grandpa Liu had remained silent, but who knew that his long-lost grandson was such a kindred spirit? He must bring him back. Noticing Grandpa Liu's fondness for Xian Hang, Ji Lu's expression soured momentarily. This seemingly aloof father typically kept to himself, engaging only when he felt inclined with Lu Xian and Lu Yu, and ignoring them otherwise. Yet, with the appearance of the heroine's son, even he was captivated. Ji Lu took a deep breath, suppressing her discontent. Although she had long known from the original storyline that Xian Hang was adored by all, serving as a significant asset to the heroine's marriage into the Liu family, it had been over a decade since he had last met Grandpa and Grandma Liu. How could he bond with them so effortlessly now? Ji Lu regretted not bringing Lu Xian and Lu Yu along as she had been advised by Madame Liu. With them present, it would have been impossible for Xian Hang to steal the spotlight. At the dinner table, it was primarily a gathering of the 2 generations, with Grandpa and Grandma Liu cheerfully conversing with Xian Hang, who responded politely. Xian Miao remained absorbed in her meal, speaking only when occasionally serving Xian Hang. Naturally, no one engaged her in conversation. Grandpa and Grandma Liu were too enamored with their grandson to notice her. Ji Lu wished to speak with Xian Miao about her previous marriage or to subtly flaunt her own relationship. However, Xian Miao offered no glances in her direction. She appeared as a mere bystander at the table, her focus solely on Xian Hang, unwilling to engage with anyone else. Observing Xian Miao's demeanor, Ji Lu felt as if her attempts to connect were futile, yet simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief. Ji Lu glanced at the man beside her. Throughout the evening, he had only exchanged a few words with Xian Hang, maintaining a reserved demeanor towards Xian Miao and her son. Ji Lu lowered her gaze to sip her soup, concealing a smile. Indeed, without that particular opportunity, how could they possibly be together? As the meal concluded, Xian Hang's heart softened under the affectionate words of Grandpa and Grandma Liu, yet he remained resolute against the idea of returning to the Liu family. Madame Liu sighed deeply, casting an exasperated glance at Lu Jinza. Xiao Hang surely yearns for his father's affection, yet his father is as cold as ice, conducting himself in a businesslike manner. How could the child not feel hurt? After dinner, the city was illuminated as night fell. Madame Liu insisted on escorting Xian Hang to the hotel, and Xian Miao, unable to refuse, nodded in agreement. When getting into the car, Ji Lu took the front passenger seat in Lu Jinza's vehicle, while Madame Liu ushered Xian Hang into her own. Xian Miao naturally followed along. As they descended the steps, Xian Miao accidentally missed a step. Be careful. A deep voice resonated as a warm hand grasped her arm. Xian Miao flinched at the heat. Meeting the man's gaze, she momentarily froze, and once steadied. She distanced herself. I can manage on my own. After saying this, she seemed to realize her abruptness and added softly, "Thank you, Mom." Hearing Xin Hang's voice, Xin Miao responded, but quickly left without waiting for the man's reply. "Mom, what did you say to him?" Madame Lu was on the phone, and Xin Hang finally managed to escape his grandmother's affection temporarily. Noticing the earlier incident, he curiously asked Xin Miao, "Nothing, I just lost my balance. And your father helped me a bit." "Oh." Xin Miao's expression remained composed, and with her explanation, Xin Hang no longer pondered it. Little did he know that after he averted his gaze, the woman slightly furrowed her brows. Adults often find it difficult to feign ignorance. Through the trials of time, many sentiments need not be expressed. They can be understood through mere glances and atmosphere. Even if he tried to conceal it, even if he did not voice it aloud. Chapter 63. Extra 5. With Xin Hang as competition concluded, he was expected to return to Haicheng to continue his studies. However, Madame Lu vehemently opposed this notion and could not bear to let him go, especially now that she was aware of her grandson's existence. How could she allow him to depart for the distant Haicheng? Daily, Madame Lu called Xin Hang, fretting over how to bring him back to the Lu family, to keep him in City C. One day, when she called again, Xin Hang unexpectedly agreed. "Xiao Hang, is that true? You really want to stay in City C?" Madame Lu was overjoyed and immediately proposed to pick him up. "Grandma, please wait a moment. I want to say goodbye to my mom first." "Goodbye?" Madame Lu paused, puzzled. "Your mother isn't planning to stay in City C. She intends to return to Haicheng?" Xin Miao had no place to stay in Haicheng and lacked stable employment. What would she return for? Was she still pining for her ex-husband? "No." Xin Hang hesitated briefly before simply explaining, "Due to some past matters, my mom doesn't plan to stay in City C. She wants to retake her college entrance examination and apply to universities abroad." "Ah." Madame Lu was taken aback. Previously, observing Xin Miao's demeanor, she thought she deeply loved Xin Hang and had sacrificed much for him. Not only do children depend on their mothers, but mothers also rely on their children. Madame Lu assumed Xin Miao would be unwilling to leave Xin Hang and would likely stay in City C even if he returned to the Lu family. Who would have thought that Xin Miao desired to study abroad? "My mom used to be a student at C University. If it weren't for me, she might not have had to drop out." Although Xin Miao had explained to Xin Hang that the situation was complicated, not solely due to her pregnancy, he understood that if she hadn't been pregnant with him, she would have had more options. "I support my mom in fulfilling these aspirations. She has sacrificed so much for me over the years, and I genuinely hope she can realize her dreams." Madame Lu paused, sensing the silence on the other end of the line. She knew Xin Hang awaited her response and immediately replied, "Grandma supports this. Absolutely. Your mother has had a difficult journey over the years. Now that she has your father, as well as your grandparents, she can confidently pursue her own ambitions. Xiao Hang, Grandma will definitely support you." Of course, Madame Lu was eager to support this, now that Xin Miao was willingly entrusting her child to the Lu family for their care. It was precisely what Madame Lu had wished for. After hanging up, she was all smiles. "Hey, old man, Xiao Hang is willing to return now. Hurry home, stop fishing. We need to pick up Xiao Hang together soon. Hello, Secretary Li, please pass the phone to Jinza and inform him that Xiao Hang's mother is leaving, and Xiao Hang is willing to return to the Lu family." Upon hearing the excited voice of Lu's mother on the other end, Lu Jinza hung up the phone. "Mr. Lu?" Secretary Li gazed at the man who stood up and donned his suit jacket, astonished. "Where are you going?" "There's a meeting later. You will preside over it." "But you previously." With the office door wide open, Secretary Li silently ceased speaking as she watched the man stride away. The mother and son once again wandered through C University. As Xin Miao recounted her university days, Xin Hang listened in silence until he abruptly declared, "I want to attend C University in the future." Xin Miao turned to her son and smiled. "Is this to fulfill my dream for me?" "Xiao Hang, you are your own person. You cannot replace me, nor do I wish to see you alter your dreams for my sake." Xin Hang gazed at Xin Miao and replied earnestly, "Mom, I genuinely want to attend C University. Is that so?" Xin Miao scrutinized her son for a moment, a subtle smile appearing at the corners of her lips. "If this is truly your desire, then I support you. C University is an excellent institution, renowned for many prestigious programs in the industry. As Xin Miao elaborated on Sea University, Xin Hang sensed her deep understanding and realization that after so many years, she had not forgotten it. It must be a source of regret for her. The loss of over a decade of effort due to an unexpected incident struck Xin Hang as profoundly unfortunate. He could not help but think of his grandfather, whom he had never met. Even if it were not for the father-daughter bond, how could he bear to squander someone's future? Mom, Xin Hang hesitated to ask, have you considered visiting them one last time before you leave? Xin Miao conveyed to her son that she was unwilling to remain in this sorrowful homeland, not wanted to be found by the Xin family, which was why she planned to depart from Sea City. Of course, he was unaware that his mother had other reasons. I will not go. The smile on Xin Miao's face faded. Xiaohang, you should not contact them either. Even after so many years, it took me quite some time to realize their hypocrisy and selfishness. I understand that people change and feelings fade, but in the end, I cannot justify his cruelty any longer. Xin Hang understood that Xin Miao was referring to his grandfather. I will not contact them. It is best not to. Xin Miao returned to the moment, gently patting Xin Hang's shoulder to prevent him from encountering trouble. All right. As they approached the entrance of Sea University, where Lu's parents had been waiting, Xin Miao smiled faintly at her son. Let us go. I'll take you to the Lu family. When Lu Jinze returned to the Lu family, he heard the voices of Lu's mother and Xin Miao conversing in the living room. Xin Miao, rest assured, Xiaohang is my grandson. You have worked hard to care for him. From now on, he will be in our family's care, so you can leave without worry. Lu's mother assured Xin Miao decisively, while Xiaohang interjected helplessly, Grandma, I'm 15, not 5. Detecting the dissatisfaction in Xiaohang's words, Xin Miao smiled, and Lu's mother could not help but chuckle. What is wrong with being 15? You're not yet an adult, and you're still in school. Don't you need adult supervision? Lu Jinze entered the living room just then. Lu's father sat on the sofa, chuckling as he observed the conversation between Xin Miao and Lu's mother. Though Xiaohang and Xin Miao stood together, their expressions appeared relaxed. Yet a hint of reluctance lingered in their eyes. Today, Ji Lu was not at home. Knowing that Xiaohang's return to the Lu family was a foregone conclusion, she felt frustrated and chose to leave to avoid seeing him. Jinze, why are you back? Upon seeing her son enter, Lu's mother brightened, surprised. Jinze maintained a cold facade, yet had a warm heart. Despite appearing distant from Xiaohang, he genuinely cared. The moment he learned that Xiaohang was returning to the Lu family, he rushed back from the office. The mother and son turned to see the man's figure with varying expressions. Xiaohang, your father is back. He must have come to see you. Lu's mother approached Xiaohang, seizing the opportunity to mend the father-son relationship. Hearing Lu's mother's words, Xiaohang opened his mouth, but remained silent. Although he now knew this was his biological father, he had yet to call him dad. He found it difficult to voice. Jinze, are you back to see Xiaohang? Lu Jinze said nothing. His dark eyes seemed to have long since locked onto Xin Miao, and as she turned her head, her gaze was captured by him. His unwavering stare made her uncomfortable, and she calmly turned her face away, lowering her eyelashes to avoid direct eye contact. Where are you going? The man asked. The others were somewhat surprised, not expecting Lu Jinze's first words to be directed at Xin Miao. I'm going to a city. Xin Miao lifted her gaze to the man, then glanced at Lu's mother, who was also looking over, and offered a faint smile. Schools in a city have more external exchange opportunities, making it easier to apply to universities abroad. Will you be able to apply? Jinze. Lu's mother shot a glare at Lu Jinze. Given Xin Miao's age, it was indeed challenging to secure an application, but since she had this aspiration, they, as outsiders, could simply offer support, unlike him, who spoke so bluntly. Lu Jinze ignored Lu's mother, his dark gaze fixed on the woman as he slowly said, there are many good universities in the country, and, comparatively, there are more opportunities for citizens, making it easier. I just want to see the world. Xin Miao interrupted the man's words, her smile faint. I have never been abroad. While I am still young, I want to explore. Perhaps there won't be another chance later on. A hush fell over the living room. Xin Miao stood with a smile, her fair cheeks delicate as fine porcelain. Though her tone was calm, her determination was unmistakable. The man's expression was stern, his gaze lowered, lost in thought. Xin Miao was right. Lu's mother stepped forward, smiling as she grasped Xin Miao's hand. One must broaden their horizons to gain knowledge. Your desire to explore is far better than we had back in our day. I used to hide at home, and now that I am older, I cannot go wherever I please. Lu's mother approached Lu Jinze, lightly patting his arm. Xiaohong's mother has this dream. We must support her. Whatever Xin Miao needs for studying abroad, we can assist her, right, Jinze? Lu's mother glanced at the wall clock, cheerfully exclaiming, "Oh dear, it's already 4 o'clock. Xiao Xue and Xiaoye will soon be getting out of school. I wonder if Lu is going to pick them up?" Turning to Xin Miao, Lu's mother smiled invitingly. "Xin Miao, don't rush off. Stay for a meal with us." "No, thank you. Xin Miao's my sopti genli delin. I've already purchased my ticket, and if I delay any longer, I may miss my flight." "Why the rush?" Lu's mother sighed. You and Xiaoheng should chat a bit more. You two have never been apart. Xiaoheng will surely miss you." Xiaoheng accompanied Xin Miao outside. Although they had spoken amiably earlier, at this moment, he could not help but feel his eyes welling with tears. "Don't be like this. When you lived at school, we saw each other every week, didn't we? That's different. If Xin Miao were to be accepted into a university abroad, their separation would not merely last a week or two. Moreover, the significance of their parting now bore greater weight. Henceforth, to Xiaoheng, the Lu family would become his home, and even if his mother visited him, she would merely be a guest. "Mom, where will you stay in a city? Do you have enough money?" Given the circumstances, no matter how reluctant he felt, there was no turning back. Xiaoheng asked these practical questions. "Don't worry. I plan to rent an apartment near the university town. As for money," Xin Miao joked, "you know how generous your grandma can be, don't you?" Just as planned, Lu's mother provided Xin Miao with some compensation, consisting of both cash and real estate. Hearing that Xin Miao was heading to City A, she had originally planned to gift her a house there, but Xin Miao declined, stating it might not be necessary. As for the other so-called compensations, she accepted them all. Lu Jinze already had the obligation to support Xin Heng. Although the compensation exceeded the child support he was supposed to provide, Xin Miao was not shy and graciously accepted it, not wanting to impose on herself. Moreover, for the Lu family, anything resolvable with money was trivial. If Xin Miao refused the monetary aid, Mrs. Lu might harbor some concerns, fearing that she would desire more. After their conversation, Xin Miao stepped inside to bid farewell to the Lu family once again. "Xin Miao, I will have the driver take you to the airport, Mrs. Lu warmly offered, to which Xin Miao smiled and agreed. "Mom, take care of yourself," Xin Heng called as he followed the departing car. As the window rolled down, Xin Miao waved goodbye to him. "You too. If you have questions, ask Grandma, and remember to call me." The vehicle gradually disappeared, carrying Xin Miao towards the airport and onto another city. Mr. Lu shook his head in contemplation. Youth. Xin Miao possesses a heart that yearns to chase dreams. "What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?" Mr. Lu was bewildered by Mrs. Lu's cold gaze. "Chase your dreams. Go on." Mrs. Lu shot a glance at her husband, uninterested in his comments, and picked up the phone to call Secretary Li. "Is Jinze at the company?" she inquired. It seemed that Lu Jinze had only returned to collect some documents and had exchanged a few words with Xin Miao and Xin Heng before heading upstairs and leaving. "Madam, are you looking for President Lu?" Secretary Li's voice came softly from the other end. "President Lu is currently in a meeting. Is there something I can relay for you?" "No need, it's all right. Just let him focus on his meeting." Mrs. Lu exhaled lightly, smiling as she reminded Secretary Li, "Little Li, please remember to remind President Lu to eat on time. He loses track of time when he gets caught up in work." "Understood, madam." After hanging up, Secretary Li glanced at the tense atmosphere in the conference room and sighed. Given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely that they would break for a timely meal. It might turn into a long night. Thinking of the zeros following his salary, Secretary Li steeled himself and re-entered the conference room. "Xiao Miao, the mentor is calling for you again. It must be you again, as they seemed quite impressed with your previous work," a classmate remarked with a hint of envy. Xin Miao patted her back reassuringly. "You're still young. There will always be time to continue learning. By the time you reach my age, you'll undoubtedly surpass me." True enough, the classmate chuckled, recalling Xin Miao's age. "I always forget how old you are, Miao. You certainly don't look like someone with a grown son. People often mistake us for being of similar ages. Your kind is quite peculiar. Perhaps you possess some innate talent for defying age." Xin Miao teased before bidding farewell to her classmate and heading to her mentor's office. Upon seeing her, the mentor gestured for her to take a seat. "Miao, you've accumulated enough credits, haven't you?" "Yes, I have. I plan to graduate this year." The mentor beamed at his satisfactory student. Your last translation was excellent. The company was very pleased. Would you be interested in joining them? Their benefits are commendable, and I can recommend you. A look of hesitance crossed Xin Miao's face as she politely declined. Thank you, but I must return to my home country after graduation. My child is still there. That's no problem, the mentor replied, handing her a recommendation letter. They have a branch in your country. You could be dispatched back home. Chapter 65. Side Story 7 Miao. Are you planning to return to your country? Xin Miao turned back, pointing to her headphones, indicating she was on a call. Oh, my apologies. Please continue. I'll wait for you to finish. The man beside her, observing Xin Miao's video call with Xin Heng, stepped back respectfully, attempting to stay out of view. Mom, who is that? Xin Heng furrowed his brow upon seeing the man briefly. He had encountered this man several times on Xin Miao's screen. An inexplicable intuition made Xin Heng particularly attentive to this foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he finally asked, Are you referring to Eamon? Xin Miao adjusted her phone, allowing the camera to shift towards the man. He is a classmate from our school, but he is a graduate student. Is he in the same major as you? Xin Hang inquit? No. The wind picked up, and Xin Miao lowered her head to adjust her scarf. He is from the School of Engineering. Oh, thank you, Eamon. Eamon helped Xin Miao retrieve some papers that had blown away, and she looked up to thank him. Miao, it's quite windy here. Since the graduation photos won't be taken until later, would you like to go inside to make your call? No, Eamon, I'm fine. Xin Miao smiled appreciatively and turned back to her conversation with Xin Heng. She remained oblivious to the fact that Xin Heng had noticed Eamon standing at the windbreak, shielding her from the gusts. Xin Hang Sha Frau Di Ben Pe. Mom, does he like you? He asked bluntly. Xin Miao was momentarily taken aback, pausing before responding somewhat awkwardly. He did pursue me before. When Xin Miao first arrived, her exotic beauty attracted many suitors. After she rejected a number of them and mentioned she had a 15-year-old son, the throng of admirers diminished significantly. However, some remained enchanted by her presence, Eamon being the most persistent. Did he? But I get the feeling he still likes you. While conversing with Xin Miao, Xin Heng was always forthright. His words caused Xin Miao to raise her brows slightly, feeling uneasy as she rubbed her nose and slowly replied. Perhaps your intuition is not mistaken. Recently, Xin Heng had been feeling somewhat troubled, although it was not quite accurate to label it as worry. It was more a sense of frustration. What is it? Mr. Liu inquired, glancing at the chessboard as he leisurely placed a piece. What are you concerned about? He's a foreigner, and your mother is returning home. How could he possibly follow her? Xin Heng cast a glance at the chessboard, casually placing a piece that captured Mr. Liu's. But I know my mom well. If she had no interest in that man, she would have told me directly. However, her expression that day indicated otherwise. Moreover, this is not solely about that man. With a sigh, Xin Heng did not mind Mr. Liu's regret over the move, distractedly placing his piece. I've come to realize that my mother might still hope for a partner. She seeks companionship, which I cannot provide as her son. Indeed, now that you recognize this issue, why not let her pursue a partner? Mr. Liu frowned, focusing intently on the chessboard, contemplating before cautiously placing a piece. Your mother has been apart from your former stepfather for several years. She's not too old, and everyone ultimately seeks companionship in life. As an older generation, Mr. Liu held the belief that regardless of age, one should not remain unpartnered. Xin Heng placed his piece down, reflecting on his grandfather's words, feeling a resonance within. After a moment of silent contemplation, he exhaled slowly. Grandpa, you were right. In truth, his troubles were rooted in the fear of losing his mother. However, upon further reflection, even if his mother were to be with someone else, their mother-son bond would remain an unchanging constant. So why concern himself with outsiders? Thank you, Grandpa. Your words have enlightened me. Xin Heng stood up, the clouds of worry dispersing from his brow, and he smiled at Mr. Liu in gratitude. Grandpa, I'll take my leave now. I need to check on the house to see how preparations are coming along. With Xin Miao returning to the country, it was essential for her to have a place to stay. Xin Heng had long arranged for the house to be cleaned and tidied up. Mr. Liu remained silent, focusing on the chessboard, his face pale. Another loss. Upon returning to the homeland, Xin Miao found herself accompanied by Ai Meng, a man of unwavering determination. Despite Xin Miao's repeated rejections, he appeared impervious to disheartenment, readily adjusting his demeanor to remain close to her. This return trip was no exception. Xin Miao clearly articulated the potential discomforts and challenges of adapting to a foreign land. Yet, Ai Meng, seemingly entranced by the notion of love, returned to her days later, presenting a comprehensive list of solutions to the questions she had posed. Despite this, Xin Miao remained resolute in her refusals. "Miao, is this your son?" Ai Meng inquired, extending his hand to shake with the tall young man before him. "Hello, hand, Yao Mai Min." Xin Heng, unable to muster a smile, felt a whirlwind of emotions upon witnessing this man accompanying his mother back to their homeland. The trio dined together, where Ai Meng's gentlemanly conduct and attentive demeanor toward Xin Miao gradually eased the dissatisfaction brewing within Xin Heng. However, as evening fell, a new dilemma arose regarding Ai Meng's accommodation. Prior to following Xin Miao home, he had secured a lucrative expatriate position in City C, complete with generous housing allowances. Nevertheless, since confirming their relationship, Xin Heng was left with no choice but to lead Ai Meng to the residence he had prepared. Upon entering, Xin Heng's expression softened as he observed Ai Meng dutifully placing his luggage in the guest room. "Enough with the long face. Your mother is an adult and well aware of her choices. There's no need for you, a mere youth, to fret," Xin Miao chided, playfully pinching her son's cheek as she chuckled at his displeased expression. "You little rascal, the more you grow, the less endearing you become." Back home, Xiao Hang, Xin Heng returned to the Lu residence just before midnight after an extensive conversation with Xin Miao, who had insisted he stay, but he stubbornly declined. "Grandma, are you still awake?" As he entered the living room, he spotted his grandmother in her nightwear, alongside the rarely seen Lu Jinza. "Dad, you're home?" The man glanced up, his gaze unfocused, rubbing the bridge of his nose, his brows furrowing. "Your father attended a banquet this evening and, lacking restraint, has overindulged." Lu Mu poured a glass of water and placed it before her son, reproaching him gently. "At least he remembers where home is, after spending so many nights away, returning only when inebriated." Chapter 66. Side Story 8. Lu Mu served her son a hangover remedy prepared by the maid, watching him finish before clapping her hands and departing. "Xiao Hang, Grandma is off to bed. You should rest early too." "Good night, Grandma." After seeing his grandmother yawn and leave, Xin Heng hesitated as he noticed the man on the sofa seemingly recovering from his intoxication. "Did you go to fetch your mother today?" The deep voice of the man suddenly pierced the silence as Xin Heng stepped onto the first stair. The roughness of his voice was evident, a consequence of the alcohol. Xin Heng paused, realizing the man was addressing him. "Yes, I want to pick up my mother." Turning to observe the man's silhouette, Xin Heng lingered for a moment before moving to the living room, settling onto the adjacent sofa. Ever since Xin Heng arrived at the Lu household, his parents had showered him with affection. However, his relationship with Lu Jinza, his father, remained distant. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had entered this family at the age of 15, beyond the most impressionable years for yearning paternal affection. Faced with his aloof and dignified father, Xin Heng found it difficult to address him as dad with the same ease as his half-siblings, nor could he indulge in the same playful antics. Yet, he understood this dynamic, without the memories of growing up together. Even the closest blood relations require time to cultivate a bond. Moreover, Lu Jinza's frequent absences from home meant that both Xin Heng and his half-siblings had grown accustomed to this emotional distance. After a moment of surprise, Xin Heng gradually accepted this familial arrangement, perhaps a hallmark of the elite, in contrast to other affluent families rife with scandal. The Lu family stood as a refreshing anomaly within high society. When Xin Heng settled on the sofa, Lu Jinza merely glanced up, propping his head on his hand. His brow creased in annoyance as he pinched his nose to alleviate the headaches stemming from his inebriation. Although they were not particularly close, he was still Xin Heng's father, and their interactions had always been cordial. Unable to ignore him completely, Xin Heng hesitated before inquiring, "Dad, you should drink less." The man remained silent, his expression shrouded in shadow. Xin Heng almost assumed he had drifted into slumber. "Does your mother have a place to stay since returning?" he suddenly asked. Taken aback, Xin Heng was surprised to find his father inquiring about his life and his mother's situation. "Yes, she is staying on Xinxiao Road." Months prior, upon hearing that Xin Miao was set to graduate early, Xian Hang had prepared a residence for her. It was the finest property in his name, meticulously arranged to reflect Xian Miao's tastes. She had jokingly remarked that while others relied on their parents, she was now depending on her son. Since reaching adulthood, Xian Hang had acquired some assets. When Lu Mu proposed throwing him a coming-of-age celebration, he had declined, feeling uncomfortable with such ostentation, and deemed it meaningless given his somewhat awkward position. Xin Xiao Road? The man murmured, "It has a good security record." Indeed, the security is commendable, and the surroundings are pleasant. But, as he recalled the well-prepared home where AI Ming could move in seamlessly, Xian Hang's expression darkened momentarily. "What is it?" Xian Hang looked up to find his father scrutinizing him with keen, piercing eyes. "It's just, my mother's not living alone." Upon uttering those words, Xian Hang's lips twisted downward in annoyance. He felt comfortable sharing his concerns with his grandfather, but hesitated to disclose them to the man before him, fearing that his minor grievances would seem trivial and fragile in his father's eyes. Nevertheless, having crossed that threshold, he suppressed his irritation and spoke as calmly as possible. "My mother's boyfriend accompanied her back. With him here, I don't worry much about her safety." How ironic. Xian Hang wished he could send AI Meng packing back to his own country. Yet, in the presence of this distant father, he forced himself to appear composed and unfazed, as though he had long grown accustomed to his mother's boyfriend. "His name is AI Ming. He was a classmate of my mother's, and he intends to settle here long-term." Xian Hang lowered his gaze, striving to project an air of maturity and steadiness. He failed to notice the way the man's gaze momentarily froze, then sank into darkness like the setting sun. A colleague approached Xian Miao, handing her the contract documents. "Today we have a major deal that our boss is quite keen on. Miao, please familiarize yourself with these materials and accompany us for the signing." "Thank you, Lisa." Xian Miao accepted the files, grateful for her assistance. Yet another set of technical jargon. "It gives me a headache." "Haha, as you would say, to those who can do more, the burden falls heavier, Miao. Keep it up." Xian Miao opened the document, her hand pausing upon seeing the name of the partnering company. But she quickly regained her composure and continued her work as usual. The two parties exchanged handshakes, each displaying satisfied smiles. This cooperation marked a success. Although the process involved negotiations back and forth, both sides ultimately achieved their desired outcomes. As the representatives from Ali Company departed, Xian Miao followed behind, her mind preoccupied with the subsequent tasks ahead. "Mr. Liu." "Hello, Mr. Liu." A well-dressed man approached from down the corridor, with executives passing by exchanging greetings. Observing his stern expression, brows furrowed, the voices of the crowd greeting him grew somewhat subdued. It was evident that the recent meeting had not met the satisfaction of the formidable boss. The senior executives from the department, having just finalized a contract with Ali Company, hastily greeted the man while introducing their superior. "Miao, come over here," a colleague called out to Xian Miao, requesting her assistance with translation. The mention of her name seemed to trigger a response in a man, his gaze locking onto her. Despite his unchanged demeanor, his eyes suddenly became fixed and intense upon seeing the woman at the back. As Xian Miao approached her boss to translate his thoughts, she remained composed, her bright eyes and charming smile reminiscent of her former self. "Miss Xin," secretarially exclaimed in surprise. Although he had never met Xian Miao in person, he had seen numerous photographs of her while researching the details of the Liu family. After all, she was the mother of the CEO's child. And such an ambiguous yet intricate relationship made it hard for Secretary Li to forget the juicy tidbit. "Miao, do you know this gentleman?" The boss inquired amiably, a smile gracing his face. Feeling he had misspoken, Secretary Li glanced at the inscrutable expression of the man and clarified, "Miss Xen is an old acquaintance." However, he refrained from elaborating on whose acquaintance it was. The others remained oblivious. Xian Miao was not merely familiar with them. She was the mother of CEO Liu's child. Burdened with various secrets, Secretary Li felt quite uncomfortable. Chapter 67. Extra 9. When encountering the president of the Liu Corporation, the person in charge from Ali extended an invitation for him to attend the celebration banquet. Initially, there had been little expectation, yet to everyone's astonishment, the man accepted. The attendees were taken aback for a moment, but swiftly regained their composure and began making arrangements for the venue. What was to be a simple celebration transformed into a momentous occasion. prompting the staff to work overtime to accommodate their boss's sudden decision. Secretary Li pinched his palm, suppressing his astonishment. What was the CEO thinking? He had other engagements scheduled for the afternoon. Why the sudden interest in attending this celebration? Could it be because of Miss Xin? But why? It was merely an ordinary friendship that had not been maintained for 3 years. The celebration was held at a venue suitable for a banquet, with not only the project team, but also other employees from Lu Corporation and alien attendants. Such a grand occasion was rare mid-year, and the opportunity to interact closely with the CEO could potentially lead to personal recognition. The ambitious young talents of the group buzzed with excitement, and soon the atmosphere was filled with clinking glasses. Xin Miao, a tentative female voice called out. Turning to see who it was, Xin Miao smiled. Zhengyu, long time no see. Dressed in professional attire, Zhengyu approached with a look of surprise. It really is you, Xin Miao. I can't believe we run into each other here. Standing in a corner with champagne glasses in hand, the two women reminisced about the past 2 decades. They had both transformed from youthful exuberance to a mature demeanor. Reuniting with an old friend stirred deep emotions in Zhengyu. You've had quite a journey, she remarked. Raising a child alone, going through a divorce, studying abroad. Each decision must have taken immense courage. Zhengyu could hardly fathom how the young Xin Miao had persevered alone, nor could she comprehend the strength it took for the present Xin Miao to make her choices. Despite her own challenges, Zhengyu had always known she had family support behind her. But thankfully, we made it through, Xin Miao replied with a smile, her fair complexion radiating calmness, her eyes bright, and her smile as captivating as ever. Indeed, Zhengyu agreed. You're now enjoying a comfortable life. Your son is all grown up, and you have company. I'm starting to envy you more and more. Our child drives me crazy. By the way, Xin Miao, your son, is attending C University, right? What is his name? I can connect him with the Alumni Association so we can look out for him after he graduates. C University is a prestigious institution with alumni in various fields, and having such connections could greatly benefit Xin Miao's son. Zhengyu, now thriving in her career at the Lu Corporation headquarters, had access to internal recommendations. If she were to assist, Xin Heng could secure an interview upon graduation, potentially leading to a position at Lu Corporation. Xin Miao hesitated and then politely declined. No need to trouble yourself. He mainly relies on his father for such matters. I don't get involved much. Xin Miao, don't be shy about it. Zhengyu assumed Xin Miao was hesitant to ask for help. Although they were schoolmates, Xin Miao had ultimately dropped out, which made her feel less like a legitimate alumni. Let him call me Auntie. I'd be happy to meet him. All right then. Reluctantly, Xin Miao shared Xin Heng's name. Xin Hao. Zhengyu noted the name and his major. Her curiosity piqued. Does he still have your surname? Yes, he hasn't changed it. That's good. It would be unfair after you've raised him have him take his father's name. As her words faded, Zhengyu noticed the man entering the venue, surrounded by admirers. She quieted her voice and bid farewell to Xin Miao. Xin Miao, I must go now, she said, gesturing toward the man. Tonight's success hinges on whether he takes notice of you. Xin Miao smiled. Go on, I won't hold you back. As Zhengyu departed, the smile on Xin Miao's face gradually faded. She declined the advances of the men approaching her and discreetly exited the venue. Come pick me up. I've had a drink and can't drive, she said softly into her phone, leaning against the corridor wall. After a day filled with conversation, her voice was slightly hoarse, yet in the stillness of the night, it flowed like a gentle stream, soothing to the ears. Don't worry, Xiao Hang Isnt here. Are you afraid of a mere child? Uncertain of what was said on the other end, she chuckled lightly, her eyes twinkling with a hint of starlight. Coward. Because he is your child, I fear he may not accept me. As you say, that's called loving the house and its crow. Less sweet talk, please. Rising with a smile, she ended the call, hearing the sound of a car door opening. All right, I'll stop talking now. Hurry over and drive carefully. I'll wait for you at the entrance. After hanging up, Xin Miao tidied her hair and prepared to enter the venue to inform her superior before leaving. Turning around, her smile remained fixed on her face. The man had been watching her for an indeterminate amount of time, his dark eyes deep as a bottomless pool, quietly observing Xin Miao with an intensity that felt as though it could engulf her. Xin Miao's breath hitched, and she averted her gaze, quickly nodding in greeting before preparing to leave, as one would with an unfamiliar acquaintance. Suddenly, as she passed by him, her wrist was unexpectedly grasped. Looking up, their eyes met in a moment of unexpected connection. The man's gaze flickered with an ember of intensity that made her instinctively raise her hand. Let go. The grip tightened, and Xin Miao found herself drawn closer to him. Mr. Liu, I must leave. Where to? His voice was low and grave, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. Xin Miao frowned slightly. I'm going home. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up. At the mention of her boyfriend, the man's expression shifted, his focus sharpening, and he relaxed his grip momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Xin Miao freed her wrist. She glanced at him, saying nothing, and turned to leave quickly. Her fair cheeks partially obscured by her dark hair, her figure receded into the distance until she rounded a corner, her skirt disappearing behind the wall. As he gazed at the spot where the figure had vanished, the man remained rooted to the ground for an extended period. The delicate sensation in his palm lingered, yet the warmth gradually dissipated. Chapter 68. Extra 10. Upon receiving a call from the airline, Xin Hang's mind went blank, nearly causing him to lose his balance. What? In a daze, he drove back to the Liu family residence. Liu father and Liu mother were watching television in the living room and looked surprised to see him return. Xiao Hang, why are you back? The news anchor on the screen delivered the somber report of a plane crash, prompting Liu father to shake his head and sigh. This is why I dislike going out. It's simply too unsafe. Don't make excuses. I want you to go out and get some exercise. You sit at home all afternoon, and when you go fishing, you sit all afternoon as well. Your hypertension is a product of your sedentary lifestyle. Liu mother chided, casting a disapproving glance at Liu father. Noticing Xin Hang's pale complexion, she was taken aback and quickly inquired, Xiao Hang, what's wrong? Grandma, my mother was on that flight. The tragedy struck unexpectedly. Observing her distraught grandson, Liu mother felt a pang of sorrow. Who could have foreseen that the plane Xin Miao was on would meet with disaster? Although she frequently traveled around the globe for work, airplanes were considered one of the safest modes of transport, with a very low risk of accidents. Yet, that improbable chance had befallen Xin Miao. Once a calamity occurred, survival was a mere fantasy. Grandma, I need some time alone. Liu mother stood by Xin Hang's side, but he only desired solitude. When he managed a smile in her direction, she nodded in understanding. All right, Grandma will step out. You take your time. After closing the door, Xin Hang collapsed on his bed, covering his eyes as tears streamed from beneath his palms. Time slipped away, and soon he succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by the sound of commotion outside. Liu mother's shrill cry pierced through slumber. No, you're insane. Xin Hang immediately sat up, flinging open the door and striding out. Grandma. He hurried down to the first floor, where he found Liu mother clutching the sofa, striking her chest and gasping for breath. I just knew it. I just knew it. What is wrong with Grandma? Xin Hang rushed to support her, gently patting her back to help her regain her composure. As Liu mother steadied herself, her expression still bore the remnants of her earlier panic. Xiao Hang. She grasped his hand tightly, words lingering on her lips, trembling yet unuttered. How could she tell her grandson? How could she voice the truth that his father was heading to the crash site to search for his mother's remains? Liu mother felt her son had lost his sanity. What was he searching for? How could he search? The speed of the crash would have incinerated the cabin, leaving nothing behind. There would be no complete remains of Xin Miao. She would be reduced to ashes, utterly obliterated. When Liu mother conveyed these thoughts to her son, he disregarded her words entirely, leaving without a backward glance to arrange a flight to the crash site. Liu mother was infuriated to the point of fainting, yet a fleeting sense of foreboding washed over her. It was as if, upon first hearing of Xin Miao's accident, she had anticipated the current scenario. A mother knows her child best. Years ago, hadn't she sensed something amiss, storing that vague feeling deep within her mind? Liu Zhenze found nothing at the crash site. Even after scouring the area with his team, no trace of Xin Miao remained. It was as though she had vanished, as if she had never existed. Xin Hang, this is your mother's ashes. The man summoned his son, presenting him with a sealed urn. Staring at the urn before him, Xin Hang felt a tumult of grief and anger brewing within his chest. He overturned the urn, shouting at the man. This isn't it. This is merely a handful of dirt from the site. What was he doing? What was his intention? To present him with soil casually dug up at the crash site as a replacement for his mother? The anguish within Xin Hang surged forth, his eyes reddening. He raised his gaze to confront the man, but was met with a resounding slap across his face. Smack! The blow caused Xin Hang's head to turn, his cheek instantly turning crimson. Xiao Hang. Lu mother stepped forward, shielding her grandson. What are you doing? She glared at the man, suppressing her emotions. Xin Miao has just died, and you strike her son? Despite being knocked over, the urn remained intact. Lu Zhenze picked it up and wiped away the dust. He fixed his gaze on Xin Hang and spoke slowly. This is the last warning. Confronted by the man's icy demeanor and frigid stare, Xin Hang felt a chill creep down his spine. Lu mother turned to gently pat her grandson's shoulder, fatigue shadowing her features as she attempted to reassure him with a faint smile. Xiao Hang, listen to your father. Do not argue with him. Seeing his grandson's reddened eyes and the swelling bruise on his cheek, Lu mother's heart ached as she led him away. Come, Grandma will tend to your wounds. Following her lead, Xin Hang's gaze remained fixed on the man. He watched as the man positioned the urn back on the table, his mind a whirlwind of confusion, alternating between warmth and chill, as a profound sorrow enveloped him. The funeral for Xin Miao concluded. Eamon bid farewell to Xin Hang, preparing to leave the land he had just begun to cherish. Hang, keep in touch whenever you can. Seeing you feels like seeing your mother. At the mention of Xin Miao, Eamon wiped his face, suppressing tears. Eamon, take care of yourself. Xin Hang mumut ahua gut bi. He understood the depth of Eamon's feelings for his mother. Over the years, he had watched their bond flourish, gradually letting go of his grievances and accepting Eamon. Who could have known? Goodbye, Eamon, take care. You too, Hang. At the subsequent high-level meeting, Lu Zhenze declared that Xin Hang would be the heir to the Lu family. The announcement sent ripples through the company. No one had anticipated that the president would name an heir so swiftly. In a world where familial ties and interests often dictated power, it was rare for a leader to relinquish authority while still in the prime of their life, especially someone as driven as Lu Zhenze. However, it wasn't unheard of to establish an heir early. The discussion centered not only on the timing, but also on the choice itself, questioning the man's favoritism. This eldest son, who did not bear the family name, conducted himself with remarkable discretion. Many were unaware of his existence. A little inquiry revealed that this son was born before Lu Zhenze's marriage and only returned to the family at the age of 15. The choice of Xin Hang, who had grown up away from the family, over a child raised within the household, left many perplexed and astonished. As the news spread, the upper echelons of the Lu family busied themselves gathering information about Xin Hang, maintaining a semblance of calm. However, for Ji Lu, hearing this news was infuriating. Chapter 69. Extra 11. Ji Lu stormed into the Lu family company, intent on confronting Lu Zhenze. Having previously worked there, many recognized her. Some approached, eager to curry favor with the boss's wife, offering to escort her upstairs. Yet, they were intercepted by Secretary Li and his team midway. Secretary Li politely explained to Ji Lu that the president was exceptionally busy and could not meet with her. Ji Lu disregarded him, attempting to push through, but was firmly blocked. Secretary Li maintained a courteous demeanor, unwavering despite Ji Lu's protests. The president has no time to meet. No time. Ji Lu trembled with rage. He has no time to meet with me, but he has time to recover Xin Miao's remains. Does he? No longer caring about decorum, Ji Lu unleashed the words she had been holding back for so long. As if I don't know what he is thinking. Xin Miao is dead. Dead. So what? Because he is upset about Xin Miao's death, he intends to hand everything over to her son? Several years ago, when Xin Miao first arrived in City C, Ji Lu was oblivious to anything amiss. It was only after Xin Miao departed from City C and left the country that Ji Lu became acutely aware of the numerous changes that had transpired. The subtle shifts she noticed were solely due to her concern for this man. Despite living a loveless life post-marriage, the prolonged indifference had wearied Ji Lu, leading her to relinquish her yearning for the man's affection and instead prioritize more pragmatic matters. Fortunately, this man was hers, belonging to her. Even if their relationship was not as sweet as she had envisioned, it was still hers. Had it not been for the book's plot, had she not been forewarned of the storyline, she might never have encountered such a man. Moreover, in stark contrast to the original character's dismal exit and the bankruptcy of the Ji family, she had remarkably altered that tragic conclusion. She had married the male lead. They had 2 children, and the Ji family was thriving with no signs of insolvency. Although she occasionally found herself exasperated by Lu Zhenze's lack of romantic insight, Ji Lu ultimately reveled in this life. However, The moment Xin Miao returned to City C with Xin Heng, the wheels of destiny began to turn once more. Ji Lu sensed that Lu Jinze was attentive to Xin Miao's whereabouts, conveniently being at home whenever Xin Miao visited to see Xin Heng. Ji Lu was furious and distressed. Yet she dared not express her anger, having realized that the man wished to divorce her. Divorce. This revelation poured cold water over Ji Lu's heated thoughts. She could not entertain the notion of divorce, whether emotionally or pragmatically. She was resolute in her unwillingness to part ways. She feigned ignorance of the man's intentions and subtly referenced Lu Xing and Lu Yu, reminding him of her years of silent contributions to the Lu family. She endeavored to stall, waiting for Xin Miao to return to the country, only to discover that Xin Miao had found a new boyfriend. Upon hearing this news, Ji Lu was elated. She laughed at the female lead, believing her to be just average, destined to find only an ordinary man. She mocked Lu Jinze for his futile efforts, convinced that even with Xin Miao back, they could never reunite. But now, with Xin Miao deceased, would she still obstruct her path? With Secretary Li and others blocking her way, Ji Lu, no matter how resentful, could not confront Lu Jinze and was forced to leave. What are you staring at? Aren't you all supposed to be working? Secretary Li's stern countenance surveyed the surroundings. The employees, having witnessed this farce, promptly lowered their heads to type, pretending as if nothing had transpired, feigning ignorance of the fact that the president's wife had been barred from entering, and pretending not to have overheard the president's domestic affairs. With a grim expression, Secretary Li stepped into the elevator, his hand wiping the sweat from the back of his head as the doors closed. Oh dear, this was no easy task. After today, he would certainly have to set some ground rules to prevent the company's small circle from spreading rumors about the president's family matters. A new regulation was necessary. Anyone coming to the company must follow protocols rather than using their faces to swipe access cards. Overwhelmed with the myriad of tasks ahead, Secretary Li felt utterly fatigued. Yet, a deep sigh escaped him as he grappled with complex emotions. The unpredictability of life was astonishing. Who would have thought that Miss Xin would meet such an untimely demise? Who could have imagined that President Liu would harbor such feelings for her? Secretary Li shook his head. The signs had always been there. He had merely overlooked them. Before long, Secretary Li would no longer need to fret about the rampant rumors circulating within the company, for Ji Lu had publicly exposed everything online. Of course, she did not do it personally. She had enlisted influential marketing accounts, posing as a so-called insider, discreetly revealing the family secrets she had come to know. The head of the Liu family was accused of favoring his illegitimate child, neglecting his legitimate offspring, and abandoning his lawful wife, all in pursuit of bequeathing everything to the illegitimate child, with the tags of wealthy family, illegitimate child, and power struggle. Coupled with the marketing accounts engaging writing and Ji Lu's additional funding for trending topics, this revelation swept across the internet. Although Ji Lu had been furious prior, she was remarkably composed when making this decision. She intended to destabilize the Liu family's stock prices, compelling Lu Jinze to retract his earlier decisions. The Liu family had evolved into a veritable super-wealthy clan. While the Liu family maintained a low profile, their enterprises spanned various industries. Typically, one could not discern their affiliation with the Liu family unless they were familiar with the brand names. This scandal spread like wildfire, causing a decline in Liu's stock prices and resulting in significant turmoil. However, before Ji Lu could savor her triumph, the Liu family's public relations department, not to be trifled with, launched a counteroffensive. The information Ji Lu provided was rife with inaccuracies, making it easy for them to retaliate. Yet, the directive from above was clear. Do not allow excessive focus on the purported mother of the illegitimate child. Efforts should be made to minimize her presence. With this command, the public relations department began to clarify and counterattack. The scandal was swiftly quelled. As online discussions shifted to other topics, Ji Lu's revelation gradually faded into obscurity, prompting her to consider adding more content. However, before she could proceed, she received news regarding the Ji family. Lu Jinze had withdrawn all financial support previously extended to the Ji family, initiating a campaign against them. Ji Lu instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Lu Jinze had discovered her actions, yet Ji Lu had never anticipated the current predicament. She called Lu's mother, lamenting Lu Jinze's ruthlessness. Did he not consider that this was the maternal family of his two children? Lu's mother, while disapproving of Ji Lu's actions, still held affection for Lu Xing and Lu Yu. Jinza, just teach her a lesson. There is no need to be so ruthless. If Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu learn of this, they will surely resent you. Lu Xing and Lu Yu had grown up, particularly Lu Xing, who was not much younger than Xianhang. Though studying abroad in a private institution, he was not entirely out of touch. Once he learned of these events, he would undoubtedly return to confront the situation. The thought of such a scene overwhelmed Lu's mother. But didn't you always dote on Xianhang? Lu's mother paused. I do care for Xiao Hang, but are Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu not my grandchildren? Not your children? But they still have a mother. Lu's mother was at her wit's end. Ultimately, it all came back to Xin Miao. Chapter 70. Extra 12. How long have you known Xin Miao? Why are you so obsessed with her? There is no real connection between you two. Lu's mother, exasperated, was driven to despair by Lu Jinza's obstinacy. She could not comprehend why her son was so fixated on Xin Miao. He had always been a cold and unfeeling person, yet seemed to have a soft spot for her. We have no real connection, the man replied coolly, Mom. Isn't Xianhang our child? Yes, Xiao Hang is your child. But you and Xin Miao have never truly interacted. Lu's mother finally grasped her son's reasoning. With Xin Miao gone, the only link remaining was Xianhang, prompting him to care for him and safeguard the only connection to Xin Miao. But Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu are your children too. Lu's mother reiterated, tears brimming in her eyes. If you continue to be so biased, are you not afraid they will resent you when they grow up? Let them. Lu's mother felt as though she had been struck hard, rendered speechless for a long moment. Coming to her senses and observing her son's indifferent demeanor, she pinched her palm and turned to leave. Yet as she stepped outside, a sob escaped her lips. Had she known, she would have let him pursue Xin Miao. When Xin Miao had come to bid farewell to the Lu family before heading to city, Lu's mother had sensed something unusual in her son's demeanor. But she had deftly diverted the moment. After all these years, she had believed he had forgotten Xin Miao and the fleeting feelings he once harbored, only to discover that he still remembered. A wave of desolation washed over Lu's mother. Despite the fact that no one in their family had passed away, they were still living well, yet she felt as though her family had been torn apart. During this time, Ji Lu was besieged by a barrage of phone calls from the Ji family, giving her a headache. After repeatedly hearing their complaints, she had a fierce argument with her father, berating him for his ineptitude. It was only due to her marriage to Lu Jinza that the Ji family had managed to survive. How dare he present himself as a father before her? Ji Lu's father, taken aback by her defiance and the unflinching exposure of his shortcomings, retorted angrily, chastising Ji Lu for having grown wings and becoming independent, implying that she should not rely on the Lu family. Ji Lu hung up with a cold laugh, blocking her father's number. Later, when receiving calls from other members of the Ji family, they all accused Ji Lu of being unfilial, claiming that she had caused their father to fall ill. Ji Lu disregarded them entirely, hanging up and blocking their numbers. A group of individuals who only wished to share in her fortunes. Previously, they had been polite in her presence, but now they dared to come and criticize her, merely because they saw the Lu family's influence and her supposed offense against Lu Jinza. Ji Lu was exceedingly weary of the Ji family, but soon, she had no time to dwell on them. Lu Jinza sent her the divorce agreement, communicated through Lu's lawyer. Ji Lu was resolutely against the divorce, yet she found herself powerless against Lu Jinza's obstinacy. Ultimately, she was presented with two choices: either take both children with her, or remain behind, never to see them again. Ji Lu, in a moment of impulsiveness, wished to leave with her children. However, after years of being a lady of high society, calculating the benefits had become instinctual. With Lu Jinza now so partial to Xianhang, she feared that if she could no longer see Lu Xing and Lu Yu, they would eventually be forgotten. Would they still inherit from the Lu family when they grew up? Contemplating this, Ji Lu reluctantly left her children behind, preparing for future contingencies. As their biological mother, she believed that Lu Xing and Lu Yu would still wish to see her, despite Lu Jinza's prohibition. Ji Lu had devised a clever plan. Yet, little did she know, just after the divorce, she was sent abroad, calling out to the heavens and the earth in vain. The tumultuous power struggle within the affluent circles finally subsided. Although everything concluded quietly, it left a profound impact on the Lu family. Previously, Certain high-ranking members within the Liu family had been bribed by the Ji family and had quietly chosen sides during the power struggle. Once everything had settled, they faced their reckoning. The remaining individuals witnessed Liu Xin's determination and his support for his eldest son, Xin Miao. Upon hearing this name from her colleagues, Zheng Yu was momentarily taken aback. Although the upper echelons of the company were fraught with intrigue, only those holding substantial shares could partake in such matters. While Zheng Yu and her fellow executives had sensed something amiss, it was only when the dust settled that they received definitive news. Indeed, this was the eldest son of Liu Xinzi, now beginning to engage in company affairs. Seizing the moment during a lull, colleagues quietly exchanged thoughts. Is this the heir? Yes, undoubtedly the successor. It is worth noting that the appointment of this heir had previously incited fierce competition among the top executives. TSK. I heard about it from a friend. Her uncle is a shareholder in our company. What else have you heard? Please share with us. When it comes to power struggles in affluent families, the public cannot resist indulging in gossip. Listening to her colleagues' discussions, Zheng Yu felt a deep shock rising within her. Xian Hang, who had returned to the Liu family at the age of 15, bearing his mother's surname. Each detail aligned, and Zheng Yu strove to mask her astonishment. Could it truly be Xian Miao's son? Recently, she had attended Xian Miao's funeral as a friend, and seeing someone her age perish unexpectedly stirred a sense of sorrow within her. How could this be? Was the father of Xian Miao's child indeed Liu Xinzi? On Monday morning, when she observed Xian Hang, clad in a suit and following closely behind Liu Xinzi, the answer in her heart was finally confirmed. The young man was adjusting his tie, his expression mirroring that of his father. Zheng Yu suddenly realized how strikingly similar Xian Hang was to Liu Xinzi, a resemblance she had failed to notice before. Most of the online gossip merely entertained the masses, save for those with vested interests. Mom, is my sister named Xian Miao? Is it really this Miao? Xian Yin was scrolling through a forum when she stumbled upon the recent scandal surrounding the affluent families. Intrigued, she clicked on the post and was astonished by a comment from someone claiming to be in the know. This person stated that the mother of the Liu family's heir was named Xian Miao. Memories buried deep within her mind resurfaced, and Xian Yin recalled that her half-sister shared the same name. Listening to her daughter's exclamations, Wang Shumi furrowed her brow and took the phone. This informant had shared substantial information, not only confirming that Xian Hang's mother was Xian Miao, but also revealing personal details about her. Taken aback by the familiar yet foreign information, Wang Shumi was shocked. Just as she was about to put on her glasses for a closer look, her finger slipped, refreshing the page, and the comment disappeared. Where did it go? What happened to that person's message? Xian Yin was equally frantic, hastily scrolling back through the forum. When Xian's father returned home, the family gathered to discuss the matter at length, ultimately confirming that the future heir of the Liu family was indeed their grandson, Xian Miao's child. He is my grandson. Xian's father laughed heartily, and the family members wore expressions of joy. As the saying goes, a minister's family can raise a seventh-rank official, and now they were kin to the heir of the Liu family. The Xian family was on the verge of prosperity, eager for what could be an overnight fortune. The Xian family members could hardly wait to approach the Liu family and Xian Hang. As luck would have it, while waiting at the entrance of the Liu group headquarters, they indeed spotted Xian Hang. Xian Hang. Upon seeing him, the Xian family rushed forward, only to be halted by security, who sternly ordered them to leave. Little Hang, I am your grandfather. Xian Hang had initially paid no mind to the crowd, but upon hearing the word grandfather, he paused and turned. Seeing Xian Hang actually turn around, Xian's father was filled with elation. Little Hang, I am your mother's father. I am Xian Miao's father. You are my biological grandson. From a distance of several meters, Xian Hang gazed at the man who bore a resemblance to his mother, narrowing his eyes as a smile slowly crept onto his lips. Grandfather? Greed often leads to overreach. Originally, Xian Hang and Liu Xinzi had not even considered the Xian family, yet they boldly approached, shamelessly claiming kinship, a rather unfortunate turn of events. Today, the cemetery was genuinely bustling with people. After surveying the surroundings, Secretary Li muttered to himself, quietly trailing behind the father and son. His responsibility was to escort them home afterward. The duo entered a secluded section of the cemetery. Xian Hang placed flowers before the gravestone, gazing at the photo above, softly expressing his longing. Though only a few months had passed, It felt like an eternity. Xian Heng now understood the sensation of time dragging on. Having said everything he wished to, Xian Heng glanced at the man beside him before turning to walk away. Silence enveloped him. Looking back, he saw only the man's silent silhouette. Did he not have anything to say to his mother? As his gaze swept over the man's head, the silver strands interspersed within the black hair caused Xian Heng's heart to tighten. He had grown so much gray hair. A lump formed in Xian Heng's throat, suddenly filled with a bittersweet ache. Exhaling slowly, he diverted his gaze to the distance. A hint of confusion crossed his youthful face. The loss of his mother had impacted him profoundly. To this day, he struggled to comprehend the reality that his father had indeed loved his mother. What a ludicrous notion, yet it was a bizarre truth. Staring at the dark clouds on the horizon, Xian Heng fell into a reverie, memories from the years flooding his mind. Time passed, and he heard a whisper-like call from behind. Xian Miao. Miao Miao. Lu Junzi awoke in a cold sweat from his dream. What a nightmare. He dreamt that he and Ji Lu were together, had 2 children, and that he and Miao Miao only met after many years, ultimately leading to a tragic separation. The profound pain lingered in his soul. Hearing the murmurs beside him, Lu Junzi snapped back to reality and swiftly embraced her. Miao 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 Miao. Although the body in his arms was warm and soft, Lu Junzi longed to see her eyes open in response. Miao Miao frowned, and despite her reluctance to awaken, she eventually opened her eyes at Lu Junzi's persistent calls. What is it? As she slowly opened her eyes, still unable to discern the figure before her, Xian Miao found herself tightly embraced by a man, the force of his grip rendering her breathless. What are you doing? Let go. I will not. At this moment, Lu Junzi had regained his composure, yet the relentless pounding of his heart echoed within his chest, leaving him restless. Perhaps that dream was a portent for him. Miao Miao, I will never let you go. Oh dear, Lu Junzi, what are you doing at this hour? Xian Miao furrowed her delicate brows. Her eyes closed as she felt the warmth of his lips, unable to suppress a murmur. I still need to send Xiao Heng to school tomorrow. Let your mother take him. The moonlight cascaded through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the bedroom floor. A fleeting glimpse of the chilling scene outside made Lu Junzi feel as though he could attain a lifetime of fulfillment, yet for someone in another world. Missing the opportunity meant it was truly lost. The end. Host awakened quickly. If you don't wake up now, you'll be in dire straits. The system shouted desperately within Xian Miao's mind. She slowly opened her eyes, only to meet the grotesque visage of a zombie, smeared with an unknown liquid outside the glass door. Xin Miao thou when? What on earth is this? As she observed the door lock precariously shaking, it became evident that the glass door would soon be breached by the zombie. Picking up a baseball bat from nearby, she climbed onto a stool and thrust the bat through the window, shattering the zombie's skull. The system exclaimed, "Wait, how did you know the weak point of the zombie before I even transmitted the plot to you?" In the realm of cultivation, a creature devoid of a head is devoid of life. Looking at the foul liquid smeared on the bat, Xian Miao grimaced and shook it off before rinsing it with a bottle of water taken from the shelf. In this convenience store, there were no suitable weapons at hand, so she had to make do with the baseball bat for now. Surveying her surroundings, the convenience store was transparent on all sides, the glass windows reflecting the chaotic scene outside. Cars were haphazardly strewn about the street, many doors flung wide open. Faintly, Xian Miao could hear distant cries for help. Feeling the pangs of hunger in her stomach, she grabbed a box of milk and some bread from the shelf, then crouched behind the cash register to hide. Let S convey the plot. All right. A meteor fell from the sky, carrying fragments of alien life. This was a monumental discovery for the scientific community. Yet during the research process, the virus contained within the meteor dispersed, transforming humanity into monsters known as zombies, plunging the world into chaos. City A is a major metropolis, with a heavy flow of people, thus it fell the fastest. Seemingly overnight, the entire City A became a paradise for zombies. Host, today you were supposed to go on a date with a wealthy gentleman you had been fishing for, but who could have anticipated the sudden outbreak of zombies in City A? You hadn't even met this wealthy heir before you fainted in the chaos of fleeing people. Soon, that wealthy gentleman will come to rescue you. He is a member of the heroine Zhou Lingshue's team. Of course, it won't be long before this gentleman swims away, because during the course of events, he will see through your superficiality and fear of death. his heart growing cold towards you, ultimately being drawn to the heroine's resilience and kindness. In this perilous apocalypse, without his protection, your fate will be dire. During a moment of escape, you will perish among the zombies. Naturally, dear host, you are merely a disposable character in this story, not even qualifying as a supporting character. Your connection with the heroine is limited to this, and with the male lead, your greatest interaction was your previous confession to him. However, the male lead had long perceived the disparity between your facade as a campus belle and your shallow nature, bluntly rejecting you and leaving you with a sense of humiliation, becoming your unattainable ideal. Chapter 72. The disposable campus belle of the apocalypse, it should be just ahead. Xin Miao gazed at the offline map on his phone, a smile gracing his handsome face. The last time I spoke with Miao Miao, she mentioned she was buying tissues at this convenience store. She must still be there. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Let us quicken our pace. We'll find Miao Miao soon. Heeding Zheng Yao as polite gratitude, the group responded in kind. Yet once he turned away, many began to murmur quietly. This is what it means to be a sycophant. Xian Miao is clearly after his money, yet he remains oblivious. Keep your voice down. Don't let Zheng Yao hear you. Their destination was City C. Although City had succumbed, they had heard from the radio that City C still maintained some order. Zheng Yao's family was influential in City C, and if they wished to settle down there, they would rely on their camaraderie with him. Lin Shui, that Xian Miao is said to be particularly difficult. Our team is only just stabilized, and if she arrives, it would be troublesome. If she possesses abilities, that's one thing, but if not, wouldn't she just be a burden? They're all classmates. Zhao Lingshu smiled lightly. What you say may hurt her feelings. Sigh, you are just too kind-hearted. Kind-hearted? Zhou Lingshu accepted the remark with poise. She was indeed kind-hearted. Nearly everyone in this team owed their lives to her. Whether they were ability users, or their friends and family, or simply ordinary people, they all had to express their gratitude for Zhou Lingshu's life-saving grace. Amidst the many trapped students on a university's campus, Zhou Lingshu chose to save those she had previously known, sparing them from the jaws of the zombies. This act of mercy endeared her to the members of the team. Of course, the initial few were saved directly by Zhou Lingshu. Subsequent individuals were rescued under her command, with the entire team working together. Nonetheless, it was Zhou Lingshu who initiated their rescue, and thus the gratitude was rightfully attributed to her. Moreover, unlike other team leaders who only rescued ability users, she would also save ordinary people. This compassion further deepened the respect her team members held for her. Even a man who had just labeled Xian Miao a burden found his gaze warming upon hearing Zhou Lingshu's inclusive response. Humans possess an inherent inclination towards goodness. Everyone prefers the company of those with a sense of humanity. Although Zhou Lingshu was resolute in her decision to rescue those burdens, the ability users in the team bore little discontent. For even as ability users, they had family members who were ordinary. Zhou Lingshu's willingness to save a few ordinary individuals instilled confidence among the group, encouraging their loyalty towards her. Furthermore, Zhou Lingshu was not a leader with an overly idealistic approach, saving everyone indiscriminately. She only occasionally extended her hand to aid ordinary people. These ordinary individuals, fearful of being abandoned, diligently contributed to the team, hardly becoming a hindrance. In fact, in recent days, 2 ordinary people had surprisingly developed abilities. This enhancement bolstered the team's strength and naturally diminished dissent. There it is. Zheng Yao spotted the convenience store sign ahead, his expression lighting up as he quickened his pace. Upon seeing the zombies surrounding the store, the group exchanged glances and hastened their steps. No matter the circumstances, they had arrived. If there was a chance to save someone, they must take it. Zheng Yao possessed fire abilities, with formidable strength and great potential for the future. Cultivating a good rapport with him was undoubtedly wise. Miao Miao! Miao Miao! Where are you? As soon as Zheng Yao reached the entrance of the convenience store, he began to loudly call Xian Miao's name. The zombies, drawn by his voice, turned their attention towards him. Unfazed, Zheng Yao unleashed fireballs upon the approaching zombies. Human clothing is flammable, and humans themselves are combustible. Now that they had transformed into zombies, Zheng Yao felt no psychological burden in igniting them. Zombies were incinerated, buried in the earth, or bound by vines. This team was truly a hidden trove of talent, comprising all manner of ability users. Observing the scene outside, Xin Miao raised an eyebrow in quiet admiration. As the zombies were cleared away, Zheng Yao swiftly entered the convenience store, searching for signs of Xin Miao. Miao Miao, where are you? Behind him, a rustling sound echoed. Zheng Yao swiftly turned around to see a girl with her head covered by a silk scarf rising from behind the cash register. Zheng Yao, I'm here. A delicate and feeble voice emerged from beneath the scarf. The girl lowered the scarf, revealing a pale face with disheveled hair. Upon seeing Zheng Yao, her eyes instantly reddened, glistening with tears. Miao Miao. Without waiting for her to elaborate, Zheng Yao hurriedly stepped around the counter to embrace her. Zheng Yao, you finally came to rescue me. She sobbed. What has happened to this city? Suddenly, people have turned into monsters, resembling the zombies from novels. I'm so frightened. Do not fear, Miao Miao. Zheng Yao reassured her, gently wiping her tears. I am here with you. As long as I am by your side, you shall be safe. A soft scoff emanated from behind Zhou Lingxue. It was exasperating. At such a time, Miao Miao was still being dramatic, and only Zheng Yao seemed foolish enough to indulge her. Without needing to look back, Zhou Lingxue knew who had spoken. Yu Erong had long held feelings for Zheng Yao, but he remained oblivious, completely focused on Miao Miao. Zhou Lingxue listened quietly, her expression unfazed. Soon, it would become clear who among Yu Erong and Miao Miao was more suited for Zheng Yao. In a convenience store, after Zheng Yao and Miao Miao had somewhat calmed their excitement from their reunion, before Miao Miao could navigate her way around counter, Zheng Yao suddenly swept her up in his arms. She gasped as he lifted her over the counter and into his embrace. Zheng Yao, how do you possess such strength? She stared at him, bewildered. Although Zheng Yao often worked out and had a decent physique, this level of strength was unexpected. Miao Miao, I have special abilities. Zheng Yao chuckled lightly at her adorably dazed expression. Such abilities enhance a person's physical capabilities. Almost every individual who awakens these powers experiences a significant improvement in their physical condition. Of course, the extent of this enhancement depends on the individual's original fitness and the strength of their abilities. Zheng Yao, who already exercised regularly, exhibited remarkable improvement due to his potent abilities. Special abilities? Were those? Miao Miao's face reflected confusion, reminiscent of the powers described in novels. The members of the team displayed disappointment. Miao Miao was indeed an ordinary person. Zheng Yao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself, leaning down to whisper in Miao Miao's ear. So I lack special abilities? Not at all, Miao Miao. Special abilities may not manifest immediately. Yours might awaken later. Just as Miao Miao was about to inquire further, Zhou Lingxue stepped forward. Welcome to our team, Miao Miao. Zhou Lingxue extended her hand with a smile. Miao Miao hesitated before shaking it. As her hands touched, she felt the jade pendant around her neck was still cold, causing Zhou Lingxue to frown slightly. Another useless one. In the months leading up to the apocalypse, Zhou Lingxue had purchased a jade pendant from an antique street. At the time, it was carelessly displayed on a stall, exuding a plastic-like quality, yet inexplicably, Zhou Lingxue decided to buy it. Later, while cutting fruit, she accidentally sliced her hand. A drop of blood fell onto the pendant, and in that instant, a gentle glow enveloped it, as if the veiled beauty had finally unveiled her face, rendering the pendant ethereal and transparent. Zhou Lingxue was astonished, as a myriad of scenarios from novels and dramas flashed through her mind. Space. Spiritual spring? However, after several days of testing, the pendant remained unresponsive, leaving her disheartened. Nevertheless, she continued to wear it, as even without other effects, it could still nurture her body. When the zombie outbreak occurred and the apocalypse descended, Zhou Lingxue unexpectedly discovered the true utility of the pendant. It could detect people's special abilities. Whenever someone with abilities approached her, she would feel the pendant grow warm. The stronger the ability, the more pronounced the warmth. Conversely, weaker abilities generated less heat. Zhou Lingxue even discerned other uses for the pendant. If a person possessed latent potential for special abilities, even if they had not yet manifested, the pendant would still react. This was evident when she first encountered several ordinary members of her team, as she felt the pendant's warmth upon contact. Mio, I possess fire abilities. Look, Zheng Yao opened his hand, and a fireball ignited above his palm. Oh, Miao Miao instinctively took a couple of steps back. Her lips parted in astonishment as she gazed at the fireball. Zheng Yao found her reaction amusing. Do not be afraid, Miao Miao. I can control it. He suppressed a laugh and gently took her hand, guiding her closer to the fireball. Zheng Yao, it is truly hot, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she looked at him. Indeed, Zheng Yao extinguished the fireball and, noticing no one was watching, swiftly planted a kiss on Miao Miao's cheek. What are you doing? She protested, wiping her face and glaring at him. Zheng Yao had never dared to kiss her so casually before. They were still in the ambiguous phase of their relationship. While Zheng Yao was quite infatuated, Miao Miao had not yet decided whether to pursue a serious relationship with him. Miao Miao, you are truly adorable. Since their reunion, Zheng Yao felt an overwhelming surge of affection. Perhaps the joy of reuniting amidst the apocalypse had intensified their previously ambiguous feelings. The more he looked at her, the more endearing she appeared, and he longed to be close to her. He tenderly squeezed her small hand, gazing intently into her eyes. Miao Miao, come with me to City C. Feeling the warmth radiating from Zheng Yao, Miao Miao instinctively distanced herself. Special abilities might not only alter one's physique, but also transform one's temperament. Although Zheng Yao came from a well-off family, his strict upbringing prevented him from developing the bad habits often associated with wealthy youths. Instead, he retained a certain naivete, almost foolishness, reminiscent of someone raised in privilege. However, it was this very innocence that intrigued Miao Miao. Before meeting Zheng Yao, she had not encountered anyone so obliviously wealthy. Therefore, after getting to know him, she found herself genuinely contemplating a relationship with him. After all, opportunities like this were rare. Not many rich and pliable individuals existed. Yet now, this silly boy had learned to sneak attacks. Since their reunion, he had made numerous little moves. Miao Miao could have easily walked out from behind the cash register, yet he seized the moment to lift her up, showcasing his strength. Now, he was demonstrating his abilities, stealing a kiss while she was still in shock. Zheng Yao, you know my family does not reside in City C. Miao Miao's home was not in major cities like A or C, but rather in a small, remote county. Before attending university, she had never traveled by high-speed train or airplane, nor had she ever been on vacation. A flower that appeared vibrant and lush had not blossomed at a greenhouse, but had instead thrived in poverty-stricken surroundings. Many were often surprised upon learning this fact. Initially, Miao Miao felt embarrassed to mention it, fearing it would tarnish her goddess-like image. Yet eventually, when she discovered this detail could evoke sympathy, she began to consciously exploit it. Sure enough, upon hearing her mention it, Zheng Yao gently caressed her face, his gaze filled with compassion. Miao Miao, that is not your home. It is your uncle's family. Miao Miao's parents had tragically passed away in an accident when she was very young, leaving behind some compensation from the construction site mishap. However, once she was taken in by her uncle's family, that money rightfully became theirs. While they did not mistreat Miao Miao, after all, they were blood relatives, they certainly did not treat her exceptionally well either. With 2 children of their own to raise alongside Miao Miao, the financial burden was considerable. Had that compensation ever been spent on Miao Miao? Undoubtedly. Did uncle's family take advantage of the situation for their own gain? Undoubtedly. Otherwise, why would Aunt Xian no longer work since Xian Miao arrived at their home, and even enjoy a comfortable life playing mahjong in her leisure time? Zheng Yao, you shouldn't say that. Xian Miao's eyes sparkled with tears, her voice soft. If that place isn't my home, then I have no home. Miao Miao, I'm sorry. Realizing his mistake, Zheng Yao felt a pang of regret and hurriedly wiped Xian Miao's tears away. That's not what I meant. I was merely saying that your uncle's family lives far from City A, and things are chaotic everywhere now. If you wish to return, the journey could be perilous. Miao Miao, please come with me to City C. Once we arrive there, I'll help you find out about your uncle's family. To City C? Xian Miao looked up at Zheng Yao, her expression confused and helpless. But I've never been to City C. Zheng Yao embraced the girl gently, patting her back reassuringly. It's all right. I'm here with you, Miao Miao. I will protect you. Xin Miao not that sopti. All right. I will go to City C with you. Thank you, Zheng Yao. Zheng Yao's expression softened. There's no need to thank me. The leaves crunched loudly underfoot. How intolerable. How many more times must Xian Miao go through this? Such pretense, truly reminiscent of a scheming individual. Yu Erong seethed with indignation, whispering to her friend. Hearing her words, Zhou Ling Shui cast a fleeting glance in their direction. Zheng Yao treated Xian Miao well, yet the times have changed. Those with abilities are the hope for the future. Xian Miao, lacking any potential for abilities, would would only be a burden to him. Xin Miao hasn't realized the world has transformed yet, but once he becomes weary of protecting Xin Miao, he may not want to continue carrying her along. Chapter 74. The supporting character of the Apocalypse novel. After picking up Xin Miao, the team hastened their pace towards City C, observing the group of young individuals. Many victims sought their help. Zhou Ling Shui only saved one or two, neglecting the rest. The entire team comprised two vehicles, one driven by Zhou Ling Shui and the other by Xin Miao. Naturally, they could not drive the entire way, as there would be shifts in driving duties, but overall, the responsibility for these two vehicles lay with them. Xin Miao's vehicle was his own. Previously an automotive enthusiast, he enjoyed collecting and modifying cars. His vehicle performed excellently, capable of weaving through hordes of zombies with ease. Zhengge, it's your turn. Noticing Xin Miao still conversing with Xin Miao, the man hesitated before calling out again. Feng Ye, coming. Xin Miao instructed Xin Miao, just sit in the back and don't be afraid. We will definitely reach City C safely. Seeing Xin Miao nod obediently, Xin Miao felt a surge of affection, resisting the urge to ruffle her hair as he noticed the dust on his hands. Miao Miao, you should sit next to that. He glanced at everyone in the vehicle and pointed to a boy clad in a black hoodie at the back. Miao Miao, sit beside him. Kitty, move aside and make room for Miao Miao. The boy, with his head lowered, looked up at the sound of his name, revealing a handsome face framed by tousled black hair, which gave him an air of aloofness. Kitty remained silent, coldly averting his gaze as he shifted slightly to create space. Xin Miao, he doesn't seem very approachable, Xin Miao whispered to him, her expression troubled. Xin Miao felt a blush creep to his ears at her soft breath against him and squeezed her hand gently. It's okay at this age. He is probably just a typical rebellious teenager. Xin Miao had chosen Xin Miao's seat with great care, although the team did not overtly discriminate against ordinary individuals. Those with abilities still held certain unspoken advantages. Suddenly acquiring great power had led many to become arrogant, viewing ordinary people as mere servants for their logistics, gradually taking it for granted. Xin Miao did not wish for Xin Miao to be belittled by those with abilities, even if only verbally. Kili, being an ordinary person without abilities, would not dare to bully Xin Miao, who was also an ordinary individual. As they settled into the vehicle, Xin Miao found herself sandwiched between Qi Li on her left and Mo Yumeng on her right. Montak Yumeng, a water-type ability user and a friend of Yu Er Rong, turned her head away dismissively upon noticing Xin Miao sitting next to her. Hello, I'm Xin Miao. You must be Qi Li, right? Xin Miao greeted him. Qi Li turned his head slightly, his striking black and white eyes meeting hers for a fleeting moment. That glance felt chilling, sending shivers down her spine. Thank you for giving me your seat, she said with a nervous smile, quickly averting her gaze. No wonder Qi Li was so good-looking. The girls in the team kept their distance from him. He was like a solar insulator. Even the warmest sunlight cast an inexplicable chill when it touched him. As the vehicle started, time passed without notice until Xin Miao suddenly heard Qi Li speak. You don't have any abilities. Xin Miao paused, looking at him. Yes, I don't. This was common knowledge among the team. The boy's demeanor remained indifferent as he glanced at her again. You don't have any now, and you never will. Xin Miao frowned, slightly displeased. Xin Miao said it's possible I just haven't awakened them yet. You don't have the seed of abilities within you. His words fell softly, yet they struck Xin Miao's heart, causing her expression to shift. A seed of abilities? What is that? Glancing around, she noticed most of the team members were asleep, oblivious to their conversation. She lowered her voice to ask Qi Li, why don't I have it? Do all those with abilities have this seed? Kitty painted forward. Xin Miao looked up to see Zheng Yao watching her through the rearview mirror. The moment their eyes met, he smiled brightly. Xin Miao returned the smile, and Zheng Yao's spirits lifted as he mouthed, I'll come over to keep you company shortly. Unbeknownst to her, the vehicle had been traveling for quite some time, and it was almost time to stop for a break. When Xin Miao turned back to Qi Li, she found him with his eyes closed, his demeanor once again distant, as if he hadn't spoken to her moments before. During their rest stop, Zheng Yao naturally took 2 portions of food. The one distributing the food was Mo Yumeng, who, watching Zheng Yao walk away, muttered about wasting food on ordinary people. Of course, she did not dare voice her thoughts too loudly. After all, there was more than just Xin Miao among the ordinary individuals. Some ability users also brought family members. When they rescued Xin Miao, they had also raided a convenience store. In truth, their supplies were ample, enough to sustain them until they reached City C. Hearing Mo Yumeng's words, Zhou Ling Shui, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them. Ling Shui, I was just joking. Noticing Zhou Ling Shui's disapproving look, Mo Yumeng felt a jolt of fear and quickly smiled. Zhou Ling Shui disliked any form of discrimination against ordinary people within the team. Whenever she witnessed ability users bullying them, she would intervene. Over time, the ordinary individuals grew grateful for Zhou Ling Shui's protection. However, Mo Yumeng had privately criticized Zhou Ling Shui for being overly compassionate. The core strength of the team lay with the ability users, and Zhou Ling Shui's repeated favoritism towards ordinary people made her fear they might rebel. Mo Yumeng harbored some dissatisfaction about this. As far as she knew, some ability users in the team also felt discontent towards Zhou Ling Shui. Although Zhou Ling Shui had saved their lives, they still intended to part ways with her once they reached City C. Mo Yumeng viewed Zhou Ling Shui as short-sighted, unaware that Zhou Ling Shui never regarded them as companions. The journey to City C was merely a process for Zhou Ling Shui to sift through potential allies, eliminating those with ulterior motives and those with insufficient abilities, leaving only those she deemed worthy. Yet, looking into the distance, where Zheng Yao and Xin Miao were seated, Zhou Ling Shui did not entirely disagree with Mo Yumeng's words. Retaining those ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken their abilities could prove beneficial, as they might become loyal supporters of Zhou Ling Shui in the future. However, individuals like Xin Miao, devoid of potential, are indeed a drain on the team's resources. Miao Miao, what did you discuss with Qi Li in the car? Zheng Yao prepared instant mashed potatoes, handing them to Xin Miao, then squatting in front of her, watching her eat. Xin Miao paused her movements, not lifting her gaze. Her expression unchanged. She merely greeted him. Really? Zheng Yao furrowed his brows in doubt, his dark eyes fixed on Xin Miao. Qi Li is quite reclusive, rarely speaking to others. Zheng Yao, do you have something to say? Xin Miao looked up at him, a hint of displeasure on her face. Yet her tone retained a playful softness, diminishing the edge of her retort. Miao Miao. Zheng Yao grasped Xin Miao's hand, kissing it gently, and stated earnestly, I dislike your closeness with other men. Chapter 75. The supporting character of the apocalypse. The school bell for Xin Miao was taken aback. Zheng Yao had never expressed such sentiments before. Although he harbored feelings for her and wished to grow closer, he had never spoken so possessively until today. Zheng Yao, I was simply conversing with Qi Li to thank him for giving me his seat. I know, Miao Miao. Noticing the slight frown on Xin Miao's brow and her displeasure, Zheng Yao cupped her hands, leaning in slightly closer. Miao Miao, it's actually my insecurity. I want to be with you. Before the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, they had known each other for several months, during which their relationship had been quite harmonious. Now, amid the chaos of a transformed world, witnessing the loss of acquaintances left Zheng Yao feeling a profound desire for them to remain together, never to part. His heartfelt words softened Xin Miao's expression. Aren't we together now? We are merely walking together for the time being, Miao Miao. You have yet to truly agree to be with me. Xin Miao was momentarily at a loss for words. Zheng Yao sought her affirmation, a commitment to transition from ambiguous friends to a couple. Feeling the intensity of Zheng Yao's gaze, she hesitated to respond. It was not an unreasonable request. They had shared a flirtatious bond before the apocalypse, and their interactions post-apocalypse resembled that of a couple. Yet, as she felt the warmth and strength of his hand enveloping hers, a premonition tugged at her. Should she agree, it might lead to unforeseen complications. Since their reunion, Zheng Yao had frequently embraced and kissed her. Once their relationship was officially defined, would he not desire to take it further? Xin Miao did not reject Zheng Yao, but she resisted the tumultuous environment surrounding them. In this chaotic and uncertain world, her focus was elsewhere, and she found it surprising that Zheng Yao entertained such thoughts. Each embrace revealed an underlying restlessness within him. Was this the influence of his abilities? Was it the fire element, or did all powers carry such effects? Xin Miao's gaze drifted toward Qi Li, who sat alone, seemingly possessing profound knowledge regarding the abilities and the reason for her own lack of powers. Miao Miao. Zheng Yao's voice was heavy. Following her gaze to Qi Li, a shadow passed over Zheng Yao's face. initially perceiving Qi Li as an ordinary youth without threat. Xin Miao now felt discontent as he noticed Xin Miao's attention toward him. Miao Miao, who are you looking at? Xin Miao withdrew her gaze, not answering Zheng Yao, but instead softly inquired, Zheng Yao, do you know why you possess powers? Zheng Yao was taken aback, puzzled by the sudden shift in conversation. I don't know, but I believe it is undoubtedly linked to the emergence of zombies. The virus transforms people into zombies, but it can also evolve others into those with abilities. Miao Miao, don't worry about this. Perhaps you will awaken your powers in due time. If not, it's okay, I will be here. Previously, Zheng Yao had received news that City C had established a base for the apocalypse, and he had spotted his family's names among the list of leaders released by the base. As long as there were no unforeseen events, a smooth journey to City C awaited them. Even if Xin Miao did not possess powers, Zheng Yao was confident in protecting her. Moreover, their current situation was quite favorable. Observing the bright-eyed, radiant girl, even in the midst of the apocalypse, Zheng Yao felt an overwhelming sense of darkness lift. Before the apocalypse, Miao Miao had always seemed elusive, like an untouchable breeze. Just as he felt her presence, she would slip away. Now that soft wind could finally be held close. What did it matter if she lacked powers? Without them, she would remain dependent on him, staying by his side. Zheng Yao looked at Xin Miao again, asking Miao Miao, do you wish to be with me? He squatted down, holding her hand before his lips, looking up at her earnestly. The scene resembled a proposal. Should Xin Miao agree, he would place a ring on her finger and kiss it tenderly. Feeling the pressure mounting from Zheng Yao, Xin Miao's brow furrowed briefly before returning to a serene expression. She lowered her head, contemplating for a moment, then looked up, offering him a gentle smile. I am willing, Zheng Yao. Of course, I wish to be with you. Circumstances dictated that although Zheng Yao was inquiring of Xin Miao, he truly sought a singular answer. I'll just go along with it for now. Wonderful, Miao Miao. Zheng Yao embraced Xin Miao, relishing the warmth and softness in his arms, the gloom that had shadowed his features dissipating, replaced by a bright smile. Miao Miao, I'm truly delighted. I'm happy too. Observing the embracing couple, Qi averted his gaze calmly. Their faces radiated joy, a rare sight in the apocalypse. Drawing many glances from the team, within the small group, Qi sensed a plethora of emotional fluctuations, some envious, some melancholic. Each person's calm exterior concealed a myriad of emotions. Among these, Zheng Yao's excitement surged, yet the girl in his embrace remained tranquil, a hint of restlessness lingering. Qi extended his senses once more to scan Xin Miao. As always, she lacked the unique energy signature that distinguished those with powers. She was merely an ordinary person. However, at least she had made a correct decision for now. With Zheng Yao by her side, as long as he protected her constantly, it was unlikely that Zhou Lingxue would treat her as expendable. Gazing at his palm, frost forming within it, Qi felt a sense of calm. His second ability had finally manifested. Perhaps this was the very reason Zhou Lingxue had saved him. The convoy continued its journey. Recently, a fortunate event transpired. Qi had awakened his ice abilities, enhancing the team's strength. However, misfortune also struck. While passing through a village, the group sought shelter in an empty house, but was besieged by a horde of zombies. A boy from the team failed to escape and perished among the undead. Following his death, his mother unexpectedly awakened her powers. Miao Miao, what troubles you? Xin Miao was observing that mother. In her middle age, bereft of her child, the mother wept inconsolably, lamenting her failure to awaken her powers sooner, believing that perhaps her son might still be alive. Zhou Lingxue instructed the team to give the boy a proper burial. There were too many zombies. He had been torn to pieces and could not become one of them. Perhaps this was a mercy for him. Thank you, Captain. The boy's mother grasped Zhou Lingxue's hand, tears streaming down her face in gratitude. Life is unpredictable. Such events are beyond anyone's anticipation. Zheng Yao assumed Xin Miao mourned for the mother and son, wrapping his arms around her in a gentle embrace. Yet, he remained unaware that, in the original narrative, it was Xin Miao who was meant to perish today. Chapter 76. The supporting character of the apocalypse. The school bell 5 Xin Miao's gaze drifted towards Zhou Lingxue, who was comforting the boy's mother. Though her expression remained placid and unassuming, lacking the tearful demeanor of others, the sincerity in her demeanor contrasted sharply with her usual aloofness. Captain, thank you. I truly understand that without you, Both Xiao Rui and I would have perished in City A. Yet, I cannot accept the reality that it was not I who died. Let me take his place and bring Xiao Rui back. The boy's mother wept inconsolably, pounding her chest in anguish, wishing she could replace her deceased son. Witnessing her sorrowful lamentation, even the hardened hearts of the team could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Do not cry, gather your strength. Xiao Rui in heaven would not wish for you to be despondent. Zhou Lingxue gently patted the woman's back. Live well, even if it is for Xiao Rui's sake. The soothing words, delivered in a cold tone, only intensified the perception of Zhou Lingxue's warm heart beneath her frosty exterior. You are right, Captain. Thank you, thank you. The boy's mother expressed her gratitude once more, her tear-streaked eyes filled with trust and reliance on Zhou Lingxue. Observing this scene, Xin Miao could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Lingxue was indeed kind and decisive. Without her, their team might not have been so numerous. Lingxue? Xin Miao turned to Zheng Yao. Are you too close? Lingxue and I are. Before he could finish, Zheng Yao suddenly chuckled, his dark eyes glinting with a hint of pride. Miao Miao, are you feeling jealous? Although Zheng Yao had never dated anyone before, he had heard his friends discuss how women could be sensitive regarding their boyfriend's female friends. Jealous? Xin Miao replied with a half-smile. Is there anything between you that would warrant my jealousy? Seeing her expression, Zheng Yao's smugness dissipated. He coughed awkwardly and quickly clarified. Miao Miao, Lingxue and I. No, I'm just classmates with Zhou Lingxue. We used to be in the same department, and now we are merely traveling together to survive, so our relationship has improved somewhat. However, there is absolutely no romantic entanglement. It is strictly a partnership. Oh, is that so? Indeed, Miao Miao. There is nothing between us. You must believe me. As Zheng Yao hurriedly explained, Xin Miao turned her gaze away, letting out a soft huff. Zheng Yao grew even more eager, embracing Xin Miao to clarify his position. Wow, Zheng Yao's affection is truly pouring out towards me. The system mused, perplexed. Zheng Yao appeared anxious, desperate for the host to believe him. Yet his affection seemed to flourish. Ever since the host agreed to be with Zheng Yao, she had not acted overly cautious or submissive. Why then did his affection continue to grow? Late at night, when she craved warm food, Zheng Yao would prepare it. When she wished to change clothes, he would find them for her. When she expressed a desire to drive and learn skills for the apocalypse, Zheng Yao would seize opportunities to teach her in safe areas. Over this period, the team began to understand why some had previously labeled Xin Miao as difficult. She was indeed challenging, and her demands frustrated them. The last incident had nearly incited a riot within the team, with accusations directed at Xin Miao for being inconsiderate and at Zheng Yao for his blindness. Yet, amidst the chaos, Zheng Yao had one unwavering stance. The vehicle was his, and he had procured the fuel. He had every right to use it as he saw fit. Of course, there was an unspoken subtext. His vehicle was not merely transportation. The base in City C was also his family stronghold. To enter that base smoothly, the others dared not confront Zheng Yao. For various reasons, the team members could only endure in silence. Eventually, they discovered that Xin Miao was a quick learner. Her driving skills commendable, and she did not hinder their progress. Gradually, their initial reluctance faded. After all, driving in the apocalypse was arduous work. Having another person to share the burden was a blessing. However, from that point on, Xin Miao became someone they all avoided. An ordinary individual devoid of any powers. She did not exhibit diligence or charm, nor did she flatter the empowered. Instead, she dared to be choosy and make demands. The team grew weary of her, yet, recognizing her tenacity, they also understood she was not easily intimidated. Thus, a situation of respectful distance emerged. Zheng Yao's constant protection of Xin Miao, coupled with many actions that others disapproved of, not only distanced Xin Miao from the team, but also reduced Zheng Yao's friendships within a group. The system was utterly baffled. The host had driven a wedge between Zheng Yao and his friends, completely altering the dynamics that had previously seen him cherished as a vital member of the team. How could his affection still thrive? Lingxue and I are merely partners heading to City C. Once we arrive there, we will part ways. Miao Miao, do not misunderstand my relationship with her. Aside from this connection, we are truly not familiar. Zheng Yao continued to explain, while Xin Miao stood with her arms crossed, seemingly indifferent. The system scratched its head, utterly perplexed by the situation. Humans were indeed complex. Of course, as a technological creation, it could not comprehend that some men derive pleasure from such tumultuous dynamics. The more a woman challenges him, exhibiting petulance and unreasonable behavior, the more he finds himself drawn to her. After comforting the mother of Xiao Rui and receiving her sincere gratitude, Zhou Lingxue lifted her gaze and caught sight of Xin Miao and Zheng Yao in the distance. Observing Zheng Yao's infatuated demeanor, Zhou Lingxue narrowed her eyes, withdrawing her gaze. During this time, her relationship with Zheng Yao had significantly cooled. The decline in Zheng Yao's reputation within the team made it difficult for Zhou Lingxue to continue placing her trust in him, lest it provoke dissatisfaction among others. More importantly, Zheng Yao had, whether intentionally or not, distanced himself from Zhou Lingxue. He spent all his time around Xin Miao, leaving no opportunity for friendships with others. Previously, Zheng Yao often engaged with Zhou Lingxue in discussions about the team's future and the pathways for empowered individuals in this apocalypse. Now, he seemed to adopt a stance of separation as soon as they arrived in City C. Zhou Lingxue felt disheartened. She had held high hopes for Zheng Yao, envisioning him as a significant part of their team's future, yet now, he felt like a lost cause. All of this turmoil stemmed from Xin Miao's presence. Ever since she joined the team, conflicts had multiplied. It was astonishing how an ordinary person could incite so much chaos. Even as Zhou Lingxue marveled, a flicker of malice stirred within her. Had Zheng Yao not been perpetually by Xin Miao's side, today should have unfolded quite differently. Lingxue, there are numerous zombies ahead. Mo Yuming's voice trembled with urgency. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingxue immediately looked up, her pupils dilating in shock. They were currently resting at the end of the street, and, at the other end, a 6-story building was overrun with zombies, nearly engulfing the structure. To their astonishment, a man stood calmly atop the roof. Chapter 77. The supporting role of the school beauty in the apocalypse. 6 Lingxue. What should we do now? Should we leave immediately? The team members anxiously questioned Zhou Lingxue. However, she was too preoccupied to respond. At that moment, the jade pendant around her neck felt as though it were burning, signaling the presence of a powerful individual nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Lingxue recognized that the one who caused the pendant to react so strongly was undoubtedly the man surrounded by zombies, yet exuding an air of tranquility. The strength of his abilities was staggering. Even at such a distance, he could provoke such a reaction from her pendant. A strong desire welled up within Zhou Lingxue. She wished to meet this man, to know this formidable being. Let us go. We must leave at once. Zhou Lingxue ultimately made her decision. The multitude of zombies posed a lethal threat to their small team, while the man could handle them with ease. There would be future opportunities to meet. Zhou Lingxue could not afford to relinquish the hard-earned foundation she had built. Everyone, get in the car, quickly. Upon hearing Zhou Lingxue's decision, the questioning team member immediately called for everyone to board the vehicle. Hurry! While the zombies are distracted, we must drive away swiftly, otherwise, we will be trapped. The sight of the zombies swarming the building was harrowing, even after enduring the apocalypse for so long. The team members felt their hearts race with fear. Just as they were packing their belongings to leave, it seemed that something had shifted amidst the sea of corpses. The zombies appeared to have lost their purpose, no longer desperately climbing towards the building. They staggered and dispersed, only to notice a group of people on the street. Oh my God, the zombies are coming this way. As Zhou Lingxue was opening the car door, she turned around and saw that the man on the rooftop had vanished without a trace. The zombies, catching the strong scent of the living, rushed towards them with alarming speed. How fast? My heavens, this horde of zombies is incredibly swift. Unlike the sluggish zombies encountered earlier, these creatures moved with remarkable agility. And within a blink, they had already reached the middle of the long street. Panic ensued among the team. Drive! Quick drive! Everyone scrambled into the vehicle in a frenzy. Several ability users unleashed their powers. Some hurled fireballs, others ensnared with vines, while Zhou Lingxue conjured a gust of wind. But there were simply too many zombies. As they eliminated those in front, more surged forward from behind, with some even evading their abilities. At that moment, despair enveloped them, and a terrifying thought arose in unison. The zombies had evolved. Miao Miao, hurry over here. Zheng Yao was already beside the car, the door wide open, reaching out towards Xin Miao. The ability users were sprinting, leaving Xin Miao, an ordinary person, struggling to keep up. Zheng Yao had initially returned to the car for supplies, unaware of the sudden turn of events that left him away from Xin Miao's side. Zhou Lingxue had already taken the driver's seat and, upon witnessing the scene, her gaze flickered with concern. "Host, run faster, run faster. If you don't hurry, you'll become a zombie. The leading zombie is just 10 meters away from you." 9 meters, 8 meters. Xin Miao was racing towards Zheng Yao, who intended to intercept her, but somehow he tripped over a vine set by a teammate. "You wrong. Retract those vines." Zheng Yao cursed angrily while attempting to burn the vines with fire, frustrated by the hindrance. "Em sorry. I'm too nervous. I'll retract them immediately." Just as Xin Miao was about to reach the car, Yue Rong felt regret but could not make her actions too obvious and reluctantly withdrew the vines. However, the next moment, Xin Miao seemed to trip over something and fell to her knees, letting out a cry of pain. The fall was severe, rendering her unable to rise. "Zheng Yao." Xin Miao looked up at Zheng Yao, her eyes reddened with pain, tears welling as she reached out towards him. In that instant, the zombies behind her surged forward. Meow meow. Simultaneously, fireballs and ice blades struck the foremost zombies. The opposing elemental abilities clashed, significantly diminishing each other's power. Although the zombies were momentarily halted, more quickly poured in. "Let us go. We can't wait any longer," Zhou Lingxue shouted, leading the charge to drive away. On Zheng Yao's vehicle, the driver could no longer afford to wait, signaling to the others to pull Zheng Yao in before hastily driving off. "What are you doing?" Zheng Yao was hoisted into the car, restrained by several ability users. "Zheng Yao, there are too many zombies. Do you want us all to die alongside Xin Miao? Then let me down." "No way. If you want to die, we don't." Time was of the essence, and the group argued vehemently. If others chose to perish, letting him down would be a different matter. But Zheng Yao was not just anyone. His cousin was one of the leaders in Sea City's base, and they could not afford to let him recklessly seek death. Bound by vines, Zheng Yao attempted to ignite them, only to have his flames extinguished by Mo, who was watching him intently. Through the window, he saw Xin Miao sitting on the ground, the zombies almost upon her, and his heart shattered with fury. Beside Zheng Yao, Qili bowed his head, wiping his face. No one noticed that his hand was smeared with blood. Just as Xin Miao prepared to summon her spiritual power for help, the zombies suddenly halted in their tracks. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed into a nearby stairwell. It was an unfinished building. Xin Miao ran up without encountering a single zombie. Below, the previously stagnant zombies began to roar again, as if searching for the living who had vanished in the blink of an eye. "System, you are utterly useless. Had the zombies not suddenly stopped, your host would already be dead." Xin Miao refrained from informing the system that she could still mobilize her spiritual energy. If she could take advantage of others, she would avoid using her own resources. Hearing Xin Miao's words, the system fell silent, vowing to play dumb. After a while, sensing Xin Miao's continued silence, the system finally broke its silence. "Host, in situations like this, we generally provide a pain relief service." Upon hearing the system's cautious explanation, Xin Miao snorted coldly, frightening it into silence once more. "Ahem, what just happened? Why did the zombies suddenly stop? How strange." Aware of its inadequacy, the system quickly shifted the topic, feigning innocence. Xin Miao couldn't be bothered to respond. Approaching the window, she glanced at the spot where she had fallen, raising an eyebrow in thought. Truly, she was reminiscent of the decisive heroine in the original story. Meanwhile, the man resting with his eyes closed seemed to sense something. Abruptly opening his eyes, a mental ability. Chapter 78, The Cannon Fodder School Bell in the Apocalypse 7. After incapacitating Zheng Yao and tying him up, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mo wiped the sweat from her forehead, her expression weary. Zheng Yao had been continuously conjuring fireballs, forcing her to counter with her water abilities. Mo's powers were not particularly strong, and after this prolonged effort, she was utterly exhausted. "Oh no, Qili, why are you bleeding?" Upon hearing the word blood, the group reacted instinctively. In this world, bleeding was a perilous matter. If it was a wound inflicted by a zombie, the team would have to restrain Qili. Although the chance of infection was lower for ability users, there was still a possibility. Noticing the wary gazes from the others, Qili lifted his head, wiped his nose, and replied calmly, "It's just a nosebleed." The group collectively sighed in relief, realizing that Qi Li had no other injuries. How did you get a nosebleed? Mo Yumming, sitting beside him, inquired curiously. Normally, she hardly spoke to Qi Li, but now, discovering that he could also experience a nosebleed piqued her interest. I exerted too much effort while launching ice blades earlier. Qi Li's tone was cool. The group recalled that both Xin Miao and Qi Li had attempted to save Xin Miao when she was surrounded by zombies. Unfortunately, their opposing attributes, fire and ice, had diminished their combined efforts. Qi Li, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Looking at Qi Li's handsome face, Mo Yumming found herself unafraid of his aloofness for the first time and expressed her concern. However, given the circumstances, we couldn't withstand the zombies. Xin Miao, it's a pity. You've only recently awakened your abilities. Don't overexert yourself, or it will harm your health. Qi Li closed his eyes, offering no further response to Mo Yumming's words. She felt a moment of awkwardness, reassuring herself that Qi Li was not one to engage in conversation. After circling the small town, the man sensed no trace of the previous mental energy. He approached the rooftop of the 6-story building where he had seen a lifeless zombie lying on the ground. It was this very zombie that had granted him his mental abilities. Not only did it possess mental powers, but it also commanded lower-tier zombies using its advanced pressure. Earlier, when it was overwhelmed by the man, this high-tier zombie had summoned thousands of others to its aid, but to no avail. Ultimately, it met its demise. Gazing towards the street corner where the team had lingered, the man closed his eyes, attuning himself to the residual mental energy in the air. The mental abilities of this person far surpassed those of the zombie. If only he could. The man suddenly opened his eyes. That was a human, not a zombie. He told himself urgently, "Help?" A cry for rescue echoed in his ears. The man, however, remained indifferent, preparing to leave. There were still a few survivors in this small town. Earlier, when he had encountered the man, a survivor had implored for assistance, yet the man had ignored them. "Help! Help me!" The voice of a woman became increasingly clear. This sound emanated from the adjacent abandoned building, accompanied by her hurried footsteps and the growls of zombies pursuing her. Did she intend to reach the rooftop and leap? The man idly contemplated his newly acquired psychic abilities while dismissing the situation. This dilapidated structure was unconnected to the surrounding buildings. Even if she reached the top floor, it would only lead to a dead end. In this apocalyptic world, it was incredibly challenging for ordinary individuals to survive. She might as well stand still and allow the zombies to take a bite, joining their ranks. Salvahan Shul, help me. The girl finally reached the rooftop, just as the man had anticipated. She, like the other survivors, cried out to him for help. Yet this particular plea was difficult for him to ignore. Ansao, saveme. She recognized him. Han Xiao turned his gaze, spotting the girl desperately waving at him from the rooftop. Nearly a month had passed since the apocalypse began, and most people appeared disheveled. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. Yet the girl remained clean and tidy, despite the dust that had settled on her delicate face. It only served to accentuate the fairness of her cheeks. Upon seeing him, her face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling like stars, fervently waving at him. Han Shul, I'm here, please save me. It was her. Han Xiao recalled the afternoon filled with the sounds of cicadas. He had just finished playing basketball and was rinsing his head at the poolside. He looked up to find her handing him a pack of tissues. A blush adorned her exquisite face, and as Han Xiao accepted the tissues, her smile widened. Han Shul, thank you for the tissues. Han Xiao casually wiped his face, his expression indifferent, his lips curving slightly. No need for confessions. I'm not interested. With Zheng Yao around, that was sufficient. There was no need to be greedy. Han Xiao left the remaining tissues by the poolside, disregarding the girl's stiff demeanor as he turned to walk away. Returning to the present, Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. How could she think he would save her? Was it based on their previous acquaintance or her past confession? Han Xiao, I'm Xin Miao. Please save me. The girl continued to plead without pause, but even as the zombies broke through the door and surged onto the rooftop, the man remained motionless, coldly observing her from a distance. From his expression, the girl finally grasped the reality of the situation. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Han Shul, you bastard. Even if you dislike me, we're still classmates. Can't you just help me? Han Xiao showed no reaction to her moral coercion. He stood there expressionless, neither intending to save Xin Miao nor to leave, as if he wished to witness her demise at the hands of the zombies. As death approached, her words turned bitter, and she unleashed a torrent of curses. Bastard. Scum. I truly regret ever liking you. I must have been blind. The girl wept, tears streaming down her face as she climbed to the rooftop's edge, slowly rising to her feet. Rather than being bitten by zombies, she would rather take the plunge and leave this world, at least leaving this bastard with a psychological scar. A psychological scar? Han Xiao scoffed inwardly. Whether she fell to her death or was torn apart by zombies would not affect him in the slightest. Han Xiao, I hate you. Hate him all you want. One less person hating him wouldn't matter, and compared to him, shouldn't she hate the zombies more? Observing Han Xiao's unwavering indifference, the girl finally succumbed to despair. She glanced back at the advancing zombies, then cast one last look at Han Xiao. That glance conveyed hopelessness, a resigned tranquility, and even a hint of uncontainable sentiment. Han Xiao, you are not obligated to save me, just as you were never obliged to like me. Tears continued to flow, and the girl trembled as she wiped her eyes. Yet at this moment, she still felt fear. She did not wish to die. She closed her eyes, tears cascading like pearls caught in the wind. With a deep breath, she leaned forward just as the zombies reached for her hem. It was only the 6th floor. She might not die, but end up crippled. The girl trembled in fear, eyes tightly shut. Chapter 79. The Cannon Fodder School Bell of the Apocalypse. On the rooftop lay a discarded mattress. Han Xiao released his grip, and Xin Miao fell onto the mattress, gasping in shock as she slowly opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she was met with the decaying face of a zombie. Instinctively, she screamed, only to realize that this zombie had long since had its head caved in, rendering it utterly motionless. Leaning against the rooftop's edge, Han Xiao wore an expression of faint impatience. Upon seeing him, the girl gradually regained her composure. Han Xiao, you saved me? It was evident. Scanning the girl on the ground, Han Xiao frowned, regretting having saved such a troublesome individual. He had been prepared to watch her leap, yet in the end, he had intervened. Xin Miao stood up, noticing the zombies on the opposite building roaring in desperation, with some even climbing over their fallen comrades, only to miss their footing and tumble down. Biting her lip, she approached Han Xiao's side. Thank you, Han Xiao. How will you thank me? Han Xiao turned to the girl, noticing her dazed expression, a smirk forming on his lips. I asked how you will thank me. She continued to utter empty words. If she intended to express gratitude, shouldn't she offer something in return? Was she merely planning to thank him verbally? I will find a way to thank you later. Later? Han Xiao's lips curled slightly. You are an ordinary person without powers. In this apocalypse, your best future is merely to cling to others and survive. What do you have to offer me in gratitude later? His words were blunt and cutting. Hearing this, the girl's face paled, her eyes filled with anger. Yet contemplating that Han Xiao had saved her and that his strength was unfathomable, she restrained her feelings and merely said, I will find a way to thank you. Han Xiao averted his gaze, non-committal. Han Xiao. The girl attempted to soften her tone. Could you take me to the Sea City base? Xin Miao, calm down. We are almost at Sea City. Everyone is eager to see the base and try to contact family and friends. You insist on going back for Xin Miao. The most likely outcome is finding a zombie. After Zheng Yao awoke, the previously calm team erupted into chaos once more. He wanted to take his car back to find Xin Miao, and naturally, the others would not agree. You all are amazing, truly amazing. Zheng Yao glared at those preventing him, his eyes reddening, a cold smile on his lips. Using my car, burning my fuel, and now you won't even let me go back for my girlfriend. Aren't we about to reach the base? We could just split up now, each going our own way. Zheng Yao, your family is in Sea City. Don't you want to? Suddenly, Zheng Yao hurled a fireball at her, causing Yu Er-Rong to scream in panic as she frantically tried to extinguish the flames. Zheng Yao, Yu Er-Rong trembled with anger. I'm doing this for your own good. Did you really try to set me on fire? For my own good? You were the one who tripped me with vines. If not for you, I would have brought Miao Miao back already. As he spoke, Zheng Yao's anger intensified, wishing he could eliminate Yu Er-Rong. He aimed another fireball at her, knowing her wood-based abilities would leave her defenseless. Ling Shui, Captain, save me. Yu Er-Rong, feeling guilty, dare not argue with Zheng Yao, hurriedly hiding behind Zhou Ling Shui. Zheng Yao, don't go too far. After observing for a while, Zhou Ling Shui finally intervened. You were wrong indeed, made a mistake. But it was not a fatal one. You must understand that the primary reason lies in Xin Miao's slow pace, compounded by her panic which caused her to stumble. After Zhou Ling Shui spoke, Others chimed in, expressing their agreement. Indeed, we all managed to board the vehicle, yet she lagged behind. Should we have waited for her? Quite right. Even running on flat ground can lead to a fall. It merely indicates that Xin Miao was destined to face some tribulation. Zheng Yao, brother Zheng, we are aware of your fondness for Xin Miao, but now that she has returned from the brink, you must look ahead. Once we arrive in City C, you can act as you wish. With each voice adding to the chorus, Zheng Yao found himself unable to refute their words, his anger boiling beneath the surface, veins throbbing at his temples. His gaze reddened, and the tension in his body escalated, prompting the team members to remain vigilant against any sudden outburst. Sitting alone on a stone, Qili lifted his head, casting his gaze toward the distant grove, suddenly declaring, Xin Miao has returned. Witnessing Xin Miao weep in Zheng Yao's embrace, the others felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. Just moments ago, Qili's unexpected proclamation had left everyone bewildered. Who could have anticipated that Xin Miao would truly emerge from the woods? How had she survived? Surrounded by so many zombies, even those with abilities would struggle to escape. How could an ordinary person endure such peril and travel this far with the convoy? Miao Miao, please stop crying. Zheng Yao held her tightly, hastily wiping her tears, his voice thick with emotion. Although he had vowed to return for Xin Miao, deep down, he had feared the worst. Now that she was back, it was a treasure beyond measure. Sensing the inquisitive stares of the others, Xin Miao knew they had countless questions, so she offered an explanation. It was Han Xiao who saved me. He is the man from the rooftop, immensely powerful. After bringing me here, he left. Indeed, her words stirred a tempest of discussions within the team. Han Xiao was a legendary figure at a university, mysterious and rarely present, yet his stories lingered. For Xin Miao to encounter Han Xiao and confess her feelings was nothing short of fate. Upon hearing his name, Zhou Lingxue felt a tremor of recognition. It was indeed Han Xiao, but if it were him, it seemed entirely plausible. As the attention of the group shifted away to the absent Han Xiao, Xin Miao and Zheng Yao found a moment of solitude. Miao Miao, what is your connection with Han Xiao? Zheng Yao was aware of Xin Miao's past affections for him. Initially, she had sought to conceal her rejection, only for it to be leaked online. Fortunately, she had handled it gracefully, openly admitting her feelings for Han Xiao and preserving her image. Reflecting on Xin Miao's rescue, Zheng Yao's emotions were a tumultuous blend of relief and jealousy. Do not mention Han Xiao. Seeing the anger flare on her beautiful face, Zheng Yao was taken aback. Do you realize that I pleaded with Han Xiao for so long, and he refused to help me? It was only after I jumped that I finally moved him. Tears welled in her eyes as she recounted her near brush with death. Hearing the complaints carried on the wind, Han Xiao could not suppress a cold smile. He felt foolish for having been deceived by her facade. Had he known her true nature, he would never have fallen for a ruse. The sound of her sobs reached his ears as she continued to express her grievances to Zheng Yao, devoid of the caution she had previously displayed. Her soft words of gratitude and nostalgic recollections seemed designed to elicit sympathy, culminating in promises of future reciprocation. Han Xiao scoffed, reflecting on her cunning tactics. He realized she had played him for a fool, wagering on whether he would come to her rescue. In the end, she had won her gamble. Perhaps he had yet to fully grasp the nuances of his psychic abilities, but in a moment of impulse, he had rescued her. Now that he had, he contemplated leaving her to fend for herself. Yet he had returned her to the convoy, allowing her to reunite with her boyfriend. When had he become so benevolent? Observing her now, it was clear that his kindness had gone unappreciated. Hearing Xin Miao express her lack of lingering feelings for Han Xiao lifted Zheng Yao's spirits. He wiped her tears, but a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to scan their surroundings, though he perceived no immediate danger. Actually, it was not Han Xiao who saved me. First, Xin Miao lowered her voice, revealing a hidden truth to Zheng Yao. When you all drove away, I found myself surrounded by zombies, and at that moment, I had truly lost hope. Recalling the harrowing scene, Zheng Yao felt a pang of despair. Though he had been escorted away by the team, the weight of hopelessness loomed heavily in his heart. Initially, he had believed it was Han Xiao who had come to her aid, but now it seemed there was more to the story. At that moment, I was prepared to close my eyes and accept death. Yet suddenly, the zombies halted, and seizing that opportunity, I fled, saving my own life. Had they not stopped, I would have become one of them. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Why am I so unfortunate? With no powers, I still managed to trip while escaping. Xin Miao, initially troubled by the mystery of the zombie's sudden stillness, quickly produced a tube of ointment from his pocket. Miao Miao, please sit over there. Let me examine your injury. Okay. Xin Miao nodded, her tears subsiding. My knee hurts terribly. It feels as though it shattered in her haste to escape. She had neglected her injury, but now the pain surged forth. Pulling up her pant leg, she revealed a bruised knee, marred by a scratch from stone, with a hint of blood seeping through. How did I even fall? What terrible luck. I must have tripped on something. Xin Miao rinsed her wound gently with water before applying the ointment. As Xin Miao stifled her cries of pain, Qi Li watched them from a distance, his gaze lingering on her injury for a moment before shifting to Zhou Lingxue, who was engaged in conversation with the team. Zhou Lingxue, quindi perceptive, sensed qu'il y ait scrutiny. Turning to meet his indifferent expression, she felt a sense of confusion. Qi Li was known for his reclusive nature. What could he possibly want from her? Beneath the surface of the team, a current of tension flowed, all of which Han Xiao observed keenly. His gaze swept over each member, seeking the psychic ability user. Xin Miao's account aligned with his suspicions. There had indeed been a psychic user controlling the zombies, granting her precious moments to escape. However, who was it? Who, like him, had failed to see through this little white-eyed wolf's facade? Han Xiao's eyes scanned the abilities within the team. Although it was a time of rest, many were still honing their skills. He noted Zhou Lingxue's wind abilities, Zheng Yao's fire, Yuerong's wood, and Qi Li's ice, but no psychic user was present. Frowning, he realized he had not heard any mention of such an ability among their discussions. Either the individual was not part of the team or had concealed their powers. Resolving to abandon his search, Han Xiao quelled the restless energy within him, his expression growing pensive. Abilities belong to humans. Did he intend to devour them as he would zombies? He gazed at his palm, contemplating the notion. Zombies possess nuclei. Did abilities possess nuclei as well? If they did, could he absorb them? As the apocalypse unfolded, humanity had seemingly evolved, giving rise to those with powers. Han Xiao's ability was that of devouring. He could absorb the energy of nuclei and claim the abilities of others as his own. Such a terrifying ability is undoubtedly a distinct advantage for the male protagonist. By the later stages, Han Xiao alone is nearly equivalent to an entire army of supernatural beings. Even now, Han Xiao has gathered all the powers he has heard of. While most abilities are relatively common, the mental abilities are not only rare, but also difficult to detect. Han Xiao had only recently devoured a mental ability from a high-level zombie. However, this zombie's power had only just awakened and was quite feeble. Its ability to command the horde stemmed primarily from the pressure exerted by its own kind. Moreover, its control merely directed the zombie's insatiable craving for flesh, guiding them to concentrate their attacks on Han Xiao. In contrast, the mental ability user concealed within the crowd possesses a far more formidable power. He can halt the zombies, temporarily suppressing their instinctual hunger for flesh, a feat achievable only by a high-level supernatural being. The desire to consume lurked restlessly within Han Xiao, prompting him to close his eyes and sever that faint notion. The crystal nucleus burgeoned from his mind. Consuming zombies was merely the law of the jungle. Yet absorbing the powers of other supernatural beings edged perilously close to cannibalism. Although Han Xiao had taken many lives since the apocalypse and had never shied away from killing, he still harbored no desire to partake in human flesh. Upon reopening his eyes, Han Xiao's gaze fell upon Xin Miao. The wound stung due to the medicinal solution, and Zheng Yao was checking her bones. A careless touch to her injury elicited a painful cry. Observing her tearful eyes as she implored Zheng Yao to be gentle, Han Xiao's lips curled slightly. She deserved the pain. After casting one last glance at the girl, Han Xiao vanished from spot. Since Xin Miao's safe return, the atmosphere within the team has grown increasingly peculiar. Initially, there was some awkwardness among the members regarding their decision to abandon Xin Miao to the horde. However, as time passed and they reconciled with themselves, the faint guilt dissipated, leaving them emboldened in their rationale. They merely wished to survive. What was wrong with that? When faced with calamity, who cared whose vehicle it was? Had it not been for Zheng Yao's unique status, they would have discarded him as well. Naturally, such sentiments remained unspoken, merely lurking in their minds and surfacing inadvertently through their actions. In Chapter 81, the team's dynamics shifted. Yu Erong felt a twinge of guilt, unable to meet Xin Miao or Xin Miao's gaze. In her view, her act of ensnaring Xin Miao with vines was the reason he failed to rescue Xin Miao. Xin Miao shared this sentiment. Had Xin Miao not returned safely, he would have certainly sought retribution against Yu Erong. Spotting Yu Erong amidst the crowd, Xin Miao averted her gaze. Thus, Yu Erong was the supporting character, not the decisive heroine. While both had committed wrongs, Yu Erong trembled with fear, whereas Zhou Lingxue remained unfazed, her demeanor calm as if nothing had transpired. When Zheng Yao erupted in fury, intent on punishing Yu Erong, she even approached to mediate as an outsider. "Xiao Miao, what are you looking at?" Xin Miao shook her head, accepting the water Zheng Yao offered. "In 2 days, we will arrive at City C. Zheng Yao, will I be allowed into the base?" "Why would you be?" "Of course you can. But what, Xiao Miao? Look at our team now. I am virtually the only ordinary person left. You all possess abilities. What can I possibly do at the base? Is there truly a chance for ordinary individuals to survive in this apocalypse?" The girl's expression was one of confusion. Zheng Yao recognized her inner turmoil and hurried to comfort her. "Xiao Miao, our team is merely unique. There are plenty of ordinary people elsewhere. The City C base was built by ordinary individuals, so do not worry. Once we arrive, everything will be fine." Zheng Yao was also eager to reach City C. Following the earlier incident, only by placing Xin Miao within the safety of the base, their stronghold, could he feel at ease. "If you had abilities, I wouldn't let you venture out." Now that Xiao Miao was an ordinary person, Zheng Yao felt justified in placing her safely at the base, shielding her from the dangers of zombies. Xin Miao leaned against Zheng Yao's shoulder, slowly nodding. Unintentionally glancing up, her eyes met Qi Li's. He stared at her, seemingly lost in thought. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Xin Miao straightened up from Zheng Yao's shoulder and smiled faintly at Qi Li. Since her return, she had learned from others that it was Zheng Yao and Qi Li who had come to her aid when she was surrounded by zombies. Although Qi Li's ice abilities were newly awakened and his power was minimal, his kindness was deeply appreciated by both Xin Miao and Zheng Yao. However, when Zheng Yao approached Qi Li with supplies to express gratitude, Qi Li ignored him. Understanding Qi Li's reclusive nature, Zheng Yao did not take offense. Placing the items down and mentioning that Qi Li could seek his assistance upon arriving at the City C base before departing. "Thank you, Qi Li." Xin Miao mouthed silently in gratitude. Qi Li, unsure if he caught her words, closed his eyes, saying nothing. "Xiao Miao." Zheng Yao glanced at Qi Li and pulled Xin Miao into an embrace. "I will express my thanks to him." Zheng Yao held gratitude for Qi Li's assistance in rescuing Xin Miao. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a tinge of wariness. This silent fellow clearly harbored intentions toward Xiao Miao. "You saved me. It's absurd for you to be the one thanked. We share everything. What is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours. I am my own. I am not yours. Then I am yours." The endearing exchange hinted at a burgeoning bond, with Qi Li sensing that this time, besides Zheng Yao's affection, the girl seemed to lower her defenses, opening her heart to him. Although the incident in the small town was perilous, Zheng Yao emerged as the greatest victor. 2 days later, they finally glimpsed the silhouette of the City C base, and joy illuminated the faces of all team members. Zheng Yao led Xin Miao through the expedited passage for inspection, successfully entering the City C base. "What? I cannot enter? On what grounds?" Seeing the screen display a prohibition, Yu Erong's face contorted in disbelief. "I have no wounds, am not infected, and I am still a supernatural being. Why can't I enter? Unstable and dangerous individuals cannot enter the base. The base does not accept just anyone. If a powerful supernatural being is known for malevolence, admitting them would jeopardize the base's order. Although supernatural beings are currently highly regarded, having blood on their hands is not considered a stain. The base still prohibits certain dangerous individuals from entry. Of course, evidence must substantiate their danger. In this chaotic apocalypse, it is often challenging for ordinary people to gather evidence. Yet Zheng Yao utilized his privileges to keep Yu Erong and those who had subdued him outside the base's gates. It remains uncertain whether Yu Erong and her companions were overly naive or simply too trusting of Zheng Yao's pre-apocalyptic character. After offending Zheng Yao, they still dared to follow him to City C, seemingly unafraid of facing retribution on his territory. Perhaps they clung to a glimmer of hope, recalling Xin Miao's amiable nature before the apocalypse, believing he would not hold their past transgressions against them. Yet they failed to consider that the harshness of the apocalypse had tainted everyone. They had begun to relax their moral boundaries, discriminating against ordinary people and viewing indifference to death and violence as commonplace. How could they believe Xin Miao remained unaffected by the apocalypse? After shattering the skull of the first zombie and taking a life, Xin Miao had long ceased to be the man he once was. He had never forgotten the despair and rage of witnessing Xin Miao surrounded by zombies while he was forcibly restrained. The desire to eliminate everyone around him as a form of retribution lingered in his mind. Now, merely keeping these supernatural beings outside the base felt like an act of leniency on his part. Ling Xue, Captain, please help us. We don't want to be left outside. We want to enter the base too. Yu Erong and her companions clung to Zhou Lingxue, pleading for her intervention. Zhou Lingxue never anticipated that Xin Miao could be so ruthless. Witnessing the dissolution of the team she had painstakingly assembled left her feeling unusually flustered. Yan Yi, a tall man in military attire, strode in. Xin Miao, filled with excitement, rushed to greet him. After the apocalypse, aside from an initial period of contact with family, he had not received any news. In this moment, how could he not feel exhilarated? He had finally returned. Seeing her cousin, who was as close as a brother, return safely, Zhong Yan's usually stern face broke into an infrequent smile. It was a relief that he was back. Zheng Yao exchanged a few words with his cousin, inquiring about family matters, before turning to introduce Xin Miao. Miao Miao, this is my cousin Zhong Yan. Yin Ge, this is my girlfriend, Xin Miao. Upon hearing the term girlfriend, the man's piercing gaze shifted towards her. Chapter 82. The Cannon Fodder School Beauty of the Apocalypse 11. Hello, Zhong Yin Ge. The man's gaze was sharp, as if it could unveil the innermost thoughts of any observer. Xin Miao smiled politely, her lips curving in a gentle manner. The girl before him had ruby lips and pearly teeth, with crescent-shaped brows and starry eyes. Her voice was sweet and clear, evoking an indescribable comfort. Zhong Yin withdrew his gaze, nodding coolly. Miao Miao, don't take offense. Yin Ge is like this. After spending so long in the military, he tends to be straightforward and is not fond of idle chit-chat with strangers. After exchanging a few words with Zheng Yao, the man turned to leave again. As Zheng Yao watched him depart, he took Xin Miao to their designated residence. I know, I want to take offense. Xin Miao glanced at Zheng Yao, letting out a soft huff. Now that we're on your turf, you Erong and the others say your Zheng family is the local power in City C. How could I dare to act recklessly here? Miao Miao, what are you saying? You can act however you wish. Seeing the smile playing on her lips, Zheng Yao understood she was joking, yet he felt compelled to clarify. Our family is merely average with just a bit of money, whether before or after the apocalypse. It's mainly Yin Gu's family that is formidable, especially Yin Gu himself. He was the pride of our generation, and now, in these chaotic times, he has become the pillar of support. Zheng Yao shared details about his family situation, and Xin Miao listened quietly, noting that he did not refute the title of local power. It seemed that both the Zheng family and the Zhong family behind them had deeply entrenched roots in City C, becoming a formidable entity after the apocalypse. Zheng Yao did not even attempt to feign humility, tacitly accepting the title. Speaking of you, Erong, Zheng Yao, did you keep them outside the base? Xin Miao looked up at Zheng Yao. Meeting her glistening eyes, lowered his voice to ask, what is wrong, Miao Miao? Are you upset? At that time, you may not have noticed, but you Erong deliberately used vines to trip me, preventing me from saving you. Otherwise, you and T have fallen into the horde of zombies. Zheng Yao hastily explained, fearing that Xin Miao would misunderstand him as cruel. Xin Miao chuckled softly. I know, I'm not blaming you. Others want me dead. Should I pretend to be magnanimous and forgive her? She wishes for my demise, while you want to save me. I know who truly cares for me. She reached up, playfully pinching Zheng Yao's cheek, her smile radiant. I just want to say thank you, Zheng Yao. Thank you for never giving up on me, for always trying to save me. Zheng Yao was momentarily taken aback. Meeting her bright, expressive gaze, he felt something shift within him. It was as if the ice was melting, and a gentle breeze was caressing the lake's surface, allowing him to touch the essence of the person before him. Why speak of thanks, Miao Miao? Zheng Yao extended his arms, pulling her into an embrace, exclaiming, Didn't we agree that there's no distinction between you and me? Xin Miao experienced a peculiar sensation. At that moment, he seemed to grasp the nuanced relationship of closeness and distance. The girl before him was so near, yet so far, compelling him to hold her tightly and feel her presence. Xin Miao smiled, nestled within Zheng Yao's embrace, softly responding. She slowly lifted her arms, wrapping them around his waist. Feeling her reciprocation, Zheng Yao laughed, tightening his hold, his heart swelling with an indescribable emotion. It felt as though he had finally opened Miao's heart to him. Please wait outside the base for now. I will find a way to get you in. Having just arrived at the City C base, Zhou Lingxue lacked the ability to oversee others. However, among the prohibited ability users, many were comrades she had high hopes for. If not for this, she would not have bothered with them. Lingxue, you must help us enter the base. It's too dangerous outside. The zombies have evolved and could attack humans at any moment. After witnessing the might of zombies along the way, Yu Erong and the others felt a pressing sense of crisis. Now that Zheng Yao had taken his vehicle, although Zhou Lingxue had left another car behind, it was useless without gasoline. They could not rely on their legs to reach another base, could they? Understood. Zhou Lingxue nodded, calming the anxious ability users. You all possess abilities. Even outside, no one would dare provoke you. For now, seek shelter. I'll leave you the car. Don't worry. I will assess the situation inside the base. Seeing Zhou Lingxue so composed, Yu Erong and the others gradually settled down. All right, we will wait for you, Lingxue. Zhou Lingxue nodded, but once she entered the base, her brow furrowed. Originally, the City C base was her chosen stronghold. With Zheng Yao as connections, she could have thrived. However, now that Zheng Yao was treating her with such coldness, and due to the incident with Xin Miao, he seemed to harbor some resentment towards her for her inaction. Under these circumstances, could she continue to develop within the City C base? Xin Miao, Zhou Lingxue lamented inwardly. It was indeed because of Xin Miao that her entire plan had been disrupted. The wind is formless and invisible. That day, she had used the wind to leave Xin Miao amidst the horde of zombies. Yet who could have known that she would be so fortunate to have someone rescue her despite the peril? Recalling the man who saved Xin Miao, Zhou Lingxue found herself lost in thought. Where's Han Xiao now? He was so powerful. In any base during the apocalypse, he could be treated like royalty. Would he come to City C? Han Xiao was currently in a prison. Please spare me. Before the man could finish, a wind blade severed his throat. This prison housed some of the most dangerous death row inmates, each having taken multiple lives, some even committing heinously brutal crimes that were once sensationalized in the news. After the apocalypse, this prison, situated in a remote area, miraculously had no zombies, but the inmates remained informed about the outside world through the news. Sometimes, it truly is a curse that lasts through the ages. Among those serving time or awaiting trial, many had become ability users, and once they acquired powers, a riot ensued. They overpowered the outnumbered guards, transforming the prison into a closed kingdom. The few surviving guards faced a grim fate at the hands of the inmates. By the time Han Xiao arrived, these criminals had already devised plans to establish the prison as a base, using it as a foundation for expansion. The most powerful among them even proclaimed himself king, sending his subordinates to capture villagers from nearby towns. After all, what is a king without subjects? As he broke through the prison's defenses, Han Xiao witnessed these absurd and brutal scenes. Unleashing his abilities, he systematically eliminated these demonic figures. Yet, just before their demise, they all labeled Han Xiao a monster. Unfazed, Han Xiao prepared to execute the last inmate when the man frantically shouted, "Wait! Don't kill me! I know a secret about abilities." Chapter 83. The Cannon Fodder School Beauty of the Apocalypse 12. After hearing what the man claimed to be a secret, Han Xiao's eyes flickered with intrigue. Gathering a blade of wind in his grasp, Han Xiao silenced the last criminal with a chilling scream amidst the panicked cries of the fleeing man. In his hand lay a crystal core of wood essence, glimmering with an icy translucence akin to exquisite jade. This time, Han Xiao refrained from absorbing it immediately, as the words of the earlier assailant echoed in his mind. Powers breed savagery and bloodlust. It is the influence of these abilities that renders us so terrifying, though the man's intention was to justify his own actions. His statement struck a chord with Han Xiao. Perhaps he had sensed this change within himself long before. The insatiable urge to devour, the thrill at the sight of blood, the undeniable pleasure of taking a life. Supernatural abilities empower ordinary individuals, yet they also inundate the practitioners with negative emotions. Han Xiao recognized this truth earlier than anyone else. He possessed an array of formidable powers, unmatched in strength, yet he also stood precariously close to the brink of explosion. The brutal, bloodthirsty, and obsessive thoughts had swirled in his mind multiple times, but he had managed to suppress them each time. His desire for a psychic ability stemmed from the fact that among all powers, only this one could help him regulate his emotions and alleviate the restless bloodlust. Clutching the crystal core, Han Xiao rose and exited the prison, a place where demons buried demons. At the entrance, he slowly opened his hand, allowing the powder to disperse in the dry wind. If the world is destined to perish, then let it be so, even if madness awaits him at the end. Han Xiao vowed to become the most formidable madman. Meanwhile, Xin Miao had yet to open her eyes, but felt the warmth emanating from a finger. "Why are you awake so early?" Withdrawing her hand, Xin Miao turned over, presenting her back to Zheng Yao in an attempt to continue her slumber. "Miao Miao, are you uncomfortable?" Zheng Yao inched closer to her, gently massaging her arm. Sensing his attentive care, Xin Miao furrowed her brow and swatted his hand away. "Stay back. Don't touch me. I haven't slept enough." "Oh." Hearing her words, Zheng Yao promptly withdrew his hand, falling silent, even softening his breath. "You're truly bothersome." Xin Miao opened her eyes and was greeted by Zheng Yao propping himself up on his arm, watching her intently. His foolishly eager expression brought a smile to her face. "Miao Miao, are you not going to sleep anymore?" Xin Miao glared at him. "How can I sleep with you staring at me?" Soda, Miao Miao. "I won't look at you anymore." "Forget it." Deciding she was awake, Xin Miao sat up. "Water." "Oh." Zheng Yao immediately leaped out of bed, pouring her a glass of water and bringing it to her side. Xin Miao accepted the water, sipping a few mouthfuls, her senses sharpening. "Why do you keep staring at me?" As her morning grumpiness gradually faded, she noticed Zheng Yao sitting by the bed, watching her drink, and couldn't help but laugh. "Miao Miao, you are really beautiful." "I know." Xin Miao nodded in acknowledgement. Observing her proud acceptance, Zheng Yao felt his heart melt. He set down the cup and pulled her into his embrace, laughing. "Miao Miao, you are so cute and I love you so much." "How sickening." Xin Miao pushed him away, but he remained undeterred. "Are you going on a mission today?" The base had several tasks to eliminate zombies and rescue survivors, which were particularly suitable for supernatural beings. For someone like Zheng Yao, whose abilities were offensive in nature, eliminating zombies and retrieving crystal cores was the quickest way to accumulate points. "I will go." Zheng Yao nodded. Although Brother Yin said he could arrange other safer missions for me, abilities can only be enhanced through combat, so I've decided to venture outside the base. Currently, the base was also researching crystal cores, having discovered that they contained immense energy, yet they had yet to determine how to extract and utilize it. In the original storyline, it would be a long time before these studies bore fruit. Scientists managed to refine crystal liquid from zombie cores, which could soothe and regulate the emotions of supernatural practitioners, calming their fury. Before the emergence of crystal liquid, the rage of supernatural beings had been severe, resulting in internal strife among humans. Meanwhile, the zombies, also endowed with abilities, exhibited order and lacked signs of chaos. Faced with external enemies and internal disorder, humanity stood on the brink of extinction. The powerful Han Xiao became both a pillar of reliance and a source of trepidation for the major bases. They needed him to eliminate zombies, yet they also feared the day he might spiral into madness. Han Xiao's condition was far more severe and terrifying than that of other practitioners. This might be attributed to his absorption of human crystal cores. Researchers had found that human cores were saturated with negative emotions, while, paradoxically, the grotesque zombie cores possessed a miraculous calming effect. However, to achieve such an effect, the cores had to undergo special extraction to produce the crystal liquid. As a human, Han Xiao could obtain abilities from zombie cores, but could not access this additional benefit. However, when he absorbed human cores, the negative emotions of those criminals infected his nerves due to their shared humanity. It must be said, every action and consequence is governed by a higher order. Brother Yin? Upon leaving the house, Xin Miao and Zheng Yao encountered Zhong Yin, who had returned to retrieve something. The Zhong family resided at the rear of the base, and Zheng Yao, for the sake of convenience in carrying out missions, had not returned to stay there, though he had earlier taken Xin Miao to meet them. Zheng Yao's parents had passed away early, leaving him with only an older sister, and the family patriarch favored his grandson, raising him closely. Zheng Yao and his sister were too far apart in age to share a close bond. By the time Zheng Yao reached adulthood, his sister's children were already in their teens, leading to a generational divide. In contrast, Zheng Yao shared a close relationship with his cousin Zhong Yan, often spending time together. Knowing that Xin Miao would be alone at the base while he was on a mission, Zheng Yao felt uneasy and shamelessly asked his cousin to take them in, so they temporarily resided with Zhong Yan. As the leader of the base, Zhong Yan's residence was of the highest safety standard. Upon seeing Zheng Yao and the girl behind him, Zhong Yan's brow slowly furrowed, and he spoke in a low tone, "Aren't you heading out for your mission yet?" Xin Miao bit her lip and whispered to Zheng Yao to be cautious. She retreated into her room and gently closed the door. "Brother Yin, please don't be so harsh on Miao Miao." Watching Xin Miao leave, Zheng Yao quickly approached Zhong Yan, a mix of dissatisfaction and helplessness evident in his demeanor. "If you want to blame someone, blame me. It's my laziness and procrastination that's to blame, not Miao Miao." Shifting his gaze from the closed door, Zhong Yan glanced at Zheng Yao. "I was indeed referring to you." Chapter 84. The supporting role of the school bell in the apocalypse after wandering around the Sea City base and witnessing the orderly scene. Zhou Lingxue felt a sense of frustration. If the base were in disarray, it might afford her, as a supernatural practitioner, an opportunity to emerge. But now the strict management and numerous constraints on supernatural beings made it exceedingly difficult to establish herself. After visiting the official institution for task assignments, her heart grew heavier. The base already had a plethora of supernatural beings, and task registration required individual sign-ups, disallowing small groups. Even if some practitioners secretly formed teams to vie for merit during missions, each team leader was appointed by the base, preventing outsiders from taking command. When assigning personnel to each team, the base endeavored to mix teams to balance their strengths. In addition to the team leader, each squad would include 2 additional supernatural beings dispatched by the base as vice captains for support. These regulations aim to minimize factionalism among supernatural teams and prevent their powers from overshadowing the base's authority. All of this restrained the ambitions of those wishing to create personal factions, leaving them with no room to showcase their prowess. In an apocalypse, many individuals would emerge, seeking to be heroes in the chaos. Yet the base employed various stringent and gentle measures to suppress their aspirations, preventing them from taking liberties with their abilities. Zhong Yan. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Lingxue inquired further from others. These regulations were all established by Zhong Yan himself, although he is a lightning-type ability user. The various policies he devised are inclined towards suppressing ability users. His decisions faced substantial opposition initially, leading to chaos within the base. However, in retrospect, one cannot help but admire his sagacity. Reports from other bases indicate that many have fallen under the control of ability users, while some have not been completely overtaken. The status of ability users within these bases is exalted, reigning supreme. Even base leaders must treat them with utmost respect and hospitality. A group of ambitious individuals, unaccustomed to power, once they acquire formidable abilities, can they effectively manage a territory after seizing control of the base? The answer is evidently no. Fragmented reports reveal that these bases have established a hierarchy between ability users and ordinary people. Ordinary individuals may be slain on the streets by ability users, and as long as the latter can provide a plausible justification, the base authorities have no choice but to acquiesce. It is not only ordinary people who suffer. The same predatory dynamics exist among ability users. Such a tumultuous environment is akin to hell for the common populace. Yet for someone like Zhou Lingxue, an ambitious individual, it may represent an opportunity. Should she leave Base C and explore the situation at other bases? This thought flickered in her mind, though she remained hesitant. Any territory is most conducive for striving during its nascent development. Now that these bases have established a basic structure, it would be exceedingly difficult for an outsider to carve out a niche. This should not be the case. Zhou Lingxue furrowed her brow, feeling an intrinsic sense that her path should not be so fraught with obstacles. It seemed she ought not to be so ambivalent, nor entangled in such a predicament. Zhong Yan is Zheng Yao's cousin. If her relationship with Zheng Yao were as amicable as when they first formed their team, She could now request his assistance in introducing her to Zhong Yan. Zhou Lingshua's wind-type ability is potent and rapidly developing. She had previously concealed her true prowess from her teammates, who believed her to be merely competent. Little did they realize that her control over wind abilities is far superior to that of an average ability user, from the tempestuous hurricane to the most intricate manipulations. It is also due to her occasional slip-ups in controlling her abilities that no one has ever suspected her of employing her wind power deceitfully. The intangible wind serves as an exceptional tool for clandestine maneuvers. Lingxue, what should we do now? After observing the environment of the base, some of the ability users who entered with Zhou Lingxue appeared disheartened. The base offers numerous opportunities. Ability users can venture out to combat zombies for a living or remain in the base to participate in its construction. For instance, wood and earth-type abilities are highly sought after in the current base. What do you think? After prolonged escapes and struggles, the sudden appearance of a relatively stable environment makes most wish to stay. Zhou Lingxue perceived this sentiment, her heart tightening, yet her expression remained impassive. Captain, I think base C is quite good. A man who had only activated a strength enhancement ability spoke up quietly. His physical enhancement is relatively lackluster. While it suffices against low-level zombies, he finds himself at a disadvantage against higher-tier ones. Remaining in the base, he could engage in various tasks. With his strength, even moving bricks will be preferable to living in constant dread of zombies. This man's words prompted others to look towards Zhou Lingxue, awaiting her response. Scanning the faces of her teammates, most exhibited signs of agreement, with only a couple frowning in reluctance. Zhou Lingxue understood. Staying in the base is the prevailing trend. If she wishes to maintain influence over the hearts of others, it is best to remain. Without uttering a word, Zhou Lingxue led the group back to their temporary lodging, preparing to discuss their future course of action thoroughly. How did you know they have abilities? Who? A faint male voice suddenly resonated within a room. Zhou Lingxue immediately stood up, her gaze sharp, summoning wind blades at her command. Turning, she saw Qi Li standing not far away, and her pupils dilated in shock. When did Qi Li arrive? How had she not noticed him entering? You lack psychic abilities. Had you possessed them, you would not have been oblivious to the mental force I exerted upon you. Psychic abilities? Mental force? In a flash, Zhou Lingxue made a startling realization, her shock palpable. Qi Li was actually a dual-type ability user. He possessed psychic powers, even before Zhou Lingxue had entered. Qi Li had used his mental force to render her unaware of his presence, which explained why she only recognized him when he withdrew his influence. Without further thought, Zhou Lingxue immediately conjured wind blades, intent on eliminating Qi Li. Setting aside other concerns, she felt compelled to silence him due to his initial statement. The jade pendant was her secret. She had already devised a plan to leverage it to establish her foothold within the base. She could feign having a method to activate abilities, selecting ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken their powers to do so, thereby building her reputation and status. Should anyone discover this secret, her plans would unravel, and her current teammates would surely distance themselves from her. As the first wind blade approached, Qi Li deftly evaded it. Zhou Lingxue regained her composure, preparing to launch a second blade. However, before she could gather her energy, a sudden and excruciating pain struck her head, as if countless nerves were ensnared and sawed asunder. Zhou Lingxue had heard of psychic abilities before, but never had she imagined them to be so domineering. When Qi Li activated his powers, the agony stemming from the depths of her mind rendered her incapable of focusing her energy. Even as she valiantly endured the torment to attack Qi Li, she was horrified to discover her inability to mobilize her abilities. What was happening? Could it be that psychic powers could restrain other abilities? Zhou Lingxue was unaware that she faced the most formidable psychic user at present. Qi Li's ability level was extraordinarily high, and he had developed multiple applications of his psychic powers, which is why Zhou Lingxue found herself at his mercy. Had she encountered another psychic user, even if they could cause disruption, she could have retaliated with patience and fortitude. It could only be described as a twist of fate. She was meant to meet this boss later, but had attracted his attention prematurely due to her excessive actions. Qi Li, what do you want to know? Bearing the intense pain, Zhou Lingxue queried him. Qi Li's powers were overwhelmingly potent. She sensed that if he were to exert any further influence within her mind, she could very well become a lunatic or even suffer brain death. As a mere pawn on a chessboard, Zhou Lingxue resolved to buy time. No matter how potent Qi Li's abilities, he could not maintain his mental force indefinitely. Could he? The moment he relaxed, it would become her opportunity to counterattack. Answer my question. Qi Li's expression was frigid, devoid of any indication that he was tormenting another person with his powers. Xiao Lingshu, how did you know they possess abilities? All those who have yet to awaken their powers exhibit no outward differences from ordinary people, making them indistinguishable. Qi Li could discern them, due to his exceptional talent and understanding of psychic powers. He utilized his mental force to scan individuals, identifying the crystalline cores within the brains of ability users, and similarly, he could detect seeds akin to these cores within the minds of potential ability users. This capability is unique to Qi Li, while other psychic users can release mental force. They lack the means to employ it in such a precise manner for an extended duration. Consequently, many ordinary people continue to believe they possess abilities yet to be awakened. How could Zhou Lingxue, lacking psychic powers, differentiate between potential ability users and ordinary individuals? Qi Li, I have my methods. Do you not have your own? Zhou Lingxue retorted. Why must it be? The pain within her head intensified, rendering her momentarily speechless, cold sweat beating on her forehead. Do not feign ignorance. Qi Li's voice was icy, demanding an answer. Recovering from the excruciating pain, Zhou Lingxue felt as though she had traversed the gates of hell. She was in such pain that she felt like cursing. Throughout the journey from City A to City C, she scarcely paid attention to Qi Li, unaware that a wolf in sheep's clothing was hidden among her team. Hadn't he previously assisted Xin Miao by rescuing her from horde zombies? She had assumed that Qi Li was a cold exterior hiding a warm heart, and she had even planned to cultivate a good relationship with him. Yet, after leaving the team, he returned to confront her, resorting to mental coercion. What a ruthless Qi Li. He had played his part so convincingly that she truly believed him to be a reclusive yet kind-hearted youth. Zhou Lingxue removed the jade pendant from her neck and placed it on the table. It was because of this. This jade pendant could detect supernatural abilities. How does it work? Through contact with my body. If he can awaken his powers in the future, this pendant will heat up. Qi Li furrowed his brow. A pendant? Such a thing exists? Could it be that the apocalypse not only affected humanity, but also endowed inanimate objects like jade and jewelry with special functions? How did you acquire this pendant? I bought it from stall before the apocalypse. Can this ability to detect powers be used by anyone besides you? Zhou Lingxue hesitated, not responding as swiftly as before. If she revealed the truth to Qi Li, that anyone could use it by recognizing it with their blood, would he kill her to seize the treasure? She was uncertain. Zhou Lingxue intentionally obscured the information. This pendant has already recognized me as its master. Perhaps only I can use it. Qi Li was too formidable. Zhou Lingxue was unsure of the terrifying uses of his mental powers. Would he be able to detect the truth in her words? Better to be vague and emphasize her significance. As long as Qi Li had the intention of utilizing this extraordinary pendant, he would not dare to kill her easily. So, you are the only one who knows about this pendant? A trace of intrigue laced the male voice. What? Zhou Lingxue lifted her eyes to meet Qi Li's icy gaze. A chill ran through her, and just as she was about to retract her statement, her mind felt as though it had been pierced by a great void, all thoughts and emotions drifting away from her. In the final moments of her life, Zhou Lingxue fell backward, hearing a cold voice. You are too ruthless. She is just an ordinary person, and you cannot tolerate her. Cannot tolerate whom? The scenes of her life flashed before her like a revolving lantern, finally freezing on one image. Qi Li unleashed an ice blade that collided with Zheng Yao's fireball, dissolving in front of the zombies. Who was he trying to save? Zhou Lingxue saw a girl surrounded by zombies. Yes, it was Xin Miao. It was indeed Xin Miao. Before succumbing to darkness, a surge of intense unwillingness and regret surged within Zhou Lingxue. She should have acted sooner. Xin Miao emerged from the training room, her hair damp and exuding a faint warmth. The residence of Zhongyan included a training room, and although Xin Miao lacked supernatural abilities, increasing her physical strength as an ordinary person in the apocalypse was quite beneficial, at least allowing her to run faster during an escape. After jogging for a while and breaking a sweat, she took a shower in the bathroom. She was familiar only with the treadmill, as she was not adept at using any other equipment. At noon, she was the only one at home. Zheng Yao was on a mission outside the base. and Zhong Yin was preoccupied with base affairs, unable to spare the time. The current leader of the City C base had achieved remarkable feats before the apocalypse, yet he had not awakened any powers afterward and was preparing to pass on his position. Zhong Yin, a promising protege he had personally trained, was rumored to be the next designated leader of the base. This was only natural. In the apocalypse, strength ruled, and Zhong Yin was strong enough, possessing the requisite decisiveness and resolve. No wonder Xin Miao was determined to return to City C. At the dining table, Xin Miao ate her lunch alone. Her expression was calm, yet she couldn't help glancing at the clock every so often. Clearly, dining alone was rather dull, and she eagerly awaited Xin Miao and the others' return. A breeze wafted in through the window, prompting Xin Miao to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. This breeze carried the scent of fresh grass from outside, but oddly enough, it also bore a faint chill reminiscent of pine branches. Unbeknownst to her, another person sat beside the dining table, his handsome visage cold and silent as he observed the girl eat, having been there for an unknown duration. After finishing her meal, Xin Miao washed her bowl and returned it to its place. As she walked towards the dining room, intending to grab a bottle of water, she suddenly turned and bumped into a warm chest. Huh! Instinctively, Xin Miao took a step back, lifting her gaze to find a figure standing where there had previously been nothing. Qi Li's ability was not true invisibility. Rather, he had used his mental power to force others to overlook his presence. Yet, once someone became aware and deliberately scrutinized, the shielding effect of his mental power would gradually dissipate. The girl was astonished, disbelief mingling with a hint of panic in her eyes. This was akin to encountering a ghost on a clear day, even though Qi Li had always treated her well and had once saved her. Seeing him silently infiltrate her dwelling made her feel uneasy. Qi Li, what are you doing here? Why did you suddenly? Xin Miao pressed her palm against her heart, cautiously stepping back. The landline in the living room could contact Zhong Yin with a single button. Qi Li maintained a neutral expression, watching the girl's anxious demeanor as he casually glanced outside. There were soldiers stationed to protect the families of the base leaders. You needn't call for help. Those men cannot hear us. What? Qi Li was unaware of how misleading his words could be. His dark eyes remained fixed on Xin Miao as he continued. I use my mental power to make them ignore the situation here. You are a mental ability user? The girl was even more surprised. There were very few mental ability users in the entire base, and their powers were typically low-level, rendering them ineffective in combat, often referred to as fragile abilities. Yes, Qi Li responded nonchalantly. Then what are you doing here? Xin Miao retreated to the side of the sofa, nervously gripping its backrest. Are you looking for Xin Miao? Or Zhong Yin, his cousin? They're not home. You could. I came to find you. Qi Li stepped out from the dining room, pausing for a moment before bluntly stating his purpose. Find me? Xin Miao was momentarily taken aback. She had approached the coffee table, bending down as if to retrieve a cup. Just as her fingers brushed the button, someone seized her hand forcefully. Do you realize how tense your mind becomes when you're about to do something bad? Xin Miao looked up, meeting Qi Li's calm gaze. Noting the panic in her eyes, Qi Li released her hand and bent down to hand her the cup. I merely wish to see you. The two locked eyes. Qi Li's handsome features betrayed no emotion, yet his words carried an ambiguous undertone. The girl was momentarily stunned, a dazed expression crossing her face as she opened her mouth to say something. I must take my leave. Qi Li glanced out the window, then turned back to Xin Miao. Next time someone comes, you needn't contact the outside world. Pressing the button might provoke the other party. There are cameras outside, and they will be informed of any issues. It was rare for Qi Li to speak at such length. As his words fell, his ink-black gaze flickered back to Xin Miao before he turned to leave. Although Zhong Yin lacked mental abilities, his willpower was formidable when he was focused and serious. The shielding effect of mental power would not necessarily work on him. Qi Li did not wish to confront a base leader head-on, no matter how powerful mental abilities were. It was impossible to control so many supernatural beings. Qi Li exited through the back door. In the next moment, Zhong Yin burst through the door. With hawk-like eyes scanning the surroundings, the man strode over to Xin Miao, wrapping her in his embrace. Close your eyes. What? Darkness enveloped her as a rough, dry hand covered Xin Miao's eyes. A cacophony of sounds erupted, akin to thunderous roars. The atmosphere seemed charged with electricity. as a thunderous roar caused Xin Miao's body to shudder. Zhong Yan's arm tightened around her, his chest pressing against her forehead, the faint scent of smoke lingering in the air. It was unclear how much time had passed, perhaps only a few seconds, before the terrifying clamor finally subsided. It appeared that the threat had fled. After reviewing the surveillance footage, they would ensure his identity was recorded. The deafening noise had left a ringing in her ears. It was only as the man's words trailed off that Xin Miao could finally discern what he had said. Xin Miao. He removed his hand, and light flooded back into her vision. Blinking in a daze, she lifted her head. What's wrong? The girl's lashes were adorned with droplets, remnants of distress. Zhong Yan's grip had been so forceful that it left red marks around her eyes, stark against her fair complexion. His hand instinctively curled slightly as his dark gaze locked onto Xin Miao. Do you know that person from earlier? That individual was indeed peculiar. He had brazenly entered the residential area, striding past soldiers who seemed oblivious to his presence, had it not been for the vigilant observer of the surveillance cameras. Xin Miao might have faced dire consequences without anyone knowing. I do, Xin Miao said, shaking her head to clear her mind. His name is Qi Li. He came with me and Zheng Yao to the Sea City base. He possesses ice abilities. Zheng Yao could inform you of this as well. Ice abilities? Zhong Yin probed further. But that's not all. He also has mental abilities. It was curious how Qi Li exhibited either confidence or fearlessness, as he had not bothered to conceal his identity from the cameras at all. At this moment, the Sea City base must have been on high alert regarding entry and exit, and perhaps he had already vacated the premises. Mental abilities. So he possesses mental abilities. Zhong Yin mused, both surprised and yet unsurprised, as it aligned with his prior speculations. The mentalists at the base were relatively weak, yet with the assistance of numerous researchers, they had devised various methods to harness their powers. Among all abilities, the mental ones were particularly intriguing and unique. Xin Miao, what did he come to see you for? Zhong Yin scrutinized the girl with piercing eyes. His gaze was sharp, yet his arm remained protectively at her side, presenting a contradiction in his demeanor. He said, he came to see me. Xin Miao was unfazed by Zhong Yan's inquiry, her eyes clouded with thoughts of the earlier unexpected visitor. Zhong Yan, she suddenly recalled something, looking up at him. Can mental abilities control zombies? If so, then Qi Li not only tried to save me, he truly did save me. Observing the sudden spark in the girl's expression, Zhong Yan's brow furrowed slightly. He had heard Zheng Yao recount their harrowing journey from city to Sea City, and he was well aware of Xin Miao's previous perilous encounter with zombies. Her question now was whether Qi Li had indeed been her savior during that first escape. Chapter 86. The Cannon Fodder School Bell of the Apocalypse 15. It was indeed possible for mentalists to influence zombies. Although Zhong Yin had only seen the phrase slight influence in the reports, it was not difficult to envision that if these mentalists continued to develop their powers, they could potentially gain the ability to control zombies, much like Qi Li. He could render others oblivious to his presence, his abilities surpassing those of the base's mentalists by several levels, possibly already reaching a point where he could influence zombies. Perhaps, Zhong Yin conceded, noticing the girl's eager curiosity. He shared the research findings. The base is investigating mental abilities, and it is confirmed that they can exert a slight influence over zombies. The focus of the research is to determine if, in the future, abilities could be developed to control zombies, leading them to their own demise and resolving certain zombie-related issues. Does that mean Qi Li saved me? Xin Miao blinked, her expression a blend of surprise and disbelief as she murmured to herself. It must have been him. No one else could have saved me at that moment. Zhong Yan's brow knitted in concern. We are still unclear of Qi Li's intentions. He infiltrated the base and stole some research findings related to mental abilities. Xin Miao, do not be too trusting simply because he saved you. Wait. Xin Miao looked up, astonished by Zhong Yan's words. Their eyes met, and for a moment, Zhong Yan found himself speechless. What had begun as a professional warning turned into a realization that he might have overstepped his bounds. Zheng Yao will be back soon. Xin Miao, you should rest well. His expression returned to its usual cold demeanor as he instructed her before turning to leave. These matters were not his to concern. As she watched the man depart, Xin Miao surveyed the disarray of the living room, shaking her head slowly. The first floor resembled a battleground. Chaos everywhere. How could one rest in such a state? Later that evening, Miao Miao, are you all right? Zheng Yao rushed to her side as he opened the bedroom door, enveloping her in a protective embrace. I'm fine, nothing happened to me. But Zhong Yan's home is a complete mess. Those are trivial matters. We can clean up later. After examining her closely and confirming she was unharmed, Xin Miao felt a wave of relief. Xin Miao, it seems that Qi Li was the one who saved me earlier, Xin Miao whispered as she leaned against his shoulder, recounting the day's events. Upon hearing her account, Xin Miao felt a headache coming on, his sense of vigilance heightened. His instincts had indeed proven correct. Qi Li harbored intentions toward Xin Miao and had already acted upon them. Taking advantage of Zhong Yin and his absence, he had secretly come to see Xin Miao. The words he had spoken, something about coming for her, merely wanting to see her, made Zheng Yao feel nauseated. If you sneak in, why not sneak away just as quietly? What is the point of uttering such words? Miao Miao, since he saved you, we ought to express our gratitude, despite Qi Li's trespassing and dubious motives. Zheng Yao believed it was essential to thank him for saving Xin Miao. We must separate the issues at hand, even if Zhong Yin wishes to capture him now. I will address this when we encounter Qi Li again. Xin Miao nodded slowly. We should indeed thank him. However, Miao Miao, while we owe him a debt of gratitude, I hope you will keep your distance from him next time and exercise caution. Did you know that I heard today that Zhou Lingxue has died? She suffered brain death. And the base suspects that Qi Li is involved. Zheng Yao casually patted her back, his tone deceptively nonchalant. Sigh. His ability to infiltrate and kill without a trace is alarming. Today, it was Zhou Lingxue, but I fear tomorrow it could be someone else. With such a formidable power at play, the desires of humanity are inscrutable. Who knows what he may do next? That seems a bit extreme, doesn't it? Indeed, but caution is paramount. Zheng Yao released her, looking earnestly into her eyes. People have changed drastically in this apocalypse. Earlier today, I participated in a base mission where many ability users exhibited extreme cruelty. Although they were dispatching zombies, their methods were grotesque, clearly deriving amusement from the suffering. Miao Miao. Even those you once knew should not be trusted. The notion that human nature is unpredictable is most fitting for this apocalyptic world. Seeing Zheng Yao's serious demeanor, Xin Miao nodded obediently. I understand. I have already grasped this from our journey from city to sea city. Looking at her, Zheng Yao's heart softened. He reached out to ruffle her hair. Sighing deeply. You don't comprehend. Fearing to frighten her, Zheng Yao only cited his experiences with zombies, omitting the harsher truth. Humans could be far more ruthless toward one another than toward the undead. Today, he had also rescued some survivors during his encounters with zombies. In the places where those survivors gathered, absurd and cruel events unfolded every moment. Even when faced with their own mortality, humanity sought amusement in the suffering of their kind. Miao Miao, you must take good care of yourself. Of course, I will be well. Zheng Yao couldn't help but smile, tightening his embrace around the person in his arms. Among humanity, negative emotions spread faster than the zombie virus. Witnessing those eye-catching scenes, many mission participants inevitably fell into a daze, affected by the atmosphere. As the saying goes, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. If the superhumans possess immense power and exhibit a cruel, bloodthirsty nature without restraint, the world would undoubtedly descend into hell. Miao Miao, how fortunate I am to have you by my side. As long as she is with him, he knows he will never become like those others. Zheng Yao clearly sensed that as long as he was near Xin Miao, all his emotions and rationality would return. Akin to a drifting ship finding an anchor or a soaring kite being held by its string. Zheng Yao thought, this is the power of love. With me around, you are undoubtedly fortunate. Hearing the girl's proud words, Zheng Yao chuckled softly, cupping her face and kissing her forehead. Indeed, how lucky I am to have Miao Miao. Silly boy. Xin Miao shot him a glance. Were it not for her presence, Zheng Yao, influenced by the fire-based superpower, would have long since become one of those he had just lamented about. The fire-based power is domineering, especially in its effect on the minds of superhumans. Spending each day with Xin Miao, he unknowingly absorbed the spiritual energy, preventing the side effects of the superpower from taking hold of him. He was utterly oblivious to how much he benefited from this. By the way, Miao Miao, Brother Yin told me to have you accompany him to the central building of the base recently. It will ensure your safety and allow you to scout for Qi Li's whereabouts. What do you think? Am I to accompany Brother Zhong Yin to work? You won't be working, just stay there. There are many superhumans, so even if someone intrudes, there is no need to fear. Chapter 87. The cannon fodder school flower of the apocalyptic novel. Brother Xin Miao called out softly as she entered the car, hearing the gentle voice. The soldier driving glanced in the rearview mirror, only to meet Zhong Yan's stern gaze, prompting him to quickly avert his curious eyes. It is best not to pry into the affairs of superiors. Sit tight. The dark military uniform accentuated the man's tall figure as he leaned back in his seat, his body slightly relaxed, resembling a resting beast, ready to pounce at the slightest disturbance. His deep-set eyes swept over, and even a simple reminder sounded like a command. Oh, the girl sat nervously in the back seat, maintaining a distance from the man. The soldier pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle began to move slowly. The atmosphere inside the car felt somewhat oppressive, with no one speaking, only the occasional sound of the soldier turning the steering wheel. Brother Zhongyan, is there anything I can assist with at the central building today? Perhaps, the man replied succinctly. It seemed he did not wish to engage in conversation with Xin Miao. His usual chats were far from this brief, and today his responses were laced with a cold demeanor. Sensing his intent, Xin Miao ceased her inquiries. The car fell silent once more, and the soldiers in front felt uneasy in the stifling atmosphere. After a moment, just as they thought the tension would last the entire journey, the man suddenly spoke. Upon arriving at the central building, follow closely behind me. If anyone asks you anything, answer what you know, and if you do not know, simply say so. Xin Miao paused, turning to glance at the man, only to find him with his eyes closed, his handsome face bearing an air of authority. Observing his expression, her unvoiced confusion faded away. Upon reaching the base's central building, Xin Miao followed closely behind Zhong Yan, taking the elevator directly to the top floor without encountering anyone. However, upon pushing open the door to the conference room, she was met with immediate attention from those inside, making her realize the significance of Zhong Yan's earlier words. Waiting in the conference room were the researchers from the Research Institute, responsible for studying mental-based superpowers. Yesterday, some research findings regarding mental powers were taken by Qi Li. Nonetheless, the researchers were not particularly disheartened, for they had discovered Qi Li, the most formidable mental-based superhuman thus far. Once seated, the researchers eagerly bombarded Xin Miao with inquiries regarding mental superpowers, such as whether they could truly control zombies, the sensations of being enveloped by mental energy, and how long Qi Li's invisibility could last, as well as how Xin Miao had discerned his presence. Most questions revolved around speculations regarding mental superpowers, and now, these researchers saw their theories validated through Qi Li. Thank you so much, Miss Xin Miao. You cannot fathom how crucial these answers are for our research. We are immensely grateful. As long as there is a direction, humanity can advance further in the study of superpowers and in the quest to end the apocalypse. No need to thank me. Xin Miao took a sip of water, offering a faint smile. One last question, Miss Xin Miao. Please, go ahead. The researcher cleared his throat. Why did Qi Li seek you out? Although his mental powers are formidable, had he been a moment slower, he would likely have been intercepted by our base. What compelled him to take such a risk to find you? Several eager eyes turned toward Xin Miao, who opened her mouth but struggled to articulate a response. Thud. Zhong Yan rapped his knuckles on the table, his authoritative and cold gaze sweeping over the researchers. Is this also part of your research topic? The man's piercing look sent chills down the spine of the questioner, who hastily waved his hands with a nervous laugh. Actually, this question could go unanswered. Were they not merely curious? Cooped up in a lab all day, their thirst for knowledge was palpable. Yet they also harbored a penchant for gossip. The idea that a powerful mental superhuman infiltrated the core residential area of the base solely to glimpse a girl, without causing her any harm, sounded rife with secrets and stories. As they watched the man and girl depart, the conference room doors closed, and the researchers did not rush to organize the information they had just received, but instead indulged in a bit of gossip. That was terrifying. Brother Yan's aura is increasingly formidable. When he looked at me, I was too scared to breathe. Why didn't you maintain decorum? And you ended up asking such a question. Don't you want to know? Of course, we do, but just look at who is present. I heard that Miss Xin Miao is Brother Yan's relative, his cousin's girlfriend. She is already taken, and you still inquire about the relationship between Qi Li and Miss Xin. Aren't you just asking for trouble? So, Miss Xin Miao is Brother Yan's sister-in-law? I only just learned that. No wonder the big shot was sitting beside her. It seems he was there to prevent anyone from troubling Miss Xin. Otherwise, do you think he would waste his time waiting there for a simple question? The big shot certainly does not have time to squander. Xin Miao walked beside the man, and as people passing by greeted Zhong Yin, they inevitably cast a glance at her. Stepping into the elevator, the confined space contained only the two of them. Brother Zhong Yin, have I completed my task? Xin Miao inquit sopti. If there is nothing further I can assist with, I shall take my leave. Remain here. His calm black eyes met hers. It is not safe at home. Stay here for a few days. Oh, Xin Miao responded, just as she was about to withdraw her gaze. Zhong Yin suddenly extended his hand toward her. Brother Zhong Yin? Snap. With a crisp sound, the man retracted his hand. This is a locator. If you venture beyond a certain range from a Sea City base, it will send a signal. Xin Miao raised her hand to touch the back of her head, finding a cool object attached to her hair tie. Zhong Yin is guarding against the possibility of Xin Miao being abducted without anyone knowing, primarily referring to Qi Li. The locator has a button. Pressing it will actively send a signal to the base. A button? Xin Miao raised her hand to touch, but after a long moment of searching, she could not find the right spot. Zhong Yin furrowed his brow and gently guided her fingers to the appropriate location. The button is here. The girl remained silent. Zhong Yin lowered his gaze to her face, noticing a hint of surprise in her expression, as if she had not anticipated his sudden gesture of assistance. Zhong Yin paused for a moment, then quickly withdrew his hand, chastising himself for his foolishness. He could have simply removed the locator for Xin Miao to examine, but chose instead to hold her hand as a demonstration, as if he were deliberately taking advantage of her. Chapter 88. The supporting character of the apocalypse novel. The school bell as they exited the elevator and made their way to the office. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly peculiar. Miss Xin, please rest here for now. I will, Secretary Wang instructed briefly, leading Xin Miao to a quiet room where she could read before preparing to leave. Recently, with the former base leader stepping down, Zhong Yin was taking over the base's affairs, and Secretary Wang was busier than ever. Being a relative of a leader, Secretary Wang treated Xin Miao with courtesy. Secretary Wang, is there anything I can assist with? It feels inappropriate for me to just sit here while everyone else is busy. Xin Miao called out to Secretary Wang, asking for something to do. During this period, she had been living as an ordinary person at home, spending her days eating, sleeping, and idling. However, upon arriving at the central building, she observed that although there were many superhumans, not everything could be accomplished solely through abilities. Ordinary people still had their place. After pondering Xin Miao's request, Secretary Wang smiled and decided to assign her a task, knowing she could not remain idle. Since Miss Xin wishes to help then, Xiaoji, please come over. Secretary Wang introduced a young boy named Lin Ji to Xin Miao, instructing him to assist her with her work. Understood, Secretary Wang. You can rest assured. Lin Ji replied with a grin, and once Secretary Wang departed, he led Xin Miao to his team. During their walk, Xin Miao learned that Lin Ji's father was a leader at the base. Although Lin Ji himself did not possess any abilities, he worked in the central building thanks to his father's influence. Xin Miao smiled politely at his enthusiasm, amused by how adept Secretary Wang was at managing the restless relatives of leaders. Since Xin Miao began assisting with clerical work at the central building, she rode with Zhong Yin every morning. Perhaps due to the earlier incident, Zhong Yin had grown even more aloof, and despite sharing a car, they hardly exchanged words. As they parted in the parking lot, and she watched him walk away, Xin Miao shook her head. Hello, Miao Miao, you're here. Upon seeing Xin Miao, Lin Ji's eyes lit up. He abandoned his chatting colleagues and hurried over. Despite only knowing each other for a few days, he had taken to calling her by a nickname. Xin Miao could only respond with a polite smile, informing him that she already had a boyfriend. However, Lin Ji seemed undeterred, continuing to pursue her attentively each day. Miao Miao, I've already organized these documents for you. You just need to deliver them. Arriving at the desk, Xin Miao thanked Lin Ji for the neatly sorted files, reiterating that she did not require his assistance. It's just a small matter. No need to be polite, Miao Miao. Lin Ji, I am 2 years older than you. You should call me Sister Miao Miao or Sister Xin. Is 2 years really considered old? Lin Ji scratched his head, his youthful face brimming with confidence. Xin Miao shook her head, unwilling to continue the conversation, and departed with the documents. After the apocalypse began, ordinary people often felt inferior for lacking awakened abilities and it was rare to encounter someone like Lin Ji who remained so spirited. Miss Xin, the base leader is not in today. You can leave early after delivering the documents. Upon returning, Secretary Wang spoke briefly with Xin Miao. Understood. Thank you, Secretary Wang. Hearing Xin Miao's voice, Lin Ji glanced over. Instantly, she turned away, pretending to focus on organizing the files, signaling her desire to avoid conversation. Recognizing the cue, Lin Ji merely watched her for a while without approaching. As the workday ended, the staff at the central building remained busy. Xin Miao stood up, intending to grab a meal before heading home. As she rose, she noticed Lin Ji also getting up, prompting her to quicken her pace to avoid going to the dining hall with him. Unfortunately, as she stepped into the elevator, Lin Ji followed closely behind her before the doors could close. Usually, with Zhong Yin present, Lin Ji would not dare to linger around Xin Miao after work. Fearing the imposing and aloof base leader, the elevator descended slowly, and as she caught a glimpse of their reflections on the wall, Xin Miao broke the silence. Why are you following me? I will go home after dinner. Even if Zhong Yin is not here today, there are soldiers available to drive me. The boy beside her seemed to pause momentarily. I'm not following you, he replied, his tone laced with mild sarcasm. Xin Miao, don't flatter yourself. As Lin Ji continued to taunt her, Xin Miao scoffed lightly, deciding to speak without restraint. It's best if you don't follow me. Lin Ji, I hope you will keep it that way and not cling to me every day. Xin Miao's voice faltered as she gazed at the distorted reflection on the wall, suddenly feeling a chill. The atmosphere in the elevator seemed to freeze as she pinched her palm, clearing her throat twice, feigning a cough as if to mask her unease, and continued. It's better if you don't cling to me. Ahem, Lin Ji, if that's the case, I'll take my leave now. Just as the elevator reached the designated floor and the doors were about to open, Xin Miao lifted her foot to step out. Suddenly, Lin Ji grasped her wrist, halting her movement. At the same time, he seemed to raise his hand, causing the elevator door that should have opened to malfunction, plunging downwards toward the parking level instead. Lin Ji, what are you doing? Xin Miao did not turn around, striving to maintain her composure, but her voice betrayed her tension. The boy beside her chuckled softly, and the grip on her wrist tightened. How did you find out? He spoke, his once bright tone now low and cold, echoing a sense of familiarity. The space around them felt suspended in time. Slowly, Xin Miao turned, her face pale as her gaze met his. In an instant, Lin Ji's ordinary visage morphed into a strikingly familiar face, marked by cold indifference, with a hint of mockery playing at the corners of his lips. Did you realize something was off because the person who usually fawned over you is no longer around? Han Xiao, as the color drained from her face. Han Xiao pulled her closer, dark eyes fixed intently upon her. Are you surprised to see me? After all, I am the one who saved you. Upon arriving in City C, Xin Miao and her companions discovered that Han Xiao was not an unknown figure. He had long been on the blacklists of various bases. Descriptions of his abilities included terms such as plunder, devour, and replicate. Subsequently, his notorious acts of slaughter across major prisons circulated widely, marking him as a highly wanted individual among the bases. Chapter 89. The supporting character of the Apocalypse novel. The school bell continued. Rumors regarding Han Xiao circulated abundantly within the base. Regardless of the details, they invariably painted a picture of brutality, bloodshed, and terror. For superhumans, Han Xiao posed a significant threat, possessing the capacity to absorb both zombie cores and those of his kind. He had both the ability and the motivation to hunt his fellow superhumans, reminiscent of the blood-soaked prisons he traversed, leaving only a trail of corpses in his wake. Although the inmates of these prisons were demons of human society, for superhumans, the act of killing had become less of a sin. Conversely, they were more concerned that Han Xiao's malevolence might one day extend toward them. Unsurprisingly, Han Xiao had become the public enemy of all supernatural beings. Amidst the clamor of these beings, various bases had designated Han Xiao as their number one wanted criminal. As for ordinary people, they held no sway within the bases. Their opinions bore no significance. In the Sea City base, Han Xiao was also a focal point of scrutiny. The base had even established a special institution dedicated to studying his abilities and his persona. In this context, it was astonishing that Han Xiao had arrived at the heavily guarded central office building of the Sea City base. Han Xiao, what are you doing here? In the flickering light of the elevator, the girl's panic was rendered starkly visible against the pallid illumination. Are you afraid of me? noticing the fear in Xin Miao's eyes. An inexplicable fire ignited within Han Xiao, and he smirked faintly. I saved your life, Xin Miao. How can you be afraid of me? Do you remember what you once said? You vowed to repay the kindness. Now that you meet your savior, aren't you pleased? Even if you saved me, it doesn't change the fact that I'm scared of you. The girl's breath quickened, terror evident on her youthful features. Even in this moment, she did not shy away from bickering with him, which nearly amused Han Xiao to the point of laughter. Han Xiao, did you kill Linji? Xin Miao's eyelashes fluttered rapidly, tears welling in her eyes as she scarcely managed to articulate the final word, her voice nearly inaudible. The faint scent of blood wafted from the man, previously negligible in the open workspace, but now, in the confined space of the elevator, it was undeniable and invasive. So, this was the cause of her anxiety. She feared he had taken the life of this Lin Ji fellow, causing her to tremble with dread. Han Xiao's lips curled into a cold arc, and he remained silent. Seeing his lack of response, Xin Miao assumed his silence was an admission of guilt. Her complexion paled, and her breath became shaky. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she exclaimed, Han Xiao, you have indeed changed. You've begun to slaughter the innocent. Are you lamenting the death of someone who fawned over me? My feelings regarding that are of no concern to you. Han Xiao replied with a tone that was both icy and mocking, transforming her fear into anger. The girl glared at Han Xiao through her tears. Don't be so smug. This is the Sea City base. You won't escape easily. Han Xiao scoffed lightly. What gives you such confidence? Is it your brother's own yen? You. The elevator reached the designated floor. Before Xin Miao could retort, Han Xiao pulled her out. Despite her attempts to struggle, she stood no chance against a supernatural being. Han Xiao exerted no powers. He simply used his strength to lead her outside. Xin Miao was unceremoniously tossed into the back seat of a car. Wait here. Han Xiao shut the door, and as he turned to leave, Xin Miao attempted to open the door to escape, but it wouldn't budge. Not only that, but when she pounded on the door and cried for help, the commotion went unanswered in the parking lot. Han Xiao had isolated her, using his abilities. Half an hour later, Han Xiao returned, his brow furrowed and his aura chilling. This venture had not gone as planned. He had failed to achieve his objective. No, it was not that he had not reached his goal. He simply had not found the answers he sought. Ever since he had wreaked havoc in several prisons, Han Xiao had not absorbed any human cores. He gradually sensed the difference. While absorbing zombie cores would lead to an increase in negative emotions, it paled in comparison to the infection brought on by human cores. Human cores were imbued with a brutal mix of negativity, especially those from inmates. After absorbing their cores, Han Xiao had taken time to quell the surging murderous intent within him. Recognizing the adverse effects of his devouring abilities, he had contemplated various solutions, but none proved effective. Recalling that the Sea City base housed the largest supernatural research institution, with some individuals even studying him, Han Xiao wasted no time and headed straight to Sea City. Like Qi Li, he sought to acquire the base's research findings without cost. However, since Qi Li's last intrusion, the base's research facility had heightened its defenses. Observing the bustling activity during the day, with numerous supernatural beings standing guard, Han Xiao opted to wait until nightfall to procure what he needed. Seizing the opportunity, he masqueraded as a staff member of the central building, intending to gather information about the apocalypse. The base was vast, and they undoubtedly possessed items unavailable outside. However, he did not anticipate running into Xin Miao. Not only did they cross paths, but she also recognized his identity in the elevator. To prevent her from jeopardizing his mission, Han Xiao decided to confine her temporarily. As for why he did not simply incapacitate her, he had not deliberated on that. In the dimly lit parking lot, the vehicles sat silently, devoid of movement. What was she doing? After releasing the spatial barrier, he still heard no sound from Xin Miao. Han Xiao halted abruptly and quickened his pace. The car door swung open abruptly, and Xin Miao gasped, taking a moment to recognize the tall shadow before her. Upon seeing the open packaging of snacks in the back seat, the greasy scent of spicy strips wafted through the air, prompting Han Xiao to ask coldly, "What are you doing?" Instinctively, Xin Miao hid the snacks behind her back. Unable to discern Han Xiao's expression, she felt a twinge of fear, but as realization dawned, she muttered in annoyance, "I'm hungry. I was about to eat when you dragged me away. It took me ages to find this in the car. This vehicle was not Han Xiao's." He had casually commandeered a deserted car from the street, which had contained some toys that he disposed of, unaware that a bag of spicy strips lay hidden in a corner. Han Xiao was rendered speechless as he extended his hand toward Xin Miao. Come out. Where to? Xin Miao the guy. Without further ado, Han Xiao grasped her hand and pulled her out. The moment she emerged from the car, the vehicle vanished. Where did the car go? Do you have spatial abilities? Xin Miao exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide. Han Xiao did not respond. He wrapped his arms around Xin Miao, pressing her face against his chest. Before she could react, they vanished from sight, leaving only a gust of wind in their wake. Why did you take me with you? Xin Miao leaned against the passenger seat, gazing out into the darkness beyond the window, murmuring her complaints. I was perfectly fine at the base. I was supposed to be resting in my warm bed by now. But instead, I'm stuck in this desolate wilderness. Though she referred to it as a wilderness, it was merely a reflection of the apocalypse. Before the cataclysm, this desolate ruin should have been a bustling city street, alive with neon lights and vibrancy. Rubbing her growling stomach, she added, and I'm so hungry. I haven't had dinner yet. Hearing her complaints, Han Xiao glanced at her, his voice icy. You have food but chose not to eat. You deserve to be hungry. After departing from the Sea City base, Han Xiao retrieved an off-road vehicle. Once inside, he pulled out an assortment of bread, chips, and milk from his spatial realm, placing them in the back seat. However, Xin Miao merely opened a bag of chips, took a few bites, and declared she was no longer interested. How can those things count as dinner? Xin Miao tilted her head, looking at Han Xiao with dissatisfaction. I want something hot, real food. I refuse to eat that instant junk. Then you can starve. Xin Miao huffed in discontent. Why did you take me with you? If you hadn't dragged me away from the base, I would have finished my meal and been comfortably resting in bed. I could have left you behind. Han Xiao retorted with a scoff, his meaning clear. Like Lin Ji, he could simply abandon her at the base. The girl shivered at the implication. Han Xiao's words hinted at a stark choice. Either accompany him or face dire consequences. Xin Miao fell silent. After driving for several minutes, the vehicle came to a halt outside a large hotel. Get out. Xin Miao stepped out of the car, observing Han Xiao as he retracted the vehicle into his spatial pocket. The faint sound of zombie growls reached her ears, prompting her to quietly follow closely behind him. It seemed there were zombies lurking nearby. Since her arrival at the Sea City base, Xin Miao had not encountered any zombies for quite some time. As a family member of the base leader, her life was secure and, aside from the lack of entertainment, her daily existence was not much different from that before the apocalypse. Seeing Xin Miao closely trailing behind him, Han Xiao did not wait for her gaze to return before he averted his eyes and strode into the hotel. Once a haven for vacationers, the place had turned into a refuge for many seeking safety amidst the rampant outbreak of zombies. However, eventually, they had all succumbed to zombification. Surely, this meant there were numerous zombies here. As Han Xiao entered the hotel, Xin Miao quickly followed in his footsteps. He paused at the elevator, pressing the button. Was it still possible to take the elevator? Xin Miao gazed at Han Xiao in astonishment. When the elevator doors opened, he stepped inside first, and they ascended to the top floor, the 9th. Standing in the corridor on the 9th floor, Xin Miao gazed through the window to see dark figures moving in the distance. What could that be? Zombies. So many zombies? Noticing the fear etched on the girl's face, Han Xiao smirked slightly. Yes, there were indeed many zombies here. If she wished to stay alive, she ought not to wander carelessly. A chill breeze blew in from the window, causing Xin Miao to shiver. With so many zombies around, why would he choose to stay here? Han Xiao opened the door to the suite, and Xin Miao, feeling the coldness on her arms, followed him inside. She was unaware of the extent of the zombie presence. However, within a radius of several hundred meters surrounding the hotel, no zombies dared to approach. The remnants of Han Xiao's formidable aura kept the zombies at bay, even in his absence. With a sharp sound, Han Xiao flicked on the lights. Xin Miao blinked, allowing her eyes, accustomed to darkness, to adjust to the brightness. Have you been living here all this time? She inquired. Han Xiao did not respond. Instead, he walked into the bedroom, raising his hand to remove his shirt. Xin Miao had been following him closely, but she stumbled back a few steps upon witnessing the breadth of his shoulders and the smoothness of his muscles. What are you doing? After putting on a clean shirt and discarding the blood-stained one, Han Xiao turned to see the girl blushing and visibly wary. He chuckled lightly, What am I doing? You followed me in. Did you not see this is a bedroom? Glancing at the bedroom door and the large bed inside, as well as the various personal items scattered nearby, Xin Miao paused, her defiance rising. I've been following you. It's become a habit. Who knew you would suddenly enter the bedroom and strip? Ignoring her muttering, Han Xiao exited the bedroom and headed down the corridor. This time, Xin Miao did not follow. Instead, she sat in the living room and turned on the television. Although the television could not connect to the internet, to her delight, there were offline movies available for viewing, a rare find indeed. Noticing Han Xiao had not moved for some time, Xin Miao eagerly selected a comedy film to watch. Despite the actors' fates being unknown, the amusing plot captivated her. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself, she remarked. With a thud, 2 steaming bowls of clear soup noodles were placed on a coffee table. Xin Miao snapped out of her reverie, meeting Han Xiao's cold gaze. I don't know where you went. I was bored alone. Is it not permissible to watch television? Though she voiced her thoughts, Xin Miao lowered the volume. So, Han Xiao had gone to cook. It was no wonder he appeared displeased, his expression as frosty as if he could shoot daggers with his eyes. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat the noodles, surprised by the pleasant flavor. Glimpsing at Han Xiao, who devoured his meal much faster than her, she noted he had already moved on to drinking the soup. What are you looking at? He asked, noticing her timid gaze. Han Xiao, could you add a quail egg for me? I know you have some in your space. She remembered the snacks he had pulled out in the car. Han Xiao's expression shifted as he let out a cold laugh. Xin Miao, I have been far too accommodating, Haven Ti. She was his captive, yet here she was, making demands. Seeing the barely concealed fury in his eyes, Xin Miao quickly averted her gaze, focusing on her noodles. If he didn't want to give her one, so be it. Noting her submissive demeanor, Han Xiao scoffed inwardly. Suddenly, a cascade of snacks tumbled down beside Xin Miao as he stood up, taking his bowl with him. Find it yourself. Chapter 91. The Cannon Fodder School Bell of the Apocalypse at the Sea City Base. A water-based ability user splashed a splash of water on the unconscious Lin Ji, waking him up. Disoriented, Lin Ji took a moment to gather his thoughts. Who knocked you out? Upon seeing the stern expression of Zhong Yan, Lin Ji finally regained his senses. Base leader? What's going on? Why would you personally come ask me? He had been incapacitated by Han Xiao while taking a breather outside, then tossed into the storage room until now. After a lengthy interrogation, Zhong Yan had gleaned no useful information from Lin Ji. He gestured for the others to continue questioning while he strode away. Base leader, we just received news that not only have various ability research documents gone missing, but also the research data on Han Xiao. Based on the current situation, it appears that the individual who infiltrated the research facility and abducted Miss Xin is indeed Han Xiao. Secretary Wang spoke swiftly, relaying the report. Hearing Han Xiao's name, Zhong Yan halted in his tracks. Are you certain it is him? It is highly likely. If it were merely a single or dual ability user, they would not have been capable of such feats, nor could they have taken Miss Xin without leaving a trace. Reflecting on this, Secretary Wang found it unfortunate that the base leader had needed to be out just at that moment. In a brief span, Miss Xin had been abducted. Upon hearing this news, Zhong Yan's demeanor had turned ominous, radiating a terrifying aura. They rushed back to the central building, launching a series of investigations, only to discover that Lin Ji had been replaced, and Miss Xin had likely been taken while heading to the dining hall for dinner. Brother Yan, Zheng Yao arrived, his expression anxious. Upon seeing Zhong Yan, he immediately approached, questioning, what on earth happened? How could Miao Miao go missing? Secretary Wang stepped forward to explain the current situation. Upon hearing Han Xiao's name, Zheng Yao's expression dramatically shifted. Why him? What does Han Xiao want? Miao Miao is just an ordinary person. She has no crystal core or abilities for him to devour. Is he attempting to use her to threaten us? Now, anyone who heard Han Xiao's name would recoil in fear. Although he had previously saved Xin Miao, Zheng Yao felt a sense of dread after hearing numerous rumors about Han Xiao since their arrival at the Sea City base. Perhaps Han Xiao had rescued Miao Miao on a whim. But regardless, despite never having heard of him massacring ordinary people, his current bloodthirsty nature made any act of violence merely a thought away. Miao Miao was entirely defenseless. The mere thought of her being taken by Han Xiao filled her with terror. Han Xiao had come to the base to acquire ability research data. Abducting Miss Xin was merely a convenient act for him. Yet, we still remained oblivious to his true intentions. Research data? What research data? Secretary Wang glanced at Zhong Yan. Seeing his serious expression and his silence indicating consent to disclose the matter to Zheng Yao, he began to explain, "Young Master Zhong, are you aware that abilities actually have side effects?" After finishing her meal, Xin Miao took a shower. Uncertain of how much Han Xiao's space contained, he had casually produced several sets of clothing. Changing into a clean nightgown, Xin Miao snuggled back onto the sofa to continue watching television. Until she finished watching the film, she reluctantly turned off the television and prepared to go to bed. Throughout this process, Han Xiao remained in the study reviewing documents. He had laid out both the physical and electronic materials he acquired from the base and pondered over them for a considerable time, ultimately reaching a conclusion. Although the base had identified the negative effects of abilities, they had yet to devise a solution. Disappointment washed over him as he gazed out the window, and oppressive negative emotions surged within him, causing the electronic pen in his hand to disintegrate into dust without his awareness. "Do you have any facial cleanser?" A sweet female voice called from outside the door. Xin Miao, with droplets of water on her face, had evidently just splashed water on herself, only to realize she had no cleanser. She had intended to use it while showering, but the situation had been awkward. She couldn't very well ask Han Xiao through the glass door. Now that it was time for bed, she planned to wash her face again and finally remembered this issue. If Han Xiao said he had some, she would then inquire if he had any facial masks or lotions. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang against the wall. Han Xiao, Xin Miao, looked up to see a man with bloodshot eyes, causing her to shiver involuntarily. In that moment, Han Xiao resembled a bloodthirsty beast, and his piercing gaze sent chills down her spine. "What do you want?" I don't want anything." Xin Miao cautiously took a step back, her expression tense as she forced a few nervous laughs. "Han Xiao, I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too." With that, she turned to leave. However, in the next second, she felt his grip on her wrist, violently pulling her into his embrace. She screamed as a large hand covered her slender neck. Their eyes locked, and upon seeing the murderous intent swirling in his dark gaze, she quickly grasped the hand on her neck, clutching it tightly. "Han Xiao, calm down. You don't really want to kill me, do you? Please don't apply so much force." In the face of danger, although her expression was one of panic, her tone remained increasingly calm as she reassured him. How reminiscent of that time it was. She stood on the rooftop. One step forward meant certain death, while one step back could lead to being torn apart by zombies. Back then, she had cried for him to save her, alternating between tears and curses, resorting to every emotional ploy she could muster until, somehow, he was moved and impulsively came to her rescue. "Have you gone mad like in those fantasy novels?" "Han Xiao, please stay calm. Just let me go." She continued to coax Han Xiao, her crimson lips moving in a flurry. His grip seemed to loosen, and Xin Miao exhaled softly as she attempted to pry his hand from her neck. Yet, in a sudden shift, his hand repositioned, cupping her face and lifting it upward, followed by a searing kiss. The pressure on her wrist released as his heated hand wrapped around her slender waist, pulling the girl who had intended to escape back into his arms. Han Xiao, Xin Miao, barely managed to turn her head away, having just called his name when he pursued her with another kiss. His hand found its way to the nape of her neck, effectively controlling her head to prevent her from escaping. The strength and ability user was beyond that of an ordinary person. She could hardly break free. Xin Miao bit down on Han Xiao's tongue, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth, but the man merely paused in his breath for a moment. The taste seemed to invigorate him, and his breath grew even more fervent, his arms tightening around her as their passionate kiss left her breathless. She tugged at his short black hair, the pain undeniable, yet Han Xiao simply raised his hand to grip her small claw-like fingers at the back of her head, preventing her from causing any more mischief. Time passed, and eventually his grip finally relaxed. Xin Miao pushed him away with a sudden force. Her lips slightly parted as she gasped for air, glaring at Han Xiao with fiery intensity. Her hair was disheveled, her cheeks flushed, resembling a delicate and vibrant rose. Han Xiao lifted his gaze, the crimson hue in his dark eyes having long since faded. He gazed deeply at her, emotions swirling in his eyes. "Do you possess abilities?" "What?" The unexpected question caught her off guard, and Xin Miao gritted her teeth in anger. "If I had abilities, I'd be the first to eliminate you." Han Xiao chuckled, unable to contain his laughter at her fierce demeanor. "What are you laughing at?" Her face flushed with indignation. She retorted, "Don't think you're impressive just because you have abilities. Han Xiao, if you ever go mad again, I will make you pay." In an instant, Han Xiao appeared before her, catching the nearly stumbling girl in his grasp. Observing her alarmed expression, he scoffed. "How would you make me pay? You." Is too close. The lingering tension from their earlier entanglement resurfacing. As Han Xiao's hand approached her face, Xin Miao instinctively turned her head to evade him. Yet, in the next moment, he plucked something from her hair. "What is this?" Han Xiao toyed with the broken hair tie in his hand, looking up at Xin Miao as the smile on his face slowly faded. "What?" Upon seeing what Han Xiao held, Xin Miao blinked in complaint. "Han Xiao, why did you ruin my hair tie and tear off the decoration?" "Decoration?" Han Xiao closed his hand, then opened it again, revealing the shattered casing of the locator, exposing the electronic components within. "Is this your decoration?" Seeing her feigned ignorance, Han Xiao's tone grew colder, his voice deepening. If she truly did not know what it was, she would not have brought it with her after showering. She was indeed a skilled actress. Having emerged from Sea City Base, she had never displayed any unusual behavior. So who could have guessed she was secretly concealing a means of communication with the base? "I don't even know how this got on me," she stammered. Han Xiao grasped her chin, lifting her face. "You don't know?" His deep, dark eyes bore into hers, invoking unspoken reasons. Upon catching a fleeting expression of anxiety on her face, he released her. Under her gaze, Han Xiao simply squeezed the locator, reducing it to powder in an instant. Oh no! Since Han Xiao had already discovered the truth, Xin Miao decided to stop pretending ignorance. Witnessing the destruction of the locator, her expression reflected genuine regret. "Very unfortunate." Han Xiao opened his hand, scattering the powder across the floor. Although Zheng Yao was a valued ability user at the base, he was still just an ability user and could not obtain this military-grade locator. Han Xiao quickly pieced everything together. "This locator was given to you by Zhong Yan." Zhong Yan was the head of the Sea City Base, a man who dealt with numerous matters daily. He was considerate of his family, even providing a locator for his cousin's girlfriend to keep track of her whereabouts. Han Xiao's tone appeared indifferent, yet the implications behind his words were profound. Coupled with his icy gaze, the sarcasm was palpable. "You, Han Xiao, do you suspect there is something between Zhong Yan and me? Shouldn't you call him Brother Zhong Yan?" Earlier, while masquerading as Lin Ji to gather information at the central building, Han Xiao had overheard quite a bit of gossip. The Lin Ji group mainly consisted of relatives and friends of the base leaders, and their information was far more reliable than that of ordinary staff. They spoke of Xin Miao arriving at work alongside the base leader daily, noting that the base leader had been among the first to reach the central building. Now, he brought Xin Miao along, arriving over 20 minutes later than before. Someone had asked why the base leader couldn't simply go to work separately from Xin Miao. After all, he had the means to secure a vehicle and a driver. Ultimately, no one answered this question. It was merely assumed that the base leader didn't want to flaunt his privileges, deliberately arranging for a vehicle for his cousin's girlfriend, which seemed somewhat inappropriate. At that moment, as people praised Zhong Yan's integrity and fairness, stating he did not grant privileges to his family, Han Xiao could only scoff internally. He was not humble. He harbored ulterior motives. Xin Miao was Zheng Yao's girlfriend, Zhong Yan's cousin's girlfriend. Though Zhong Yan dared not openly express his feelings, his actions consistently revealed subtle schemes. "Han Xiao, don't slander me. Do you think Zhong Yan is the same as you? The same as me?" That sentiment was indeed worth pondering. Han Xiao suppressed his anger, a half-smile playing on his lips. "What's wrong with me? How dare you ask?" Xin Miao shouted, unsure whether it was from embarrassment or anger. Previously, she had thought that despite having killed many, he at least was not lewd, yet just moments ago. The remainder of her thought lingered unspoken, but Han Xiao understood what she meant. He, too, was bewildered by his impulsive kiss on Xin Miao, perhaps a consequence of his powers clouding his judgment. Nevertheless, despite the momentary lapse, he had gleaned something of significance. It seemed he had discovered the answer regarding the adverse effects of his abilities, and he appeared to have a solution in mind. Ignoring the tumult within his heart from the kiss, Han Xiao regained his composure, his inscrutable black eyes locking onto the girl as he spoke calmly. "Perhaps Zhong Yan's interest in you indeed has ulterior motives." "What?" "Xin Miao inquit. Your abilities are quite unique." "Commander, we have lost signal." The location on the map suddenly vanished, prompting the soldier to hurriedly report to Zhong Yan. It appeared they had been discovered. With his plethora of abilities, Han Xiao likely found it simple to detect a locator. Proceed, Zhong Yin commanded in a low voice. The last known position remained saved, at least providing them with a direction. Yes, Brother Yin. Do you think Han Xiao has noticed Miao Miao's peculiarity? Perhaps he abducted her, because he is aware of her special abilities. Zheng Yao, seated beside Zhong Yin, gazed into the dark night ahead, anxiety brewing within. I don't know. After a pause, Zhong Yin added, we only just discovered this ourselves. Even with your constant proximity to Xin Miao, we only recognize this uniqueness recently. Unless Han Xiao possesses related abilities, it's unlikely he would have known before us. Earlier at the base, Secretary Wang had informed Zheng Yao about the negative effects of abilities, which included, but were not limited to, drastic changes in temperament and increased irritability. Zheng Yao, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He recalled displaying such symptoms prior to his encounter with Xin Miao in City A. However, upon arriving at the base in City C, those negative states gradually faded, which he attributed to his happiness in being with his beloved, believing that a positive mood would naturally lead to a smoother life. Yet, reflecting on these changes now, doubts began to surface within Zheng Yao. If mere happiness could prevent the distortion of one's character by abilities, how could this be categorized as a negative effect worthy of extensive research by the base? He voiced these concerns, only to be promptly taken away for a comprehensive examination. The results, compared to other fire-type ability users, revealed that Zheng Yao's neural stability was indeed superior, and his psychological assessment leaned toward a stable and healthy state. The researchers at the Abilities Research Institute were electrified, believing they could derive optimizations to eliminate negative effects from Zheng Yao's case. At that moment, however, Zheng Yao refused to cooperate with the research and insisted on leaving with Zhong Yin, explaining his reasons for discontinuing. Brother Yin, I feel this is related to Miao Miao. Zheng Yao, being the most attuned to his own physical condition, quickly realized the correlation between the oddities he experienced and the timeline of improvements, linking them to Xin Miao. Just as he had always sensed, his mental state was more stable when he was with her. Xin Miao? Zhong Yin furrowed his brows, questioning if this was her ability. In an apocalyptic era, any extraordinary capability could be attributed to abilities. Zhong Yin immediately contemplated whether Xin Miao possessed some unique power that could soothe the emotions of those with abilities. It might not be an ability, Zheng Yao replied, a troubled expression crossing his face. If it were an ability, it would be simpler. There existed a myriad of abilities in this world. And if Miao Miao truly possessed one, it would be beneficial for her, ensuring her survival in this harsh reality. However, Zheng Yao was concerned that Xin Miao's special capacity might not be an ability at all. Although no census had been conducted, it appeared that all awakened ability users had significantly enhanced physical qualities. Yet, Zheng Yao had not observed any such changes in Xin Miao. If not an ability, then from where did her extraordinary capability stem? The initial ability user had been captured for research, and only when the second and third appeared did society begin to regard ability users as commonplace. Zheng Yao pondered whether others like Xin Miao might emerge. If her ability was indeed unique to her, would it not be akin to a child wielding gold in the marketplace? Moreover, it appeared that Xin Miao's power was not something she could control. As long as one remained close to her, the negative effects brought on by abilities would diminish. If this were to be discovered, would she not face the threat of abduction daily? Out of concern for her safety, Zheng Yao was reluctant to continue aiding the research. Thank you, Brother Yin. Within the moving vehicle, Zheng Yao expressed his gratitude to Zhong Yin. As the commander of the base, Zhong Yin had broader considerations and ambitions. When Zheng Yao initially requested to halt the research, Zhong Yin had readily agreed without hesitation. I know you wish to resolve this issue, Brother Yin. Once Miao Miao returns, I can provide the Research Institute with samples of her blood and hair, but I kindly ask you to help keep her identity and circumstances confidential. Zheng Yao wore a wry smile. This is my only request, Brother Yin. I understand. Zhong Yin's voice resonated within the vehicle. I will ensure that nothing regarding Xin Miao is disclosed. Upon hearing Zhong Yin's words, a weight lifted from Zheng Yao's heart, setting aside other matters. He knew that regarding trust, his cousin typically refrained from making promises, but once he did, he would never break them. Thank you, Brother Yin. Observing the scattered stars against the night sky, Zheng Yao found it difficult to shake off the gloom enveloping him. He believed Xin Miao was safe, residing in the rear of the base, leading a life akin to that before the apocalypse. Yet, the unpredictable nature of the world revealed that abilities could indeed have negative effects, while Xin Miao possessed the power to suppress them. What lay ahead remained uncertain to Zheng Yao. Yet, reflecting on the situation, he felt a profound sense of helplessness in the face of the overwhelming circumstances of the apocalypse. If Han Xiao were to discover Xin Miao's abilities, what would he do? Would he take her away? Even if they managed to rescue her, could they truly conceal her whereabouts? Would Han Xiao refrain from spreading the news? These burdens weighed heavily on Zheng Yao's mind, casting a shadow over his heart. How is this possible? Xin Miao's expression mirrored confusion. Do I truly possess abilities? Chili had clearly stated that she lacked the seed for abilities and could never have them. It might not necessarily be an ability. Whatever the base could theorize. Han Xiao could undoubtedly deduce as well. Xin Miao lacked many characteristics typical of ability users. She could not control her power, and her physique had not been enhanced. All these suspicious traits did not escape Han Xiao's scrutiny. His gaze swept over Xin Miao's full occiput, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. In truth, the simplest way to verify if someone was an ability user was to check for a crystal core within their brain. Qi Li's method involved scanning with mental energy. Han Xiao possessed psychic abilities, yet he had never developed that aspect. If he desired to examine someone's crystal core, he would typically resort to brute force, shattering the skull to extract and consume the core. Beyond that, he had never specifically investigated whether someone possessed abilities. Focusing his mind, he enveloped Xin Miao's head with his mental energy, lingering for a moment, yet ultimately refraining from probing deeper. Han Xiao's powers were primarily destructive. He had never employed such meticulous investigative methods. Even with confidence, he feared damaging Xin Miao's head. Noticing Han Xiao's gaze, Xin Miao tilted her head in confusion. "What are you looking at me for?" Han Xiao calmly withdrew his gaze, his handsome face betraying indifference. She was already foolish. If his mental energy inadvertently brushed against her mind, she might become an even greater simpleton. "Han Xiao, what else can my abilities do besides alleviating negative emotions? Is there any remarkable utility?" Upon hearing that she possessed extraordinary abilities, the girl was filled with exhilaration. Imitating the adept practitioners, she repeatedly opened and closed her palms, hoping to elicit some form of response. Han Xiao scoffed lightly. "What do you intend to achieve with that? Could it be?" His words abruptly ceased. "What could it be?" Xin Miao looked up, only to find Han Xiao's expression slightly tense, his dark eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Something was approaching. "What is coming?" Han Xiao released his mental energy, fearlessly penetrating the structure, sensing a large contingent of practitioners several kilometers away. "Let us go," he said, grasping Xin Miao's hand and casually draping his coat over her shoulders. Peeking out from the collar, Xin Miao protested, "What are you doing? It's not even cold in here." Ignoring her objections, Han Xiao led her outside. He was not afraid to confront these practitioners alone, but he had to consider Xin Miao, whom he deemed a burden. "Where are you taking me?" Xin Miao inquired. Chapter 94. The supporting role of the school bell in the apocalypse. After thoroughly searching the hotel from top to bottom, several accompanying researchers produced instruments to measure the residual energy levels in the air. "Director of the base, this is the place." Zhong Yin and Zheng Yao reached the suite. Pushing the door open, the lights were still on, and the television remained powered. A touch to the screen revealed the lingering warmth from recent use. They had just departed. Zheng Yao circled the room, observing the utilized kitchen and the lingering humidity on the bathroom walls, his expression darkening. What was Han Xiao attempting? He even noticed Xin Miao's discarded clothing in the bedroom, which conjured images in Zheng Yao's mind, images he wished to avoid. Even before the apocalypse, he was aware of Xin Miao's past affection for Han Xiao, yet he also knew that Han Xiao had rejected her then. However, the current situation left Zheng Yao bewildered. He silently cursed Han Xiao for his hypocrisy. Was he supposed to have no interest in Miao Miao? Why then did he repeatedly provoke her and abduct her without cause? Miao Miao had only been here a few hours, yet feminine products were scattered throughout the suite, prompting a cold sneer from Zheng Yao. Han Xiao, that scoundrel, likely sought to rekindle old flames. Zhong Yin entered the study, picking up several remaining documents on the desk. After a brief examination, his gaze darkened, turning icy. Han Xiao was already aware of the adverse effects of extraordinary abilities and was likely troubled by it. Seeking answers from their base, It was evident that Han Xiao had not found what he was searching for. Now, he took Xin Miao away, providing her with ample sustenance. Zhong Yin, unfamiliar with Xin Miao's past, arrived at a different conclusion than Zheng Yao based on the current circumstances. Han Xiao likely knew of Xin Miao's unique talent. After a few instances of teleportation, upon arriving at the villa chosen by Han Xiao, Xin Miao was already drowsy. "Are we there?" she murmured, rubbing her eyes as the car came to a halt. Stretching languidly in the passenger seat, her eyes half closed, she added, "Can I get some rest? You practitioners have such abnormal physiques, never considering the needs of ordinary people. Traveling all night is simply exhausting." Hearing her self-identification as an ordinary person, Han Xiao turned the key and glanced at her. Despite her extraordinary capabilities in every other aspect, she was akin to an ordinary person, even weaker than those who regularly exercised. "Traveling all night? Have you even taken a single step?" Han Xiao scoffed, fastening the seatbelt for her. Xin Miao shrugged off the safety belt, opened the car door, and stepped out, the cold wind awakening her senses. "I may not have walked much, but I'm still tired. I was ready to sleep in my bed, yet now I can only catch some rest in the car. Sitting and lying down are not the same. I'm going to be exhausted." The chilly wind seeped into her collar, and she hugged herself, urging Han Xiao to hurry. "Please open the door. It's freezing out here." Dressed in a snug short sleeve, Han Xiao's sturdy arms were exposed, yet he seemed unfazed by the cold. Initially intending to retort, he observed how her voice trembled from the chill and chose silence, stepping forward to open the door. Upon entering the villa, the absence of the cold wind revived Xin Miao. Gazing at the opulent interior, she turned back to Han Xiao, who was inspecting the electrical circuits, and feigned a gasp. "To take without asking is akin to thievery. Han Xiao, this can't possibly be your residence?" Although Han Xiao was wealthy, the villa's decor was clearly not his style. "Your morals have truly declined, Han Xiao." After examining the circuits, Han Xiao set down his tools and regarded the girl, who feigned indignation about the state of society. Suddenly pondering, when he had first captured her, she had been terrified to the point of tears. Now, she seemed increasingly unafraid of him. Not only was she making demands, but she was also daring to retort. "Your moral high ground is questionable. All the food I provided you was taken without consent. Now that you know, shouldn't you be spitting it out?" Han Xiao's mocking tone elicited a scoff from Xin Miao. "Next time I teleport, I'll throw up all over you." Gazing out at the night sky, Xin Miao yawned and prepared to find a room to sleep. However, as she took a step, Han Xiao seized her wrist. "Where are you going?" Meeting his deep, dark gaze, Xin Miao replied with confusion, "Where else? I'm going to sleep. Come with me." After a moment of surprise, Xin Miao's mouth fell open, incredulous. "What did you say?" "In the same room, we shall assess your abilities." Realizing her previous words could be misinterpreted, Han Xiao hesitated for a moment before quickly clarifying, "I don't mean to share a room. Xin Miao Fawen, dit stinka dit split. Why should I assist you in testing my abilities? There is no benefit for me." At the mention of this, she began to grumble, "This ability is utterly useless, benefiting others but not me. Why do you suppose that is?" Han Xiao finally discerned that Xin Miao was a quintessential example of someone who would take advantage of leniency. The moment he showed her a modicum of tolerance, she seemed to forget her own standing. "Because your fate is no longer in your hands. Your life is in mine." Han Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. "Do you hear the zombies in the distance?" Releasing his mental energy, Han Xiao sensed the pressure of the zombie horde, which instantly erupted into a cacophony of howls. In the dead of night, the sound was truly unsettling. "Xin Miao Shiva, if you refuse to cooperate, you will be of no use to me." Han Xiao threatened, "I could very well toss you outside right now." As soon as he said this, Han Xiao pretended to open the door. Wait. Xin Miao rushed forward, clutching his arm. "Don't be impulsive, Han Xiao. I'll cooperate, of course I will." Gazing into the pitch black outside, Xin Miao tightened her grip on Han Xiao's arm. Her face tilted up as she spoke rapidly. "What kind of relationship do we have? How could I possibly stand by and watch you lose your sanity?" The girl sweet-talked, promising to help Han Xiao eliminate the negative effects of his abilities, while also claiming that her earlier comments were merely jest. "You saved me. How could I not assist my savior? Do you remember that I saved you?" Han Xiao sneered it, raising his hand to close the door. He had assumed she had forgotten that matter entirely. "Of course I remember." Achoo! Xin Miao's sentence was interrupted by a sneeze. Rubbing her nose, She sneezed several more times. Han Xiao frowned. Had she caught a cold from merely being in the wind? Where are you taking me? Han Xiao pulled Xin Miao towards the bedroom. You'll be sleeping here tonight. There's cold medicine on the bedside table. Take some, and don't pass your illness to me. Chapter 95. The supporting role of the school bell in the apocalypse. The cold medicine had sedative properties, and after taking it, Xin Miao soon fell drowsy. She burrowed under the covers, stifling a yawn, and found a comfortable position to lie down. Han Xiao, turn off the lights. The man reclined on the sofa, opened his eyes, and spoke coldly. The lamp was positioned by the bed, so close to her, yet she insisted on having him turn it off. I've already lain down and can't reach the switch, came the muffled voice from beneath the covers. She stretched out a cold hand from the blanket. You're not afraid of the cold. Han Xiao, please turn off the light. Taking a deep breath, Han Xiao turned over, sat up, and walked to the bedside to extinguish the lamp. Thank you, Han Xiao. You are truly a good person, the girl murmured, her eyes still closed in the darkened room. Concealing her true thoughts, she quickly whispered, Han Xiao is not a good person. He is a big fool. A satisfied smile gracing her lips as she drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, Han Xiao possessed night vision, observing her every little movement with clarity. Han Xiao thought to himself that he ought to toss her outside. Han Xiao, what are you doing? The blanket was suddenly lifted, a cold gust of wind rushing in. Xin Miao opened her eyes, attempting to locate Han Xiao in the pitch-black room, but visibility was none. Make some space for me. Han Xiao ordered it coldly. He felt foolish for yielding the bed to her when there was ample room. She ought to be grateful that he hadn't thrown her into a horde of zombies. No. Xin Miao waved her arms in the darkness, trying to prevent Han Xiao. Men and women should not share a bed. How can we possibly sleep in the same bed? Han Xiao, do you have ulterior motives? Han Xiao responded with a cold scoff. If you don't wish to share the bed, you can sleep on the sofa or the floor. Xin Miao clutched the blanket tightly, shaking her head in disagreement. I just warmed up my side of the bed. Why should I change positions? Without further ado, Han Xiao climbed onto the bed. Feeling the sudden warmth envelop her, Xin Miao rolled to the other side of the bed, distancing herself from Han Xiao. The bed was spacious enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people comfortably. She had previously sprawled across the center, stretching freely, but Han Xiao's presence now squeezed her to the right side. Lying flat on the left side of the bed, Han Xiao reached out and felt residual warmth on his right. A sudden urge to laugh overcame him. She had claimed to have finally warmed the bed, yet it appeared she would have to start anew. Indeed, a soft murmur escaped from the girl's lips as she complained. So cold, so icy. What is Han Xiao doing? Hey, Han Xiao, don't overstep, do you understand? Xin Miao rolled herself tightly in the blanket, resembling a caterpillar, and the warmth Han Xiao had just felt disappeared. Not wishing to continue the dispute, Han Xiao resigned himself. After all, he didn't require a blanket to sleep. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the absence of nightlife rendered silence the norm. Listening to the gentle rhythm of her breathing, Han Xiao turned his head slightly, observing the girl's serene face. She fell asleep swiftly, ever since being troubled by the adverse effects of her abilities. He enjoyed a good night's sleep in a long while. Although his constitution required little sleep, a lack of rest could lead to irritability and an accumulation of negative emotions. Yet at this moment, the soothing sound of her breath instilled a rare sense of tranquility within him. Was it her abilities that brought this about? Closing his eyes, Han Xiao released his mental energy to envelop her. The vitality of her presence stirred his consciousness, allowing him to sense her warm breath and steady heartbeat. Embracing Xin Miao's existence, Han Xiao gradually succumbed to a haze of slumber, drifting into dreams filled with bliss until dawn broke. Had it not been for a sliver of sunlight streaming through the curtains, shining directly on his face, he might have continued sleeping. Without opening his eyes, Han Xiao felt himself being pushed outward, as if something was stirring in his embrace. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, fully alert, only to find himself astonished at the scene before him. Unbeknownst to him, he had shifted to the center of the bed, tightly holding the caterpillar in his arms. With a gentle pressure of his arm, Xin Miao found herself unable to move. Within the blanket, her cheeks flushed, her brows slightly furrowed, though her eyes remained shut. She murmured, let me go, let me go. Han Xiao felt an unusual embarrassment wash over him, and he immediately loosened his grip, relieved to no longer feel confined. The girl exhaled deeply, her furrowed brows gradually relaxing. This was far too awkward. Fortunately, she had yet to awaken. Had she seen this scene, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to tease him mercilessly. Han Shul. The girl, still lost in her dreams, uttered his name softly. Turning to observe her, he noticed her murmuring incoherently, her words unclear, yet her expression indicated she was not speaking kindly. Even in her dreams, she seemed to be scolding him. Han Xiao remained expressionless. He attempted to rise, but as soon as he moved his pinned arm, she whimpered in protest. Could she really hold him captive? Determined, he resolved to extricate his arm. In response, she rolled over onto him, pinning his shoulder beneath her weight. Xin Miao. No response. However, that was to be expected. Han Xiao's voice was too gentle, almost as if he were hesitant to awaken her. Raising his other hand, he prepared to pinch her cheek, but halted mid-motion. The girl, having grown too warm in her slumber, had a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead, her hair sticking to her rosy cheeks. Bathed in the soft morning light, he could almost see the delicate down on her face. Her slightly parted lips revealed a hint of pearly white teeth, and her breathing was long and steady. She resembled a sleeping kitten. A fleeting thought crossed Han Xiao's mind as he readied to pinch her cheek, but instead he gently tucked her tousled hair behind her ear. Gazing at her soft lips, an image from the previous night flashed before him. Lips brushing against one another, intoxicating and sweet. Fixated on those gently exhaling lips, Han Xiao's gaze deepened, and he found himself leaning closer, his breath growing shallow. The world around him faded into silence. He could almost hear the rush of blood through the vessels in his ears, his heart pounding wildly. Han Shul, just before his lips met hers, she made a soft sound, indicating she was stirring. Her eyelashes fluttered as Xin Miao slowly opened her eyes. Han Xiao, what is wrong? Caught off guard and still slightly dazed, she asked the question aloud, oblivious to the proximity of their bodies. Upon seeing the man lying in bed beside her, his thin lips pressed into a straight line and his expression dark as storm clouds, she felt a jolt of realization. Chapter 96. The supporting character of the Apocalypse novel. The base leader has just received word that there has been unusual activity among the zombies in City B. The base in City B requests our support. Zhong Yin pinched the bridge of his nose, regaining his usual stern demeanor. Bring it to me. As he perused the documents in hand, he temporarily set aside the turmoil brewing within him. Xin Miao had been missing for nearly a week. Of course, it couldn't strictly be termed as missing, as they all knew who had taken her. Yet, knowing it was Han Xiao who had done it changed little. They could not ascertain his whereabouts, nor uncover any information on Xin Miao. Why did yesterday's report arrive today? Flipping to the last page, Zhong Yin's brow furrowed upon reading the date, his countenance darkening immediately. Having gone several days without a proper rest, he still appeared invigorated, though the aura surrounding him grew increasingly imposing. Seeing him agitated, the staff surrounding him ceased their actions, not daring to breathe. To be frank, since the onset of the apocalypse, they had witnessed many ability users who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. While there was no professional data to support this, the ordinary members of the base could certainly sense the irascibility and arrogance of these ability users. However, the base leader was different. Although he wielded lightning abilities, one of the more formidable powers, he rarely lost his composure or erupted in anger, always maintaining a calm demeanor as if everything were under control. This was the first time they had seen the base leader so furious, his face shrouded in a stormy cloud, his eyes radiating authority and anger that made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. The crowd fell silent, gripped by fear. The base commander received troubling news regarding equipment signals today, conveyed by a stammering messenger. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhong Yin reined in the tumultuous beast within and calmly instructed, make the necessary arrangements. Yes, within B City base, despair gripped the hearts of its inhabitants as they gazed at the seemingly endless horde of zombies. The notion that the undead had organized an assault on their stronghold raised harrowing questions. Could humanity still hope for a future? Would it be more prudent to abandon resistance and embrace the fate of becoming one of the undead? In the shadows of the zombie army, those orchestrating this chaos harbored similar wishes. The mindless zombies were far easier to control than humans. The greater their number, the more power he wielded, amplifying his influence. Han Xiao, I desire hot pot for dinner tonight, Xin Miao boldly stated, observing the man in the kitchen preparing ingredients. He did not respond, merely scoffing under his breath. Yet Xin Miao, undeterred, sauntered into the living room to watch television. As long as Han Xiao refrained from openly opposing her, his silence was tantamount to agreement. Reclining on the sofa, she lazily selected a movie, snacking on unfinished chips and cherries. Moments later, when Han Xiao approached with the prepared dishes, she called out, "Place them here. I wish to eat in the living room. My movie is not finished yet." As he neared, she chided him for blocking the screen, urging him to hurry along. "Do you require me to feed you too?" Han Xiao's voice dripped with menace, causing her to sit up abruptly at the dangerous glint in his eyes. Recent days had seen Han Xiao's demeanor darken, perhaps due to the arrival of his monthly cycle. Though Xin Miao's material needs were met, her spirit frequently felt under siege. "Is the negative effect of your abilities overwhelming you once more?" she asked casually, sipping chilled juice while keeping her gaze on the television. "If the repercussions are too severe, I permit you to sleep in my bed, provided you do not steal my covers. Do not be overly competitive," he warned. "If you lose control again, it would be detrimental for both of us." Since that night, they had shared a bed. Han Xiao had taken to sleeping on the sofa, and when Xin Miao inquired about his reasons, she only received his icy glare in response. As Han Xiao prepared to retreat to the sofa, he muttered something about not wanting to be used as a pillow. "Who would tell you that?" He began, but his words faltered. He had intended to mock her sleeping posture, oblivious to the fact that she would share a bed with Zheng Yao, her boyfriend, who would certainly comment on her habits during their intimate moments. As silence enveloped the room, Xin Miao, slightly tilting her head, prompted him, "What were you going to say? Don't keep me in suspense." Han Xiao, distracted by her profile, inadvertently snapped his chopsticks in half. He had long been aware of their relationship before the apocalypse. Xin Miao and Zheng Yao had shared a flirtatious connection, which blossomed into a full-fledged romance after the world fell into chaos. Together, they had faced countless trials, and upon their reunion, she had rushed into Zheng Yao's embrace, a testament to her trust and reliance on him. Was this not a well-known fact? Han Xiao had even expressed disdain for Zheng Yao's inability to see through Xin Miao's intentions. Pre-apocalypse, her attraction had stemmed from his social standing. Now, it was a matter of survival. Their intertwined fates provided mutual benefits, a notion Han Xiao had contemplated with a degree of detachment. Yet in this moment, an inexplicable rage surged within him, ignited by thoughts of Zheng Yao. The zombie uprising in B City was far more severe than anticipated. The reinforcements dispatched from C City fell swiftly, overwhelming reports of their demise, sending shockwaves through the community. Had the zombies evolved? The terrifying possibility of a coordinated assault on human strongholds shattered their fragile hopes. Such speculation spread chaos among the bases. Ordinary people, devoid of powers and preyed upon by those who possessed them, clung to the belief that zombies would ultimately be vanquished. Yet, the emergence of organized, intelligent zombies sparked a dangerous allure. If they were indeed sentient, perhaps they too possessed emotions, culture, and social structures. As a result, many began to consider the prospect of becoming one of the undead, perceiving it as an opportunity for a second chance. Cults and factions sprang up within the bases, preaching that the end was nigh and that zombies were the chosen beings. This ideology spread like wildfire, leading numerous individuals to willingly seek out a zombie bite, eager to join their ranks. Even within the upper echelons of the bases, discord reigned supreme, as some posited that the ultimate evolution of humanity lay in transforming into zombies. But was it truly evolution? Would one willingly become a decaying creature, driven solely by a primal instinct to devour? Who calls them monsters? They argued. They were once human, our kin. Yet, if zombies had indeed evolved to possess emotions and intelligence, how could they still be considered the same? When a person transforms into a zombie, do they retain their former identity? If memory is restored, does that grant them a sense of belonging? But we have witnessed their actions, others retorted. They choose to attack, showing no mercy to their former selves. In the higher circles of the base, proponents of exterminating the zombies held the edge, armed with a compelling argument. Zombies could not reproduce. They relied entirely on humans for transformation. A group incapable of self-reproduction had no future. In City C, a similar internal conflict erupted. However, under the strong-handed approach of Zhong Yan, the chaos was largely averted and the emergent cult factions were disbanded. After all, this was the largest base in the post-apocalyptic world, where the lives of ordinary people were secured. Although they were often looked down upon by those with supernatural abilities, overt oppression was not prevalent. In bases where some supernatural beings ruled like tyrants, treating ordinary humans as slaves, the theory of zombie evolution gained popularity, and various cult factions could not be eradicated, prompting ordinary people to flee the base in droves to become infected. Even if zombies could evolve, their ability to launch organized attacks on human strongholds indicated that there was something orchestrating them. During an emergency meeting, researchers proposed a hypothesis, perhaps a powerful zombie. A so-called zombie king was behind this. Yet, I remained skeptical about the rapid evolution of zombies. For zombies to evolve not only in abilities but also in intelligence, could it be that natural law truly favored them so? Sensing the weight of the researcher's words, everyone turned their attention to him. Raising his hand slightly to quell the murmurs, Zhong Yin urged the researcher to continue. Thank you, base leader. The researcher presented data. Projecting it onto the screen, from the reports received from Base B, it became evident that the zombie siege tactics were far from brutish. They exhibited strategic understanding. Tactics, something humanity had spent millennia refining through warfare, was now seemingly wielded by the undead. Was it possible that zombies had evolved to such a degree, capable of overshadowing thousands of years of human development? The researcher's emotions surged, his face flushed. What do you mean? This researcher, a staunch human supremacist with a rather radical disposition, nevertheless had to be taken seriously at this moment. What I mean is, the zombie king is human. Han Shul, you're back? Upon seeing the man enter, Xin Miao glanced his way. Han Shao ventured out daily, returning with an unstable demeanor, likely having consumed more supernatural energy. However, this time he wore a frown, his face shrouded in an icy demeanor. What is wrong? Why the sour face? Han Shao glanced at the girl on the sofa and candidly responded, someone is controlling the zombies, likely a psychic ability user. Although Han Shao occasionally utilized zombie brains to enhance his own psychic abilities, this time, upon invading a zombie's mind, he sensed something unusual. Despite the rapid disappearance of that psychic imprint, he keenly detected that these zombies' minds were being tampered with. Controlling zombies? Hearing key phrases, Xin Miao immediately focused on Han Shao. How do you know it's a human controlling them? Could it not be zombies controlling zombies? The differences between human and zombie abilities were stark. While variations in other abilities were minimal, psychic powers showed significant disparity. Han Shao scoffed. Compared to humans, zombies possess purer and more stable psychic energy. Xin Miao remained silent, diverting her gaze to her knees. The room was warm, and in her summer sleepwear, she lounged awkwardly on the sofa, her pants having ridden up her thighs. Several patches on her knees displayed a lighter hue, remnants of healed wounds. Baseby was the first to fall under a zombie siege. Caught off guard, their defenses shattered. Han Shao removed his bloodstained jacket, his tone icy. The siege itself isn't too formidable. This psychological warfare has caused many bases to crumble without a fight. When discussing psychic ability users, Zhong Yin immediately recalled Qi Li, who had infiltrated the base with ulterior motives towards Xin Miao. His presence had previously provided fresh perspectives on psychic research. For instance, the ability to cloak oneself through psychic shielding or to suffocate supernatural beings using psychic force. Now, as the researchers presented their findings, suggesting that the zombie king might indeed be a psychic ability user, Zhong Yin thought of the elusive Qi Li. If Qi Li were eliminated, the zombies would surely become disorganized. The researchers proposed solutions, though they acknowledged the complexities involved. Qi Li's psychic abilities were likely the most formidable. To kill him, one would need to withstand his psychic assaults, a feat not achievable by mere willpower. Furthermore, he undoubtedly had countless zombies surrounding him for protection. Any attempt to eliminate Qi Li would necessitate first breaching this supernatural horde. This encapsulated the predicament facing the City C base. Qi Li was a dual ability user. His ice abilities were negligible, but he had honed his psychic powers to perfection. Under his psychic influence, no supernatural beings could approach unnoticed. Moreover, they had no idea of his current whereabouts. The uncertainty evoked thoughts of Xin Miao, who had been abducted by Han Shao. Base leader, I actually have another idea. Speak. Coughing, the researcher, who had always focused on psychic abilities and had participated in interrogating Xin Miao, recalled the gossip surrounding her relationship with Qi Li. Initially, They had viewed Qi Li merely as a powerful psychic entity, only to later hear he had become the zombie king. Did Qi Li not harbor special feelings for Miss Xin Miao? Now that she had been taken by Han Xiao and was likewise missing, could it be possible that Qi Li, with the aid of zombies as his eyes, might discover Han Xiao's whereabouts? What if, and I stress if, we disseminate the news of Miss Xin Miao's abduction by Han Xiao? Would Qi Li not seek out Han Xiao? Qi Li, as the zombie king, was formidable. While Han Xiao was an unmatched devourer of abilities, no one knew the extent of his energy level or how many cores he had consumed. Both posed significant challenges for the base, yet could it be? Zheng Yao entered just in time to hear this, his expression shifting drastically with rage. No, he was indifferent to the fates of two powerful ability users clashing, but Xin Miao was merely an ordinary person and would undoubtedly suffer collateral damage. What nonsense are you spouting? Who knows what Qi Li has become? If he has undergone a drastic change, upon finding Miao Miao, will he save her or harm her? Can you guarantee that? Zheng Yao seized the researcher by the collar, fury etched across his face. Zheng Xiao, let go. Zheng Yao. Zhong Yan's reprimand caused Zheng Yao to relent. Enough. Let us not discuss this matter any further. Zhong Yan dismissed the proposal, asserting that Qi Li was an enemy, as was Han Xiao. If the two were to cross paths, could they be certain they would oppose each other rather than join forces? Base leader, but Qi Li once. Enough. Zhong Yan raised his hand, signaling silence. I will not place our fates in the hands of our foes. Zhong Yan's decision was driven both by personal interest and genuine intent. The situation had not yet reached a point of desperation warranting such a reckless plan. No one could predict the potential consequences. Who could assure that Han Xiao and Qi Li would be adversaries? Who could guarantee they would destroy one another? If Han Xiao emerged victorious and consumed Qi Li's abilities, the ramifications were unfathomable. Zhong Yan had his considerations, dismissing the researcher's suggestion. Yet he could not foresee that this proposal might manifest in another way. Qi Li had been attacking other bases, but had yet to target the City C base. Due to the abundance of powerful abilities within Base C, the threat of the undead siege was insufficient to breach its gates. On the other hand, Qi Li was determined not to transform Base C into a chaotic battleground. Stealthily, he infiltrated the familiar grounds of Base C once more, finding the entry surprisingly effortless this time. Observing the lax security measures, he furrowed his brow, feeling displeased. He had anticipated a more vigilant response from them, especially after the intrusion by a mental ability user, yet their protective measures had become even more negligent. Fortunately, he was there to retrieve someone. In a buoyant mood, Qi Li ventured into the residential area. However, after searching exhaustively upstairs and downstairs, he found no trace of Xin Miao. Upon entering the bedroom, he meticulously scanned with his mental prowess, only to sense a lingering energy. Where was Xin Miao? His eyes widened in shock, his expression turning icy. There were signs of only one occupant. The other seemed to have vanished long ago. As various speculations arose in his mind, Qi Li suddenly detected a disturbance in mental energy from afar. He strode to the balcony and flung open the door. A deafening explosion erupted as artillery rained upon him. Had he perished? Witnessing the once habitable building reduced to ruins, questions arose among the onlookers. Debris scattered, and for a moment, silence enveloped the wreckage. The team of ability users, initially poised to deliver the finishing blow, exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain whether to unleash their powers. Attack! Do not hesitate! The commander's furious voice crackled through the earpiece. What is wrong with you? I ordered you to engage. Can you not hear me? Did they not hear his command? Was there an issue with the earpiece? A sharp tone pierced the air, and the commander seemed to be muted. Someone finally grasped the situation and frantically scanned the surroundings. Be cautious. He is not dead. The warning came too late. In the blink of an eye, a formidable wave of mental energy surged forth like a tsunami. What was it like to drown in mental energy? It was akin to the darkness enveloping him now. You deceived me. Qi Li confronted the commander, his voice steady. Where is Xin Miao? The commander trembled as he recounted all he knew, despair settling in his heart. Who truly held greater power, the ability users or Qi Li? He remained unscathed. While if ability users could attain such strength, the apocalypse could be quelled swiftly. Yet, Qi Li chose to align himself with the undead. Han Xiao. The name ignited a memory in Qi Li's mind. He recalled hearing from Zhou Lingxue and others that the man who rescued Xin Miao was named Han Xiao. Back then, Han Xiao moved effortlessly through hordes of zombies. What now? Chapter 99. The supporting role of the campus bell in the apocalypse. Base C. The base leader received alarming news of a potent energy fluctuation emerging from the southeast. Following Qi Li's previous incursion into Base C, where he obliterated the team that had set a trap for him, he had since vanished. After interrogating the fortunate commander who survived, it was revealed that Qi Li was aware of Miss Xin Miao's abduction by Han Xiao and was likely in pursuit of them. Yingo. It must be Qi Li and Han Xiao. They must have crossed paths, which explains the energy fluctuations in the southeast. Zheng Yao, visibly anxious, spoke, while Zhong Yin pondered deeply. Since that day, they realized that an encounter between Qi Li and Han Xiao was inevitable. Qi Li had indeed come to Base C in search of Xin Miao, which, regardless of his feelings for her, indicated an extraordinary determination. Consequently, Qi Li would undoubtedly seek out Han Xiao's whereabouts. The assembly adhered to their previously established plan. Zhong Yin commanded, and the group responded in unison before swiftly mobilizing. Qi Li contemplated the unfamiliar name, Han Xiao. Memories surfaced from his time in the small city, searching for a mental ability user among Zhou Lingxue's team. He had recently devoured the abilities of a high-level zombie and sensed an unusual mental energy within the small city, awakening his innate desire for consumption. After rescuing Xin Miao, he had examined the abilities of his team members, discovering a variety of powers, yet none possessed mental abilities. At that time, Han Xiao had refrained from consuming human abilities and, after fruitless searching, abandoned the pursuit, relegating it to the recesses of his mind. It was only upon encountering this familiar youth again that he recognized the hidden ability user within the team was Qi Li, a dual ability user, masquerading with ice powers while primarily wielding mental abilities. "You were the one who saved Xin Miao." Han Xiao recalled her mentioning being rescued from a horde of zombies, which had inexplicably halted. It seemed that Qi Li was indeed the one responsible. "Where's Miao Miao?" Qi Li inquired coldly, his stark gaze fixed on the distant structures. "Is she within? Miao Miao?" Han Xiao scoffed internally. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances, he would have dragged Xin Miao out to clarify the current situation. She certainly attracted attention wherever she went, from Zheng Yao to Zhong Yin, and now to Qi Li. Han Xiao was infuriated, yet he realized he had no right to be upset. What was his relationship with Xin Miao? Merely that of captor and captive, with perhaps an additional layer of patient and medication. Suppressing the pang of jealousy, Han Xiao unleashed his abilities, intent on eliminating Qi Li. As for Xin Miao, he would settle matters with her later. "Han Xiao, do you wish to fight me?" Qi Li's gaze returned to Han Xiao, his tone indifferent. "I will not engage. I cannot defeat you." From their brief confrontation, Qi Li had gauged Han Xiao as strength. While his mental abilities could impose some pressure, Han Xiao possessed an array of powers, each formidable. Even if Han Xiao's mental abilities paled in comparison to Qi Li's, he could inflict lethal damage using his other powers. Such an outcome was not advantageous for Qi Li. He would perish while Han Xiao would only be severely injured. Once Qi Li was gone, Han Xiao could consume his crystal core, further amplifying his own strength. Han Xiao hesitated, scrutinizing Qi Li with furrowed brows. "What do you want?" This peculiar youth was enigmatic. Han Xiao maintained his guard, assessing him coldly. "Han Xiao, tell me what crystal cores you desire, and I shall procure them for you. In exchange, return Miao Miao to me." Qi Li casually seized a zombie, effortlessly obliterating its brain to extract the crystal core, tossing it towards Han Xiao. "Aside from the mental cores, I can gather any others you require." Since he began controlling zombies, Qi Li had consciously eradicated those possessing mental abilities, destroying their cores. At that time, he had not anticipated facing Han Xiao, merely instinctively eliminating potential threats. After all, zombies with mental abilities were challenging to manage compared to their counterparts. Han Xiao glanced at the crystal core on the ground, then averted his gaze. "I have no need for them." He was capable of seeking any crystal core he desired without resorting to a trade with Qi Li, especially not for Xin Miao. Then there is no other option. Receiving Han Xiao's response, Qi Li lowered his gaze, seemingly contemplating something. Han Xiao snorted derisively, channeling his abilities, poised to strike. "Han Xiao, where do you and Miao Miao reside?" Qi Li raised his head, his dark eyes locking on Han Xiao. "I reside with you." The winds gently stirred the dust on the ground. Han Xiao stood frozen, his expression subtly incredulous, questioning whether he had misheard. The battle has likely commenced, and the southeastern area may be reduced to rubble. Wasn't that once a luxurious villa district for the affluent? I never anticipated that Han Xiao would remain near the Sea City base all this time. He appears unperturbed. To put it bluntly, our presence only serves to provide sustenance for him. Within the convoy, the superpowered individuals exchanged hushed whispers. It would be ideal if they could both suffer mutual destruction, allowing us to exploit the chaos to eliminate them. Otherwise, the task seems insurmountable. Let us not succumb to despair. The base leader has accompanied us, and as long as these two remain at large, we shall not find peace. In the vehicle ahead, Zheng Yao was tossing fireballs in irritation. Stop throwing that. Zhong Yin warned him coolly, if you lose control and ignite the vehicle, you can walk over there. The suggestion to walk over was exaggerated. Zhong Yin merely wished to temper Zheng Yao's impulsiveness. With Xin Miao absent from the base, Zheng Yao lacked the spiritual energy to soothe him, leading to the rapid onset of adverse effects from his powers. Coupled with his concern for Xin Miao, his mood soured further, amplifying the negative impact of his abilities. During their last encounter, he nearly lost control and attacked a researcher, although there was a reason behind his agitation. His volatile demeanor perfectly aligned with the common perception of fire elementals. As someone intervened to halt him, Zheng Yao instinctively flared with anger. Yet, upon meeting Zhong Yan's stern, icy gaze, his fury fell doused as if by a bucket of cold water. I'm sorry, Yinggu, he mumbled. Zhong Yan replied, his gaze shifting away, whether to comfort Zheng Yao or to reassure himself. In a low voice, he added, rest assured, Xin Miao will be safe. When the personnel from the Sea City base arrived, they were met not with the anticipated chaos of sand and stone, but rather an unsettling calm. Where is everyone? Han Xiao. Upon hearing a commotion at the door, Xin Miao hurried over. The door swung open, revealing Han Xiao with a grim expression, followed closely by another individual. Kitty. Xin Miao's eyes widened in shock. After Qi Li's sudden declaration, Han Xiao snapped back to reality, ready to unleash his powers. What kind of lunatic had escaped from the hospital to utter such words? Regardless of whether Qi Li was joking or serious, Han Xiao could not acquiesce. Having previously spared Qi Li, he could no longer afford such leniency, especially now that Qi Li had become an adversary. Han Xiao resolved to eliminate him and absorb his abilities. However, as Han Xiao prepared to act, Qi Li divulged that the Sea City base personnel were en route. He had received word from the zombies. The base was preparing to capitalize on the aftermath of a potential clash between Han Xiao and himself. You may attack, but if I cannot withstand you, I will unleash my psychic energy to ensure you suffer as well, Qi Li stated coldly. His calm demeanor belied the lethal intent behind his words. Should I perish, they will seize the opportunity to eliminate you as well. But Xin Miao should survive. If the Sea City base takes her away, she will forget you and continue with Zheng Yao. Han Xiao's expression darkened at Qi Li's words, and Qi Li's curiosity piqued. Why do they all desire exclusivity? Qi Li yearned to be with Xin Miao since their first encounter in a city. She had been a singular sail within his ocean of psychic energy. Her every emotion, joy, anger, frustration, helplessness, vibrated with a vividness that surpassed others. Perhaps this was Xin Miao's unique ability. She remained untouched by the apocalypse's negative emotions. Even at the brink of despair, she could weep, yet devise a plan to turn the tide. Qi Li found himself irresistibly drawn to observe Xin Miao, to witness her interactions with others, to study her every emotional fluctuation. This addictive pursuit had but one flaw. Zheng Yao's psychic energy perpetually lingered around her. On several occasions, Qi Li had nearly succumbed to the urge to invade Zheng Yao's mind. Yet he refrained each time. If Zheng Yao were to become incapacitated, both he and Xin Miao would undoubtedly be expelled from the team by Zhou Xue. At that time, Qi Li's psychic abilities had yet to reach their current formidable prowess. Having surged only after Xin Miao had ventured into a horde of zombies, unleashing her powers to control them. Although the pain from such extreme usage was immense, it simultaneously transformed his psychic ocean into a vast sea. It was then that Qi Li realized he wished to take Xin Miao away. These people were insufferable. He preferred the quiet company of zombies. He wanted to remove Xin Miao from this chaos, even if it meant surrounding himself with the undead. However, his plans encountered an obstacle. With Han Xiao present, Qili found it difficult to achieve his desires. Han Xiao also coveted Xin Miao. Yet Qili weighed the odds and recognized he was outmatched. Thus, he abandoned the notion of whisking Xin Miao away, opting instead to keep her close, ensuring her psychic energy remained within his reach. The addition of Han Xiao was merely akin to Zheng Yao as previous presence. Resolutely, Qili made his decision. Qili, Xin Miao gasped. Her delicate lips parted in disbelief at the sight of the newcomers. Han Xiao and Qili were both here. Earlier that day, Han Xiao had left with his usual demeanor, cautioning Xin Miao not to wander aimlessly before he donned his outerwear and departed. He had appeared composed, betraying no signs of impending danger. Yet now, upon his return, his countenance was grim, the frostiness of his expression capable of freezing one in place. Surprised to see someone come looking for you? Han Xiao scoffed, shedding his outer garment and reducing it to ashes before scattering the remnants. Xin Miao, being an ordinary person devoid of any resistance, was safeguarded from the external virus each time he returned home, prompting Han Xiao to meticulously cleanse his attire and disinfect himself. On the way back, Han Xiao regained his composure. However, even if he temporarily acquiesced, it did not mean he had accepted Qili. That lad was undoubtedly a deranged escapee from a mental institution. Observing Qili's handsome face break into a smile as he approached Xin Miao, Han Xiao mentally prepared to deal with Qili in due time. Qili, how did you end up here? Why did you return with Han Xiao? Xin Miao questioned, her expression rife with uncertainty. Miao Miao, it's been a while, Qili replied, stepping closer to her. He slowly released his psychic energy to envelop her. The invisible force went unnoticed by the girl, whose psychic fluctuations remained as lively as ever, akin to a fish swimming freely in his ocean. A smile graced Qili's face. I initially intended to come to Sea City and take you away, but you weren't there. Lauter, itraquid han shues movements. Planning to eliminate him and take you with me, but he proved stronger than I anticipated, and I had no confidence in defeating him. Hence, I cannot take you away. Qili sighed softly. So, Xin Miao glanced at Han Xiao, noting his unwillingness to speak, before turning her attention back to Qili, setting aside the matter at hand. Qili had always been forthright with her, readily answering her inquiries. Sensing the eerie stillness around them, devoid of any signs of life for miles, he withdrew his psychic energy and earnestly stated, "Thus,